Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates start a series tonight with the San Diego Padres. It'll be a 3-game series that lasts through the weekend and, of course, still on the West Coast. So game time tonight at 9:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Grab an ice-cold Coors Light draft at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill, 6th Street in the Cultural District. Open 7 days a week. Their kitchen is open till midnight, and the bar stays open till 2 a.m. at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill. Online at redbeardspgh.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
It's not too late for a deep spring cleaning on your home. Give my friends at Zero Res a call today. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129 and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich and Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pitch Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis. It's the Fan of the Morning Show. And it's Friday. Yay! The week is over. The weekend is on the horizon. And we're just about 1 week away, a little less than 1 week away from the start of our 5-alarm marathon, where we raise money for local fire departments. Great event, and I mean, the cost of equipment, the cost of, a lot of the things that the firefighters need to do their jobs, it's a lot. And what they're granted usually isn't enough, so they rely heavily on donations. And so it's nice that we get to do that event. We're going to do a 26.2-hour broadcast 8 a.m. to on Thursday through 10:30 on Friday. So excited about that. Excited to be able to raise money and have some fun. So, feel free to donate. You can go to 937thefan.com if you want to donate early. Otherwise, we're starting that next Thursday, so you're going to hear local content for 26.2 hours on 93.7 The Fan. It's very fun. It was a fun time last year. And we raised a lot of money. I think around $60,000 we raised. So happy to be doing that again, for sure. But that's already coming up a week away. And then we got that Washington Wild Things game that they're putting on between that Ireland baseball team and then the local celebrity team that I'm a part of. Yay! So that's June 7th. So a full weekend for me. I'm very excited. So I got the 5-alarm marathon, and then I'm going to roll over right into that baseball game. And it is legit baseball. Some people have been asking me, like, oh, is it just softball? You guys just playing, like, slow pitch? No, it's a real baseball game. So, Saturday, June 7th, I'll be a part of that. We're raising money for Riley's Poorhouse. It's part of the Irish theme. If you don't know already, Riley's Poorhouse in Carnegie burned down in November. And so a lot of the proceeds from this game are going to go toward the rebuilding efforts and the reopening efforts for Riley's Poorhouse, which they do have a date for 2026, I believe, that they're going to shoot to reopen. But these funds that we're going to raise through this playing this baseball game are going to go toward that. So appreciate the Washington Wild Things for doing that. So a couple of good charitable events coming up next week that I'll be a part of, that the station will be a part of. So, do what you can. Give. Help out a couple of good causes next week. It's there are truly a couple of very well-intentioned good causes. And if you want to feel like you're a part of something, want to help out with firefighters and a good local pub business, come to the baseball game. Come to the 5-alarm marathon. Give a little bit, whatever you can. Buy a ticket, for the baseball game, all that stuff. We're already in June. We're here. We're just about here. It's May 30th. This is the last time we'll be on the air before June comes around, because next week it'll be Monday, June 2nd. So we're already heading towards summer. We already leapt through the unofficial gateway to summer of Memorial Day, and now June's almost here. We're on the doorstep of June. So what do we have? What do we have in store here? What's been going on? Well, of course, Derek Shelton not on the Pirates anymore. That's old news. Pirates have since gone, 9-10 with Don Kelly. They just won against the Arizona Diamondbacks, but they're still not close to in the standings at all right now. At 21-36. They're 14.5 back of the National League Central Division leader Chicago Cubs. They're also still the second worst team in the National League. But there's points to build on. I talked about that yesterday. The Pirates have the Pirates can build upon some things. Not that they're necessarily going to make the playoffs or have guaranteed success. But hopefully they can build upon what they've done with Don Kelly here. And they've got a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres, which will be another solid test. Padres are 31-23. They are 2 games back of the Dodgers right now for for first place in the National League West. So they are a respectable team. They've got a lot of talent on that team, and the Pirates playing a road game, so we'll just see what they can do. The Arizona Diamondbacks are a respectable team, but significantly worse at 27 and 29. So I guess we'll see, but we can only wait and see how they do. And the game time is tonight at 9:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on the Fan. So please do indeed. I want to talk a little bit about the Steelers because I haven't quite touched on them as heavily since I've been back. When we're in the brunt of baseball, there's usually a lot to react to with that. The Pirates have slowly improved, I would call it, since Derek Shelton was let go as manager of the Pirates. So I want to talk a lot about them and just see how they do in games, but there is an off day here, so addressing the Steelers a bit, I saw Crowley has some audio of Russell Wilson talking about George Pickens and what it was like to play with him, and said that George Pickens is a misunderstood player. So you'll hear the audio later on in the day. But he said he's a misunderstood player. He did. And so it really makes you think about, what the Steelers may be thinking, what George Pickens may be thinking, what Russell Wilson's thinking, and what his experience was. To call George Pickens misunderstood, which it's interesting right now. It's an interesting dynamic, and even hearing that Russell Wilson say that has me really turning the wheels in my head, because it's just weird how everything's been reported upon. Like, I'm certain George Pickens and his antics did not please everybody on that Steelers team. And so when you hear the reports about how, several players didn't appreciate what he did, and he showed up late for these games and showed up unprepared in other situations, you'd be inclined to not appreciate what that guy's done. But then you hear comments from Russell Wilson saying that he's misunderstood and he wants to win and he's passionate, and then you're like, okay, what are we supposed to think about George Pickens here? What are we supposed to think? What are we supposed to do? I mean, how much... I criticized the reporters when the information came out about George Pickens after he was traded, about, how he was a locker room nuisance. And I criticized the reporting because I said, do it at the time. Because right now it feels like there's a lot of, when you trade a guy like that, you want to justify the trade through media so that there's not as much backlash for it. And so it's just odd that they didn't report on it at the time, and then all of a sudden they're reporting on Pickens being a locker room nuisance, and they're telling all these stories about his lack of preparation and showing up late to practices or games. It seems like a good PR move from media, which I don't think, the media don't work for the Steelers. So, there's no need to do good PR. Just report on the news as it comes in. If you have a story, say it at the time. So for me, I was a little bit skeptical because it felt like back at those, at that time when he got traded, that the stories were to feed something to fans to justify the trade. Because George Pickens is undoubtedly a talented receiver and can catch almost anything. And we've seen that through his time with the Steelers. So then you're fed a story. Then you hear Russell Wilson come on, and Russell Wilson didn't say any public displays of emotion by George Pickens were necessarily justified, but to call him misunderstood, a guy that just wants greatness, I mean, I hear that, and I'm like, maybe he didn't upset everybody in the locker room. Maybe Russell Wilson was okay with what he was doing as quarterback, but it just makes me think. I'm like, how much of a nuisance was George Pickens actually? How much of a problem was he actually? I mean, there's the pouting and there's the frustration, and then there's some of the things that you don't typically see, which is true. Which partially is why I believe some of the reports after he got traded about what he was doing in the locker rooms and the stirring up of frustration that he was creating in the locker room. I want to believe it because, we really don't see wide receivers have the lash outs that he did. Pushing a guy through the end zone on a last play Hail Mary in a game, right? You don't see that typically. Or, fighting a defender, mid-play and just going through a pushing and almost punching match. These things you don't typically see. So it makes the story more believable. I mean, I want to believe. And it's, and that's where on the other side, it's kind of frustrating for me that the Steelers traded him. I mean, they got a decent return back, but it's frustrating that they traded him because now you don't have that talent here, but, was he actually that bad? Was he actually that bad behind the scenes? It's possible it is. But Russell Wilson's saying that he thinks George Pickens is misunderstood. Just has me thinking. It's just did you actually need to trade him then? I mean, if Russell Wilson had his issues too throughout the season, and he didn't come back to the Steelers for a reason, so maybe his perspective is null and void. It might not matter to you, but just hearing that, thinking, well, did Aaron Rodgers have a play in this? I mean, the Steelers are denying any moves being made by the influence of Aaron Rodgers. But if Mason Rudolph's going to be your starting quarterback, assuming Rodgers doesn't sign here, in this hypothetical, you're going to need a wide receiver like George Pickens to catch passes. Now, if you have a guy here like Aaron Rodgers, maybe Rodgers would not be fond of George Pickens, and the Steelers made a move. Again, they're going to deny that. They're saying they're not making any moves under the influence of what Aaron Rodgers is doing. But then again, everybody highly anticipates Rodgers is going to be here. Yet, we're getting into June now, and he's not under contract. There's been a whole draft. There's been free agency. It's all now gone. We're getting into June. OTAs are here. Camp's going to be here in a month. They don't have a quarterback. Not the quarterback that they think they're going to have. So just hearing about George Pickens and trading George Pickens and then hearing Russell Wilson say he's a misunderstood guy who strives for greatness, it just makes me think, just has me thinking this morning. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line that wants to talk now. So, good morning. What's your name?
Safety Bob.
All right, what's on your mind?
What you going over here this morning with that George Pickens and all that? Hey, be honest with you guys. I'm tired of hearing about George Pickens. He's long gone. He was a problem. We all know that. I mean, that's why they got rid of him, They did that with Claypool. Look what happened. He's going to make waves down in Dallas, I think. It's just a matter of time. And then, and I'm tired of Rodgers. Get a new topic. When he shows up, if he shows up. If not, let's ride this season with Rudolph. And then we get our quarterback next year in a draft pick when we have the draft here in Pittsburgh.
Can I ask you a question just real quick about Pickens? Because I know he's gone. That's the point. But do you trust the reporting that went out there after he got traded about his lack of preparedness and all the other stuff that they were reporting on him? My question is just why wouldn't you report that at the time? Now it just has me thinking, that's all.
No, I believe it because wasn't he late for the Christmas game? They said that.
Yeah, I mean, that was at the time, but, like, all the other stuff about, like, the locker room and all the players not liking him or whatever, like, there were so many more reports that came out after he got traded. And my question is, why didn't those reports come out, like, at the time, you know?
That I can't answer. Right. I can't answer that either, but I'm just saying, I think he was a bad case or whatever in the locker room. You know, I think that's Tomlin's fault a little bit, too. He's a little too lackadaisical with these guys. I think he wants to be a friend instead of a coach.
Perhaps. All right. Well, hey, thanks for the call. You have a good morning. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line as well. So that's more of the conversation because I get it. You know, the topics are tired. Pickens is a tired topic. You know, Aaron Rodgers is getting to be a tired topic. You know, everybody just wants him to sign, and he's not. So we're forced to talk about him at least 2 days a week because he's Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers may be able to have him on the team. My opinion here is more based on because people believe, like even that last caller believes that George Pickens was a problem mainly because of a lot of the reporting that happened after he got traded. That's what I believe. Because, you know, if you ask that question though, why weren't those reports released at the time that the accusations are being made? Then you start to question them a little bit. But the reports are so believable because you already had a pretty fixed opinion about George Pickens based on what you saw him do on the field, that report it feels like it makes sense. But I'm just here to say, think a little deeper. Like, why weren't those stories reported at the time? And I've got perhaps a crazy conspiracy theory in my head. I've got a conspiracy going on that makes me think, well, maybe the Steelers wanted some good PR out there. And so to justify the trade, because think about it, if those reports don't come out after the trade, aren't you feeling a little uneasy about the George Pickens trade? Because he is a talented receiver. But then you start hearing those reports and it makes the trade feel more justified. But think about that. And if those reports don't come out, what's your opinion of the trade? Because my immediate opinion was, why the heck would they do that? They just had two of the more dominant wide receivers in the league on the same team now that DK Metcalf's here. And all this conversation spawning from Russell Wilson saying that George Pickens is misunderstood and yearns for greatness. 412-928-9370. Do you have an opinion? You're welcome to say it on the airwaves by giving me a call, 412-928-9370. Let's chat. Got this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, what's up? This is Jerry from Malapupa.
All right, what's up?
Oh, not much, man. Just calling to say good morning. Tired of the Aaron Rodgers thing, of course, but, you know what I mean, there's nothing really else to talk about. And as far as George Pickens, man, I was sad to see him go, but, you know what I mean, it's just all the off-field, you know what I mean, antics and his attitude and everything else, you know what I mean, I say good riddance. Great player, but, man, it would have been nice to see him and Metcalf go at it on the same team, but I guess he's more of a headache than he is anything else, so I was all right with the trade, I guess.
What do you think about Wilson saying that, though? I mean, Wilson didn't have to say that. Wilson saying
I don't know. You know, that's coming from Mr. Availability. You know what I mean? Mr. Unlimited.
Hey.
But,
yeah.
You know, you got to take everything with a grain of salt. You never really know what comes out of these, you know, these camps and, you know, these locker rooms, so on and so forth. So he just didn't seem too happy here, which, I mean, technically, I guess I don't blame him. He really hasn't had that good of a quarterback, you know, ever tossing him the ball. So, you know, We'll see what he does. We'll see what he does over there with C.D. Lamb. So have a good morning, Harry.
You too. Thanks for the call. 412-928-9370. That is true. Perhaps we should take what Russell Wilson says with a grain of salt. I mean, that's a fair point. Fair point. All right, we got another caller on. 412-928-9370 is the phone line. Good morning. What is your name?
Tony in Plumboro.
Hello, Tony. What's up?
Hey, you know what? Okay, see how Pickens acted on the field, and he wasn't a good teammate and things like that. So he's showing that his true colors out so everybody can see. So behind closed doors, if he was a great wide receiver, why would the Steelers get rid of him? If he wasn't a problem in the locker room, and like he is a talented receiver, but he's just, acting childish. So if he was really that great and that good in the locker room, then they would have no reason to get rid of him. They would just have to get a good quarterback to throw to him. And I can understand where he's frustrated because of the quarterbacks, but I still think a lot of people act differently behind closed doors than what they do outside. So if he's acting that weird and that childish outside where everybody can see, what does he do behind closed doors? And the reason why nobody spoke up at the time was because then it's going to cause more animosity in the locker room and have fights or whatever. And then it will be even a worse situation.
Yeah, but
I just think,
if you're if you're not working for the Steelers and you're a reporter for like a newspaper, right, or like a radio station, like we do here, like we talk about, like, do you not have an obligation to fans to tell them what's going on at the time? That's my only point.
Yeah, but the reporters aren't allowed in the locker room anymore.
Well, some of them still are, and so there were. I mean, that's a. Yeah, but they are allowed in the locker. Some of them are still allowed in the locker rooms. They still talk, post game. They're not allowed in the locker rooms all the time. I know that.
Right.
I'm saying, like, there are reports coming out about, what he did after the fact. So why weren't these stories even circulated beforehand? Because at the Fan, like, we heard some stuff going on, but nobody believed us. Now all of a sudden, a bunch of newspapers are reporting that this stuff was going on after the fact, and we're just sitting here like, hey, we've been saying this to you guys for a while. Why is mainstream media now recognizing that after the fact? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I do, but that's also just like a husband and wife. I mean, a little bit of problems are there, and you see a little bit here and there through the years, but then once they break up, then you're like, oh, that's the reason why, because then the true stories really come out. Because then your true colors are shown, and you're telling everybody, hey, this is the reason why we broke up, because this and this and this happened. Same thing with why the Steelers and Pickens broke up, because he really was a trouble in the locker room, I think.
I hear you, and I gotta run, but that's a good conversation. Thank you for the call. Appreciate the questions. Appreciate the comments. Yeah, I mean, I still find it a bit suspicious, and it is believable. If I had a conspiracy theory to make, I would say that they traded Pickens because rumors out there, well, not even rumors, maybe they heard from Aaron Rodgers or Aaron Rodgers' camp that he would not work with George Pickens because of whatever attitude was perceived. So they traded him and then had a couple of their trusted media sources put out there that Pickens was a really big issue. And so that way fans would justify the trade more. That's my crazy conspiracy theory. I can't prove any of that, but I also know that we heard a lot of these stories here at the Fan, like I said, before they were reported, and people didn't really believe us, and nobody else was reporting on it. Then all of a sudden he gets traded, and everybody's comfortable to report on it. My stance is, if you're going to report on stories and on information, you do it at the time when you know. And we knew here, as just many other mainstream media outlets like newspapers, other radio stations, could have been talking about it, and they weren't. And we were. And that's why you listen to us, because we talk about this stuff. We talk about the tough stuff like that. But it just seemed like the Steelers are trying to control the PR too much in this situation. So that's my take on it, and that's all I'm saying. Like, report on stuff at the time. If you're not working directly for the team, report on the information. The fans deserve to know what's going on at any given time. That's why you're in the media, is to ask the tough questions and find the tough information so that fans can make the fans can have educated opinions. That's why you report. That's why you get into journalism. That's why you get into media, for that reason. 412-928-9370. I am long overdue for a break. My goodness. I'll be back for a very brief second segment coming up next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. You're listening to the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm
Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer confirmed that Micah Parsons was absent from this week's voluntary OTAs. Parsons is entering the final year of his rookie deal. The linebacker is set to earn $24 million guaranteed and is seeking a long-term extension. Parsons has recorded double-digit sacks in each of his first 4 seasons. If you think Travis Kelce is finished playing, you may want to listen to his quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, speaking today, said, "If this is his last ride, you'd never know. The way he's working, it doesn't seem like a guy who's tired of his job." Broncos quarterback Bo Nix said today that he's much more confident as he heads into his second NFL season. Nix thinks he's much further along than last season, adding that it helps a lot because he's now thinking about what the defense is doing, not what the offense is doing. And the Ravens signed their first-round pick, defensive back Malachi Starks, to a 4-year deal. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush off to a little bit of a rough start. This report brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. North Braddock, we have an accident on Route 30, Ardmore Boulevard, the 1000 block near Avenue B, so watch for some slowdowns there as crews are on the scene. Outbound Parkway East, crews setting up that lane restriction as you head past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange out toward Edgewood Swissvale as they continue to build that retaining wall. Meanwhile, they are closing the ramp once again from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. Summer's heating up, huh? Listen, Schultz Ford is there for you. So they got a lot going on. Employee pricing continues. That's through June 2nd. So be sure to get to Schultz Ford. You pay what every single person who works at Schultz Ford pays. That's what employee pricing is. That's fantastic. And how about this? An additional $1,000 towards KBB and also instant cash offer on your trade. You're going to roll in that car that you had. You're going to trade it up for a new one, and they're going to maximize the value in your trade. So that's fantastic. So Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, Schultz Ford Wheeling store is fantastic, and always online, schultzford.com. Customer service cannot be beat. Gigantic selection. So like I said, the weather's heating up. Now is the time to go ahead and get into something that you really, really love. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, Harmer, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford and Wheeling. Always online, schultzford.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour. This Friday night at Timber Rock Amphitheater. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys, riding an endless summer rave. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour, produced by Dresky Entertainment.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Nicholas Harry Callis here. I'm way out of time. Talked way too long in that first segment, so we're done. It's over. Fan Morning Show pre-show comes up next with Crowley and Doran right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join Pony and Muller at Piata in North Fayette on Friday, May 31st from 2 to 6. The PM team will be trying to fill the boot with money to go to volunteer fire departments. The guys will also have Fan 5-alarm T-shirts for sale. Make a donation of $20 or more, and you'll get a commemorative 2025 T-shirt. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich with tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Be a part of something new, exciting, and totally Pittsburgh. It's the inaugural Rockin' Regatta at Pittsburgh Brewing Company, June 7th and 8th. A brand new summer celebration packed with music, river racing, food, family fun, and more. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof.
Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit. Come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Fun Township, crews checking reports of an accident now. This is on Bull Creek Road at the ramp to southbound Route 28 at the Tarentum interchange. Watch for slowdowns there. Also, an earlier accident being cleared, 1000 block of Ardmore Boulevard in North Braddock Borough. That's near Avenue B. Parkway East, the lane restrictions in place between the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange and Edgewood Twistvale, and as well the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East also in effect. Everything expected to be lifted by 2 o'clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I'll take you behind the curtain real quick. I just made that noise because my headphones aren't working, but I thought that maybe the microphone wasn't on, so I did one of them tests that sounded like, oh. So apologies if that's how I started off your commute to work.
Are they still not working?
Yeah, I'm going to unplug them and plug them back in. Good morning, Doran. Happy Friday. How we doing, boys?
Doing great. Happy Friday. Nice little short week we had here. It makes a big difference. I can't wait for the weekend. How you doing, Callis?
Testing. Can you hear me, Crowley?
Yeah, I'll have to do a more thorough.
Hello, Crowley.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, you can hear me?
I can hear you. That's
so
why
you can hear I'm doing good.
That's why I said yes. I'm happy you're doing good. We're going to go hit baseballs in the batting cage today.
Are you actually going to go?
I'm going to go.
Yes.
He asked yesterday, and I couldn't. But both my kids have play dates.
What time are you guys going?
10:02.
How come you guys didn't ask me to go?
This would
want to come?
This would be it.
No, I don't want to come now.
It was
pity ass now.
No, it's not a pity ass, boy.
If it wasn't a pity ass, you would have asked me whenever you planned it.
I just walked in literally right before this and said, hey, do you want to go to the batting cages today? And he said, well, I got to go pick up my van. And then he came in here and started telling us depressing things and really got the show off on a wrong foot.
Yep.
Nobody needs to know.
I'm not gonna share your personal things, but you come in, you're like, well, this, and then that, and then this. All right, have a good show.
I'm just like sitting here, just like slumped, like, oh man.
Doran, I was waiting for him to come out of the bathroom yesterday, and if he would have come,
it's a weird sentence, man.
Because you went to the bathroom and I went outside, and you were poking me, Doran, as you were going to your car, which is fine. That's what you always do. It's fine. It's a game.
Were you physically poking him?
Yeah, I always physically poke him.
He was making me flinch. He was trying to come at me. He was looking. Anyway. So he went to his. He went to his truck, and so I was like, okay, Crowley's about to come out, and then I asked Crowley, and I was going to pivot to you, but then you were gone. So if he would have said yes, I probably would have texted you and been like, hey, come out. But
no, you wouldn't have.
Yes, I would have.
No, you wouldn't have.
I absolutely would have.
It's cool. No, you guys have fun. I hope you guys get some good swings in, and you both are going to need them because Crowley, you're probably going to play in the softball game, so you're going to need some swings in, and Callis, you have your baseball game coming up, so good for you guys.
I got to practice a knuckleball.
I'm happy for you guys. That's cool. That's good bonding. For a show. Whenever you have 2 out of the 3 people bond together and the third one gets left out, that's great bonding. That's great, teammates. No, that's how you win.
There were no plans. I just said, hey, how you feel about going to the batting cage today?
Why did you ask me?
You should have seen how he perked up.
Why
I was going to.
Why did you ask me first? I was talking to you first, and then you went in there and talked to him.
I have to learn from my past mistakes.
It was my idea in the first place, so I don't blame Crowley. And if you want me to be completely honest about everything, Doran, there is nobody I'd rather go to a batting cage than you.
Oh, nice.
Not even Crowley.
That's great.
Not even Crowley.
Now he's hurt my feelings.
Yep. Yep. It's cool. No, go ahead.
I'm still screwing around with my headphones over here.
What are we talking about on the pre-show today? No, it's cool. Yeah.
I have to learn from my past mistakes. Because my assumption was you would go, no, I'm not coming to this. I'm not going to come swing a bat with you 2 jabronis.
Oh, I also still need my catcher's gear back if you want to bring it
I'm keeping it.
next week.
It's mine.
I need it for the game.
It was a gift, Todd. It was a gift.
It was not a gift.
Memorial Day 2024 gift.
Remember Wedding Crashers? It was a gift, Todd.
It was a gift, Todd.
I need it
Great
for the
movie.
I need it for the game.
This headphone situation is really pissing me off.
Are you catching?
I might.
There we go.
You're not catching.
I need it just in case. Who knows?
Oh, is it going to rain today? People are saying we're not even going to be able to play. Doran, you want to come?
No. Don't ask me to do anything ever again. Or not even again because you didn't before. So don't ever ask me to do anything.
So now the expectation is not to ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that'll make it easier.
That's
Yeah, I mean, it was the expectation before, too, because you just assumed that I didn't want to go.
And you know what they say about assuming? Right. Makes an ass out of you and me.
I honestly didn't think he'd consider it now that he is. I didn't. So if he didn't go and then you're already going back to South Viet, I'm not going to be like, hey, Doran, turn around.
Whatever. It's fine. Come on, let's move on.
You better not throw me a fastball.
I thought you were going in the cages. Oh, is he pitching to you?
He's going to pitch. He wants to try out his knuckleball.
It almost works.
What if he hits you?
That's why I don't want him throwing a fastball.
Like, he'd be smart to hit you. Like, that would be a way to get back at you for all the times that you guys go back and forth and argue. Like, he'd be like, oh, man, pitch, I got to get under control.
Do not listen. Do not listen to this man.
I'm just saying, like, if he really wanted to, that's a good way to get you without, like, actually getting you.
Yeah, my wife just texted me, and she said I can't go because I got stuff to do. Sorry, Harry.
Yeah, right.
Doran, you want to get breakfast or something?
No.
Hit up Pamela's or First Watch or something?
Nah. Good. I'm good.
I can't anyway. Got stuff going on.
Yeah.
I'm a really busy man. Popular guy.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking about in the shower? This is a weird one. You ready for this? Here we go. Remember you'd go to the nurse's office in school and you would see that chart? It was to scare you off from having sex. And it would be like a pyramid.
Yep.
It's one person at the top. And it's like if you have sex with one person, it's like having sex with 2 people. And if you have sex with 2 people, it's like having sex with 4 people. And they try to scare you, like, oh, you're going to get an STD. You just assume. If you've had sex with 10 people, assume that the person you're having sex with also has had sex with 10 people. And I always remember just sitting there being like, well, then I'm just going to have sex with 10 people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would rather, don't tell me having sex with one person is like having sex with 2. I'm just going to want to have sex with the 2.
Right.
I don't know why this came to me in the shower today, but it's what I was thinking about.
Bonnie Blue.
What's up with her?
I don't know. I don't know. It's wild. Wild.
Is she the most famous porn star on planet Earth?
Right now.
Was it 1,000 guys in a day?
I think something like that, yeah.
The math ain't math in there.
No.
There's not enough time for that. There just simply isn't.
No.
There's no way that you can make that efficient enough. Because you're going to have the people who are going to be quick.
Right.
But then there's going to be people that aren't going to be quick.
Right, yeah. Like, do you have a conversation with everybody? Like, what's going on? Like, are you talking and you're asking, like, what they do for a living? Like, are you just
right in.
Just
in and out.
We're just doing this because it's a job and we needed to get it done.
I'm guessing you have to sign a waiver.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there are other questions involved.
I'm sure.
I mean, I'm sure that there's an STD kind of element to it. I'm wondering also if you fill out, well, average duration.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And then you sort of space it out that way.
Endowment.
Right.
Just so you know what to expect.
Wow, that's a great point.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
All right, you gotta it's like run down on the kickoff. You got to soul search. All right, got to get ready for this one.
I'm going to put this in football terms. So do you think that they'd have the slot receivers? You go 5 or 6 slot receivers, and then you got your big outside guy, your 6'4" X. So you go slots. Phrasing, maybe. You go with your inside guy.
All right. Smaller receivers.
You go with the smaller receiver, 5 or 6 of them in a row. Bam, slip in a DK Metcalf.
Yes.
And then just kind of vary it that way.
Yeah, and then go to a Troy Faltano.
I'm sure there are ground rules.
And then throw in a Boswell. Mix it up. Mix it in. Take a break.
Mix in a Boswell.
Take a little break.
How did we get on this?
I don't know. Bonnie Blue, you said the chart.
I blame myself.
Having sex with a bunch of people.
I blame myself.
Yeah.
I had a dream last night about Ken Carman, who hosts the morning show in Cleveland. We were hanging out and staying at an Airbnb overseas. It was a British guy. And we were drinking beers in his garage. And I was having the time of my life. I wish I never woke up. Just hanging out with Ken Carman. Anthony Lima was there. And I was like, Anthony, I follow you on Twitter. You don't follow me. And he said, yeah, I don't think you're very good.
Wow.
Which I think is probably true because he's one of them Syracuse guys.
Is he?
Yeah. And we know how they feel.
Yeah, they look
about
down on
themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
High and mighty.
Mm-hmm. Newhouse School of Journalism. But so I was hanging out with Ken Carman. I'd like him to get involved with the Fan 5 alarm.
He probably would. He's a good guy.
He is.
Really good guy. I've never met him in person, but from what people have told me, he's a good guy.
Well, he's reached out.
Yeah.
He texted me for me to tell you how good he thought you were.
That's nice.
Yeah. And I was like, thanks, Ken.
I'd like to do a crossover with them if we ever could.
I know. You've been on that for a while. I think that'd be awesome.
Us go there, or them come here, and we just, I don't know how it would work, do the technical stuff, but they could figure it out. So we're brothers and sisters of the station of Odyssey. So I'm sure they could figure something out. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Steelers, Browns,
yeah.
Kenny Pickett.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
Why would we do that?
That'd be a blast.
Or both on video.
Yes.
Just do a big video thing.
Flip-flop. Just simulcast it.
Right.
We talk to them on their station. They talk to us on our station. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
We'd love to get their opinion on such things as Bonnie Blue and how that all works out. Texter. 1,000 guys in one day, so it's like hooking up with 3,000 people, or is it 30,000? I can't. The math.
Probably 30.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably 30,000 people.
Yeah. What do they call that? What's the math term for that? Someone will let us know. 412-928-9370. I'm asking the wrong crew.
A factorial.
That
is it?
Is it?
That'd be big.
It's whenever you multiply your highest number by all the numbers before it.
Oh,
is he right?
My
good job.
God.
Good job.
You're coming off the top rope. Phrasing.
That's really good.
Do you know who Bonnie Blue is?
Yes.
Who's the, there's another one. They're they look exactly the same.
Yeah, the younger Bonnie
Lily
Blue.
Phillips.
That's the one. Yeah, I love how you pretended not to know her name right away.
I forgot.
Bonnie Blue, man, is only
She's not older than us.
No, she's 26 years old.
What?
I know.
What's Lily Phillips?
I would have thought, for sure. I should not be Googling these women on this computer at work. Lily Phillips is 23, and Bonnie Blue is 26.
Okay.
You could have told me Bonnie Blue was 40.
I thought she was 35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's been through it. She's been through it.
Quick.
Yeah.
Quick.
That'll age you, I think. Obviously, they're making some significant money off of this.
Yeah.
I saw another one. It popped into my For You tab. I'm not sure how it got there. We really got to do some detective work to figure this out. I forget this woman's name, or at least I'll pretend to. $72 million she's made on OnlyFans?
Yeah.
$72 million.
Yep. And it's pretty legit, too.
$72 million, Doran.
It's crazy.
72. Are you kidding me? He's making more than Mitch Keller.
Yeah.
Like, Paul Skeen's going to have to pitch 5 years in Major League Baseball to make this kind of money. And she's just being all nasty on camera.
Yep.
And from what I understand, perhaps I haven't done research, but from what I understand, it's not even, you know, the whole kit and caboodle.
Is it? It's not.
It's not.
Right, yeah, it's not. It's not even.
No, I think just
like
a little brief nudity
Yep.
every now and then.
Yep.
Texter, can we lay off the porn for a day or two? Crowley needs to come up for air out of the gutter.
We talked about porn this week?
We'll slip it in every now and
Whenever
again.
Tony the Golf King reaches out to us.
That's his fault. He's too funny for me not to read his texts. People are saying 1,000 factorial is infinitely higher than 30K. It's exponential is what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, around.
Texter, Adam dreaming of Ken Carmen while I'm dreaming of Bonnie Blue.
That's why I thought that was just hilarious, because we were talking about Bonnie Blue, and then it started from you in the shower waking up, but then we talk about you in the shower waking up thinking about charts whenever you're at the nurse's office, to Bonnie Blue, then to Ken Carmen that you had a dream of.
Don't you do your best thinking in the shower?
Yes.
Absolutely. There's something about it. I don't know what it is.
Therapeutic. The water, the sound, the heat, the comfort.
You're just there.
Yeah, you're zenning.
When you shower, when you get out of the shower, are you red?
Do you think that I'm red? Red?
When my wife gets out of the shower.
No, wait.
She's
Do you
beat
think
red.
that I could turn red?
What?
How would I? You think I could turn red? Honestly. Am I red?
What a question.
Are you red?
What happens if you're
like? Do
you
think I'm like? Did you forget? Like, you thought you were talking to Mueller? Do I turn red?
All right, I'll ask it a different way. How hot do you like the shower?
Do I turn red? You turn red? No, I can't. I literally can't. Like,
you go full blast, hot as it gets?
No.
My wife does. She gets out of the shower. She is beat, stankin' red. Too hot, like borderline burning herself.
That's too much. I want to be comfortable.
Me too.
Like, I don't want to, like, if I'm like cold and it's cold out and I need to like warm up.
Now you're cranking it.
Yeah, I'm cranking it. Till I turn red. Red. Do you really think that, honestly, physically, like,
what, you don't get flushed?
You don't think you think I turn red?
How? I thought if you got if the hot water was on you, that you would get red.
I think
Yes,
it's based off of complexion how you turn red.
I guess so. I had never really thought about it.
I can't get tan.
We're learning all kind of stuff today. We're learning about exponentials.
No, you're learning about that.
Yeah.
I think the common person could figure that one out, that Doran ain't going to turn red.
Okay, so let's say you got piping hot water blasting on your chest, as hot as the shower can go. Well, you walk out looking the same as you did when you walked in?
No, his complexion may change,
Yeah, my
right?
complexion probably changes.
But not, it might not turn the color red.
Red.
Because it's
Red.
Well, you don't know anyway. You can't see.
Well, I know I'm not going to be red. I'm not like walking out like Mr. Kool-Aid, like. Red. So you think that if I lay in the sun all day, I'm going to get tan? That's basically the same question, in my opinion. Do you get tan?
Why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me what happens?
I get darker.
Okay.
I don't get red.
That would have been my guess. I wasn't comfortable guessing that.
Why?
A texter makes a good point here. I don't know if I want to read it.
You have to now.
Lobsters are brown and they turn red when they're cooked. It's a pretty good point.
That is a good point, but they also are
not
mollusks,
humans.
maybe?
They are. Doran, they are 1,000% mollusks.
They're mollusks. Yeah, I'm not a mollusk. I'm a human.
I went on vacation with the in-laws a couple of years ago, and they got all the crabs, and they got some lobster, and they made them fresh, right? Which means you just plop their asses in the boiling water. I couldn't watch it. I sat out back on a hammock and drank whiskey, which, I think that's always a good move.
Don't they scream?
I don't know, man. I didn't want to do it.
Yeah, they kind of yell a little bit Yep.
Bad way to go.
Yeah, there's worse. I guess.
My wife told me the last one was trying to
get out.
Yeah, because he had seen what happened to all of his friends.
Yeah, it's tough.
That is a tough look.
That's tough.
Tasted delicious.
Yeah.
Just as good as it gets when you get the fresh lobster and a fresh crab.
Think about if you're a crab and what we actually do with you, and not just torture you. We eat you.
We're gonna boil you alive,
cannibalize you,
and then we're gonna take off your shell and we're gonna eat you bit by bit.
Yeah, watching that would be worse than actually your friends in the boiling water, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess that wouldn't be cannibalized, because cannibalize is eating
yourself. Yeah.
Yourself.
Or you're saying, in the Andes Mountains.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, we just eat you.
I don't think I could bring myself to that either. Eating a deceased human.
Why are lobsters the only ones we do that for? You don't go to a...
Can you please let me finish my thought there? I don't want that to be the last thing I say on the pre-show. I couldn't bring myself to eat a deceased human. Should be obvious for anybody. But in that situation, your plane goes down in the Andes Mountains, and there are people who have passed away, and you're trying to survive. I'm just dying. I'm out. It's over. I can't eat Jimmy.
No.
I can't
I
do
probably
it.
can't. No.
Yeah, it's one of the weirder ones. This was one of the weirder ones.
Mm-hmm. What were you about to say?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it weird, though, that that's the only animal you do that for? You don't go to a hamburger place and just there's cows outside.
And you do it yourself.
We're just watching the live lobsters. Oh, look at the fish. Look at the lobsters. No,
you know what, dude?
Right.
That's such a great point.
Right. Chickens, you don't just go, cook them. Yeah. We have something against the sea.
You don't go to this outstanding steakhouse and they walk the cows through and you're like, which one do you want? And then they take care of it. No. All right, good talk. In 30 seconds, Doran, significant player watch is back on for the Steelers. Time is a flat circle, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Short work week for most peeps, and the weather's starting to turn. Last weekend was supposed to be the unofficial start of summer. I think we're getting there maybe this weekend. Buccos in action tonight. We're going to talk to Noah Hiles at 8:35. What a nice man, Doran, because it's 5:35 his time. And he made sure to mention that when I texted him yesterday, but he's going to power through.
Nice.
He's going to do it.
Nice.
We have Pat Narduzi, special guest, joining us today at 7. The game times of the first 3 pit games have been announced, including the Backyard Brawl. I noticed on social media, Doran, that for the first 2 games, it said August 30th, September 6th. And then for the Backyard Brawl, it just said 9-13, 2025.
Yep.
And I would like to say to the Pitt football social media team,
good job.
Good troll job. Quality troll job. Yeah. We got Jason Mackey from 9 o'clock until 10. It's going to be a banger of a show. And we start off with significant player watch. Jordan Schultz. Fox, right? And all over the place. NFL Insider. He wrote yesterday the Steelers have had preliminary conversations with multiple teams about potentially adding another playmaker on offense to complement DK Metcalf, per multiple sources. I'm going to stop it right there. Really? Was one of them Chris Olave? Remember someone reporting that a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, Pittsburgh is believed to be motivated to get a deal done at some point, though there's still plenty of time before the season. The Steelers could have up to 12 picks in the 2026 NFL Draft. We knew this, but now it's out there with a big-time NFL insider. Well, now the biggest NFL insider. He tweets, Adam Schefter. The Dolphins have had trade discussions with the Pittsburgh Steelers about their lone Pro Bowl selection last season, tight end Jonnu Smith, per league sources. So the Steelers are poking around. I think you could get Jonnu Smith and still get a wide receiver. But let's say you only got Jonnu Smith. This is anecdotal, but just poking around on social media yesterday, I feel like most Steelers fans were against this. And I don't get it. Now, you're a tight end guy, big-time tight end guy. We talked about Jonnu Smith last year being someone we thought would have fit because of the Arthur Smith connection. Why would people not want Jonnu Smith? He had 884 yards last year and 8 touchdowns. Jonnu Smith had 16 fewer yards than George Pickens, but had like 30 more receptions, and he had 5 more touchdowns. I don't care if you're a wide receiver. I don't care if you're a tight end. I don't care what you call him. You're a playmaker. That's a Pro Bowler. I want that guy. Doran, your thoughts?
Well, this situation makes me upset because last year I thought it was a for sure thing that they would get Jonnu Smith. I know Arthur Smith obviously loves tight ends and loves move tight ends, athletic tight ends. And Jonnu Smith was a free agent, and I don't think he cost that much whenever he did sign with the Dolphins. I thought the Steelers were just going to pick him up. Now you're going to give up an asset to trade for him if this goes through. So now, last year, you could have just paid him a little bit of money and had him on the roster, and he probably would have produced. I don't know if he'd have produced at this level because the Dolphins' offense is way different.
Sure.
But he still would have produced last year, and now you're going to go try to get him, but you're going to have to give up some capital for him that you could use for something else in next year's draft. But you got to look at it like this. Like, he's a weapon. He's a weapon. Like, he's not your traditional tight end. Like, he's like myself, really. Like, we're exactly almost the same size. He's a flex tight end that can move around, do different things. He's a gadget player. He can run the football, too. He has done very, very well with Arthur Smith in both stops with Arthur Smith, the Titans and the Falcons. Look, if you envision Jonnu Smith and say that he has, close to the production he had last year with DK Metcalf and Pat Freiermuth.
Exactly.
Like, you're controlling the middle of the field, and then you have DK Metcalf controlling the outside, and then your run game does open up. Like, this guy can block too. You still have Darnell Washington if you want to go heavy and run the football. Those are 3 top-of-the-line tight ends in the NFL. I'm not saying they're the best, but they're top-of-the-line tight ends. They're going to have 3 of them with their skill set and what they do. Darnell Washington can block his ass off. Like, he's the best in the NFL at doing that. Then you got Pat, who's your big, all-around tight end. And Jonnu Smith can just do all kinds of different things. I think it would be a huge component to this offense, and a guy that knows the offense. He wouldn't need OTAs.
That's right.
He could come in and he already knows what's going on. So he's a weapon. He's not just a tight end. He's a receiver, tight end, running back, everything, and he still has a lot of tread left on his tire. So and that doesn't hold you back from getting a number 2 receiver too, or number 3 receiver.
Well, that's my thing. Like, Jonnu Smith doesn't have to be the final piece of the puzzle. You could still then go out and sign Amari Cooper.
Yep.
And I think that would then be the move. Because Amari Cooper is going to play on the outside. Keenan Allen's going to play on the inside. But you think about Jonnu Smith. If Jonnu Smith, seriously, man, had the numbers he had last year and was a slot receiver, people would be going nuts right now.
Right.
Oh, a slot receiver.
Even an outside receiver.
Right.
Even an outside, an X.
With 880 yards
and 8 touchdowns. 88 catches.
I will take you down memory lane. When the Penguins were at a crossroads with Jordan Staal, and the conversation was, man, Jordan Staal wants $6 million a year. Do you really want to pay a third-line center $6 million a year? And my talking point even then, they obviously wound up trading him, and he made $6 million a season with Carolina, and he's still there now. The talking point was, for me, I don't care if he's a third-line center. Is he good? Is he not? And isn't having Jordan Staal better than not having Jordan Staal?
Mm-hmm.
And it took a while before they could finally replace Jordan Staal with a legitimate third-line center. It took all the way until Nick Bonino. They tried it with Sutter. It didn't work out. Now I'm digressing. I don't care if you're a third-line center or a second-line right wing or your first-line left wing. You need that to win. This offense needs another playmaker. The word used is weapon. I don't care if he's got T-E next to his name or he's a slot or he's an X or is it doesn't matter to me. You need a guy who can catch the football and score touchdowns. And if Jonnu Smith is available, you try to get him. Also, the Steelers used 3 tight ends more than any team in football last year, 15% of the time. And you think about the production that Jonnu Smith had with Arthur Smith in Atlanta, the final season of Arthur Smith there, you had 2 good tight ends. Jonnu Smith was your number 2 tight end.
Mm-hmm.
He had nearly 600 yards.
Yep.
People on Twitter yesterday were saying, the Steelers didn't feature the middle of the field last year. Yeah, that's because the quarterbacks didn't want to do it. Arthur Smith damn well did. And I saw Pony put out, this would tell me that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to be here. This is an Arthur Smith move. I don't think...
That has no connection.
I agree. Because Aaron Rodgers does target the middle of the field. Russ never did, even when he was in his heyday. Justin Fields didn't last year, never did. Just not his skill set. Aaron Rodgers is going to throw the ball all over the place.
Yep.
So I think this actually, if anything, would mean that they're trying to get a playmaker for Aaron Rodgers.
Absolutely.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
412-928-9370.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and obviously they signed Darnold Parham in the offseason, so, I mean, this would leave Connor Hayward as the odd man out at the end of the day, but, it's football, it's a business, but I think that the more playmakers and bigger bodies that you can get, that's the brand of football the Steelers and Arthur Smith wants to play. I mean, Parham's, 6'8", 6'7", Darnell Washington, 6'8", 6'7", Pat Fry, 6'5", 6'6", and Jonnu Smith, 6'3", that can, he can run on safeties, he can play that inside slot receiver if you need him to. That's the type of brand of football that they want to play. And then you have DK on the outside. That's a big lineup if you put it in front of a defense. And guys that can do multiple things. Like this, to me, if they get Jonnu, I feel like that they're in a way better spot than they are right now. Way better.
I agree 100%. 100%. The Steelers, or I should phrase it this way, Steelers fans would be building a statue of a guy if they scored 8 touchdowns with the team last year.
Right.
Everyone was crying about George Pickens. I shouldn't say everyone, but a sizable chunk of the fan base. Oh, my God, George Pickens scored 3 touchdowns. Jonnu Smith scored 8. And they featured him prominently, fair enough. And, yeah, it is a different offense, fair enough. Arthur Smith wants to play tight end more than anybody. And I just don't want to get hung up in trying to delineate the title of the position these guys are playing.
Right.
If you've got DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith on the field, and Roman Wilson, you're in a much better place than you are if it's Parham and you're trying to throw the football.
Mm-hmm.
Parham. Or if it's Darnell Washington, and God bless those guys. Those are good football players.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's a good football player. He's not a great receiving threat. They need to use him more in the red zone. But if you've got Jonnu Smith out there and Pat Freiermuth and DK Metcalf, that's tough on a defense.
Yes.
So we're all for it. Are you? 412-928-9370. That's the number to call. Here's a text. You just paid Pat Freiermuth. You haven't used Washington correctly. Sure, another tight end will work. I thought eventually it did work out last year with Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
When the Steelers' offense was really cooking, he was touching the football a significant amount. I'm not saying he was the straw that stirred the drink.
How is he not used correctly?
I totally disagree with that.
I mean, he's a blocking tight end. We go back and watch every game and see whenever they ran the football and needed to get a couple yards, like he was in there doing his job, which is blocking. Now, in the passing game, maybe they could have used him more, but he was used exactly how he was supposed to be used. In the flat, every once in a while.
That's what I was going to say.
Blocking.
How many times when the Steelers were stymied running the football, would they say, to hell with it, so run a little play-action boot and get the ball to Darnell Washington? It's a free 7 yards. Like, imagine being a slot corner, and now I'm trying to tackle that guy. It's free 7 yards. So I think they utilized him appropriately. People think that he, because of his size, and that he could be Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah, nah.
That's not what he is. I think they used him appropriately. And I think people are underselling just how little Russell Wilson and Justin Fields wanted to throw the ball in the middle of the field. 412-928-9370. Do you want Jonnu Smith? Simple question. Let's get your thoughts on it. Open phones until 7 o'clock when Pat Narduzi will be our guest. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates and San Diego Padres play tonight at 9:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. It'll be the first game of 3 in the series that'll last through the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Grellick.
Oh, thank you, Callis. It's the weekend. We're moving into June, and that means you need beer. Or maybe you need seltzers. It's party time. You know the place to go for all your beer needs is Hampton Beer Outlet, but they also have High Noons and Surfsides and all your favorite seltzers and cocktails. And this weekend only, they have White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans for only $29.99. That's like $5 or $10 cheaper than you're going to find anyplace else. Perfect for your parties, something for everyone. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet for White Claw variety packs at only $29.99 all weekend. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Game 5 of the NBA Eastern Conference Finals was a wire-to-wire Knicks victory. Team Thibodeau played a consistent swarming defense, slowed down the Pacers, fought the tempo, and took their nemesis, Tyrese Halliburton, out of the game. Jalen Brunson led New York's 17-point win with 32 points. This sets up now a Saturday night Game 6 in Indianapolis. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Attention retirement savers. A top U.S. bank predicts a 2025 recession as tariffs rattle markets. According to reports, 2025 recession risk just increased significantly. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to award-winning precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver for qualified accounts. Call 855-969-GOLD. Find out how you can help diversify your savings. Tax and penalty-free today. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, we're back at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with Taylor Fournier.
Bob, in this world of conglomerate dealership chains, we see ourselves more like the family diner. So we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers.
And that's why you remain Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram lease leader.
Look, We all buy them for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' best price in less time, all the time.
Tell us about your Employee Pricing Plus event going on right now.
You buy it for what we buy it for. If you need a new or certified pre-owned CJDR vehicle, bring us your competitor's best price, and we're going to beat it.
Get 2 foreign ears, Three Rivers, Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit JeepUpPittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Book us. JunkTruck.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. Just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit.
Rain today, the high 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of accidents being cleared, one on inbound Route 28 between the Tarentum and Russellton Creighton interchanges. It had been in the final stages of clearing, but still some heavy traffic there. Also in the final stages of clearing, an accident in North Braddock, 1000 block of Ardmore Boulevard, Route 30, that's near Avenue B. Parkway West, you're a little bit heavy past the Banksville Merge Point. Parkway East also heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound, you have that single lane restriction in effect between the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange and Edgewood Twistvale until 2 o'clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full-flavored. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got Pat Narduzi, Pitt football coach, coming up at 7 o'clock. And so I was just doing a little research, during the break. And I thought that the backyard brawl after this season was going to resume in 2028. I'm wrong. It's 2029.
Yeah, it's a little while.
We got to get Pat to fix that.
Which Pat?
Narduzi.
Okay.
Well, I was talking about Bostic.
Yeah.
Is Bostic involved in such matters?
I'm sure he's in the meetings.
Yeah. I don't think Narduzi would want this to end. I don't think Rich Rod would want this to end. Now, It's difficult, and I'm not looking at Pitt's future schedules, but, oh my God. Next year, West Virginia opens up against Alabama. What the hell are we doing?
There?
Morgantown.
Oh, wow.
Then 2027 at Alabama. We also play Virginia in Charlotte next year. With all due respect to Virginia, and I know that that's fun because there's a lot of West Virginia fans on the East Coast. With all due respect, like it's kind of a bowl-like atmosphere. They did it against Tennessee a few years ago. It was a blast. Would you rather play Virginia in Charlotte or Pitt at Acrisure?
Right.
What would the fans rather have?
Mm-hmm.
So make it happen. Figure it out. We also play UT Martin. Get UT Martin the hell out of there. At VMI the next year. Who needs it?
I have a strong feeling that they're going to get something done. I don't know why, but, I mean, obviously I'm not privy to anything, but I have a feeling that they know how much this game matters for both sides.
Yeah.
And that everybody wants to play it, and I feel like that they can get something done in the meantime. Why not? Like, who's going to vote against it?
Those two guys understand the rivalry.
Yeah.
Narduzi, obviously Rich Rod, they understand the rivalry. They know what it means to the fan bases. Regionality is so important. I think Neil Brown got it too. I'll tell you who doesn't give a rat's ass about any of that stuff is James Franklin. And that bums me out. And I don't feel like getting into it more because Penn State fans will clog my mentions and they'll try to ruin my weekend, and I don't want to deal with that.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to they have their eyes set on higher things than rivalries and playing, in their minds, the little brothers.
Right.
Like they feel like that they are a top-tier program, which, yeah, they are right now, and that they're worried about winning national championships and not playing Pitt or West Virginia.
They played us.
Right, they played. Okay, so they're not worried about playing Pitt because they are worried about their playoff runs.
I get it from their perspective. Nevada, though, is how they open their season. Everyone's got those kind of games.
Yeah.
Then they got FIU, then they got Villanova. You can't play one, seriously, you can't play one P5 school out of conference. That's what drives me nuts. Oh, the Big Ten's so tough. Yeah, okay, it is. You can also probably lose 3 games and still get into the playoff anymore because of the way that it's set up. And it might be even easier following this season for Big Ten teams to get in because they're probably going to have 4 automatic qualifiers. And your 4th team probably going to be 9-3. And I think strength of schedule is important. Like, okay, yeah, they play Oregon to kick off their conference schedule. Now I'm really digressing. I apologize. So you got Oregon. You got to go on the road to Iowa. You got to go on the road to Ohio State. This is Penn State's schedule. Every other game, they're going to be a sizable favorite in.
Huge.
You can't slip a Pitt in instead of a Villanova. Like, come on. Drives me nuts. Anyhow, I digress. Do you have anything to add?
No.
All right, Jonnu Smith, 412-928-9370. You want to see the Steelers bring him in? Doran and I are for it. Forget about the position he plays. He's a tight end. Yes, that is true. Consider him a weapon. Texter, Bob from Johnstown. I was against it because I knew we had depth at tight end, but your rationale actually makes sense and has changed my opinion. And positionless football.
Yeah.
He's going to line up in the slot an awful lot if you get him. Pat Freiermuth lines up in the slot all the time. And you've got 2 very good blocking tight ends on this roster. You strengthen your depth, but you're also getting a guy that's going to be a big-time red zone threat for you, who had 8 touchdowns last year, nearly 900 yards, had a bunch of catches, in an offense that is designed, we didn't see it last year, but is designed to attack the middle of the field.
Yes.
And here's another thing. A lot of what I've heard about Mason Rudolph is, let Mason start. Let him be QB1 for 17 games because he's a perfect fit for Arthur Smith's offense. Meanwhile, I feel like a lot of Steelers fans yesterday, oh, no, you can't get another tight end, you can't get a Jonnu Smith. Well, which is it? If you want Mason because he's a great fit for Arthur Smith's offense, you should want Jonnu Smith because he's also a great fit for Arthur Smith's offense.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can just envision. I mean, I know exactly if they get this done, like how they would roll out, and especially if they don't get another number 2, number 3 wide receiver. Like, I mean, their base personnel is going to be 12 personnel, which is 2 tight ends, 1 running back. But you make that number 2 receiver on the opposite side of DK Metcalf. You got DK Metcalf, Darnell Washington, that's in tight. You got Pat Fryermuth that's in tight or flexed, and then you have Jonnu Smith on the outside as the Z, but you motion him down. Like, he doesn't need to be stagnant on the outside. You motion him down and then let him work the crossing routes on the inside of the field and have Pat Fryermuth on safeties. Like, it's that simple sometimes whenever you have athletic players that are big bodies.
You're creating matchup problems.
Creating matchups every single time, and then you can run the football, too, out of it.
I know people are down on Arthur Smith because of last year. I think a lot of that had to do with Tomlin, and he's not going anywhere. And a lot of it had to do with the quarterbacks unwilling to throw the ball in the middle of the field. If you've got Rodgers, or even, frankly, if it's Mason Rudolph, you're going to see more of the offense that Arthur Smith wants to run. Now, you're not going to see, I don't think, Rodgers on the move a whole hell of a lot, and that's what Arthur wants to have as part of the offense. But just throwing the ball in the middle of the field, I think it's going to be opened up for them. And Arthur Smith runs a unique offense. Like, you don't have a lot of teams in the NFL running this. Mm-hmm. And if you've got a quarterback that can attack where Arthur wants to attack, I think it can be a much better offense this year. And I think one of the reasons why, maybe the biggest reason why, in fact, the biggest reason why his offenses in Atlanta weren't great is because he also had bad quarterback play there, too.
Yep.
When he had Tannehill, and yeah, he had Derrick Henry, it's kind of a big deal. But when he had Tannehill, he made Tannehill look like a damn superstar.
Yeah, he did.
And I know that Rodgers can't move the way that Tannehill did. I mean, Tannehill's a hell of an athlete, played wide receiver at A&M. But you get a quarterback that is willing to throw the ball where the offense is designed. I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised by Arthur Smith this year.
Well, you're also going to get the influence of Aaron Rodgers if he does come. Like,
Sure.
That's the difference between Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph. Like, Mason Rudolph is just running Arthur Smith's offense. Aaron Rodgers is running offense. And the way he thinks it can work, which you probably would side with. Because, you know, he's the structure of the offense is going to be Arthur Smith's, but it's going to be the creation of Aaron Rodgers.
Little meld in there.
And he knows exactly what to do.
They didn't do that with Russ, and a texter just brought up that same point. They clearly view Aaron Rodgers as a higher level player than they viewed Russell Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
They're waiting around for this guy, for God's sakes. I mean, Adam Schefter's quipping that they could wait until September 7th. So if you're going to wait around for this guy this long, the next logical thought would be they're going to let him have say.
Yeah.
And
you have to, right?
You have to, because it doesn't make sense otherwise, man.
He's never been in an offense. I mean, maybe whenever he was early on with McCarthy, where he probably was like, yeah, I'm going to just run the offense. But other than that, like, he runs what he wants to run.
LaFleur talked about it in the Aaron Rodgers documentary, that after that first season, they sat down and they mixed some of the old McCarthy elements in with the LaFleur elements. You would do something similar here. But make no mistake, Aaron Rodgers has no problems throwing the ball over the middle of the field. Texter, we haven't used the middle of the field in 4 years. What makes you think they will now? Exactly that.
Because of Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, they didn't trust rookie Kenny.
Right.
They didn't trust Mitch Trubisky for good reason. And then the two quarterbacks last year just simply didn't like doing it. Maybe I'm naive, but that's how I view it. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jonnu Smith is the bigger name, but there was another report out there yesterday of the Steelers checking in on a wide receiver. We'll give you that guy who reported it. We'll react coming up next. Pat Narduzi at 7 o'clock right now. It's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Diego Padres start a series tonight. Game time's at 9:40 for tonight's game. It's a 3-game series in total. You can listen to tonight's game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 8:45. Jeff Hathorne has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Legion Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Have you heard of Piatta Italian street food? At Piatta, you can indulge in a bowl of creamy carbonara pasta or be healthy with a fresh tossed salad like their farmer's market with grilled salmon. Or roll up the delicious flavors of Italy in a Piatta, a wrap toasted to order and hand-rolled with fresh, authentic ingredients. With 4 Pittsburgh locations in Oakland, Northway, South Hills, and North Fayette, there's a Piatta near you. Piatta Italian street food. Better food fast.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Celebrate 20 years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club, a thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements, don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card over 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Pitt football coach Pat Narduzi going to be joining us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Someone texted in, aren't you worried about Jonnu Smith? Because he's had one great year in the NFL, and it was when he got away from Arthur Smith's system. No, I look at his 2023 season in Atlanta as his breakout year. I mean, he had 582 yards, 3 touchdowns, which isn't a huge number. But he was targeted 70 times with 50 catches. That's a quarterback issue to me.
Yeah. I mean, in 2020 with the Titans and Arthur Smith, I mean, he had 41 catches, 448 yards, and 8 touchdowns.
There you go. And he wasn't the primary weapon.
No.
But as a piece of it, in only 14 games, those are pretty good numbers.
I think A.J. Brown was receiver then, there, right?
Exactly. They had 2 good receivers, and he was a good tight end for them, but he was the third option. Fourth, if you include Derrick Henry,
right.
Which I would include him. But 8 touchdowns is nothing to scoff at. When I look at the Steelers' production last year from their pass catchers, Freiermuth had 7 touchdowns. Nobody else even came close. Pickens had 3. Calvin Austin had 4. Van Jefferson had 2. Nobody else then had more than 1. And you have an opportunity to acquire a guy that had 884 yards and 8 touchdowns, and it seems to me like more people are down on it than not. I just don't get it. Steelers have been linked to another wide receiver. Zachary Smith reports the Steelers have poked around on Bucs wide receiver Trey Palmer. That does nothing for me.
Nothing.
39 catches for 385 yards his first year in Tampa. Second year in Tampa, 12 catches for 172 yards. And we know how banged up they were last year at wide receiver. Like, this would have been an opportunity for him to make plays. He played in 15 games. You had Godwin blow out his ankle in a disgusting fashion. You had Evans get banged up. This guy plays 15 games, and all he could muster was 12 catches for 172 yards. This does absolutely nothing for me. This would just be a depth guy. And that, hey, there's value in that, fine. But they need a playmaker. And that's what Jonnu Smith is. That's what Amari Cooper could be. I would much rather pay $10 million, give up nothing to get Amari Cooper, than have to give up any draft pick, no offense, to Trey Palmer.
Right.
Now, he's fast.
Yeah, he's a Scotty Miller.
Yes. You don't need another Scotty Miller. You got Ben Skowronek.
Isn't Scotty Miller? He's
still here.
Right.
And listen, he's fine. Trey Palmer's fine. I almost called him Trey Parker. Is that the guy from South Park?
Yep.
Yeah. Trey Palmer's fine. He's an NFL player. Good for him. He had 7 first downs last year. Miss me on that. Because here's the thing with Jonnu Smith. Like, you would have to rework a deal for him. He's not, in my opinion, going to get high-end tight end money because he's had 3 good seasons, one arguably great season, which was last year. But I'm not even giving him, I don't think, Pat Freiermuth money.
No.
And then you could still go out. If Aaron Rodgers is only going to take $10 million, you could still go out and you could pay an Amari Cooper. It ain't that hard to figure out why you making a face.
No, I'm agreeing.
Okay, because I'm collecting football cards now.
No, it's good. Yeah, I'm agreeing. Financially, I mean, I wouldn't even think about financially. You're good.
You can lower the cap hit in all likelihood of TJ Watt this year, depending on how that contract looks moving forward.
Well, what do you think that you would have to give up to get Jonnu Smith, though?
That's a great question. He's only got 1 year left on his deal. I don't know. I don't know what you'd have to give up. I'm probably not giving up more than a 4th for him.
I was going to say, 5th.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's better. Do that. Give him a 5th. I mean, I'm guessing you'd have to sign him to the contract, be one of those sign and trade kind of deals. But I don't think he'd break the bank. I'm a little wary about the reporting on this Like, I do wonder if it's just Jonnu Smith's agent trying to get more out of the Miami Dolphins.
Well, I would be weary, too, if there wasn't a serious link to Arthur Smith.
I think that could be what they're using, though. Like, hey, look, it makes a ton
Arthur
of
Smith
sense.
wants him.
I totally agree with that.
So I think it's legitimate that the Steelers want him.
I think the Steelers have checked in.
Yeah.
I think it's out there because I'm guessing Jonnu Smith would want to stay in Miami. Doesn't mean he wouldn't want to come here as his second option. I think both things can be true.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to stay in Miami.
Yeah, I would too.
What's going on with Stephon Diggs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was on that boat?
I don't know who was on that. I thought he was dating Cardi B.
I thought she was on the boat.
I didn't see her, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she was hiding somewhere, but it didn't look like she was there. It looked like he was talking to a group of women and giving them some extracurriculars.
Yeah, I had only seen the initial video where you had 3 women just chatting with Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
I then saw the second video.
Is she there?
I can't tell.
Okay.
I don't know what.
Do you even know who Cardi B is?
I do, but I don't know what she looks like. I couldn't pick her out of a lineup, to be honest.
Okay.
All right, now I'm going to cross-reference my Google search. But the second video, he was slapping some tight ends, is what was going on there.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she probably wasn't there, unless she's down.
And then Mike Vrabel was asked, but he said, I'm aware of the video. Listen, T.J. Watt, he's got a newborn. DK Metcalf has a 2-month-old. Stephon Diggs, he's just doing what he would be doing at any other time of the year.
Hanging out.
He's just hanging. It's all voluntary.
Yep.
All right, 412-928-9370 if you have a strong opinion on Trey Palmer. We'll also give you some more Fan 5 Alarm information, like our lineup, what Doran and I will be up to next Thursday. First, it's it's 6:46. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. A reminder, Pat Narduzi at 7 right now. It's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Padres start a 3-game series tonight. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. Coverage on The Fan begins at 8:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for May is General Braddock's from Brewed Gentleman, a soft and balanced American IPA. The charity of the month is Irreverent Warriors.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East, the lane restrictions starting to affect your morning commute. Those outbound delays starting just before the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange into those lane restrictions through the tunnels and out toward Edgewood Swissvale. Don't forget that ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East remains closed as well. It all should be lifted by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Inbound, you are jammed at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West in line near Parkway Center. And Route 28 slow past the Shaler Waterworks. Then again approaching East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receiving claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Going to be joined by Pat Narduzi coming up in the next segment. The 3 game times have been released to the first 3 games of the season. I said that poorly. You know what I'm talking about. Pitt football kicks off their season August 30th against Duquesne. Noon at the AC. September 6th against Central Michigan. Noon at the AC. Then 3:30 on September 13th on ESPN. I hope College Game Day is there. We'll get into that.
Yep.
Pat Narduzi going to join us to talk about all those things and much more. Fan 5-Alarm Marathon is a week from yesterday. Actually, we'll still be on the air doing 5-alarm stuff a week from right now. The average cost of gear for firefighters over $13,000. That's why we are hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteers who serve our community. You can donate right now. And I would advise you and ask for you please to do that at 937thefan.com, presented by Cintas, Southside Plumbing and Heating, Target Freight Management, and Glick Fire Equipment. You and me kick things off from 6 to 8, and then Starkey is going to be with me from 8 until 10 a.m. I'm excited about that.
Yes.
And then you and Donnie are going from noon until 2.
Yeah, we got a nice little schedule, too, we put together yesterday.
You guys have already planned?
Oh, yeah. Donnie hit me up right away. He was like, let's go. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we're going to book it out. It's going to be nice.
You have guests?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Can I guess one?
Yeah.
Fryermuth?
No.
What? I know Donnie and Fry are now cool.
Well, we
you and Fry are cool.
He has practice.
Oh. Does he have practice between 8 and 10? I mean, come on with me,
Yeah, he said
Patty.
he has practice, yeah. He can't do it at all.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's mini camp.
I don't know about 8 or 10, but I don't think he's going to want to do it if it was you. That's what he said. He calls you scrawly.
He loves me.
He says scrawly.
He might like me less. In fact, he probably does like me less than he likes you, than he likes Donnie, but he does like me. We tried to meet up before the West Virginia Penn State game last year.
Did you guys meet up?
No, he blew me off. You'll be on with Donnie and Jeff the following morning from 6 until 8, and then I'll be with Pony from 8 until 10:30 a.m. So looking forward to all that. And then I'm with Callis and Mulsey.
Oh, that'll be good.
From 6 until 7 p.m.
You going to let Callis run it?
Oh, we should let Callis be the point guard. We're going to play the name game. I did text
What's that?
Mulsey about that. That's where they play this on the PM show. I love it. I'm always enthralled by this, where they'll pick a random category. The producer will pick a random category. So they had Jolie Nelson run it, and they had Donnie in studio. Random category, and you just name a name until somebody can't get one right. So they did NBA MVPs, and they just go around in a circle until someone gets it wrong.
Okay.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to play that with Mulsey and Mr. Callis.
You know what? The PM team doesn't know that I didn't officially lose the election yet, and Mueller said that he would bring on my opponent as a surprise guest.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Wow.
Did you lose?
No.
You still haven't counted the second 2 provisional ballots?
Yep, the election is still unofficial.
For God's
Unreal.
sakes. All right, we've spent too much time in this segment because we got to get to Pat Narduzi. He's going to join us next. Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 66. Mario Lemieux, Alan Faneca, low of 54, 85% chance of rain. Pat Narduzi joins us next, Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. So much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes. Chasing the kids around, playing with the dog. You want to treat your home with respect, with the love it deserves. Trust me, don't hire some other company. Go with Zero Res. Don't risk it with the other guys. Don't do it yourself with your carpet cleaning. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online, a 4.9 Google rating, and see what all the Zero Res hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $129, and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday Morning Rush continues to be rough in spots. This report brought to you by the Washington Wild Things. Reports of an accident now in the city's Crafton Heights section, the intersection of Chartiers Avenue and Azalea Street. Meanwhile, Parkway West, that remains jammed right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East, you're stacked inbound just near Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass up through that tunnel entrance where you'll find those lane restrictions heading out toward Edgewood Swissvale, and the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East is closed as well. Expect heavier traffic on Penn, Forbes, and Braddock Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Second and goal at the one. He's in the gun. Hands it off. Plunge off the left side. That's a touchdown for Pitt and Garrett Davis to give the Panthers the lead with 32 seconds to go.
Listen to that jubilation.
It's great.
38-34, the final score of last year's backyard brawl. We now know the kickoff time for that game. It's 3:30 on September 13th. We know the kickoff time for the first two games of the season as well. Joining us to get into that and much more is Pat Narduzi, head coach of Pitt football. Good morning to you, Pat. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm doing outstanding. How about you guys?
I'm doing fantastic.
We're doing great. It sounds like you're not going to be hanging out with E.J. Borghetti as much anymore. We're burying a lead here. That was the biggest news that came out yesterday. E.J. moving on up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm really happy for him and his family. It's a great opportunity. He's worked, Pitt athletics and Pitt football for a long time. He did an unbelievable job, as you guys all know. And, we're sad to see him go, but I'm happy for him and his family, and we wish him all the luck.
Coach, the first three games of the kickoff times were announced yesterday, and Duquesne, you kick off the season. I'm so shocked that it's taken this long for Pitt to play Duquesne. I mean, we're neighbors, we're brothers, we're sisters, and I'm honestly excited to see Duquesne at Acrisure Stadium for the first time ever in my lifetime. But I'm so shocked that it took this long for this game to happen.
Yeah, well, I haven't been here that long, so I'm excited to play Duquesne. Jerry Schmidt is a great guy, tremendous football coach. They'll be really excited. We know that. I mean, you talk about Pittsburgh ball, bringing it all together, and so I'm excited about having a kind of a really front yard brawl, I guess, right, with Duquesne right here in Pittsburgh. So it should be a lot of fun. Heck of an opener at noon, and I'm looking forward to it.
Pat, I was talking with one of my good friends who's a Pitt fan, and he said, you got Holstein back, and you look around the country, how many quarterbacks are coming back for another year? I mean, do you think that gives you guys a leg up as you move into this season?
It's amazing you say that. I mean, it used to be the quarterback for your guy, and, Eli being a redshirt sophomore and being back, we're excited, obviously. But it's so sad that you have to kind of say that, quarterbacks don't return. They just transfer somewhere else. And but we're fired up for Eli now. Gosh, to have him back. People forget, I think he was just a freshman last year, getting his first start, and first year under his belt. So we'll be way better at that position and on offense. I think with another year of Cade Bell, running the show over there with the offensive staff, and Eli's an unbelievable player. We saw him make plays. He's like the magician in the pocket at times. So, I'm excited to see, version number 2 of Eli.
Coach, the last game of this series of the Backyard Brawl this year, and then it comes back, goes away, and then comes back in 2029. Do you have a relationship with Rich Rodriguez, who's now back at West Virginia? Have you guys crossed paths? Have you ever coached against each other?
Yeah. We get the 2 years off, which I think somehow, some way, maybe you guys can get this done today on the radio. Let's get it going again next year. I mean, there's got to be a way to move your schedule around, get rid of somebody. Let's put this game back on the schedule again. I'd love to get that done and not have a layoff for 2 years before we bring it back. But yeah, I know Coach Rodriguez pretty darn well. He was at Michigan when I was at Michigan State, so we obviously hit each other on the road and played each other up there, and actually played him when I was at Cincinnati. We played West Virginia. So I've known Rich Rod for a long time, and heck of a football coach. He's brought a lot of passion back there, into Morgantown, and I know they're excited, to get it going. And I know he'll be ready to go.
I know, at least I think, you both seem similar to me, Pat, that you're both old school guys coaching in the new modern version of college football. I think they're going to have like 80 new players on the roster this year, and I imagine that he's doing it through gritted teeth. And Doran and I were talking, I mean, do you ever get a day off anymore with the state of things?
Well, we try not to have 80 players, that are brand new, so that gives you at least 2 days off at some point during the year. But no, we get our days off. Trust me, we get our days off. As when the portal closes, opens up, all that stuff. It's crazy. But if you're organized like we are and detailed, you have time to breathe and really do the things you love to do. I mean, when you have time off, we want to coach football. We want to talk about the X and O's and strategize.
You talked to Kevin Stefanski last week, the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Obviously, Kenny Pickett is a quarterback on their roster this year. You talked to him just to kind of inform him what type of player he was getting. And do you think that Kenny's going to have a legit opportunity in Cleveland to really revitalize his career at quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about revitalizing. He hadn't been in the NFL that long. You know how long, Doran, it takes to really get your feet, solidified. I mean, he's going to a new offense up there with a new head coach, and but the thing that we all know about Kenny is, he grows every year. He'll be a year better up there. He's mature and he's a competitor. That's why he left Philadelphia. He didn't leave Philadelphia because they didn't want him. He left Philadelphia because he wanted an opportunity to start. and he's a risk taker, I would say, because he could have stayed in Philadelphia, won another Super Bowl probably. But that's not what he's worried about. Is putting a ring on his finger, and he wants to go play football, and that's what you got to love about him. The guy wants to get on the field and wants to help his team win, and Kenny's going to do great up there.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pat Narduzi, head football coach at the University of Pittsburgh, joining us here on the show. How are things going with Alan Green? Things have changed a lot at Pitt and everywhere, really, over the course of the last year. I wouldn't say you guys are in the infancy of your relationship any longer. How do you like working with this guy?
You know what? Really had a great time. I mean, he got here, about mid-season, so he hadn't been here a year. And you talk college football, you talk change. I mean, everything you've talked about is the change in this and change in that, and then we've also got that change in athletic director spots. But Alan's been outstanding. He's had that experience in the SEC. He's been at Auburn, been at Tennessee, and we're grateful to have him here in Pittsburgh for sure. I just think the vision that he's got, our Chancellor Gable's got, we're kind of moving in the same direction as what we need to do, and he's been outstanding. We had a big golf outing at Laurel Valley a couple weeks ago. He's out there. I think he shot 85. He's a lot better golfer than I am. Okay, I can tell you that. But he works at it. He gets the big picture, and he's got a vision, and he's got ideas for the future here at Pitt.
Coach, I wanted to ask you this last week whenever I saw you. How do you watch football whenever you're not coaching football? Like, it's different for everybody that has been involved in the game at one point. Like, do you sit back? Like, say you have a night kick on a Saturday. Will you sit back and, like, watch some other college games as a coach from a coach's perspective, or as just like, hey, I love football and I just want to watch it?
I love football and I want to watch it, but you have to watch it as a football coach. I mean, you're watching everything. I mean, it's just like I'm sitting in the press box as I watch a game. I'm looking at the formation, naming the formation, naming the backfield set, the splits, looking at coverages, looking at see what they're doing offensively or defensively. So I think it's hard not to watch it as a coach when you've been a coach. I think as a kid you watched it just to watch the game and see what the quarterback's going to do and who's going to throw it to or hit it off to. But you watch it as a coach, and it's not like it's work. It's still fun.
You think that's how I watch it, Doran?
Yeah, that was exactly what
that's
I was.
Right. I'm breaking down formations.
Yeah, you're breaking down splits and everything.
Nah, my feet are up. There's a cold beer in my hand.
Yep.
Pat Narduzi, our guest here on the Fan Morning Show. I did want to ask you one more brawl question. People are so excited. 3:30.
I was waiting for it to come. Adam. I was waiting.
A 3:30 kickoff.
A good one.
Well, I was going to say, I think you might find that the fans are a little less liquored up this time than last time. I think it was, a 6 p.m. kickoff whenever it got back to Morgantown. Yeah. But I just wanted your thoughts on how this rivalry, now that you played it 3 times as the head coach at Pitt, compares to other rivalries you've been a part of, Michigan State, any of the other ones.
Yeah, they'll definitely be probably less liquored up, probably less likely, to throw a full beer can at you on the field. Hopefully they'll still be interested in drinking it first, and maybe it's an empty one. But I tell you what, Adam, this rivalry goes, probably right at the top or near the top of rivalry games I've played in. And if the people in Pittsburgh have never been to the Backyard Brawl, it is one of the best, if not the best, in the country, in my opinion. And again, what makes a great rivalry? There's a lot of hate in this rivalry. I've been around a lot of rivalries, but the hate that West Virginia has for Pitt, the disrespect, to me, that makes a rivalry. Sometimes it's not clean. I know there's a lot of Pitt fans that don't want to travel down to Morgantown, because of that, but it's right up there at the top. I mean, I was in the Michigan State rivalry for 8 years prior to coming here, and that Penn State, Pitt one, which we still trying to figure out why we don't play that game still, but we should be playing West Virginia and Penn State every single year, and I'll go on record as saying I'm ready to go right now. Let's line it up, especially in these 2 extra years we have here where we're not playing anybody. So it's a big time rivalry for sure, Adam.
What are you smiling for, Doran?
I'm just kind of pondering why that Penn State doesn't want to play Pitt, right now. I can't figure out a reason why.
I can't either. I just looked at their schedule the next 2 years. They got plenty of space. Plenty of space. Does Penn State. All right, Pat. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you so much, and hopefully we can catch up a time or two here on the show before the season kicks off.
You got it. Thanks for having me on, and have a great weekend.
You too.
Have a pit.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Pat Narduzi. He always finds a way to get that one in there.
I think he was like kind of like biting his lip a little bit about that, chiming in.
Well,
the last comment.
That's why you and I mean, we did the journalist thing there.
Yeah.
We kind of give it half a sec, see if he's going to say anything else. I respect the hell out of Pat Narduzi because he goes on record and says, yeah, let's play the Backyard Brawl again next year. And let's play it the year after. And then at the end, he throws, we could play Penn State and West Virginia.
Yeah.
And I love it. I know West Virginia feels the same about Pitt.
Mm-hmm.
Penn State obviously does not. Penn State next year plays, well, let's do it this way. Penn State this year plays Nevada, FIU, and Villanova. Scooch one of them out, play Pitt. Next year, they play Marshall, Temple, and Buffalo.
Wow.
The next year, Syracuse, Delaware, Temple, then Ball State, Syracuse, UMass. Get the hell out of here.
What are we doing?
Get the hell out of here. And I'm just going to throw this out here right now. I know there's all this SEC, Big Ten jockeying right now. We need the automatic bids. The SEC is a much better football conference than the Big Ten. Now, I realize the Big Ten has won the last two national championships. I get that. But from a depth perspective, the SEC, for my money, a much deeper conference. Penn State last year played 2 games that really friggin' tested them. Seriously. I know they had trouble with Minnesota, but you go to Ohio State, you get Oregon in the Big Ten championship game. Other than that, they're a demonstrative favorite in every other game they play. You can make room for a regional rival at a time where regional rivalries are going by the wayside all throughout college football. And I don't want to hear the Penn State fans don't care. You're playing Temple. You're playing Buffalo.
UMass.
You're playing Marshall. You're playing Delaware. You're playing Syracuse. You think friggin' Penn State fans want to watch Syracuse come to Beaver Stadium? No. And they'll tell us, oh, we're going to sell it. Now I'm on my soapbox. They'll tell us they're going to sell out no matter what. When West Virginia went down there 3 years ago now, it was one of the top 5 biggest crowds they've ever had at Beaver Stadium. Why? Regionality. All right, more reaction to what Pat Narduzi had to say coming up next. I wanted to ask him about Desmond Reed, too. I mean, Desmond Reed coming back's a big deal.
Yeah, one of the most electrifying players in college football.
It would not shock me. I'll give a Desmond Reed prediction coming up next.
Okay.
But I want to react to some of what Pat Narduzi had to say, and we can take a guess at whether or not College Game Day will be there next year for the Backyard Brawl. That's on the way coming up next. More Steeler stuff at the bottom of the hour. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Diego Padres start a 3-game series tonight. Game time's at 9:40. Coverage on the Fan. You could listen to begins at 8:45 of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, hosted by Jeff Hathorn. More fan headlines. Go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Mac.bid, bid, win, save. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at Mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Buyers Club rewards are here. Bid, win, earn. Earn points whether you're placing bids, winning auctions, referring friends, or even just browsing and participating. Then cash in your points for MacBucks or towards your membership. See more details at mac.bid/rewards. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit the website at mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. He's hardly the first to predict that baseball is headed for a lockout after the collective bargaining agreement expires following next season. A former Marlins president, David Sampson, says he guarantees that a lockout is coming. Why? Because he says the owners can't agree about what they want in a new CBA. So a lockout buys them time, and it does really truly seem inevitable. I'm Boomer Esiason.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatments can exceed $400,000, and families often face losing their homes and life savings just to pay the bill. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to significant compensation to help the cost involved with the treatment. Mesothelioma is caused by exposure to asbestos, and companies knew the risk, but you shouldn't have to bear the costs alone. The law firm of Flint Cooper has helped victims and their families secure financial support they're entitled to. Call Flint Cooper now because time is running out for you to file a claim. Call 800-606-8169 for a free consultation. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma and don't have legal representation, call Flint Cooper now at 800-606-8169. That's 800-606-8169. Call now, 800-606-8169.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know. But I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof. So I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Grafton Heights section of the city, an earlier accident tying up the intersection of Chartiers Avenue and Azalea Street. Meanwhile, the lane restrictions on the outbound Parkway East now causing some very heavy delays. You're jammed approaching the Greenfield Bridge overpass up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels, hitting those lane restrictions. They remain in place until 2 o'clock, and that ramp also from Beechwood Boulevard is also affecting your commute. Heading on to the outbound Parkway East, you can use Forbes, Braddock, or Penn Avenues as alternates around that. Inbound delays right around Edgewood, Twistvale. Route 28 is up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's a Friday on May 30th. So what better time than now to talk about college football? We can get in all the Steelers OTA stuff, and we'll talk to Chris Carter at the top of the hour, Buccos, and Noah Hiles at 8:35. Mackey's going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. But let's react to some of the stuff Narduzi told us in the last segment. I put it out there on Twitter. Narduzi wants to play West Virginia every year, wants to play Penn State every year. And then we talked about it, and I went on a diatribe at the end of last segment. Well, here's a text. Pitt is no different than Syracuse, no different than Temple. Stop acting like Pitt is Alabama. So I looked at the top 25 attendances in the history of Beaver Stadium. Every single game in the top 25, a conference game. Except, this is weird. This is strange. Sixth highest attendance was West Virginia, a regional team. 24th highest attendance was against Pitt, 2019. Not seeing any other non-conference opponents on there. It's all the Nebraskas and the Michigans and the Iowas and the Ohio States. That's weird to me.
Yeah, very weird.
Because they've had Auburn in there, haven't they? Didn't they have Auburn in there? I think they had Auburn in there. Why didn't they get more people in there for Auburn than Pitt? Oh, it's because Penn State fans care.
Right.
They just like to pretend like they don't because they want to thumb their nose at Pitt. And I'm not even a Pitt guy, but I see it from the outside. Oh, it's just like Syracuse. Okay. All right. Let's see if Syracuse gets as many people in there as the Pitt and West Virginia games did.
Yeah, it comes down
That's
to...
That's facts right there.
It's facts. I mean, it honestly, whether, you want to think something, is not in front of your face or you do. And there's some Penn State people who will say that this is a fact. The fact is that Pitt is a thorn at times in Penn State's side whenever Penn State has higher sights of what they want to do that season and what they can possibly do that season. They know that Pitt could come in here, and if they were or go to Beaver Stadium or come to Pittsburgh, and if they play that game and Pitt beats them, that could ruin their season, whether it's the second game of the year or the last game of the year. It could ruin their season of what they want to accomplish that year. That's what it is.
Penn State fans always like to say, you go back to when Penn State won the conference but with 2 losses and they were left out of the playoff. Penn State fans say, well, it wasn't because we lost to Pitt. It's because we got blown out by Michigan. No, you had beat Pitt and had 1 loss to Michigan, and you win the Big Ten. I think they're in the college football playoff. Pitt kept them out of the college football playoff.
Yep.
I think you're exactly right.
Yep.
You don't want to take the risk. Plus, you've got Whippeal, and you got local recruiting, and you don't want to stub your toe in a game like that, and that's how they would view it, stub their toe. I'm not saying that's how it should be looked at, but that's how they would view it, stub your toe. And you lose out on a recruit or two.
Mm-hmm.
They're scared, like I always say.
Pitt, I mean, in the whole, grand scheme of everything, I think it's looked at that Pitt has nothing to lose and Penn State has everything to lose.
That's why West Virginia doesn't play Marshall. Now, that's obviously a more extreme example because Marshall's not a Power 5 school, and I've said forever they should play. Marshall's got everything to gain. West Virginia's got everything to lose. Who cares? It's not playing Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
It's not playing Central Michigan. That's who Pitt plays in the second game of the season. Yeah, we're always going to care when our favorite team plays, but the juices get going when you're playing a helmet game.
Yeah, I mean, think about just like the series that you could have around. I mean, think about how exciting this series has been, the back and forth with West Virginia and Pitt. and think about how exciting it is now that we know that the series possibly is going to go away, that it is in Morgantown, that Rich Rod is back.
Oh my
God.
God.
There's so much juice to this game because it's been built up from the start of this new series. The whole series builds up to each year, and it makes it even better. So it's like,
apart from Notre Dame, who's Pitt's rival in the ACC? Like, I look around, I don't see not a real one, not one that feels like this. I look around for West Virginia. Oh, we got to play Iowa State. Like, I care. I don't care the same way.
Right.
Can I give my Desmond Reed prediction?
Yes.
Last year, he had 966 rushing yards, 184 carries. He had 52 catches for 580 yards. I think he's going to potentially lead the country in all-purpose yards this year.
Yeah, double that.
Double it?
Double.
He's going to rush for 2,000 yards?
No, I think it'd be 1,000.
That wouldn't shock me. And Pat said it. Second-year offensive coordinator, second-year starting quarterback. That is such an advantage for Pitt over most teams. Continuity doesn't exist in a lot of instances anymore in college football. You return your quarterback and a guy who, he was banged up at the end of the year, Desmond Reed was. But if he stays healthy, in the second year of an offense with Cade Bell, and this quarterback in what should be an improved offensive line, I see no reason why he's not getting 1,000. He's going to get 1,500 rushing yards, man.
Well, you say second-year Cade Bell offense, second-year quarterback, and, some returning stars on the offensive line, and you got some transfers that came in. But
right.
the real thing is the maturity of Desmond Reed this year, too. Like, he has another year.
Yeah. That's first-year Power 5 ball.
Right. To gain weight. Knows, got his feet wet. Understands the game. Going to get faster, going to get bigger, going to get stronger. Like, that's what it's about. Like, He's going to be a different player this year because he's just going to mature.
I'm sure Pitt fans are excited to watch Eli Holstein. Like, if you were ranking, like, who are you most excited about, that's the guy for me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that guy's – it pains me to say. He's a joy to watch.
Well, they have some studs. Like, on paper, they have some studs. Like, can they put it all together? It was a great year last year, obviously, up until the point where, you're 7-0, and then obviously it went downhill. But they have some studs returning. Even on defense, they have two of the best linebackers in the country, Simone Biles and
Simone Biles?
Simone Biles. Rasheem Biles. I said Simone Biles. Rasheem Biles and Kyle Lewis. Simone Biles.
You pulled a me.
I did.
Oh, they got Nastia Lukin at inside linebacker.
Simone Biles. Wow.
Sean Johnson, wide receiver 1. Kenny Johnson. You could have done Sean Johnson and Simone Biles.
They have 3 legitimately top 10 players coming back on their roster this year.
No doubt.
2 linebackers and a running back.
No doubt.
So, it should be a good year. I say that every year, but you got to do it.
Well, I thought the defense took a little while to catch up to the offense last year. And then when the defense started playing at its highest level, the offense got hurt.
Yep.
And now you've got those returners in the middle, in particular for that Pitt defense. I don't think it's going to take as long for the defense to get on track this year. And if you stay healthy offensively, I think Pitt can be pretty good. I haven't seen their win-loss over-under total.
It's usually around the same rate every year.
7.5, something like that. Only 14 teams had 8.5 or higher. So it's always skewed a little lower than what reality winds up being.
Probably.
I'll look that up during the break. Also, we were talking about whether or not the Backyard Brawl could be College Game Day's game. We'll get into that briefly when we come back. And a card-carrying member of the Mike Tomlin fan club with some of the most scathing Mike Tomlin criticism we've ever seen. That's on the way. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the NBA playoffs yesterday, the New York Knicks won over the Indiana Pacers. That makes Game 6 come up tomorrow in the Eastern Conference Finals. The winner goes on to play the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Finals. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners tickets from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Hi, this is Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why, for over 30 years, everyone's been asking,
Have we met yet?
When you buy a new house, you might say,
Shut the front door.
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Well, that's funny timing. Texter. Hey, Crowley, would WVU want to play Waynesburg or W&J? See, these are the comments from Penn State fans that just drive me nuts. Because Pitt's the same as Waynesburg or W&J. Again, I'll say it one more time. Because I could wind up doing a whole show on this. It's very easy to get sucked in. If the Penn State-Pitt game doesn't matter, then why was it one of the highest attended games in the history of Beaver Stadium?
Mm-hmm.
When all the other games are conference games. Like, that's statistically backed.
Yes.
More fans went to that game than Auburn fans and Penn State fans went to an SEC Big Ten cross-conference showdown. So, kiss my ass. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Mike Tomlin got crushed by a card-carrying member of his fan club. We'll tell you who that is and what they said in a minute. I'm looking at the Week 3 schedule next year of college football. And so many people are texting us right now that they love the college football talk on a Friday. We could break down OTAs a little bit more, Doran. Or not.
Nah.
Week 3. So Pitt and West Virginia are going to play at 3:30. Backyard Brawl on ESPN. You also got Wisconsin and Alabama at noon. You got Georgia and Tennessee at 3:30 on ABC. That's in Tennessee. And then you've got Florida and LSU at 7:30 on ABC. So any of those matchups obviously could wind up being college game day, but they go to Alabama all the time. They go to LSU all the time. They've been to Tennessee lately. Throw the Backyard Brawl a bone. And I think both teams are going to be 2-0. That's not exactly a massive prediction. I think both teams are going to be 2-0 going into the game, Doran.
Well, I think it really comes down to one thing, right? I mean, the sexy option to me would be to go to Tennessee and obviously Tennessee, Georgia. Like, that's going to be a big game. Obviously, big SEC game. A lot of people in Tennessee. Obviously, that the atmosphere is going to be popping. But the biggest deciding factor of where game day goes that day is Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he has if he has a lot of sway. He has a lot of power, I guess, at ESPN. I mean, he's on College Game Day. This is his, school. Everybody knows that the Backyard Brawl is one of the biggest rivalries in college football. If he has the most sway that we all think he does, I think he could sway the masses to send College Game Day to his former school.
Yes.
And it's not like West Virginia's playing, Syracuse, right? It is one of the biggest rivalries in college football. So I think he's the deciding factor of where it goes that day.
They had the game day desk there when the rivalry got reignited a couple of years ago in the Devonshire Pick 6 game. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Do it there. You'll have more time to get to Tennessee or LSU or Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Wisconsin, Alabama, that's kind of a unique game. But you could go to an SEC game every friggin' week, and a lot of times they do. I know that last year when West Virginia opened up against Penn State, they had the big noon kickoff broadcast there. But McAfee did his show from Morgantown on Friday.
Right.
So I could see him doing the same thing on Friday, roll it right into game day.
Yeah.
And you and me being sober for not a lot of time that weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that makes the most sense, right? I mean, why wouldn't they? They usually placate to him. ESPN does. A lot of his things, a lot of his deals.
I mean, he's going to be there on Friday. You might as well. Don't get on a plane.
Right.
Don't make him get on a plane. Help Pat out. All right, we'll see where that goes. Coming up next, so we can have more time to talk about it, one of the card-carrying members of Mike Tomlin's fan club throwing some shade. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Diego Padres start a 3-game weekend series tonight. Game time tonight, 9:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 8:45. And that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Or fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Callis. It's a Friday. We're moving into June. It's party time. And you know the place to go for all your beer needs is Hampton Beer Outlet. But they also have High Noons and Surfsides. They have all your favorite seltzers and cocktails. And this weekend only, they got White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans, only $29.99. That's about $5-10 cheaper than you'll find at any place else. Perfect for your parties, something for everyone. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet for White Claw variety packs at only $29.99 all weekend. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush suffering another setback or two. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Do have an accident. Crews on the scene in Robinson Township on the outbound Parkway West approaching 2230. Watch for slowdowns there. Also a vehicle fire in Upper St. Clair in the 2500 block of Route 19 Washington Road. That's between Boyce and Old Washington Roads. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East outbound delays due to the lane restrictions between the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange and Edgewood Swissvale. You're stacked back to the Bend at Bates. Inbound is jammed at Wilkinsburg and Route 28, just a little heavy past the 31st Street Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
You're hiring 2 men and a junk truck. Apply now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet.
Dollars in bonus bets, win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette going to be joining us at 8 o'clock, about 12 minutes from right now. Jordan Schultz, big-time NFL insider, reporting the Steelers have had preliminary conversations with multiple teams about potentially adding another playmaker on offense, one that will complement DK Metcalf. We'll go over some of the possibilities with Chris again coming up at the top of the hour. Right now, Tyler Dunn, one of the great feature writers in the NFL, who has always been a huge Mike Tomlin fan, he wrote this. The quarterback position, however, has become Tomlin's ghastly blind spot. Players who love the guy don't understand it. At one point last season, I chatted with one of his former quarterbacks about this dichotomy, and he could only shake his head as if this is the greatest mystery in the NFL. More and more national writers, national talking heads are coming around on this Tomlin fallacy that he's Teflon and, boy, he squeezes every last ounce out of the team. He's responsible for these quarterbacks. But last year, I mean, really, you can go back every year, the last 5 years, and go, what the hell are you doing at quarterback? Last year was really strange, man. 4-2 Justin Fields. When all Tomlin's talking about is quarterback mobility, quarterback mobility, quarterback mobility. Guy who had a quarterback rating of over 90 in every game, he sits him down for Russell Wilson. Then they get hot with Russell Wilson, and Tomlin looks like a genius. But then after he throws for 500 damn yards, 400 yards against the Cincinnati Bengals, whoa, too much checking at the line. Like, you benched Fields so you could be better at throwing the football. Then when you have your best throwing game since Ben Roethlisberger in 2018, you pull the reins back on him? I'm happy people are seeing it for what it is now. The guy doesn't know what he's doing at quarterback.
Well, I mean, you start off as a defensive backs coach, right? And then you're a D coordinator, and then you find yourself becoming a head coach of an NFL team. You still have your defense intact, and you have your defensive mentality. But at that same time, on the offensive side of the ball, whenever you're a head coach, you have a Hall of Fame quarterback. So he's never had to worry about it.
That's right.
Never had to learn about how to manage quarterbacks, ever. Maybe the 1 year when Ben got hurt and Duck Hodges, we saw kind of there. But he also knew that Ben Roethlisberger was going to be the quarterback the following year. He never really had to worry about it. I mean, honestly, in his whole entire career as being a coach, whether it was position coach or head coach, now he's like, oh, man, like I know every part of the game. I mean, obviously, this is what we think. This is our opinion. I know every part of the game, but that is a blind spot. Like, I don't know how to handle quarterback.
I mean, even back, you mentioned the Duck Hodges Mason Rudolph year. I mean, people would argue he didn't do the right stuff then.
Right.
I mean, should Duck Hodges have ever been given an opportunity? He was undrafted out of Samford. He had a pop gun arm. Confidence. I mean, we talk about this time of the year. This is when people were talking, you know what, this Duck Hodges, he actually kind of looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't play that guy.
Right.
They never should have played that guy. No offense. And boy, has he lived a great life because
of it. Good for him.
What's her name? I forget.
Lainey Wilson.
Yeah, Lainey Wilson. They're engaged now.
Yeah, good for him.
What's he doing these days, I wonder?
Yeah, chilling. Living off of his name, probably.
What is she worth? I'm on it.
Enough to provide his.
Her net worth's only $4 million. That sounds wrong. But I don't know anything about country music. Hey, Kale!
I mean, but
what do you know about Lady?
When has Mike Tomlin really had to, kind of oversee and manage quarterbacks ever in his just coaching career? Never. Like most head coaches have had to do that at some point. I mean, think about every head coach in the NFL. I mean, outside of maybe, the coach for the Lions.
I mean, I even think about Buffalo and McDermott, and they gave him, Josh Allen, a little bit of leeway there.
Right.
I mean, his first couple of years, he was no good. I mean, he had like 56% completion percentage. It looked like this guy would get the guy from Wyoming. He can't hit the broadside of a barn. They developed that guy. Yeah, Tomlin inherited Ben. And you kind of set it and forget it offensively. Yeah. Ben, you do your thing.
It's not an easy job, but it's a nice job whenever you walk into a situation and Michael Jordan is there. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what, Phil Jackson overrated. I'm just going to throw that one in there. What, he won 10 championships? Six with the Bulls.
Right, and then Kobe.
And then he's got Kobe and Shaq,
yeah.
for God's sakes.
It's not a bad situation.
The triangle offense. Yeah, you know what? Roll the ball out there.
It's not bad. It's not bad. If you're Mike Sullivan, you walk into a situation, you got Sidney Crosby in his prime.
And, managing those egos to that point is not easy. Like, coaching a superstar, not easy. But I'd rather do that than inherit Duck Hodges.
Right.
And look, they won 8 games that year, which was something of a miracle. And Tomlin did a good job to get them even to that point, I guess. But, I mean, every way you turn, they've screwed quarterback up along the way. And I'm just happy. I guess I'm bringing this up just to point it out that people are seemingly catching on outside of Pittsburgh.
I mean, look at Bill Belichick. He's another example. I mean, one of the greatest coaches we've ever seen coach NFL football. But whenever his Hall of Fame, arguably best football player ever quarterback left, then what happened?
Didn't look so hot.
Right.
And you take a swing on Mac Jones. Ugh.
Right.
Yikes. Who had a decent first year and led him to the playoffs, but it was Mac Jones.
It's a nice situation to be in whenever you don't have to worry about that side of the ball. Mike Tomlin's never really had to worry about that side of the ball. And I think that carried over whenever Ben did retire and Matt Canada was the offensive coordinator. I don't think he was like, that's your offense. Like, I'll step in whenever I feel like I need to. And maybe he stepped in and it wasn't in sync of what was going on. And that's why it probably looked bad.
We heard that from Jalen Warren when Canada got fired. And you had the two-headed monster at offensive coordinator, the interim guys. They're telling us why we're doing stuff now.
Crazy.
They didn't know what they were doing.
Crazy.
With Matt Canada. And that's Mike Tomlin's fault. Like, everyone could see that was a bad hire to begin with, and everybody could see after a year that he shouldn't be the offensive coordinator. I mean, Doug Whaley was on it from day one. Doug was like, why did they hire this guy? Next closest warm body. What are you doing? All right, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette is going to join us next, and we'll get into some of these potential weapon options that are out there for the Steelers. Jordan Schultz saying the Steelers are poking around, trying to find one. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high is 66, low of 54. That's Zach Frazier's number, Norm. 54. Mountaineer. Plays for the Steelers. Carter next, Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan, Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
My name is Lisa Goff. I am the third generation owner of Charles P. Leach Agency located in New Bethlehem. And we also have a second location now in Slippery Rock called Cassidy Insurance Group. Our biggest specialty is definitely volunteer fire departments. I think what gives us the specialty in the area of fire departments is, number one, our people that go out and talk to the fire departments are firemen, so they get it. They are the guys running into the building when everybody else is running out, and they understand all the equipment, and they understand all of the things that a fireman and a fire department go through. We pick up the phone, we answer it with a live person. The number to call is 888-CP-LEACH, LEACH.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
Shut the front door.
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush continues to be a bit rough. This report brought to you by the Washington Wild Things. Outbound Parkway West, traffic is being tied up by an accident with crews on the scene approaching the 2230 ramps. That's causing solid delays back toward Campbell's Run Road. Inbound, your delays starting right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the lane restrictions on the outbound Parkway East, jamming traffic approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels all the way back to the Bandit Bates. Inbound, you're stacked just past Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are joined right now on the Fan Hotline by our buddy, our friend, tremendous Steelers writer Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Chris, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing today?
We are doing great.
You know what shirt he has on?
That is his Jackie Robinson shirt.
Okay.
Not his Robinson Township shirt.
Right.
One of the all-time me being an idiot moments, and there have been plenty of them, but that would probably go on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, so The hot rumor now, Adam Schefter saying the Steelers and the Dolphins have at least had preliminary discussions about Jonnu Smith. Good move or bad move if the Steelers were able to pull that off?
I'm not a fan of the Jonnu Smith move. Like, I get they're trying to add another offensive playmaker, but go get a wide receiver. You got the tight ends. Like, Pat Freiermuth is good. I think Darnell Washington still has potential. And you're not even using him that much. I think that, when they get in the red zone, they could use him a lot more. I get that Arthur Smith probably loves Jonnu Smith. He had him in Tennessee, then traded for him to get him to Atlanta from New England, and this would be a third time for them reuniting. But I think that this team, if you're going to add an offensive playmaker, it's got to be a wide receiver. But the question for me will be the caliber of this playmaker that they should add, and I think that's what they're trying to figure out right now is what do they have in Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin and the guys behind DK Metcalf? If they look at these guys in these spring practices when OTAs and minicamp finish and they say, okay, these guys are going to be either two really good wide receiver threes or one of these guys can be a wide receiver two, then they might say, you know what? We'll make a move, but it'll just be to bolster the depth, kind of like another Robert Woods signing. But if they look at this and they say, man, these guys aren't going to be good, then they might be looking at, hey, let's go make a bigger splash to try to bring a guy in to help right now. And Jonnu Smith, I think he had a great season last year. He made a lot of plays for the Dolphins. He had the most catches, yards, and touchdowns by a tight end in a season in Dolphins history. But I'm not sure if tight end's the position you need to be addressing right now if you're the Steelers.
But, I mean, obviously, you just alluded to it. I mean, he's not really a tight end. He's just a weapon. And who's to say, Chris, that, if they do trade for Jonnu Smith, that they don't get an Amari Cooper or Keenan Allen? Like, would you scoff at that still? Would you still be like, you still don't really need Jonnu Smith because you have Amari Cooper? Or would you be like, okay, like we're cooking right now?
Hey, if you got both, great. I just don't know if they get a Jonnu Smith if they do go get an Amari Cooper. Mm-hmm. But if they did that, like I think Keenan Allen would be a really good mix with what DK Metcalf does. Amari Cooper could be a good mix. I think a route runner at the wide receiver position could be the right kind of mix up with what DK Metcalf brings to the table. And if they got both that and Jonnu Smith, that's fine. And then you look at you assume Aaron Rodgers is going to be in soon. Then you have even more talented tight ends. Jonnu Smith, and you can run the 12 personnel packages. With him and Pat Freiermuth, you can have those wide receivers move around, and then maybe you do have something going there. And look. The Steelers have money to play with right now.
Yeah, baby.
They have the cap space. They're probably not signing Aaron Rodgers for super money for just 1 year. So they have the room to play around. I think that's the thing is they're keeping their eyes open. But I think Jonnu Smith is just like the Chris Olave situation. They're calling to say, hey, what you got here? And it's just that Jonnu Smith's in a position where he wants a new contract, and the Dolphins are like, we don't know because you're 30. That one could work out. But I'm sure the Steelers have probably made several such calls where they're interested in a certain player who might be at the end of their contract and might be someone that they're looking to poach. So I think the Steelers, though, they're going to be patient. They're going to wait this out. Omar Khan's going to be like, you know what? Let's wait until we see where the bigger fire starts, because at the end of the day, whoever they get, they don't want to compromise their draft situation next year where they have 3 third-rounders, 2 fourth-rounders, 2 fifth-rounders, and those are the picks that they're planning to try to either help support them moving up to get that quarterback they want in 2026, or when they do get that quarterback, have the picks behind that to say, hey, we're still getting a decent class on top of that quarterback.
How much OTAs have you seen, Chris?
Every day.
I figured. I just wanted to make sure, and I've been reading your stuff. All right, maybe I haven't. I'm sorry about that. There's too much to read. There's too much to read, Chris. I got kids. Right? I don't know. I pulled the radio thing. You've been putting a lot of great stuff out there. I can say that confidently because we know how good Chris is. Haven't read it. So you talk about Roman Wilson and how he could affect what the Steelers are looking for when they go out and attempt to acquire another wide receiver. What have you seen from Roman Wilson? I realize it's football and shorts, but how does he look now compared to last year at this time, or even the end of last season?
He looks more confident in his ability to run different routes, and I think that's one thing I've seen compliments from from the coaching staff when he's doing certain things. Last year, even with the limited time that we got to see him, he didn't do a lot of the little things, the getting low into his break, coming out low, and like those types of things you need to have to get loose when you're facing defenders. And he's doing those a little bit more consistent, not a little bit more, definitely more consistently than he did last year. Now, again, it's football in shorts, like you said. The key is, will he be able to do this in August when they get to training camp, in September when they get to games? That we still have to see. But at this stage, where the few things that we can judge, I like what I see out of Roman Wilson. I also think his demeanor right now is, I think he's tired of waiting around and people assuming things about him, because he got hurt early last year and he didn't play. So people are like, oh, this guy's a bust. And he's had no chance to refute that. He has no chance to rebut that and say, no, I'm not a bust. I'm a player. So I think he's just kind of waiting his time out, and he's just like, yep, I'm working every day, working really hard. He's not going to say a whole lot because he knows words aren't going to fix anything. The only thing that's going to fix Roman Wilson in a lot of people's eyes is him making plays out there.
You talk about demeanor with Roman Wilson. How's Mason Rudolph's demeanor throughout OTA so far? Does he look like a guy that is that goes out there, that has command, that could be a leader, that wants to be the starting quarterback, or is he a guy that kind of is like, oh, I'm going to look over my shoulder because I know that a Hall of Fame quarterback might be signed at some point?
I think Mason Rudolph has done an amazing job. Like, there should be a documentary on Mason Rudolph and just the way that he has handled his career. And there's got to be an appreciation for how he's done it. This is a guy who, I think the challenge of this year of not knowing about Aaron Rodgers is nothing to Mason Rudolph compared to what he's gone through. You think back to when he was drafted in 2018 and Ben Roethlisberger said on this station, like, hey, I don't know why we got that guy. And so that onus is on top of him. The 2019, he gets to start and have his career. He gets decapitated by Earl Thomas. He gets his head taken off in a very tough fashion. Then when he finally comes back, he gets assaulted by Myles Garrett with a helmet. Then he's accused with baseless accusations by Myles Garrett of using a slur. And then he gets benched for Devlin Hodges because he's kind of in his shell. And when he does come back, he gets his collarbone broken. That is one of the worst years I've ever seen for a quarterback in NFL.
Yeah.
Just like through experience after experience. And that did not crush him. He came back. He kept fighting. When he got his opportunities, and in 2023, which was his last year initially with the Steelers, he came back, won 3 straight games, got him to the playoffs, and in all of that, he stayed humble. And I think that's where a lot of people have on this organization and on this roster, in this locker room, they have such an appreciation for that, and he has appreciation for that. So if I'm Mason Rudolph, I'm like, man, life has thrown everything at football you could throw at me: crazy injuries, embarrassment from how I've been attacked, rough play, people booing me. He has come through on the better side of all of it. So if he's like, you know what, if I got to worry about a 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who cares? Mason Rudolph knows if he just, as long as he shows up to the Steelers and he gives his best effort, they're going to like him. They're going to have him. And he's got a career. Like, look at Charlie Batch. Charlie Batch made a whole career being a good backup quarterback, made tons of money, and now he lives a good life, running a foundation and doing good things in his community. Mason Rudolph can easily make that for himself here in Pittsburgh, I think, with the way he's doing himself. So is he stressing? No. He looks great at OTAs. He looks really comfortable. And I think he's in the position like, he's like, yeah, you know what? I might get replaced tomorrow if this guy shows up. But I've been through worse. So I think Mason Rudolph, a study of how that man has gone up and down, who literally in 2023, after that first Bengals game, he told us, I was studying to be a real estate guy because I thought this was my last year. So, like, for him to go through that, I think this is nothing.
Chris Carter, our guest here on the Fan Morning Show. I'm going to throw some wide receiver possibilities at you, and you give us a yay or a nay and why that player may or may not make sense. So the Packers, they have a ton of wide receivers, and Romeo Doubs is one of the guys that has at least been linked to the Steelers. Yay or nay? Why? Why not?
Nay on Doubs, just because I think that he is. I think he'd be the receiver I would add if I was really confident in Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson, because I think that he could be a solid, okay outside presence guy. He's 6'2", goes up and gets the football, but he hasn't been really consistent for the Packers. So getting him, it'd be a nice addition, but I don't think he'd be a game changer. So unless you're getting him for super cheap, like a 7th rounder, and you know it's a 1-year rental, that's fine. But I don't think he'd be a game changer. No.
Alan Lazard.
No, absolutely not.
Boy, you really had to think about that one. That was tough for you there, Chris.
No, Alan Lazard has had his time. I think that would be a clearly to appease Aaron Rodgers type of move, and I think the Steelers should be focused on getting receivers that actually will complement them.
Terry McLaurin, absent for the start of Commanders' voluntary OTAs, leading to some speculation that he could get moved. I mean, I think that guy would be a home run.
Now that's the thing. If Terry McLaurin was somehow available, that would be like the top option that I would.
Yes.
If I'm the Steelers, I'm moving heaven and earth.
Yes.
Because I love Terry McLaurin in Ohio State.
Yes.
Like when he was coming out, I was like, that's a guy. That's a dude. Like you go get that guy. And then you look at what he did for the Commanders last year. Just not just the playmaking, but like the attitude. He was part of the positive culture turn that finally got Washington to be a contender again. And that's why I do believe they are going to find a way to resign him. You look at the salary cap numbers that they had. It's ridiculous it'd be ridiculous if they did not find a way to keep him around. But and plus, it also think that he thinks like, I got Jaden Daniels. Why would I move away from that? So I do believe they're going to sign him at the end of the day. But if there is any way Omar Khan could get him at the outside of giving up a first round pick, I would seriously consider it, because if you put McLaurin and Metcalf next to each other, and not even just for this year, but for next year when you draft that rookie quarterback, you now have a very interesting wide receiver tandem, because McLaurin is that route runner. He is that guy, and he also makes tons of plays. That becomes a really good wide receiver tandem. Your offensive line that you've invested in through draft picks is going to be developing. You've got Caleb Johnson, maybe Jaylen Warren, and then you have the rookie quarterback that you're really confident in. That's a system that you could get really excited about. So yes, you're right, Adam. Terry McLaurin, home run pick. If they could get him, that would be the guy that I think all Steelers fans should cheer about. I just stopped listening after I hear you're right, Adam. Chris, we don't have time for a full discussion on this, but as it sits right now on May 30th, who's your favorite quarterback that's going to come out in the draft? Lenore Sellers, South Carolina. Yeah, I like just because he made several plays in clutch moments, and he's the right size, and he has a good arm, and he has good athleticism. He puts it all together. He can hit the deep ball pretty well. He needs to show it more consistently in 2025, but I also think that because of how other guys are ranked and talked about, he won't be the first guy off the board. He might be the second or third guy off the board, but he might end up being like the Ben Roethlisberger of his draft, where he ends up being the best one. So yeah, I hate to put this on the young man, but I hope he has a so-so year, because I would love for him to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Yes. If he is a person that I'm keeping close eyes on, if he keeps the tools that I see him developing and they keep taking good progress, that's the guy like Terry McLaurin. Move heaven and earth, and hell for Lenore Sellers, in my opinion. Someone say something about Dan Zangrilli. All right, thank you for your time, Chris. Appreciate it as always, man. Great stuff. Thanks, fellas. Thanks, Chris Carter, Post-Gazette. When we come back, something he said about Roman Wilson I want to react to. And real quick, I think if Rodgers is here, you're going to see Mason play at some point this season. I don't think Rodgers can play all 17 games.
Really?
He's an elderly man.
Yeah, I think that he'll be all right.
Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Noah Hiles at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 2 of 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and after an off day, they're going to San Diego. They're going to play a 3-game series over the weekend against the Padres. First game of that series is tonight at 9:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 8:45. Jeff Hathorne is hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with an Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Billy Donovan. Last month, the 60-year-old Chicago Bulls head coach was announced as a member of the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2025. Donovan, who coached Florida to 2 NCAA titles, is one of only 4 men to have played in the Final Four and later coach a national champion. Happy birthday, Billy. Have a great day. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
second reports of an accident in Brentwood, 3700 block of Sawmill Run Boulevard near the intersection with Delco Road and Mary Lee Avenue. Also, an earlier accident being cleared from the outbound Parkway West. This is approaching the 2230 interchange. It's causing some slowdowns approaching the scene. It's important if you're heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport to meet or greet a flight. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound at Parkway Center. Parkway East, the outbound delays from Bates Street up through the Squirrel Hill Tunnels due to the lane restriction. Inbound jammed at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM Insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Buck goes back in action tonight. Noah Hiles going to join us to talk about the emergence of one Henry Davis and more at 8:35. 5:35 his time out there in San Diego.
Early.
I texted him yesterday and asked if he just wants to come on every Friday at 8:35 because I've been going week to week. I never asked him.
I thought you initially were like, hey.
No.
Okay.
I text him every week. I'm like, hey, Friday, 8:35. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Yeah, sure. So now it's official. He'll be on every Friday at 8:35.
Okay.
Which is pretty much what it was anyhow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Noah Hiles coming up at the bottom of the hour. Jason Mackey joins from 9 o'clock until 10. And we've got things you don't know, things you don't care to know, but they're sports related coming up in that 9 o'clock segment. We had Carter on in the previous segment, and he said that the quality of wide receiver the Steelers may well end up getting in a trade or free agency is going to hinge upon how Roman Wilson looks in OTAs and minicamp. And that may well be true. That might be what he's hearing. Like, hey, get a depth piece. If Roman Wilson looks really good, if Calvin Austin looks really good, get a depth piece. They shouldn't let it affect it, man.
No.
Get the best possible weapon you can get, and then fold in Roman Wilson from there. There'd be nothing better than Roman Wilson looking like he could be a potential number 2 for this team. But you can't count on it.
You don't find that stuff out until the games are played. And not just one game, multiple games. Do you find out if you have a guy that could be a starter for you at that position? So take that out of it and get a guy that's been proven throughout years and years of playing receiver, and then see what Roman Wilson can, how he can fill in moving up the ladder of being a part of the offense.
And he gave a great technical breakdown of Roman Wilson, and you were shaking your head. I mean, two football guys talking. That's great that Roman Wilson looks like he gets it. And
that's actually bad in my opinion, but go ahead.
Oh, why? Tell me.
Well, I mean, he shouldn't have to. I mean, those fine-tuned skills and things that he looks better at, like that's things that you should automatically have coming out of college.
It should have been day one.
Oh, yeah. Like, you know, getting in and out of breaks and staying low, like that's stuff you learn freshman year of college. So that's actually worrisome that's like, oh, he looks better getting out of breaks and, sinking his hips. Like, whoa.
He wasn't sinking the hips enough.
Like last year he wasn't doing that. He should have been doing that his sophomore year of college.
Oh. All right, well, either way, get him Amari Cooper.
Did I ruin what you were about to say?
No, I was going to say, him improving's a good thing. For him, for the team, hooray. But I don't know what he can do with pads on.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a big deal. He has not participated in a Steelers training camp yet. So I hope things work out well for him. I loved what I saw out of him at Michigan. We've had this conversation a million times. Loved it. Hard nose. People say he's small. He's not small. He's Antonio Brown's size. He's 5'11", like 185. He's thick. He ran actually a good 40. I like Roman Wilson. But I'm not going to go into week one and be in the same position I was in last year. It's just a different makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Van Jefferson. It's Calvin Austin III. It's Ben Skowronek. It's Scotty Miller. You can change the names, but you've got one bona fide guy. And I think Calvin Austin has cut out a nice role for him. Like, this is an NFL wide receiver. He had over 500 yards. He's a fine player. He's going to play in the league, I think, for a decent amount of time. Maybe he takes a jump even this year. I don't know. I'm not going to a place where DK Metcalf goes down and I can't win a game then. Right. That's what happened with George Pickens. He gets hurt. Oh, whoa, we forgot how to offense.
Yep.
Can't have that happen. So regardless of how good this guy looks right now, it should not change the quality of wide receiver that you're attempting to bring in. And my God, if it were Terry McLaurin, I would just celebrate in the streets.
Oh yeah, like that's franchise changing.
I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, I mean, they have Deebo Samuel too.
Yes.
So kind of playing that game, like, oh, hey, you don't want to get something done right now. You don't want to show up. We have a guy. We just acquired a guy.
I get it. I get it from his perspective. I'd pay him if I were them.
Yeah, I'd pay him, but I think that they're playing the game like, look, we have Deebo. We don't need to pay you right now. We got somebody.
Come back, do it again.
Yeah.
Kind of playing chicken with him.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to mess anything up from what happened last year. Take a step forward this year with Deebo Samuel. I mean, they're going to be one of the favorites right now in the NFL. All right, Buccos back in action tonight. Is this just a couple of hot weeks for Henry Davis? Or has he turned a corner? We'll get into that with Noah when we come back. It's because Joey Bart's hurt. He might get some more playing time. And the injury report, Doran, look at what I did there, is brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Right now, it's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play the Padres today at 9:40 in the first game of 3 in this series. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 8:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, MHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Wood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. So much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes. Chasing the kids around, playing with the dog. You want to treat your home with respect, with the love it deserves. Trust me, don't hire some other company. Go with Zero Res. Don't risk it with the other guys. Don't do it yourself with your carpet cleaning. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online, a 4.9 Google rating, and see what all the Zero Res hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $129, and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX, all-wheel drive, starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Playoffs in professional basketball have brought some crazy stories and headlines. None crazier than the matchup of the 2 best young guards facing off for a chance at a title. Minnesota and Oklahoma City each have their own MVP caliber guard who looks to carry their team to their first ever championship. Who will come out on top in this exciting series for the future of the league? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Swinging a liner, pass short into left, base hit. First pitch swinging again. Henry Davis with an RBI single. 1-0 Pirates.
Don't look now, but Henry Davis swinging that thing. Playing a good defensive catcher. Now the bat's coming through. John Wayner told us the approach has changed for Henry Davis. Hit a homer in Game 2 of that series against Arizona and a double as well. Won the opposite way. He hit it 410 feet to the big part of the ballpark, as they say, Doran. Is this just a hot Henry Davis, or can Henry Davis be this more consistently? Do we have Noah Hiles yet? We do not. Harry told me this would happen. He said, you broke early in the last segment. Yeah, I wanted to get to Noah early. And he said, well, Noah's going to wind up connecting late because it's 5:35 out there in San Diego.
True.
And I don't like it when Harry's right, but Harry in this instance is right.
Have you ever been to San Diego?
I have not. Have you?
Yes.
Isn't it supposed to be
Yes.
as nice as it gets?
It's as nice as it gets. Probably the nicest city in the country.
Isn't it just 72 and sunny all the time?
Perfect. Every day. Food's great. By the water. I mean, it literally perfect. Only thing that's bad is probably the taxes and how expensive it is.
If I'm living out there, I'm probably not worried about the taxes.
Exactly. But it is literally the nicest place in our country.
I applied for a job out there for a show. This was 5 or 6 years ago. They never got back to me.
No?
No.
You might not be the flavor that they're looking for.
I think you got to be a pretty person. And I think I'm not going to speak for you. I think people watch our YouTube stream and they look at me and they're like, okay, it's not repulsive.
You're a Pittsburgh guy.
I'm a Pittsburgh guy. I go out there, people be like holding their nose walking past me on the street.
Yeah.
It was like when I was in Miami. We were talking about Sweden before the show.
Yeah.
Where every dude's like 6'4" and everyone's in shape. I would be a 3. or a 2. Out in Sweden. You can text us and get in on this wonderful conversation brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What happened, Harry? What's going on back there? Take the people behind the scenes. Oh, we got Noah Hiles.
Noah's here.
Good morning, Noah. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm well, fellas. How are you?
What's that hat?
Go New York, go New York, go.
You believe in still? You think they got it? He's a Knicks fan. It's a Knicks hat.
Knicks in 7.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people pulling for the Knicks. I am.
I'm pulling for the Knicks.
I didn't grow up a Knicks fan. I mean, I like Patrick Ewing. I like the colors. Like
Deuce McBride, baby. Let's go. My Mountaineer.
I've been pulling for the Knicks all year. I think it's Jalen Brunson and the style of basketball and Josh Hart, the Villanova guys, and then you add Karl Anthony Towns. I feel like that they all play gritty, they play hard, and they play basketball like they're, in college.
Junkyard dogs.
Yes, I'm pulling for the Knicks, man.
Yeah, they're the antithesis of what NBA haters think the NBA is. They treat the regular season like it matters. They play hard. They defend. They play team basketball. They're just fun. They shoot mid-range jumpers. They rebound. They're an awesome team to watch. I get so much enjoyment from watching them, which is a rare thing to say as a Knicks fan.
All right, on to the Pirates now. Henry Davis, hot or turning a corner? What do you think?
I'll say hot for now, just because it's only been a couple of weeks. But it feels like this could very well be him turning a corner. I saw a lot that I liked from Davis in spring. And every time that I would say, like, I see a little bit of a different player, people would kind of roll their eyes and say, oh, you know what, you just have the Bradenton flu or whatever. But really, I mean, this is the first consistent playing time this guy's got. It was easy to say, oh, he's the same player when he's playing once a week. It's hard for anyone to kind of find a rhythm in that situation. But ever since he's been getting multiple starts a week, and now will probably be their primary catcher, he's been hitting the ball well. He's also probably established himself as the best defensive catcher in the org. So he's really come along on both areas of the game, and I think this is the time now for the Pirates to really figure out what they have with Henry Davis. I think just looking at where they are in the standings, what's the priority? The priority should be finding out what you have for 2026, and if you can figure out that Henry Davis can be your everyday catcher, and that he can be a productive bat at the plate in addition to doing what he can do behind the plate as a defender, that's a huge, huge silver lining to take away from what's been a tough year overall.
No, is it true that Adam Frazier tinkered with Henry Davis at the plate and showed him some things and kind of fine-tuned his skills?
That's what Henry said a couple days ago, that just Frazier showed him a drill, because Henry's problem was that he was always pulling the ball, right?
You don't say.
He could never hit the he could never hit the ball anywhere except right down the left field line. So just Adam Frazier, I think the narrative that Adam Frazier fixed Henry Davis might be a little bit blown out of proportion. But I do think that, this is a case where a veteran player came in, showed a young struggling player a drill, saying, hey, I've had a great career defined by being able to kind of hit the ball where I want it to go. Here's a drill that I work on, and it's basically setting up a ball on a tee on the inner half of the plate and working on hitting it up the middle, hitting it to the other side. That way, when you can get better control of your barrel, you can kind of take the pitch where it needs to go rather than what Henry was doing and just pulling it everywhere. That way, when you actually do get a pitch on the inside half of the plate, you're not hitting it 380 feet in the upper deck in foul territory. You can actually hit it in fair territory, and it can result in runs. So, yeah, Adam Frazier did teach him a drill that made him better. But like I said, I wouldn't say that, Adam Frazier fixed Henry Davis. He certainly helped, though.
Do you think that they could platoon, when he's healthy, Joey Bart at first base with Spencer Horwitz? I mean, Joey Bart does really well against left-handed pitching. Spencer Horwitz, I think, can really handle the stick, particularly against right-handed pitching. Do you think that could make some sense?
On paper, yeah. I mean, didn't we just do the whole try a whole bunch of guys at first base experiment? Try a whole bunch of guys at first base who've never played first base experiment?
Yeah, but that bothered me because they were still alive in contending for something, because mathematically it was almost impossible not to be.
Fair.
And now I mean, play anybody at first, play everybody at first, give it a shot.
I think you owe Spencer Horwitz an opportunity to get as many reps as possible there, just because of the investment that you made in him this offseason. And the fact that he's missed the first 2 months of the season, I think he should get as many at-bats as possible. And also, you got to get Endy some playing time as well. And maybe that's the way you get Endy on the field as a switch hitter. He could play against lefties at first base. I know the idea of Endy playing any more time at first base doesn't necessarily sit well for some Pirates fans. But, I mean, the guy has at least played the position where Joey Bart, not a great defender behind the plate, and now you're going to toss out the idea of him playing an entirely new position mid-season. If it was something that they had him working on throughout spring training or even in the offseason, I'd be all for it. That's probably something they should have had him doing all the offseason and spring training. But I don't know. I just don't see it making sense. I mean, it makes sense, like I said, on paper, but I don't think it would go very well.
When the hell is Nick Gonzalez coming back?
That's a good question. I mean, I think he still has at least a couple more days on his rehab assignment. And I know that some of that rehab assignment was a little bit delayed because he got hit in the hand by a pitch.
Oh, for God's sakes.
He's fine, but it's ironic that when we get the injury update every Wednesday, that for a guy who broke his ankle hitting a home run, they're like, all right, well, before we talk about the ankle, he did get hit in the hand. And we're like, you got to be kidding me. But he's playing in AAA. I would imagine that he's back sometime in the next week or so, but I don't have that date. That every rehab assignment, you only get 20 days. So I don't have the day in front of me of when it started. So he still has some time.
It's also 5:44 a.m. your time out there in San Diego. Yes. I saw a piece.
But do I sound tired? I've tried not to sound tired in this hit. Oh, come on, guys.
Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic wrote that Pirates' O'Neal Cruz is already a StatCast legend. Can the rest of his game catch up? What am I missing here? He's on pace for 30 homers. He's on pace for 50 steals. And don't look now, he doesn't suck in center field. I kind of feel like that piece is doing a disservice to O'Neal Cruz. If you hit 30 and steal 50 and you're playing average center field, I think you've arrived.
In most cases, I would agree with that. However, O'Neal Cruz is a guy where I don't even think that's close to reaching his potential, even those numbers that you said. And I don't know if that's necessarily fair. I mean, how many people in the world can you say, yeah, 30 and 50, still not good enough with your talent?
Right.
But he's a guy where that kind of applies to, crazily enough. He's someone, and I wrote this in my mailbag yesterday. It's just how many players have had the expectation to be the absolute best player on their team from the moment they arrived in the major leagues. That's been the expectation for him. And there's been frustration connected to him because you look at him and you wonder, why aren't you in the same conversation as Soto, as Betts, as Ohtani, as all these guys? Because you're just as athletic, if not more athletic than them. You do things that, even Aaron Judge can't do. And he's just not doing it as consistently yet. And I think the big holdback right now is it seems like, yes, there's last year it was 2 steps forward, 1 step back. This season it's 3 steps forward, 1 step back. I think we're just all waiting to see he just takes 3 steps forward.
Maybe
And
Adam
then
Frazier
stays
could
there for a little
show him
bit.
something.
Maybe.
Noah, appreciate your time. Have fun out there in beautiful San Diego, and go Knicks.
Go Knicks. I'm sorry I came off tired today, guys. That's going to bother me for the rest of the day.
Yeah, don't do it again.
Take a nap.
Don't do it again.
All right.
Goodbye, Noah.
Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Deuce sounded tired when we talked to him at 7.
Yeah, he's doing more than Noah is. I mean,
how about you getting right to the point? When the hell are we seeing Nick Gonzalez?
I mean,
like you were
honestly,
trying to get some, state secret out of him.
I feel like we don't talk about him that much, and I feel like he's a missing piece.
The missing link.
Might be nice to see him in the lineup. I mean, he broke his ankle. I mean,
Forever ago.
Yeah, that don't take that long to heal.
Well, the hand now too.
The hand,
which I didn't know about the hand. That sucks. That's pirate luck right there. Ankle's fine, but I did hurt my hamate bone. Real quick, Henry Davis's numbers are darn near identical right now to Joey Bart's. OPS, Joey Bart, 655. Henry Davis, 652. And Henry Davis only hit for 2 friggin' weeks. Joey Bart kind of having a slump here. Like a sophomore season with the Pirates slump. I know.
I anticipated that.
On base percentage, good. He getting on base. Where the hell did the power go for this guy? He's got 1 homer. Henry Davis has out-homered him with 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what happened?
Yeah.
The reason I was talking about him at first is because I just want Henry to stay in the lineup.
Well, he's going to have a great opportunity. What is he on?
He
7
does now.
days?
Yeah,
7 days?
He got that concussion.
The concussion for 7 days. I mean, it's a great opportunity if he continues, and I know Skeen's going to be pulling for him.
Even when Bart comes back, you just got to keep playing Henry. It's so important to figure that out the rest of the way.
Is it? I mean, you have a 1-2 guy and a 1-1 guy.
Yeah.
Essentially.
That's why I want to see Joey Bart at first. And what's the big deal? You lose a few games because you can't squeeze the ball? Like, all right, who cares? You've lost a lot of games.
I'm at DH.
Well, then there's an interesting Andrew McCutchen conversation.
Well, it is what it is.
They can't be placating to him.
Right.
Kutch isn't going to be here next year. I don't think. Both those guys can and should be. So whether it's DH, first base, whatever, at least Joey Bart gets on base.
Put him in right field.
Oh, my God.
Could you imagine Joey Bart in right field?
He's got to be the slowest player on the team,
Who
right?
couldn't play right field for the Pirates? Like, who would be the worst right fielder that isn't an outfielder? Bednar?
A lot of the time, these relievers, they shag fly balls in batting practice. They actually look really good doing it.
I mean, I'm sure Bednar played outfield at some point in his life.
He's a portly chap, you know. Yeah. I think that's what you're doing there. You're just making fun of his size.
He's not fat. He's
I said portly.
He's burly.
Big boned. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. One more, and then we got Jason Mackey from 9 o'clock until 10. It's Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The New York Knicks won yesterday in the NBA playoffs in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Indiana Pacers, those still have a 3-2 lead in that series. Game 6 is tomorrow. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Doran.
Mac.bid, bid, win, save. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at Mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box, or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about your product so you know what to expect. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Right now, new Mac.bid users get free buyer's assurance on your first 3 items. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit the website Mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews dealing with some down power lines in the Greenfield section of the city at the intersection of Fraser Street and Greenfield Avenue. Also, an accident being tended to in Brentwood Borough, Sawmill Run Boulevard at Mary Lee Avenue. Parkway West, you are jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, an earlier accident cleared near 2230 with just some leftover slowdowns. Outbound Parkway East, you're jammed just before the Bates Street on-ramp up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and the lane restrictions, while the inbound is jammed at Edgewood Twist-Vale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, America's #1 sportsbook, and the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. It is a first-inning Friday on FanDuel. Every week, FanDuel's hooking all customers up with a special offer you can use on early game MLB action. So put your baseball knowledge to the test. From the very first swing with no runs and yes runs, first-inning bets. Will anyone score in the game's first frame? Check out each team's season stats right on FanDuel and make the call. And every first-inning Friday, you can expect a special reward like a profit boost, no sweat bet or more. So make sure and come back every week to take another swing. We've got Pirates and Padres later on tonight. I'm going to shock you here, and you're going to get great odds. I would go with the Pirates to get a first-inning run here. I know, sounds crazy, but I really believe it's going to happen. So go to FanDuel.com/Andrew, America's #1 sportsbook, and make every moment more. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face. And the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jason Mackey set to join us in the 9 o'clock hour for the entire 9 o'clock hour. He tweeted last night, Bubba Chandler scheduled to start tomorrow for AAA Indianapolis. Pirates have Keller, Falter, Heaney in San Diego. Would put Mike Burrows' spot Tuesday at home versus Houston. Off days today and Monday could easily rework it to Skeens, Keller, Chandler.
Ooh.
So we could have help on the way.
Ooh.
But is it a good idea right now?
Sure. Why not?
Super 2 deadline.
Whatever.
We'll get into that a little bit with Jason Mackey. Plus the Steelers back in on significant playmaker watch. I feel like we've been in significant playmaker watch now for 2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
And you get DK Metcalf, and you're still back on significant player watch.
Because you get rid of players, and you need more players to come in.
That's right. So Mackey's going to join us for 9 o'clock until 10. We got a lot to get into. I did want to pause and go back to the question I asked Noah about that piece in The Athletic on O'Neal Cruz. And I understand what Noah's saying. Like, for a guy to be on pace for 30 homers and 50 steals and to think he could still do more tells you just how talented the individual is. But this idea that he hasn't arrived, I think, is nonsense.
I don't think he's arrived yet.
I mean, he may well get better, but if this is all he is, I'm going to throw all he is in quotes. You've had 6 players in the history of the sport have a 40-40 season. He could do that this year.
Yeah, but whenever you arrive, in my in my sports definition of arrive, is you really never arrive. But if you arrive in sports, it's do you do it consistently, not just one time, or not just a portion of a season, not just the second half of a season, not just a third of a season.
Stop with the fractions.
If he's arrived, we'll talk about it this time next year. If he is continuing to do what he's doing, then I'd be like, yeah, he's probably arrived. Because he can go backwards at some point in July. Then
sure.
What?
Okay, but at the end of the year, if he's a 40-40 guy.
He's not arrived.
Yes, he has.
No.
Only 6 guys have ever done that. Of course he's arrived.
Arrived for 1 year. Do it consistently.
So you got to do 40-40 every year to arrive?
Skeens has arrived.
Well, Skeens is a freaking unicorn.
What do you mean? They're basically the same.
They're not the same.
Positionally? What we're looking to get out of each player?
Is Skeens, I got to rephrase it. Is O'Neal Cruz as talented a hitter as Skeens is a pitcher?
He's as talented of a player as Skeens is a pitcher, as an athlete.
Man, he is.
He has how much more room? He has more room to grow than I think Skeens does.
He's a Hall of Fame talent. I'm not going to deny that with O'Neal Cruz. He's definitely a Hall of Fame talent. Paul Skeens might be best pitcher of all time talent.
Okay.
And that, my friend, is how we split some hairs.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jason Mackey going to join us. Coming up next, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 66, low of 54, 85% chance of rain. San Diego, 2 degrees the high, 72 degrees the low. It's going to be 72 degrees.
Where the hell is Nick Gonzalez?
Where the hell is Nick Gonzalez? It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Lots of things can go wrong with your property. Fire, wind, water, mold, and much, much more. G.S. Jones Restoration has been a trusted source for property owners, business owners, and property managers for nearly 40 years. G.S. Jones team members have the experience and expertise needed in order to get the remediation completed properly and in a timely fashion. G.S. Jones provides emergency services, restoration, disinfection services, disaster preparedness, and more. Call 412-766-6886 to learn how G.S. Jones Restoration can help.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the Greenfield section of the city, crews still dealing with some down power lines, the intersection of Fraser Street and Greenfield Avenue. Crews are on the scene there. In the meantime, traffic on the Parkway West, that remains jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound, you're now stacked from Bates Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and the lane restrictions there, that remains in effect, by the way, until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Route 28, the Parkway North, up to speed for you. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men and a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Someone texts in, Ellie De La Cruz is considered a perennial MVP in his second season. O'Neal Cruz should be compared and measured in exactly every same way as Ellie.
Absolutely. I was going to bring him up.
Yeah, O'Neal has a higher OPS plus, more home runs, more steals.
Right now.
I can only judge him on what he's doing right now.
I didn't judge him on last year.
He had a good year last year. He didn't steal a lot of bases. He had a broken leg. Come back from broken leg.
I'm talking about Ellie.
Oh.
Yeah, take Ellie's year last year and then judge O'Neal Cruz on that.
Ellie last year had a great season. 25 homers, OPS of 809, which was better than O'Neal Cruz's.
And Ellie never got moved to the outfield.
Yeah, but he should. I mean,
yeah,
he's
that's something they should be considering.
Yeah, he does have a lot of errors, doesn't he?
They're almost the same guy.
They really are. I think O'Neal's a better player. I think he will be a better player.
I'm liking what I'm seeing in center field, though. Jason, you bring up off air the air mailing of the throw the other day, and Doran, you killed me because O'Neal, you brought this up. I didn't even think about it. He did the whole like stretch the arm.
Yeah, like man, my arm wasn't working. Like, nah, you just messed up. That's all right.
Like Ben Roethlisberger throwing a pick and then reaching for his calf. Like, what happened there? Ben, after a game, he throws for 300 yards. They win, comes out with all the ice pack around his knee, all that fun jazz. I think we're kind of getting into a semantical argument here on O'Neal Cruz because Sidney Crosby, to me, arrived as a rookie at a 100-point season, but he wasn't the best he'd ever be.
Mm-hmm.
I think O'Neal Cruz has arrived. I'm hoping that he'll continue to get better, but I think he has arrived as a very good, if not arguably right now, great Major League Baseball player.
Jason?
I actually side with Adam on this. I think he has. You
got one.
I do. Now, I think there's some nuance to this argument, Doran. I'm not trying to disagree with you, but I think there's some nuance to it.
Now, you could disagree.
No, because I think you both make good points, but I'm going to side with one of you. Now, I think that he has arrived as a very good, if not great, Major League hitter, being capable of that. Now, him reaching his potential, him getting where the Pirates need him to be, requires what you're talking about in consistency. And I think this is something I was talking about last night. I think that rankles people with O'Neal Cruz is it's uneven, right? Like, he can do these incredible things at the plate. You look at all the metrics and how flashy he is, and he's a lot of fun. And he also drives you crazy, whether it's in the outfield, making silly mistakes on the bases, learning the game. He's a very polarizing player. And so, yeah, he's arrived for me as an elite talent. He's just not consistent enough yet. I think he will be there. I believe wholeheartedly in O'Neal Cruz, but I understand the argument, people wanting to see a little bit more consistency out of him.
Has he arrived as a player, or has he arrived as a hitter? Is that which one are you saying, Crowley?
Yes.
Both?
Yeah.
I think he's more arrived maybe as a hitter right now.
He's a much better hitter than he is a defender, but he's starting to stabilize in center field. And if we want to blame the Pirates for throwing Henry Davis out and right, I think we need to offer him some grace in center. Like, he wasn't going to pick it up and just be great at it right away. He's making strides. And Jason mentioned he's getting better against lefties.
I mean, Bryce Harper, he got moved to first and he didn't miss a beat. That's
different positions, though, man.
Okay, but that's arrived from outfield to first base. He's arrived. He arrived in.
Catch the ball. Throw him the ball. He catches it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Bryce Harper's a better baseball player.
Right. He's arrived.
He gets caught. Yeah.
He's been in the league for a decade.
Okay, he's arrived. Like, whenever you arrive, you do consistently.
I think Doran has a higher definition of arrived than we do.
That's what I said.
That's probably what we're looking at here, which is fine. And maybe arrived is the wrong word for what we're talking about, Crowley. I think showing that he can do this at an elite level. That's worrying.
Will he be an all-star this year?
I think so.
I think he very well could be, yeah. Will he arrive then?
Yeah, he's getting close if he's an all-star.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to disagree with it. I think what we're trying to say is, like, he's shown he can do this, has teased, has tantalized, whatever, which maybe isn't really moving the argument forward.
Why do you hate Dulac?
That's played out, Crowley. Would you just stop and
if Cruz regresses, will you still say that he has arrived?
Well, no.
Well, if you arrived, you're kind of at your destination, right? There's no going back.
Oh.
I mean, it's baseball. You're going to play 162 games. He just came off of...
Aaron Judge has arrived.
Yeah, he's not Aaron Judge. That doesn't mean he hasn't arrived.
No, he's bringing up a good point.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
If O'Neal Cruz goes in the tank for the next 6 weeks,
well, yeah.
Has he still arrived?
Right.
So if Bryce Harper goes to the tank for 6 weeks,
he's got a different resume.
Yeah, bigger body of work. Has done it consistently. Has Brian Reynolds arrived?
So again, if he finishes the season as a 40-40 guy or even a 30-50 guy,
if he
finished the season, yeah, he's.
So if he goes 40-40 this year, I think we can call that a 6 players in the history of the sport.
He's taxiing to the gate.
Hopefully, it's not at like midway.
This is such a
right.
This is just a perfect sports talk radio conversation. Hey, we're all in agreement. O'Neal Cruz, really good, but has he arrived? Oh, that is sports talk, my friends. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We're supposed to do things you don't know, things you don't care to know, but they're sports related. Do we have the music ready for that, Callis? I have given him no warning, except we do it every Friday at this exact time.
Yeah, but then you were talking about some stuff there.
Do you think Cruz has arrived?
For 7 minutes. This is all my fault. Hold on.
Do you think he's arrived, Callis?
Jason's here, yes.
Mackey has arrived.
He always gives you
Jesus Christ! That was an accident joke, sorry.
I almost swore.
I mean, you could turn it down a little bit. I think you may have caused an accident out there on the Parkway. Jeez Louise. Expectations are low, and you still find a way to underperform them. Doran, start off with the Charles Barkley thing. I got the audio here.
You have the audio. Well, last night I was watching the game, obviously Knicks game, and Charles Barkley, he's the best. I mean, he's the best thing going on TV right now, and he said something that I was laying down in the bed, and I almost fell off my bed laughing because only Charles Barkley can say this, and nobody bats an eye, and it's absolutely hilarious. Go ahead, play it.
We up in the clouds. We up in the clouds. I could touch God right now. That's the only chance I'm ever going to get to see him.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm going to hell.
Damn.
But I'm going to see a lot of y'all with me. A lot of y'all laughing at home. I'm going to see you. Hey, Shaq, good to see you again.
And you're going to have on some gasoline draws.
Hey, Shaq, good to see you again. Everybody at home was laughing. And he's right. He's like, yeah, I'm going to see some of you with me. At least he admits it. He knows who he is. He's like, all right, it's the closest I'm going to get to God. Like, I'm not going to see him any other plays because I'm going to hell. That is hilarious.
NBA on TNT will be done on Saturday or Monday. And that'll be it for one of the great all-time studio shows. Maybe the greatest all-time studio show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what else I'd put close. Like, Baseball Tonight growing up was awesome. I mean, it was
not the same vein
It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. And this, what I love about this, and I think it's the same thing everybody loves about it, is you can break down the game, but you can also not genuflect at the altar of sports.
Yep.
Like, it's okay to not be super buttoned up. It's okay to have fun with basketball.
Yep.
It's a sport. You can enjoy yourself. And I think they've done a great job. Even when Shaq came in, like, they find the right fit.
Yes, exactly. They have the right cast of characters. To be able to do that, you have to have the right mentalities and the right personalities. And you have to have the straight guy, the guy that keeps things in line.
Kenny?
Yeah, Kenny, and he's a little bit underneath Ernie. Ernie keeps things in line.
Oh,
At least tries to.
Ernie.
And then Kenny's more of like, I'm going to talk basketball and let these guys do their thing. And then Shaq and Charles are just characters.
I can't think of another show that I would put up there with it. I'm racking my brain here. I got
TNT tried to do the same thing with the hockey with Biz, and I think Biz does a good job. You just can't.
It's not there.
They try to recreate it. They can't. College Game Day, I don't know if does it count as a studio show?
Yeah.
I think it does.
Yeah.
I'll
put it right
Game
there.
Day up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different kind of entertainment, though. But, yeah, I mean, it's a good show.
And then they tried to Barkley it with McAfee a little bit, where he's jumping into lakes outside
NFL
of Baylor.
shows, anything? I wouldn't put it above that.
No.
Maybe CBS when it's really humming.
Fox has more of the feel because Bradshaw will say some goofy stuff.
Right.
I don't like
Jimmy Johnson was like, real goofy and weird.
Yes.
It's like trying too hard sometimes.
I agree with that. And
that's what I like about the NBA show. It's genuine. It's just them being them. Like, they're not putting anything on.
Yes.
It is very much believable. The other places are trying so hard.
Here's a hot take. I don't like any of the network pregame NFL stuff. I think CBS does it better than Fox.
Yeah.
But I really am not interested in either.
I never watch any of that. I don't even watch Game Day.
You don't watch Game Day?
No, very, very, rarely.
I still, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, I'll pop on Game Day and I'll dance with my daughters, and now they know Saturdays
Dude,
in the fall.
there's such a feel to that. It's a little bit sideways, but, like, I can feel fall when you're talking about Game Day on a Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I started watching old games last weekend.
Really?
Yeah, it was supposed to be, hey, official kickoff of summer, and it was 55 degrees. It was like 47 in the morning. I'm like, I'm going to watch some old college football games and get in the mood. All right, we've run out of time to do anything else.
You have one? No.
Well, that was a
good one.
That was the secret here, is that I forgot to do one.
Yeah.
See, we don't take ourselves that seriously around here either.
I'm really trying to think of one show that could kind of
I don't think you've come up with one.
I mean, I would say
There's nothing in hockey.
The broadcast of WWE is as close as I can get.
Yeah.
It's similar to that, like goofy.
I'm trying to even think of like the best baseball pregame show. And in the playoffs, when you've got like A-Rod, Poppy, who else did they have on?
I'll tell you who's good is Pedro Martinez.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Pedro. I think Girardi was in that for a little bit. That got pretty good.
Huh.
They don't
Yankees,
do it consistently.
Red Sox, Red Sox.
Yeah, shocking, right?
Interesting what they did there. Get Jack Wilson on the horn. Callis, you had something to add?
You calling me underprepared, and then you just admitted that you were underprepared, which made me smile.
It's a pretty good point by him. Everybody's eardrums out there, okay? Everybody good.
Huh?
You know what? A texter brings up a great one. NFL primetime with Berman and Tom Jackson.
Yeah, that's
That
close.
is a
That's
great one.
Close second.
And you would have TJ the whole time. He would just through it.
That's a good one.
They do it now with Booger, and it has the nostalgia elements because Berman's still there. It's not the same without TJ though.
Booger, he cracks
What's
me up.
this idea about Berman calling the home run derby?
Is he doing it again?
I hope he does. Back. Gone.
I feel like he was super popular.
I dropped one of those on the evening show the other night. Whoop.
I mean, Madden and Summerall are kind of close, I guess, if you want to say broadcast. Like,
yeah,
Madden
but that's a different.
It's a different thing, but like Madden, he brought like it was fun.
If we're talking
Fun
about
watching football,
like an irreverence,
yeah,
where you're not afraid to get goofy,
right?
Yeah,
it's a turducken. He's like doing that stuff. I mean, he wasn't really breaking down football. He was just having fun calling it.
Yes. Texter, you can always tell when Doran has his zin in by the tone of his mm-hmm. I disagree, because you always have one in.
Right.
When's the last... Have you ever... I mean, since we've been doing it, have you ever not had a zin in when we've been on the air?
Whenever I eat. That's it.
All right, that's things you don't know, things you don't care to know, but they're sports-related. Steelers back on significant playmaker watch. Bubba Chandler could be making his debut. Bunch to get into for the final 45 minutes of the show with Jason Mackey. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Diego Padres start a 3-game series tonight that will last throughout the weekend. First game tonight, scheduled to start at 9:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 8:45. That'll be hosted by Jeff Hathorn. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. We are moving into June, and we all know that it's party time. And the place to go for all your beer needs is Hampton Beer Outlet. They have all the high noons and Surfsides now as well, and they have all your favorite seltzers and cocktails. And this weekend only, they got White Claw variety packs. 24-pack cans, only $29.99. That's a crazy low price. Perfect for your party, something for everyone. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet for White Claw variety packs, only $29.99 all weekend. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On July 19th, unbeaten, undisputed world heavyweight champion Oleksandr Usyk takes on Daniel Dubois. Usyk recently told me that as part of his unconventional training, he walks on his hands for 15 minutes at a time and holds his breath underwater. So set your DVR to catch my exclusive interview with the champ this weekend on Game Time. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Warning, the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility, and inflation could make a devastating comeback. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax and penalty-free? Find out more by requesting your free 2025 gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. Summer's heating up, huh? Listen, Schultz Ford is there for you. So they got a lot going on. Employee pricing continues. That's through June 2nd. So be sure to get to Schultz Ford. You pay what every single person who works at Schultz Ford pays. That's what employee pricing is. That's fantastic. And how about this? An additional $1,000 towards KBB and also instant cash offer on your trade. You're going to roll in that car that you had. You're going to trade it up for a new one, and they're going to maximize the value in your trade. So that's fantastic. So Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. at Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Schultz Ford Wheeling store is fantastic. And always online, schultzford.com. Customer service cannot be beat. Gigantic selection. So like I said, the weather's heating up. Now is the time to go ahead and get into something that you really, really love. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harbor, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford and Wheeling. Always online, schultzford.com.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new. We're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Outbound Parkway East, solid delays still from Bate Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels, kind of into those lane restrictions out toward Edgewood Swissvale. Inbound, your delays at Edgewood Swissvale down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and then just a little bit slow through the tunnels itself. Right now on the Parkway West, you're jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile. Route 28 and the Parkway North are both up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
How many times have we all said, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Plus, quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the U.S. Staples, that was easy.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Social media's biggest loser is about to be me, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Because I think I'm going to go against, at least perhaps go against public sentiment here. Jason, you say that Bubba Chandler could be up next week. He's going to start today, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying he could be up next week. That was me just looking ahead.
And saying...
In fact, I think it's probably the opposite.
But you're saying he should be up next
Yeah,
week.
I'd like to see him up here.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fans deserve it. I am of the camp, and this is an interesting debate, Adam. I mean, you can look at this and say the Pirates should have their best 5 pitchers on the Major League roster. Screw it all. Fans deserve it. Put them up here. Bubba's earned it. Give him the opportunity. That's the camp that I'm in. I see Harrington, Ashcraft, Burrows, they come up here, they get opportunities. Bubba's thrown more innings in the minor leagues than all 3 of them. You can easily make the case that Bubba should be up here. I also understand, and I think you're in this camp to say, look, they're not going anywhere. Their problem isn't pitching, it's hitting. What's Bubba Chandler going to affect I'm not going to give him an opportunity to win the NL Rookie of the Year and lose a year of service time.
That's right.
We're not going to super to him. We're just going to wait because there's really nothing to play for. I understand that argument too. I don't like it, but I mean, it's a debate. My reasoning for feeling the way that I do, what if they get hot? What if Bubba Chandler comes up here and it sparks something?
Right.
What if, I know this is crazy, and it's very crazy. What if they go 20-8? Puts them at 4 games under 500 through 85 in the season.
Oh, man, that hurts me so much.
I'm saying
that if they go
then you're there.
That if they go 20-8, they're 4 games under.
Yeah,
that's what I meant there. Like, oh, my God, what a hole.
And that's fine. And 20-8's an insane thought.
They've done
look at this.
They did it 2 years ago.
I know. But I'm saying, like, I would want to give every opportunity for this group to succeed, and that includes Bubba Chandler.
Well, the hardest point to argue with is that the fans deserve it, because they do. I'm a Pirate fan. I'm wearing a Pirate hat right now.
What if Bubba Chandler comes up, they go 20-8, and now you have the leeway to trade Mitch Keller to get some assets for him? Was that stupid?
Yeah, I think he'll be up before the deadline anyhow, and I would view.
Yeah, I don't think waiting on Bubba would change that.
I would view Keller independent of that, but I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Pirates have a 0.3% chance, according to Fangraphs, of making the playoffs. I think the season is lost from a competitive standpoint, and Bubba's good enough. He's a number 2 prospect in all of baseball. He could come in and be the NL Rookie of the Year. We were just looking off air at some of these candidates right now. It's not a great crop. Bubba Chandler, as we sit here today, has the 6th best odds to win Rookie of the Year. And I just don't want that to happen and lose a year of control. Also, the whole Super 2 thing with ARB and pre-ARB and all that stuff that makes people's eyes glaze over. I'll wait 3 weeks or 2 weeks, whatever it is, that moving target. Bring them up then.
And I mean, that's kind of where they're at. If they wait like 3 weeks, they're probably safely past Super 2, 3-4 weeks.
Now, if
you have something to play for, that's a different discussion.
Right. Yes, if they started the season if they're around 500 right now, if they're even where the Nationals are, like 4, 5, 6 games, I haven't looked up on my Nationals record in 2 days, but if they're 5, 6 games under 500 even, I'd say, bring Bubba Chandler up. But they ain't winning jack this year.
Counter-argument, though, Adam.
Oh.
Look at what happened when they brought Skeens up last year. That team took off until the end of July, early August. And it fell flat on its face, but there was definitely a bump whenever Skeens came up. Could that be the same?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well,
I'd like to find out.
They have one hole in their rotation right now, and it's the same hole they've had all year. Everybody else in that rotation has pitched great. You have one hole. I'm not arguing that. He's absolutely one of their best 5. He's maybe their second best. I mean, that could play out very quickly. We saw how Jared Jones bursted onto the scene. He could come up here and be the next best thing you have to Paul Skeens. And I'm expecting big things out of him. But I'm just not doing it. And I never view things this way.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm usually Super
go.
2, be damned, get your best players up here. I was pleasantly surprised with what they did with Jared Jones last year because it was so counterintuitive to the way that they typically do things around here. This is an exception for me just because of how bad they started. Typically, my philosophy is get your best guys here. For now, I say you've already pushed it this long. Like, if they'd have done it a month ago, okay, you do it a month ago. But now that you're this close, if you missed the Super 2 deadline by like 8 days because you got antsy in the pantsies, that would be so bizarre and wrong to me if you did it now.
And to be clear, Adam, I think it's like reality is probably more on your side. If I had to bet which route they go.
How about that?
I know. How about this?
This is like still, second time in
all
20
things
minutes.
Coming up Crowley today. No,
weird.
But I honestly think if I had to pick one school of thought, I think yours is right and I'm wrong.
Which I don't love my allies on this because I generally hate the way the Pirates do business. But in this instance, I actually agree with them, which is a very weird place to be. Shall we get to significant player watch for the Steelers? We shall. Doran nodded in approval. We'll get to that coming up next. First, a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The New York Knicks won yesterday in Game 5 of the NBA Eastern Conference Finals. Pushes it to a Game 6. It's going to be played tomorrow. New York Knicks, Indiana Pacers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. Buccos baseball back on the West Coast tonight. You can bet on who will hit home runs. You can bet pitchers' number of strikeouts, RBIs, and more, all on the BetParks app. You can live bet. It's better on the BetParks app. You can also use the Sportsbook. BetPark's online sportsbook and casino app has you covered. It's the only app I ever use and recommend to bet all my favorite sports, to play all my favorite classic casino games in the palm of my hand with live dealers. Blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, hot online slots, and new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. All you got to do, go to betparks.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and the excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for the BetParks app. You love to play, you play to win, you bet. BetParks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Washington Commanders shocked the world this past season by making it to the NFC Championship game. They were also very active in free agency, adding Deebo Samuel. However, while some zig, we zag. The Commanders won 11 of their 12 games last year against non-playoff teams, and I think they go under 9.5 wins this season. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Adventure is calling, and your Jeep is waiting. It's Employee Pricing Plus this month. South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Drive home a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for $249 a month for 24 months. Hurry in today. See dealer for details.
Safety isn't just a priority. It's our foundation. At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, our teams integrate safety values into everything they do. Every day, on every job site, we put safety first to promote our workers, our partners, and our communities. From rigorous training to the latest protective equipment, PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound. Join a team that puts people first. Learn more at pjdick.com. TheTacosandTequilaFestival.com.
The Tacos and Tequila Festival hits Pittsburgh for the first time June 28th at EQT Park, featuring Lil Jon, Chingy, Trick Daddy, Petey Pablo, and more. Craft margaritas, tacos, lucha libre wrestling, exotic cars, and so much more. Get your tickets now at TacosandTequilaFestival.com.
Every day, brave volunteers answer the call, risking it all to keep our families safe. They're our neighbors, our heroes, our volunteer firefighters. Rome Monument proudly honors the selfless men and women of our volunteer fire departments. Your courage, your sacrifice, your heart to answer the call 24 hours a day. The Diagardi family is grateful for all the support of their fourth-generation business. Thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stanfield, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire ads and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Jason Mackey with us until the end of the show. Happy Friday, folks. Steelers poking around for a playmaker. This is according to Jordan Schultz. Adam Schefter says they've had talks with the Dolphins as they're interested in tight end Jonnu Smith, who had nearly 900 yards and 8 touchdowns last season. Guys, if the Steelers don't get another playmaker, was the George Pickens trade a mistake?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes. Deontay was a mistake, too.
Because they never backfilled.
Right. And they'll be doing the same thing. And it would have been with a different offensive coordinator at the time for Deontay. See how it looks until training camp. Like, can he get through training camp? Can George get through training camp with DK Metcalf on the other side with a new quarterback? Like, you have one strike, really, and then you're out. So, but I would wait. Like, I would see how it actually looked first before I would trade away one of my bigger assets. So, yes, it'd be a mistake.
I would dare him to act out, too. Like,
Yeah,
I know this is a moot discussion right now.
Exactly.
Like, dude, you're in a contract year. You have a chance to make life-changing money.
Yep.
You want to be a knucklehead? Go ahead.
Yep.
It's at your own detriment.
Mm-hmm.
Show your true colors one more time.
Yeah, I'd give him a chance, though. I'd be like, all right, here. Listen, we need another receiver right now. You're going to be the guy opposite of DK Metcalf. You're not the guy. You know that, right? Like, you're not the guy. You are the second receiving option at receiver. Let's see how you react. If you react, then you're out. But let's see how you do, because we do, like, deep down, we do need you. Like, we do need another playmaker. So
they both need each other. And
Exactly.
you need this opportunity. You need what you know. You need an offense. Like, you're still going to get the ball.
Right.
It's not like you're going to get 60 targets a year. We're going to use you.
Yep. Should be easier.
And you're going to be able to put up numbers, and you're going to be able to take this year and go take it into free agency and make a crap load of money.
Yep.
I've thought a lot about this in the last 35 seconds. And initially, first blush, my answer is no, it's not a mistake even if they don't backfill, because you just weren't going to get along with this guy. And he was a problem, and he invites disaster. He doesn't always give forth full effort on the field. And I think eventually you need to send a message. And they sent one to Deontay, and they sent one to George. But in these now 55 seconds, that's the franchise you want to be, right? Get rid of those guys. Get team first guys. And now they're trying to get Aaron Rodgers.
They're the franchise that actually picked those guys first, though.
No, I know.
You know, like, so what do you, like?
I think they're trying as an organization to move away from that, at least as it relates to wide receiver. But in the same offseason, let's bring in Aaron Rodgers. And if you did one of those bubble things that pops up with the most common words used for a guy, I think selfish would be the one for Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I mean, he's proven, though. Like, those guys weren't proven. Like, they were good, but they're not Hall of Fame. You make exceptions for players like Aaron Rodgers.
But you can't move away from a guy. Just to steer the conversation back to Pickett for a second, you can't move away from a guy unless you have a firm plan. Right? Like, the existing guys they have right now. God forbid, what if DK Metcalf gets hurt?
Yep.
Do they have anybody capable of
now
stepping
you're in exactly
into a number
the
one
same
role?
spot as last
like,
year.
You can move away from that guy. I would do it this upcoming year. You know, because I'm going to have George here in case something happens. At least I have an actual number one, someone who's done that. Use him for what he's worth.
Mm-hmm.
And then next year, I don't have any interest in re-signing him. I'm not allocating that much money to wide receiver, but I'd take him and use him for what he's good for.
Yep.
And he can use us for what the Steelers are good for. Use it to put up numbers and bolster your resume.
Talking to your colleague, Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette earlier, got me real worried because clearly they're trying to find another wide receiver, but he made it seem like if Roman Wilson looks good, that they're going to go after a depth wide receiver. And if you get a depth wide receiver, now you're in exactly the same spot as last year. And when they traded Pickens, I was all for it at the time because my assumption was they were going to go out and try to find a guy. And now I have some doubt about that. And they don't deserve any benefit of the doubt because they tried to get Brandon Ayuk last offseason and it never wound up happening. And we hear that they were close on some receivers at the deadline, but I can't verify whether or not it was actually going to happen. It's the easiest thing in the world to say.
It didn't happen.
Yeah, right. Calvin Ridley, right? Gets or who's the other one? He used to play for the Jags.
Christian
Kirk. Thank you. I always get those two guys. It doesn't matter. Oh, well, he got hurt. We were going to trade for him. I don't know that. It's easy to say now that he's hurt,
right,
and you don't have him, and then you bring in Mike Williams, of all people. So they get no benefit of the doubt from me.
I think the new quarterback's going to have some say-so in this, man. He has to.
Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, Mr. Rogers. I mean, that's still the most likely scenario, right? Would we all agree there that you still expect Aaron Rodgers to sign? I can't imagine they would do what they're doing now if they don't have some legitimate idea that he's going to be here.
Yeah.
And then if Aaron Rodgers signs, at that point it becomes, all right, Aaron, we need to address wide receiver. Who's it going to be?
We talked the other day about Minnesota because of what Rodgers said, talking about playing a game in Chicago. I think we need to widen the scope a little bit. Like, oh, it's probably Pittsburgh. Maybe if J.J. McCarthy stinks, it's Minnesota. Maybe. Could be any team, man. Like Joe Burrow blows out his knee. God forbid I don't want to see anybody get hurt. Like, he could be holding out hope that any of a number of different situations that are better than Pittsburgh's could become open.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I still think he's most likely going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, but I do worry about that.
Yeah, like somebody like the Dolphins I always bring up.
Yeah.
I feel like that they're in a very interesting situation. Like
Tua was hurt.
You want to throw to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle?
Yes.
In Miami, where it's warm? Better situation than here. Like Cincinnati, I don't think he would do. Like, because it's like
Jamar Chase, T. Higgins.
I mean, I don't think he's like, I'm not going to go live in Cincinnati for a couple months now.
It's right next to Kentucky. You got bourbon. They got the Skyline chili. He's not afraid to put weird stuff in his body. I feel like he's going to be the Steelers quarterback, but now I'm in this weird meandering period where every day that goes by, I get more and more worried that he's not going to wind up here.
Hey, the Browns also play in Chicago. You never know.
Let's add a sixth quarterback.
Don't rule it out. I think you can roll that one.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet my house that he would not go to Cleveland.
I know. I'm just kidding.
If he went to Cleveland, do the Steelers then trade for Pickett?
Shador.
Oh, my guy. Let's go. Woo-hoo!
I was just looking at the Bears' schedule to see who all plays in Chicago this year.
I could see Shador landing on the Steelers practice squad or the Steelers claiming him if he gets released after training camp.
If he gets released,
he very well. I mean, that's a very high possibility. They have a bunch of quarterbacks.
If he does, though, what I'm saying is the league told us exactly what they feel about this guy during the draft, and now his first team cuts him. Oh, hope you like Canada, pal. And that could be your next stop. I'm not talking about Matt Canada. I'm talking about playing for the Saskatchewan Rough Riders or something. Is that a real team? Did I get that one right?
Yeah.
I bet you the Steelers would scoop him up.
Yeah, they would. Yep.
They'd give him a chance.
Yep. They'd claim him.
Nothing more than practice squad, but bring him in, take a look.
I think that they probably release Skylar Thompson and make him the third quarterback.
How's Will Howard looking at OTAs?
He's looked fine. I wouldn't say he doesn't look like a week one starter. He looks like a kid out of college with some pedigree that you want to see a little bit more of.
People are tweeting out videos of him throwing the ball to 15th string wide receivers with no defensive backs in the picture and going, oh boy, it looks like Big Ben.
Yeah.
I might have to mute Will Howard on Twitter.
I tweeted out a video of him throwing to Roman Wilson.
Did you say he looks like the second coming of Ben Roethlisberger?
No, I just said
Antonio
Roman
Brown?
Wilson made a decent catch or something like that.
How's he look?
Good. I mean, for football in shorts. I don't know how much we can really deduce here.
Jeff Hathorne, the esteemed Jeff Hathorn, said Broderick Jones looks really comfortable at left tackle. Just what you can glean right now with footwork, things of that nature, that he looks a lot more comfortable back at home than he did at right tackle.
I'd agree with that. I mean, he's moving well. He's confident. I think he's much more comfortable over there. I think he tried to be comfortable on the right side. I don't think he was.
Didn't he lose some weight, too?
Yeah, about 20 pounds.
Yeah, Doran, I'm happy you bring that up. Good, bad? How do we feel? 325 down to 305, I think?
Yeah, that's probably pretty good. I didn't know what he is now and how much he lost to what the number is now. But, yeah, 305. I mean, if he can move better, and he's athletic as you know what. So, like, he's probably moving a lot better. That's probably pretty good.
That could be even as much as playing left tackle. Just moving around better.
What was that?
I kind of shimmied is what happened there.
You did, yeah.
I've been watching old West Virginia games, and I watched the 1981 game the other day, and the offensive linemen are like 265 pounds. It's goofy.
1981? Like, who was even on that team?
Jeff Hostetler.
Oh, yeah.
How about that? They beat Oklahoma to start the season in Norman.
How do you watch a West Virginia game from 1981?
YouTube.com. You ever heard of it?
I didn't know West Virginians knew how to upload things to YouTube.
Right.
I mean, Pitt was one of the top 3 in the country that year.
In 1981?
Yeah, Marino.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Yep. Who won that game?
I think they might have lost to West Virginia, or they lost to Penn State. One of them.
Well, now you know we have to look it up.
Yeah, I think that they lost to one of those two. I could be wrong, though. I should know.
You shouldn't know that.
I should know. Yeah, I'm a historian, Pitt historian.
E.J. Borghetti would know.
He would know. Yeah, so I think my uncle coached on that team.
Oh, man. You guys shut us out 17-0.
What about Penn State?
Oh, that was the 48-14 game.
They lost, right?
Yeah, that's a famous one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
48-14. We should have known that one.
I did know it.
You didn't know?
I said they either lost to West Virginia or Penn State.
That's not knowing. That's
pretty much knowing.
That's increasing the odds by making two games.
I've arrived.
That's Quiz Callis knowing right there.
Callis, who did Pitt beat in the Sugar Bowl that year?
Which year?
1981.
I don't know.
Georgia. 24-20.
Just looking at it. You didn't know.
Yes, I did.
You did not know. It's right in front of you.
No,
You
that's
didn't know
See
that.
it on your
That's
screen.
a very famous Pitt season.
You didn't know who they played.
Georgia. One more segment with Mackey. God knows what it'll bring, but first a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the San Diego Padres at 9:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 8:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some delays hanging around from the morning rush. This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Outbound Parkway East, you have those lane restrictions approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels and causing solid delays back to Bates Street. Inbound, you are jammed right around Edgewood Twistvale, while the Parkway West gets in line approaching the runaway truck Sandpile. In Coriopolis, watch for crews working on Route 51 northbound with a lane restriction there between Petrie Road and Ridge Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with the Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale and we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. A reminder, you can join Pony and Muller today at Piata at the Point in North Fayette. PM team will broadcast live, collect donations for the Fan 5 alarm. Stop by, help them fill up the boot. You can also get a 2025 Fan 5 alarm marathon t-shirt for a $20 donation. All proceeds go directly to the fund in order to help volunteer fire departments. Why did I read that so weird? It's like I was surprised by every next word. That's right, I've petered out. Mackie, what was that you brought up during the break?
So this is from a guy with Barstool.
Nicky Smokes.
Nicky Smokes.
Oh, I met that guy.
Did you?
Really? At the softball game.
He was there?
I think. I might be thinking
I think he
of a
was,
different
actually.
guy.
Yeah, I think he was.
Nice man.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let me pull it up. Is it harder for the average man to get a hit in Major League Baseball or score a goal in the NHL? I think it's the NHL.
100% the NHL to score a goal. You have to be able to skate first. In baseball, you get up to the plate and then you can close your eyes and maybe lay down a bunt or something and get lucky. You ain't getting lucky against.
Is it harder
Martin Brodeur?
Let's say it's a shootout and you're going one-on-one against Martin Brodeur.
I don't think the average guy, unless you have some reasonable skating ability, is beating an NHL goalie ever.
If it's a shootout, they're going to fall before they get to the shot.
Let's just say that you've
get
worn
down the ice.
skates before.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a better chance of scoring on Martin Brodeur in a shootout or getting a hit off of Paul Skeens?
Is there a defense? Well, I guess there would be a defense behind Skeens.
Can you
know what I'm saying?
Like Skeens?
Not if it's the shootout.
No, I'm saying baseball-wise.
Right, but if
like
you're
you
doing
have
a
to get an
shootout-
actual hit, there are defenders and everything.
Well, if you're doing a shootout, there's no defenders on the ice. So if we're going with the parameters of just the shootout, you're not going against a NHL defense to get to the goalie to have to score on the goalie. So if you're doing a shootout, then there wouldn't be a defense if you're going against Paul.
So
Skeens.
we're just saying,
get a hit.
just put a ball in play fair.
Right.
So you put a ball in play fair against Skeens, or you score in a shootout against Brodeur.
Skeens.
Man. I think I'm beating Brodeur.
I think you could luck into one with Skeens, though.
I think it's possible that you could luck into one.
You can't luck into it.
You close your eyes, you swing, and
I
maybe
think
the
you
ball
can luck
finds
into
your bat.
contact. I don't think you can luck into a hit.
But what if there's no defense? What if you're just trying to get one fair?
That's why that's important. I mean, that's a major parameter of the argument. If you're saying, can you put a ball – like if you get 100 chances to score on an NHL goaltender or just touch a ball and put it in fair territory, I'd probably take baseball. But to actually get a hit and beat a defense,
well, I think
versus like score on an NHL goalie in a shootout, I'm probably taking the NHL goalie in a shootout.
I think the average hit wouldn't even make it to shortstop, so they would have to run up to get your ground ball. Like I feel like if you get a hit, it wouldn't even make it out of the grass part to the dirt, which would throw the shortstop or third baseman off, where they would have to run up, get it, scoop it, throw to first.
I know, but they're going to play you so far in. If any of us were in the box against O'Neal Cruz, against Paul Skeens, everybody's playing on the grass.
That's true. I'll take my chances rolling one out to IKF, though.
There's zero chance you make contact with the ball.
Oh, yeah. Zero chance. There's zero chance of me being able to do any of these things. But what is there a better chance of? I don't know. I've waffled too much. What about Tristan Jarry or Quinn Priester?
Didn't we do that? The 100 pitches, Quinn Priester?
We did talk about this. Yeah. I feel like, if you give me 100 pitches against Quinn Priester, I can foul one off. 1 out of the 100.
I believe that.
Let's go. All right, that's the show today.
All right. Hey, real quick. Do you think you could hit an almost Harry Kalas knuckleball?
Yes.
Oh, let's go today then.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 66, low of 54, 85% chance of rain. Thank you, Mackie.
Thank you, guys.
This was fun.
Good talk.
Doran, this was great.
Yes.
Talk to you on Monday at 5:40. Goodbye, Callis. Pomp and Joe next. Without Pomp, bye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Breaking news coming in from Bet3. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby color now, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and the dry hopped Paleo IPA, and better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on those roadways. This report brought to you by the Gateway Clipper Fleet. Crews checking reports of an accident now in the Carrick section of the city on Biscayne Drive, the intersection with Windfall Way. That's just off of Brownsville Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, it's getting in line for you just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, you are jammed from the Bates Street interchange all the way up through the lane restrictions approaching the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Inbound delays are at Edgewood, Swissvale. Route 28 and Parkway North have cleared out, and the HOV lanes are closed along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Corey Wargenis here from the Gateway Clipper. Let us be your destination for date night, celebrations, and memories on the water. Join us Saturdays on the Captain's Dinner Cruise, a real Pittsburgh tradition, featuring an all-new menu for 2025. For tickets, visit gatewayclipper.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After taking 2 out of 3 from the Arizona Diamondbacks and having an off day yesterday, the Pirates are back in action today. They're in San Diego for the first of 3 against the Padres, who are second in the NL West at 31-23 and in a playoff spot. Buccos are 21-36. We'll send Mitch Keller to the mound. Keller, who's not won a game since his first start, is currently 1-6 with a 3.66 ERA in 64 innings. Overall, though, has had a pretty good season. Strikeout number is a little bit down. Nick Pavetta's had a really good year for San Diego, 2.72 ERA and a 5-2 record. 9:40 first pitch, 8:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Friday, Pomp and Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I never realized how much you actually need your pinky finger limits until it's injured.
All 5, very important.
All 5. In order, what are their importance, do you think? Because I don't know what it is, an injured right pinky finger, which sounds like, gut through it, and I am gutting through it. I mean, Jack Lambert's career ended on turf toe. He had an injured toe. What are you going to do? If your toe's injured, it's injured. My pinky's injured. So I have it on ice right now from golf. But in order, importance of your fingers is what, Limits?
I think your pointer finger is probably number one.
Yeah.
Followed by your thumb.
Yes.
But, I mean, those could be interchangeable.
The thumb, I feel like, is underrated. Yeah.
Thumb, very important.
He's a glue guy, isn't he, on the team? Yeah.
And then I feel like
the middle finger can be very useful at times.
Yes, probably the middle finger.
And
But
it's
don't
the
show it
tallest.
to us all at once.
He's the center, too. You throw him the ball down on the post, he scores for you, right?
The middle finger creates balance on your hand.
Right.
It's the one right in the middle.
Yeah.
The glue guy centers your team.
Yeah.
Make sure that everything is solid. And then, I would think maybe the pinky is probably next.
So do I, and I never thought that till now. It anchors everything. I'm trying to type here, and then shaking hands. You wouldn't believe it. It's the one finger that really gets affected when you shake a guy's hand. And I was out at a golf course yesterday, Willowbrook Country Club out in Apollo. Wonderful place. My friend Neil is out there. What a nice man he is.
Hello, Neil.
And but some of his friends had very firm handshakes at the end of the round, and it hurt. I'll tell you that much. And now trying to type with the ice pack on is impossible.
Every time that Doran shakes my hand,
Very firm.
I think my hand could break, yeah.
So I never knew. Who knew? Guess what we're going to do today, Limits? Needless to say, Bob isn't here. How are you?
No, but Bob will be back on Monday.
You sure about that?
Yes, I am sure about that. Bob said that.
Okay. Very good.
And I saw something else that indicated Bob will be there because you guys will be somewhere other than here on Monday, a very special remote.
What?
That you clearly didn't know about.
Are you going to tell me in the audience, or are you going to let us? Is that not yet?
No, it's finalized.
disseminating?
We also have a
Well, where
promo.
are we going to be?
The Fill the Boot broadcast will be on Monday. It'll be at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union.
Beautiful.
In Wexford.
The last time we were there, Bob Walk came over and visited, and we had a wiffle ball game.
That's awesome. Does not
this
look
is-
like your friend Limits was invited to go to this, but
You never are.
no.
We need somebody running the show back here.
Well, we also there's been discussions about being the on-site producer there.
Really?
Yeah. So
Now, when Oakmont comes along, there's some special plans. Are you going to be able to go there?
that's what I'm going to say. I got to make sure I'm trained with the special equipment before that so that I'm able to go to that with you guys. I'm
the
hoping.
special equipment.
The special equipment. I'm hoping.
I slept in today, Limits. I slept in until 8:30. So
I slept in almost until 8:30.
I don't know what happened. Usually, I never set an alarm in my house because I'm woken up by the natural sounds of the household. My daughter being late for school, which is still early for me. So she's up. My wife is up. The dog's up. I don't need an alarm. Today, nobody's up. The dog's sleeping downstairs. The kid not feeling well, not at school today. And my wife, for some reason, sleeping in. So I wake up and it's 8:30. I'm like, what has happened here?
And you were in a panic.
Little bit of a panic.
Were you in a sweat?
No, not quite the sweat phase, but a little bit of a panic. But I had already planned a lot of the show. You and I are going to do a spelling bee today. Are you excited about that?
As excited as I can be, yes. I'm excited.
Did you see the ESPN? Is it on ESPN, the kid who won the spelling bee?
It
I
was
think
on
it is.
Ion.
Ion, okay.
Yeah.
That kid was great. So you and I, later in the show, are going to have sports names to spell. I'll throw one at you. You throw one at me. I'll give you an example. This is how it's going to work. This man is a pretty famous Penguin because he scored one of the most famous goals in Penguins history in a multiple overtime game to beat the Washington Capitals. His name, oh dear Limits, and this is just a dry run, is Peter Nedved. Spell it. First and last name.
P.
Very, very good, the P. Yeah.
T. R.
Very good.
And now Nedved is where it gets difficult because I think there's a Y thrown in there.
You may think that, yeah.
N. Y. D. V. E. D.
If you took out the Y, you would have scored points there.
No Y.
Yeah, no Y.
I always wonder the why.
So
The
them,
true question of journalism. Why?
so them are the rules. First and last name of a Pirate, Penguin, and Steeler, plus an at-large person from sports history.
We are guaranteed to look like idiots at the end of this.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, for example.
Yeah, but
somebody like that.
We're going to look up like the most outrageous names.
Paul Bissonnette. Oh, he was a Penguin, though.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. No, it has to be someone somewhat known, and you can't make it total. You got one of them, at least has to be somewhat spellable.
I already have the one for you that's like a random player that you should remember.
Yeah.
But we're going to see if you're able to spell this guy's name. Because this
right.
is one of my favorite spellings of a player's name
All right.
in any
I like
sport.
that. Let's, and I have some great ones that you're never going to get, and I'm going to win.
The text line saying that the thumb is the number one
Number
finger.
one. I agree with that.
Important
Yeah.
finger.
The thumb would be number one, for sure. Let's talk trade, shall we? Nothing titillates, and the word is very interesting, isn't it? Nothing titillates a fan base or media like trade talk. People like us, we love it, and for good reason. It's fun, and that's what sports is supposed to be, fun. So, yeah, this isn't 60 Minutes. We don't necessarily traffic in hardcore journalism here. We traffic in the toy store of sports. So rumor and speculation is fun to talk about. The way I always pictured this show, and I think what we've achieved and what the ratings would tell us we've achieved, is we're sitting at a bar, Limits. You and I. Perhaps Hemingway's in Oakland.
I've been there.
Yeah. Does that, they're tearing down things left and right. Does that still exist?
It does. The first and only time I went there, I think you'll find this funny, was for dinner with Nick Farabaugh about 2 years ago.
What?
We went to Hemingway's.
Or we could be at Peter's Pub,
yes,
by the way.
Is that still around?
I don't know. I don't know if anything in Oakland is still around. Everybody's invited in. I mean, everybody's on equal footing anyway these days, right? I don't think that media has a large advantage in information on people the way it used to be.
Joe,
we all read, we all watch, we all we all talk about trades. What?
Peter's Pub closed in 2018. So you have not been in Oakland in quite some time.
Let's reopen it as Malsey's Pub, shall we?
I would love that.
And everybody's invited in, and everybody, I always said that Twitter, the good and bad of social media, when it first came out. And I remember one of the first big events on Twitter, although it had already been out for a little while, was the Jerry Meals play. And it's when it first dawned on me that this is just a giant press box. Like if you had sat in a press box in, 1997 Limits, you had access to things and you heard things and you said things. It's basically a bunch of cracks, jokes in the press box. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Having fun with the game, that got expanded to the whole world. Twitter is a giant press box in which we all watch games and make comments on the games. And I think that's the fun part of social media. I do. It's one giant press box. And that's what we're trying to achieve on the show. So when it comes to trade talk, well, let's talk. There's tons of things going on right now and in the recent past with trades. So let's talk a little turkey, shall we?
Well, let's do it.
The Jonnu Smith thing. What do we make of this? Adam Schefter reporting. What exactly did he report?
Yeah, it was kind of odd, the wordage that Schefter used. So
Is wordage a word?
Verbiage would be a better word.
Yeah.
Schefter, the Dolphins have had trade discussions with the Pittsburgh Steelers about their lone Pro Bowl selection last season, tight end Jonnu Smith. Those talks came after Smith expressed interest in reworking his deal that is scheduled to pay him $4.5 million this year, or $4.8. With Smith seeking a new contract, Miami has sought a trade partner. Last year, Smith set the franchise record for a tight end in receptions, receiving yards, and touchdowns. But Smith's preference is to stay in Miami under a reworked deal.
Oh, really?
So,
his preference is to catch 88 balls with Mike McDaniel instead of going back to Artie?
Yeah,
There's a big surprise there. What?
Yeah, and Tua over insert quarterback here for the Steelers.
What do you make of this?
I think that this is either the Dolphins or Jonnu Smith's representatives going to Schefter and saying, hey, put this out there that we're talking about a potential trade. We don't think it's actually going to happen, but we at least want to apply a little bit of heat into the kitchen about getting this deal done. That's what I make of this. I'm sure the Steelers have asked, and they've inquired.
Well, isn't that the story then? If the Steelers actually have asked and inquired about Jonnu Smith, then that, to me, is the story. I don't care about the reasoning. That tells me, again, that they're, on the trail for a new weapon. and I've heard people say they already have a tight end or two. Who cares? It's positionless. It's like the NBA. The NFL is becoming positionless. I don't care if they have 8 tight ends. You line them up, and they run pass patterns. It's like a secondary, which makes sense because they're the guys covering these guys. It's positionless. I don't care what – he's a pass catcher. That's his position. I'd love to get Jonnu Smith.
I would too, and we're told that
he's had years where he's caught a lot of touchdowns. Do I think he would flourish here like he did under McDaniel? No. Is he a good player? Yes. I think they should get another good player. And I think that, on 3rd and 8, does it really make any difference who you split out to run a pass pattern? Not to me if they can catch the ball.
No, they can line him up like a wide receiver, and we keep hearing the broken record phrase that Arthur Smith loves 2 tight ends. Well, does he? I mean, does his offense really cater to that? They didn't try it last year with 2 tight ends. Darnell Washington, other than catching the first touchdown of the year, was flat out invisible. They used Michael Pruitt at times just to block.
I mean, I also hear that tight ends flourish under Arthur Smith. Then why was Kyle Pitts a borderline bust? Right.
I drafted him on my fantasy team like twice. He was awful in terms of fantasy production.
I'm not saying anything would work really well under Arthur Smith. I'm saying the idea of bringing in Jonnu Smith makes sense to me if you want another weapon. And I do. I want another weapon.
This is going to become like the Smith family, the Adams family move over for Arthur Smith and Jonnu Smith.
It doesn't sound like this is all that realistic, however, does it?
No, especially with Smith's preference to stay in Miami under a rework deal. It sounds like it's going to eventually work out, but the Steelers are just kind of the middleman helping them work it out. Kind of like Ayuk with the 49ers. Hey, I want a new contract. Oh, well, we might trade you. Well, ultimately, I'm going to stay with this deal. Okay.
Everybody using the Steelers these days. Yes? All right, you give me a trade question. Could be anything. We also have TJ Watt trade talk. We have Penguins offseason trade talks. We have Pirate. I'll give you one before you give me one. Who's the first significant Pirate, to be traded this season?
That's a good question. It's actually the question that I was going to throw towards you.
Well, why don't we
Let's do it together. If you would have asked me this a year ago, I would not have said this guy, but I've somewhat softened on it just because of seeing what they have in their system. Mitch Keller. I like Keller a lot. Like, I would love to see Keller continue to pitch here for a while. But knowing that Chandler is coming up, Oviedo, if he ever returns, I think can still be a good arm for them. And they've done a good job of being able to find left-handed free agents seemingly every year. Tyler Anderson, Quintana, and now Andrew Heaney. Keller is somebody who I think can probably get you 2 bats. And that is clearly what you need right now.
Wait a second. 2 bats?
Well,
like everyday bats?
Probably one guy that can actually play, and then another bat that's like a IKF type of player.
And where would you put this player? I'm asking you, where do you think the Pirates would put him? I mean, Canario's actually playing well. It's not that I wouldn't want to replace him with a better player. I would. I'm with you there, but do you think they do?
Canario might be playing well now, but that doesn't mean that he's going to be the answer long term, especially if you get somebody that's more talented. I would probably get a left fielder and a shortstop.
You know what I'd get? A third baseman.
For Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Here's my Pirate trade. I don't have specific names coming back, more of an idea like you do. Keller, and you attach Ke'Bryan Hayes to that, and you bring back a really good bat. Getting rid of Ke'Bryan Hayes gets rid of all that salary and gets rid of a player who just is so frustrating to watch. And really, for that position, doesn't come close to delivering the offensive impact needed. And, the Pirates are in love with defense. I get it. But to me, they don't equal out. I understand that a run saved is equal to a run scored. But as I always say, when people defend playing Triolo a lot based on his defense, like how many times in a game is he going to get the opportunity to make a play that most other players wouldn't make? Maybe once. And he is a really good defender, don't get me wrong. Maybe once. Will he get a chance to save or run limits? Do you agree with that in a game?
Yeah, I'd say so. But, I mean...
How many times is he going to get a chance to change a game offensively if he starts?
Devil's advocate.
4.
How many times have we seen the Pirates play their offenses be so putrid where that one run is what matters? And if Ke'Bryan Hayes can make a huge play at the hot corner and prevent a run, they can win a 2-1 game, a 4-3 game. He's done it before. I'm not saying
so you're defending the idea of keeping Ke'Bryan Hayes on the off chance he makes a really good play in a game and saves a run because their offense stinks? Why does their offense stink?
I'm playing devil's advocate for Ke'Bryan Hayes because his defense is just so good. He's a gold glove, platinum glove type of player that I would prefer to bat ninth in the order, but there's so many other holes, he has to bat higher up in the order.
I would prefer not to bat at all in the order.
Would you DH Ke'Bryan Hayes and have the pitcher hit?
What?
Well, like, you know how you can DH for the pitcher? Would you DH for Ke'Bryan Hayes and have the pitcher
If I could pinch it every time for him, I would. See, that's my whole point. I understand what you're saying, but you're undermining your own argument by saying, hey, since the offense stinks so badly, each one of those runs saved is so valuable. But I would backtrack to before your statement and say, why does the offense stink so badly? Whether it's Hayes, Triolo, or anyone else, you have the opportunity more times per game if you start a game to impact it offensively than you ever will defensively. I do agree. It's obvious a run saved is as good as a run scored or driven in, but they don't balance out in terms of how much opportunity you're going to have to impact the game either way. You can impact it way more offensively than you can defensively.
Yeah.
Look at O'Neal Cruz. He mostly has stunk in center field. Or at least he's had a lot of gaffes. He's gotten a little better, I'll say that. But I don't care. Give me the offense. The guy might be the 7th 40-40 guy ever. He's on pace for 36 homers and like 53 steals. So do I care if he makes a lame-brained defensive play once in a while? No. To me, that doesn't even come close to undermining his offensive success.
Let me throw this question at you. Let's say, hypothetically, Ke'Bryan Hayes was on the 2013 to 2015 Pirates at third base and that Pedro was playing at first. That was a deep order that could drive in runs. And Ke'Bryan Hayes batted
If you have the luxury to employ a Jared Triolo and a Ke'Bryan Hayes on the same roster, wonderful, because the rest of your team can hit.
Well, Triolo
they don't.
Couldn't hit a beach ball if you put it on a tee for him now.
What are you saying about Ke'Bryan Hayes?
I'm saying
You're saying you think he's a valuable member of the team that you wouldn't trade him?
That is what I'm saying, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Because I think his defense is valuable. He can't hit.
It is valuable.
Look,
He's a great defender.
Look, he can't hit.
Can't or can?
He cannot hit.
End of story.
He's
your third baseman.
What I'm saying is if you could bat him ninth and him be able to hit 240, 250, I'll take it because I like the defense.
All
it's
right.
something similar to what they did with Jordy Mercer. Jordy Mercer couldn't really hit that well, but he was really good defensively at short, and they hit him late in the lineup. So if the lineup was different, I think it would be a completely different conversation. But
well,
since
I'm
their
trying to
lineup
make
is
the
just
lineup.
so bad,
I'm trying to make the lineup different by trading Mitch Keller, and I'm attaching Hayes and that contract to it. Listen, if he was just bad offensively, it might work. He's horrific offensively. But people may agree with you. 412-928-9370. Is that a wish or a prediction that Mitch Keller will be the first Pirate traded, significant Pirate traded this season?
This season?
Yeah, that was the question.
I think that would probably be.
I'm repeating the question. Oh my God, Limits! The question was.
You were not clear on the question.
I was as clear as day. Who will be the first significant Pirate traded this season?
You didn't add this season. Whatever, regardless.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'll still stick with Keller, yeah.
Okay. Do you have a question for me on trades limits?
I do, Joe.
Now that this has gone completely off the rails?
Yes. Eric Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the Penguins would be able to trade him and actually get a return back? Or how much of the contract would they have to eat to be able to move him?
The return back in a lot of these deals, including attaching Ke'Bryan Hayes to a trade, is that you don't have to pay the guy the money anymore, and that money turns into other players that you're free to go out and get. That's the return. If somebody would take Eric Carlson, if Ottawa would take him back, I would drive him there if I were the Penguins. That's the return. I don't care what the return would be for Erik Karlsson. Just please, this isn't working. Give me a nice draft pick, whatever. But just get rid of the money so you can move on. And I also don't think that he's the best guy for a new coach to have around. I really don't. And do I think he's movable? Yes, I do. I think he played great in the Four Nations. And I think while he's very overrated as a power play guy, in the right system, that he can help somebody. This ain't it. And this is not the place. So I think he's very movable. But you probably would have to pick up part of his salary.
Yeah.
In which case you'd have about 8 different teams paying Erik Karlsson to create chances for the opponent. But, yeah, I think he's very tradable, and I think it should be right at the top of Kyle Dubas's priority list.
Well, he's tradable if he wants to be traded, unfortunately. I mean, you got to find a way for him to waive that no-trade clause.
I know. It's amazing.
Why he was stuck.
Does anybody out there agree with limits on Ke'Bryan Hayes? Now I'm very curious about this. At 412-928-9370, 928-9370. Like, do you find his value defensively compensates for the bat? And do you want him around here for a long time? Or would you jump at the chance to trade him? 928-9370. Now I've become very curious about this. Limits?
Texter, Limits, are you drunk? Hayes stinks and has a lousy, lazy attitude. Joe, you're right. Hayes has to go.
I don't know about the attitude. I'm not around there. I don't care. I mean, I would if it was bad, but I don't know that it is. I don't know. I've seen plenty of guys either loafing around or not executing. Adam Frazier comes to mind, a simple sacrifice bunt. I think there's a fine line between, well, is this guy trying? I mean, obviously Adam Frazier is trying, but not to be able to execute a simple play like that. I didn't hear a ton of criticism for that like I do. Cruz gets shredded all the time for things. Execute simple plays. But yes, I would trade Ke'Bryan Hayes in a second. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Trade talk is the currency of the day. And as I mentioned, it's speculation, it's rumor, it's sports, it's fun. And a lot of it is real, by the way. I mean, the Chicago Bears did call about Mike Tomlin. And that's where I'll go with the next question. Me to you, dear Limits. Should the Steelers have traded Mike Tomlin to the Bears? And what are you laughing at in there?
I'm laughing at a text. That take was like a wet fart, Limits. Just to throw it right, just to put everything full circle. Only one person agrees with me on the text line. But one person says, I don't necessarily agree with Limits. I love that everybody texts in and uses Limits and not my actual name. Nor do I agree with Joe's outrage in reaction to Limits. Somebody else says, though, Hayes' chronic back issues can't even bat 240. Limits, are you nuts?
I like that.
But I think what the
well, this is what sports talk is.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not outraged like I am about world events and things, but it's sports talk. We're sitting at the bar, Limits.
There are two.
Would you like a beer? You don't even drink beer, do you?
No, I'm more.
Would you like a Crown Royal?
My dad loves Crown Royal.
Does he?
I'm more of a captain.
My dad loved whiskey sours. Every night he'd read a book, smoke a cigarette, and drink a whiskey sour.
My friend John Ziegler loves
and not
whiskey
talk to
sours.
anybody. What?
My friend John Ziegler loves whiskey sours.
The former NHL commissioner?
No. A good friend of mine and a fellow captain in Baldwin wiffle ball, actually.
Oh, it always comes back to Baldwin
It always
wiffle ball.
does.
What are they saying? What are they saying out there?
One texter says, I actually really agree with Limits because he's a very valuable piece on a more talented offensive team. The defense absolutely plays. Another Ke'Bryan Hayes defender says, hang on to Hayes. His glove is worth its weight in gold, and he's shown more flashes this year than all of last year combined. I don't know about that last part. But somebody else says, Limits sucks.
That also brings it full circle. And why is my computer's dead?
Limits, you're nuts.
Hold
Hayes
on,
is
Limits.
singles hitter at best.
Limits, talk to people for a second. I can't do this segment without a working computer.
Okay. Another texter says, in a vacuum, I keep Hayes for his defense, but because of the hip and back problems, he isn't on the field enough or at the plate, so he's not saving runs either. I understand that point. I mean, he has been banged up at times. There have been occasions where you've not been able to get that defense well enough on the field because Ke'Bryan Hayes, one, just is not getting a good enough torque with his swing, where he was doing the one-handed swing. This year, he's tried the two-handed swing. It's been a little bit different. Another texter says, there are no limits to how bad your takes are.
I'm amazed the old one-handed swing didn't work for him. I really thought it would.
Wow, multiple texters taking shots at my takes.
Yeah. Well, come on. You're defending Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Yeah. That one could probably
The
be
guy
taken
makes
to the
Jared
bad
Triolo
take
look
bank.
makes Jared Triolo look like Brooks Robinson.
There's no defending Jared Triolo. You won't find me out here
like Mike
defending him.
Schmidt. Now listen, people are right though. Ke'Bryan Hayes is an unbelievable defender. So on the right team, yes, but this is the wrong team. This team is desperate for offense in spite of, the past couple of games. Just desperate, dying for offense. May I ask you the next question in our list here, Limits?
Please.
I feel like the segment after an extremely slow start has picked up momentum. Would you agree?
Limits, you sound like you started your weekend early with those Captain and Cokes. Another texter, Limits, Schmuh. Hayes' defense overrated and defense not worth the injury headache considering his bat is awful.
Let me ask you a question, Limits, or more specifically, the person who called in and said that Hayes is how did he phrase it compared to last year?
Is
way better, showing much more positive signs than last year.
I can't even find it. The text line is blowing up right now.
His OPS last year, that's batting and slugging and on base combined, was 573. Would you take a gander as to what it is this year, Limits?
604.
Wrong. 571.
Oh, boy.
It's worse. His slugging last year, he went months at a time without an extra base hit. His slugging last year was 290. Would you care to take a gander at what his slugging is this year?
291.
283. So please don't tell me that this guy that's and the same thing happens when I'm watching the game. Oh, he just missed that one. He just misses a lot of ones. I have never seen a player ever, and I've been watching Pirate baseball since the early 70s, top the ball more than Hayes.
Texter, there's no limit to the amount of ground balls Hayes hits that stops on the infield grass.
Exactly. That guy has it. I mean, it is incredible. It's incredible.
Our texters are firing on all cylinders. They are fired up on a Friday. I love it.
All right. My next question for you. It's documented that the Chicago Bears wanted to trade for Mike Tomlin. Damian Woody, I believe, on ESPN recently, or maybe it was Ryan Clark has said this too, would still think about that if this year goes south. And goodness knows it's off to a wonderful start here as they wait desperately for Aaron Rodgers to call their name. If this year goes south, which is to say they're not competitive in a playoff game again, would you trade Tomlin, Limits, and would you have traded him to the Bears?
I would have at least listened to what the Bears had to have said. I mean, considering they did not even listen to, if the Bears said, here you go, 2 first-round picks for Mike Tomlin, I'd be like, all right, where do I sign? Yes. I would definitely consider trading Mike Tomlin.
Art the second treated the Bears like a telemarketer. Like
spam risk on your call. You don't even answer. You hit the side button and just decline.
Now, Dulac said, I doubt this ever even got to Art.
No.
Who answered the phone?
Probably Omar. I'm sure that type of call would go to Omar before Art, and then Omar would run it up the chain.
So Omar would take a call where somebody wanted to trade for the head coach and wouldn't tell Art? How does that not get to Art?
Well, I'm sure maybe this was the case. Like maybe they were talking about, I don't know. Maybe they were talking about other things. Like the GM just called, hey, so what do you think about a Mike Tomlin deal? And then Omar said, hi, yeah, no, not happening. Ryan Poles, not a chance. So he probably didn't even think it was relevant enough to bring it up to Art. Maybe in like a joking mood.
You are in rare form today. You actually think if there was a hint of seriousness to another organization saying we'd like to trade for Mike Tomlin, that Omar keeps that to himself?
No, I'm sure he tells Art.
Okay,
but I'm sure he probably
that's all I'm
laughs.
saying.
He probably laughs it off. Like
maybe
these guys really think that they could trade for Mike. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? But I'm sure him and Art had
not
like a
competing in a
conversation.
playoff game for 10 straight years is what we're doing here.
I don't think it was like a real formal conversation that he probably had with Art saying like, Art, do you think this is actually something we should do? Art saying, no. Okay. And that being it, it was probably like in a joking matter when they discussed it. Like they really think they could trade for our head coach. What do you think of that, Art? Yeah, not buying it. Not going to happen.
I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah?
I actually love this. I love your takes today, but I am flabbergasted, if that's still a word. Isn't that what Ron said when Ben said he might retire when he came on the show? There was silence. Do we still have that, Limits? It would be in Pony's folder or maybe Old Horse.
It probably would have expired by now.
They sent the Old Horse out to the glue factory, didn't they? I wonder if he listens on a daily basis. It's got to be in there when Ben said something about retirement and Ron said, I'm flabbergasted. Your turn, Limits. And by the way, of course, I would have traded Tomlin to the Bears as much for Tomlin's sake as the Steelers. It would have been it would have been Mike Sullivan, really good coach, who is in a place where it doesn't work anymore, where they haven't come close to winning a playoff game in 10 years, where over the last 4 years they're 38, 32, and 1. With a minus 80 point differential. It's just it's living in a world of high-end mediocrity where nobody for a long time has considered them even a remote Super Bowl contender, and nobody does this year either. It just doesn't work. He would have been a hero, hailed as an incoming hero in Chicago, and would have brought whatever it is, a 620, 630 career winning percentage. It would have been a fresh start for him, like Mike Sullivan. He could have named his price, could have redone his contract, all these things. And the Steelers would have been one step closer to something that's more important than a head coach in every market, in every place, in every NFL city, in all of NFL history, and that's the quarterback, a franchise quarterback. So, yes, they should have done it. And if things go south again this year, it should be again, or for once, at the top of the priority list. You're laughing again. What happened?
Because the text line is batting 1,000 today. Limits, I know you get emotional watching shows. Do you cry every time Key Brian Hayes bats?
I can picture the whole Limits family under a blanket on the couch after some quality time in the rock box, crying at the next Key Brian Hayes.
While I wait for the next eclipse with my welding mask to look at.
The whole family weeping as Key Brian Hayes tops another ball 3 feet in front of home plate.
The early onset Malsey disorder is in full effect today, Limits. Another texter, Limits takes a call from a Cleveland radio station wanting a trade for Joe Starkey and laughs and hangs up. No need to tell Joe or the boss about this one, Brett the mailman says. Texter Limits is a mess this morning.
You really are, Limits. I thought I came in as a mess because I slept in. My pinky hurts. I don't feel well. I thought I was a mess today, but you've gone off the rails.
Texter, send Key Brian Hayes to play Big Brother instead of Limits. Oh.
You have gone off the rails completely, which I love. So why don't we talk more trade next? I know you have a question for me. I've got one for you to ponder. We're talking trade today in light of the Jonnu Smith rumors.
I didn't think the Brian Hayes take was that bad.
Nothing. It's Brian Hayes. It's that bad. You don't think the entire population of Western Pennsylvania watches him top balls in front of the pitcher and then jog to first? I mean, everybody sees it multiple times.
His hitting is just so bad, but his defense is a Gold Glove level defender.
It's amazing.
Let's not undersell how good he is defensively.
I never would. He's amazing defensively. One of the best defensive infielders I've ever seen. He is.
Tim texts in. Multiple lines made it on the air from the text line today. Good sport, Limits. We all enjoy you. I hope they enjoy everybody, the self-loathing that's been going on today with me taking so many shots at myself from the text line today.
I love that.
You have to laugh at yourself.
Yes.
And my horrendous take, apparently.
Yeah, 2 of them. Don't sell yourself short.
What was the other one?
That Omar Khan would take a call from a team wanting to trade for Mike Tomlin and keep it to himself and not tell Art.
No, I said he'd tell Art.
No, the whole premise of that was that Dulac said that it probably never got to Art. I threw it to you, and you agreed with that.
No, I said
yes,
that
you did.
I said that he would talk to Art, but it would be like a joke, like, "Hey, Art."
You amended that at the end after I questioned
Well,
it.
guess what? The Constitution came out first, and then they had all these amendments. So you're allowed to make an amendment from the initial Bill of Rights or whatever. Here's the last text. Where would Key Brian Hayes bat in your Baldwin wiffle ball lineup? 9th? 8th or 9th?
Oh, my God. So here's one to ponder limits. A little Brian Rust, Ricard Raquel trade talk.
How about a little TJ Watt?
A little TJ Watt. And then I have another one for you. Who's going to have the better year? DK Metcalf or George Pickens? More trade talk coming up here.
Wonderful 40-minute segment to start.
Yeah. Coming up here on Very Rarely Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates and the Padres will play today from San Diego at Petco Park. San Diego 31-23 on the year. They send Nick Pivetta to the mound. Pivetta's had a really solid season for San Diego. The 2.72 ERA, also a 1.01 WHIP. The Pirates have won 6 out of their last 10 games. They are still last place in the Central, but they are on a 2-game winning streak after winning Wednesday 10-1. An early birthday present for Paul Skeens, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. 9:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 8:45, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. Congratulations to my buddy Kenny Albert. According to UnnecessarySportsResearch.com, Wednesday night Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Final Game 5 marked the 1,482nd nationally televised broadcast of his play-by-play career. The 57-year-old Ironman surpassed his dad, iconic broadcaster Marv Albert, and now he's only 62 MLB, NFL, NHL, or NBA call games behind the retired, the great Dick Stockton. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please, Don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntingdon and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stopped, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know. But I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof. So I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Trade talk on the table this morning. Nothing titillates quite like trade talk. This whole Paul Skeens thing that erupted in the last 2 weeks. Why don't I throw that one back at you? This is all precipitated by the Jonnu Smith rumors report from Adam Schefter that the Steelers have at least inquired about the Dolphins tight end, a former Arthur Smith guy in Tennessee and Atlanta. Apparently Artie is really high on this guy from one Smitty to another. Right, Limits?
That's right. The Smith family.
Limits is taking all kinds of heat for his horrible takes in the first segment, and he's taking it well. So we're swapping trade questions. Listen, the Skeens thing basically took over sports talk and everything else over the past couple of weeks with Jeff Passan and Ken Rosenthal addressing that, and now Jim Bowden over at The Athletic looking at different packages. And obviously it's a topic because it's the Pirates for all the reasons we all know. They're not going to pay him when that time comes, very likely. He's going to be a $500 million player, very likely. And they have shortcomings, to put it mildly, offensively. And the package, for example, that Washington got for Juan Soto, I mean, if that were to come true for the Pirates, you'd be crazy at least not to think about it. It's kind of like the Tomlin thing. Like, you have to listen. I mean, if I told you they were going to trade Skeens tomorrow and were guaranteed to get a guy like James Wood for the Nationals, a 6'7" slugger who is pounding the ball this year, might be an all-star, a starting shortstop who makes an all-star team already early in his career, and a guy who would lead the league in strikeouts per nine like Mackenzie Gore is doing, obviously you think about that. My preference is to continue to watch Paul Skeens and try to build around him, because I think when you have that piece along with other starting pitching, you are, by definition, not that far away. That's my preference, but I'm listening on anything. You, Limits?
I'll listen. I don't know how open I am to the idea of it, but I would definitely listen to what people have to say. I think you have to listen.
When do you become open to the idea of it, knowing you're not going to sign him anyway?
If somebody absolutely blows me away with an offer that I never expected.
When? I mean, 2 years from now? Or?
Yeah, 2 years from now. I'm not ready to give Skeens up just for the affected, I think it would probably be the worst PR nightmare in the history of this franchise, and that included trading Andrew McCutchen. You know, like, if Skeens were to go now after, a year of debuting May 11th last year, he plays 1 year in Pittsburgh, that would be a very difficult pill to swallow, and I just truly do not believe that you'd be able to get the maximum value for him right now unless somebody completely blows your socks off that you never expected.
I was with you right till then. This would be the time you would get maximum value.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You sneezed on the mic.
You would never get more value than right now. Ever for him. And I wouldn't do it either. I want to watch the guy pitch. And it doesn't take that much to get into the playoffs. I mean, last year they were in the conversation in mid-August. They're not that far because it's not that hard to be in a 7-team playoff race. You know what I mean?
Right, but can you really get the most value right now? I mean, considering what the Nationals got for Soto with just 2 years, and considering some of the other deals that have been made,
wait a second.
5 years of control for Paul Skeens.
That's why. That's why you get the most value for him.
Yeah, that's why if it's not above a Soto type return in terms of the prospect capital you're getting back, I don't do it.
Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. If you have a trade topic question for me, Limits, please proceed.
Joe, it's going to be a huge question once camp begins. The status of TJ Watt's contract and what ultimately happens. He wants a new deal. He's probably going to want Myles Garrett money, if not more. Would you, if conversations get a little bit dicey, consider trading TJ Watt as he's in his 30s?
Yes. And I would have already done it, though. That's the thing. Because then although they did sort of accent their draft with an interesting pick there with Sawyer, and they have Herbig, and they have Highsmith. But here's the thing. You know my take on this. I think that the Steelers should have positioned the organization to take a step back this season, and maybe they still will, even if they bring in Aaron Rodgers. I'm not paying TJ Watt that kind of money into his 30s. I'm just not. This hasn't worked as far as team-wise. Having a great, all-time great player like that, they've been unable to build around him to the point where they've won anything of significance in TJ Watt's entire career. I think you get to the point where it's going to be diminishing returns on him. And more to the point, we just talked about Skeens, this might be the last time you would be able to trade TJ Watt. This is like, Malkin in 2019 or so. Like, all right, if you're going to keep him, cool. But if you want to get that kind of value coming back, like a gigantic package coming back, this would be the only time you'd get it. I'm not saying you're guaranteed it anyway, but if you were ever going to get it, it would have to be this offseason. To me, it would make sense, and the return could help you get what you really need, which is a franchise quarterback.
What do you think that they could get back for TJ Watt? I think it was Steve Palazzolo, correct me if I'm wrong, that said that he thinks they'd only get about a second-round pick back for Watt.
He's crazy. That's what I would say to that.
Yeah, with the PM guys.
Yeah,
that was a while ago.
I could list for you a half dozen teams that are a TJ Watt away from a Super Bowl that would absolutely give up let me go back here.
Like the Lions, I think, should easily give up a first-round pick for Watt if they wanted him.
Especially I would say so.
Hutchinson coming off of his injury.
Yeah. I mean, we all remember the Khalil Mack trade. I don't know if that involved teams that were close to the Super Bowl, but that brought back here's the Von Miller trade. Now, Von Miller, even in 2022, was, starting to fade. So what did the Broncos traded Miller to the Rams? What did they get here? For second and third round picks. I think TJ Watt, Von Miller was not a defensive player of the year candidate in 2022. TJ Watt still is.
Right. Like, you're not going to get the Khalil Mack trade.
If you got a second and third, You're gonna get a first-round pick for T.J. Watt.
I think so. Like the Khalil Mack trade, you're not going to get that, which he was 27. The Raiders got.
How old is Watt?
2 first-round picks and
30.
I'm just going to check to make sure when his birthday was.
I wouldn't rule that out. I wouldn't rule that out at all.
Yeah, he's 30. He'll turn 31 during the season.
Teams get very, very desperate when they get close to a Super Bowl. All right, Limits. Do we have one more trade question, or are we done?
No, we could throw one more trade question out there. Would you, Joe, consider trading to the highest bidder, Tristan Jarry or Ryan Graves?
Listen, anything I could do to get rid of those contracts, you do. Those are attached guys. Like, I'll trade you Brian Rust, who I would consider, if I'm the Penguins, I consider trading anyone and everyone except Sidney Crosby. And I hope we're not afraid to ask that question, Limits. Maybe that's the biggest
Sidney
one
Crosby?
of all.
I'm not touching that one.
Why not?
You're not trading Sidney Crosby.
Well, here's the way I would phrase the question. Should Sidney Crosby want to be traded?
Given what we know about Sidney Crosby, no. Because his mentality, what he wants to be that quote-unquote one helmet type of guy, just like Mario was. If I'm Sidney Crosby, I don't want to give that up because I know my legacy is cemented here as a top 5 player of all time.
Wouldn't your legacy be cemented here if you went to Colorado and chased a cup anyway?
Yeah, but what? He's not Raymond Bork. It hasn't won and was traded at the very end and won it. Like Sid won his cups.
But wouldn't his legacy be cemented here no matter what he did?
Yes, it would. So you think that he should do something like Brady and basically, or at least the idea is out there to leave and then prove like I am still incredible.
Yeah, I would think about it. But you're right. Sidney Crosby should be able to do whatever he wants to do. That's number one. If he wants to be traded, then you work with him and try to get him to a place where he can go win. I don't think he does want to be traded. I do think that the legacy thing is important to him.
Very.
But, man, if this gets worse and you have another long season and hockey seasons are endless, I can tell you I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him. Well, maybe that's the best way to phrase the question. Would you blame Sidney Crosby if he wanted to go to Colorado or somewhere?
No.
Me neither.
I wouldn't blame him. I just don't think that that's the person that Sid is. We're talking about Raptor statue, one of the best of all time.
You're implying that there would be something wrong with that. When you say that's not the person that Sid is, you're implying there that there would be something questionable about asking to get out of Pittsburgh.
No, what I'm saying is I think Sid is just a very loyal person. He's loyal to the organization.
And asking
values...
Asking for a trade at this point, you would then question his loyalty?
No, I just think that he is a Penguin lifer, just like Mario was, and wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And I don't think there's even a thought in his mind of wanting to be anywhere else.
If he did want to be somewhere else after, let's say, another year of if it gets even worse, you wouldn't blame him?
Again, I would not blame him, no.
Okay.
I just don't think that I just don't think that it's in him where that is going to be something that actually does happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either. But, man, things can change with losing. Losing takes a toll. Rain expected at 2 p.m. A high of Yarmir Yager today. You might need your umbrella later. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And you can listen to the show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Ray Fittipaldo on the Jonnu Smith rumors next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, saying yesterday that the Dolphins have had trade discussions with the Steelers about Jonnu Smith. He made the Pro Bowl last year, and the talks came after Smith expressed interest in reworking his contract, but according to Schefter and league sources, Smith's preference is to stay in Miami with a new deal. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Mac.bid knows that in these times of uncertainty, how you spend your hard-earned money matters. You've got bills to pay and budgets to stick to, and we don't have any idea how to price our warehouses full of stuff. That's why every Mac.bid online auction starts at $1 single. Yeah, $1. And we don't tell you a final price. You tell us. You bid exactly how much you're willing to pay. Save up to 80% off retail prices only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Have you been to Piatta Italian Street Food, Pittsburgh's new favorite fast casual restaurant? Come try a hand-rolled piatta, fresh chopped salad, or tossed pasta like their carbonara. A comforting bowl of creamy Parmesan Alfredo, tomatoes, crisp pancetta, fresh spinach, and Parmesan. With 4 Pittsburgh locations in Oakland, Northway, South Hills, and North Fayette, there's a Piatta near you. Piatta Italian Street Food. Better food fast.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We are officially 100 days from kickoff against the New York Jets when the Steelers will take the field in Week 1, but still, no Aaron Rodgers. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That must mean Ray Fittipaldo is here. And indeed, he is on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray Fittipaldo, brought to you by the Western PA injury attorneys, Larry Kelly and Joe George from LGKG, your home team. All right, Ray, what about these Jonnu Smith trade rumors from one Smitty to another? Is this do you believe that this could happen? Is this all based on Arthur Smith's affection for Jonnu Smith? What's happening here?
Well, I don't think that there's a good chance of it happening, Joe. I think that was his agent trying to renegotiate his contract, through the media. So, I'll never say never, but that leaked report there was not generated through the Steelers. So I don't know that anything is going to come of that.
Do you believe they made the call? Do you believe they're interested in another playmaker? And if not him, what's another name or two that comes to mind?
No, I don't believe the Steelers made that call. But, Joe, in terms of adding another playmaker, I think you're looking at a receiver. I mean, the tight end position, people are connecting those dots because of Arthur Smith. But you got Pat Freiermuth and Darnell Washington, and they got this Donald Parham guy, and Connor Hayward is still on the roster. So I don't think it would be a tight end. But, Joe, you look at receiver, I mean, other than DK Metcalf, there's not a lot of guys with long NFL resumes. I mean, the guy with the longest right now is Calvin Austin, and his production last year was good, but it wasn't number 2 receiver good. So, I think there's still that possibility that they will add before training camp, but I don't think any move's going to be made until Aaron Rodgers signs on the dotted line.
When will that be?
I think it's probably going to be, if not before minicamp, Joe, shortly thereafter. I just get the strong sense that Aaron doesn't want to do much of the voluntary stuff. He might not even want to do the mandatory stuff. So, a timeline is so hard with Aaron just because he doesn't have a big circle. But I still think it could be before minicamp in a couple of weeks, but it'll definitely happen before training camp.
Well, that's nice of him to show up for training camp. How will this affect chemistry and such? I don't care about people liking each other. I'm talking about timing and terminology and all that. Like every other quarterback in the whole league was at OTAs. Every one of them. Yeah. Tua's in a contract dispute. He was there. Josh Allen is getting married. He was there. Everybody else but him was at OTAs, and he's walking into a brand new situation if he ever gets here.
Yeah, well, he did have that one throwing session with DK Metcalf at UCLA way back when. They are both based in Southern California, so it won't be hard for those two to work the final 2 weeks of June and the first few weeks of July. And listen, Ben used to do this with his receivers. Take them to a sunny location in between minicamp and training camp, and those guys get like a week or 10 days worth of work in. So, listen, Aaron Rodgers can fly out, Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson, a bunch of other guys, and they could do their work out in Southern California if it comes to that. But obviously, Joe, it would be great if they can get the ball rolling in minicamp as well.
Limits, I wouldn't even dream of leaving you out of this conversation.
Ray, of the legal things that you're allowed to tell us from what you saw this week or what players have talked to you and told you, what's the main thing that stands out from OTAs?
I wrote about this yesterday. Peyton Wilson, and, I'm probably guilty of this as well. I kind of just had him pegged as a pass-down linebacker just because of his frame. And, he's wiry. He doesn't look like a three-down linebacker, but they are taking a long look at him this spring to see if he can maybe handle those duties in the base defense. Landon Roberts is gone. They did not re-sign him. They added Malik Harrison, and Cole Holcomb is trying to come back from that injury, but they want to see what Peyton Wilson can do. And I wrote about this in my story. I think he had 78 tackles last year. He had an interception. He had a forced fumble and 2 fumble recoveries. Joe, he did that in Austin. He did that in 45% of the snaps. If he plays 90% of the snaps, he's well over 100 tackles, probably trending towards like 120, like Patrick Queen and Micah Fitzpatrick. So I was intrigued by that storyline yesterday and, throughout the first week of camp. And obviously, when you talk about the defense and you get away from the quarterback talk, they got to be better at run defense. And that was a big topic this week as well. Cam Hayward talked about it. Peyton talked about it yesterday. They kind of want to wash that bad taste out of their mouths that still lingers from that playoff game in Baltimore.
Ray, I'm very intrigued in some good ways and some bad ways with the potential for this offensive line. I think if you have a really, really good offensive line, you can control games in the NFL. Fatanu's coming back. They're obviously very high on him. It was almost like the Pouncey thing last year. It was like, this dude's going to play. And then Broderick Jones, he seems to be the key to the whole thing. We love Zach Frazier, of course. It has a chance to be a really good offensive line. Yeah. What do we make of Broderick Jones and reshaping his body?
Yeah, so he's down to 305, and he played last season between 325 and 330. And, I guess you could say that, he came into the league young. He didn't know how to take care of his body. He's in year 3 now. He should be able to do that. I'm not sure why it took this long, but you're right, Joe. He has to perform this year. This is the year where the Steelers are going to decide whether they're going to pick up the rookie option on his contract. And if they don't, I think it's going to be a black eye for Omar Khan and Andy Weidel. He was the first draft pick of their first class. They traded up to get him. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if he didn't work out, but they need him to get better. They need him to be one of the foundational pieces of that line. You also mentioned Frazier, who I thought was great as a rookie, and then Troy Fautanu. He talked this week as well, Joe. They're easing him back into things. He's coming off that dislocated kneecap. His full expectation is to be ready for full contact by training camp, and he's got Pro Bowl, All-Pro type potential if he could stay healthy. That's the only question about this guy. Can he stay healthy? He had some injuries at Washington, and of course last year he had the sprained knee in training camp and then the dislocation a couple of weeks later.
Darius Slay, who just wants to be referred to as Slay, said something kind of interesting this week, Ray, about commitment to being there at OTAs. Do you think that he was subtly taking a shot at Aaron Rodgers?
No, I wasn't there for that, but I did hear the audio. I didn't read too much into that because he's not – Aaron Rodgers, first of all, he's not under contract, but second of all, he's not the only veteran who was absent this week. It's been reported that T.J. Watt isn't here, DK Metcalf, isn't here, and I'm not sure those guys are going to show up next week either. I think they'll both be here for the mandatory minicamp in the middle of June, but I don't have any expectations that they're going to show up for the voluntary stuff. With Slay, he's new. I think he wants to be here for that reason. We'll see if he shows up next week, but a lot of times with these guys who are established, Austin, and it's funny, you can almost tell who's going to be absent by the size of the contract. It's always guys who are very well compensated and have their place very their place is very secure on the team. 90% of the guys are there, and listen, they can get their work done without those superstars for a couple of weeks.
So why do you think Cam Hayward is there then? I mean, saying the same thing with his contract and also being 36.
Yeah. Well, Cam wasn't there last year when he was going through his contract, so you could very much draw that parallel to T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt's basically setting out for the same reason. If T.J. was in the middle of a 5-year contract and the contract wasn't an issue, I think he would be here for at least part of this as well. So, contracts play into it. I think DK just had a baby a few weeks or a few months ago, so I think he's back home taking care of that family stuff. And I don't know, I think we do have to point out, with the CBA, this stuff is voluntary. The mandatory stuff comes at minicamp and, of course, training camp. So they're under no obligations to be here. But the guys who are maybe fringe roster guys or guys who want to still make a good impression, those are the guys who show up.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joining us. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray, what do you think of Mason Rudolph's mustache?
I think it's glorious. What do you guys think?
Amazing, and it's prompted me to grow one myself. I've got one going right now that's coming in. I think it's a sign that he's feeling a little bit of swagger here, Ray. I like it. What's your impression of Mason overall right now? At times he seemed to be embittered when he was here, a little bit angry, a little bit left out. He seems to be a man at peace. Am I right about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think listen, he had a right to be somewhat bitter when he left here, right? Like he leads them to the playoffs. He has that great end to the 2023 season, and they go off and sign two other guys who weren't here, and we see how that worked out. I think with Mason, sometimes the pastures aren't always greener if you go someplace else, and it was a tough situation for him in Tennessee last year. He comes back here. Things are changing with Arthur Smith, but he knows Mike Tomlin. He knows the lay of the land here, and I'm sure Mason is picking up this offense very quickly. And he's being a mentor to Will Howard and Skylar Thompson for the time being. And who knows if something strange happens with Aaron Rodgers, maybe Mason will be right back where he was at the end of 2023 and be QB1 for the Steelers.
Limits, may I engage Ray in a game of free association?
Yes, you may.
Ray, are you ready?
I'm ready, Joe.
Your friend TJ works at Bravo, correct?
Correct.
If you had to choose for a party, would it be Olive Garden or Bravo?
Bravo, 100%.
I knew. Although the breadsticks are very good at Olive Garden, Limits, aren't they?
Oh, I love the Olive Garden breadsticks.
Both have good breadsticks, yeah.
The wedding soup.
The wedding soup is incorrigible.
Very good.
Yes. Ray, TJ Watt outdoes Myles Garrett in terms of annual compensation, yes or no, which I believe is $40 million.
Yeah, I think the Steelers will go beyond the guaranteed money that Myles got, yes.
Well, the guaranteed money is different than the annual salary. Will he outdo him annually?
I don't know that he'll outdo him annually, but I think the guaranteed money is the most important part.
Yes or no, the TJ Watt situation gets just a little bit ugly during camp.
Yeah, I mean, if you think ugly at not being taken care of until late, that certainly could happen. There's also a part of me that says, why do you want to take it up to 2 days before the start of the season like they did last time? I think they want to get it done. TJ wants to get it done. I think maybe it gets done a little bit sooner this year.
All right, we have to move into our two-minute drill, Ray, here. Quick questions, quick answers. That's okay. Your answer was very interesting, I might add. Who's going to get the majority of carries in the first game of the year? Who's going to be the starting running back, in other words?
Jaylen Warren.
Mark Caballi differs from you in that opinion. Why don't you think it'll be Caleb Johnson?
I think Caleb Johnson is going to be in a situation where he shares the carries and the touches. It might be close to 50-50, but Jaylen Warren's been waiting his turn, and I think for the opener, or maybe for all of September, they're going to have him as RB1, but that could certainly change by October, November for sure.
Who has the better season, DK Metcalf or George Pickens?
Oh, I'll go DK because I think CeeDee Lamb's going to get most of the touches down there.
Darius Slay will be a good player, an okay player, or a bust?
Slay will be an okay player.
The Steelers will add a receiver, yes or no?
Yes.
Does a name spring to mind?
The Keenan Allens and the Gabe Davises of the world. Maybe you trade for an Allen Lazard.
Bob Woods will be a good player, okay, or a bust?
Okay.
Thank you, Ray. I have no further questions.
All right, guys. Enjoy your weekend. I'll talk to you next week.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, Ray.
What a wonderful Patriot he is, huh?
Incredible, man.
Isn't he?
Yes.
He really is. I don't know how he does it. He must live by a certain moral code, doesn't he, Limits?
I think we all have to live by a certain moral code that we feel comfortable with.
Yeah, or at least try, right?
Best we can.
Coming up, this is going to be a treat. This is going to be a treat.
Oh, if you thought the first segment went off the rails, just wait for this.
We're going to have our very own spelling bee here. I wish Bob was present to enjoy it, but you might have seen, is it the Scripps spelling bee?
Pump, baby, you know me.
That happened here, Limits?
Yes.
It just happened, and the kid who won it was a real character. And the word that he spelled, none of us could even think of conceiving of spelling. So it led me to the idea of Limits against me against Limits, in a sports name spelling bee. So the rules will be, we go back and forth with sports names, and you have to spell the first and last name correct. And you have to do one Pirate, one Steeler, one Penguin, and one at-large sports person from history. So this is, you can go as far back as you want. We're going to do that next. We're going to see who's the smarter man here. And if it winds up in a tie, Limits, we have 3 tiebreaker names that have to be a little easier. Okay?
Okay. I'll
All
get
right.
those prepared.
We're going to do that next. The time right now is 11:30, brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. And I want to tell you about a little bit of basketball right now is where I want to go, because we're getting very, very close to the NBA Finals. I hope you had Halliburton under, but I hope you have him last night, but I hope you have him over for the next game, because when he goes home, I think he's going to want to put the lid on this series. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place for all your player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app. See who's heating up once the game starts. Gets really interesting. Combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Adam Schefter, Dolphins have had trade discussions with the Steelers about Jonnu Smith. He made the Pro Bowl last year, a tight end. And that came after Jonnu Smith expressed interest in reworking his deal. He's going to make $4.8 million this season. And Smith would prefer to stay in Miami under a reworked deal. So something to monitor if the Steelers are going to potentially add another weapon. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Brian Schottenheimer says Dak Prescott is still, quote, in the developmental phase. Read that again. A 30-year-old multi-time Pro Bowler entering his 10th NFL season, and now he's a project? It's a bold take from a first-time head coach stepping into the most scrutinized job in football. Now, maybe Schottenheimer sees something the rest of us don't, and wanting to improve is admirable, but Cowboys fans aren't known for nuance, and this feels like an unnecessary critique of Prescott. I'm Maggie Gray.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Hi, this is Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why, for over 30 years, everyone's been asking,
Have we met yet?
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby color now, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and the dry hopped Paleo IPA in better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know, but I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof, so I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs for a limited time. Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Breezy with rain this afternoon, the high 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I loved being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, I was watching this morning. I think his name is Faizan Zaki. He's a 13-year-old, runner-up last year in the Scripps National Spelling Bee. And this year he won it. But it didn't come without adversity. And this kid had quite the personality. I don't know where this takes place. Where does this happen, Limits? Do you know?
I have no idea, but I know it was on Ion.
For a 13-year-old, he was hilarious. And a word came up that he misspelled at first. It began with C-A-M, and he said K-A-M. And as soon as you do that, you're done.
He knew it.
He should have asked, those questions they all asked.
Like use it in a sentence.
Yeah, spell it phonetic, all that.
The definition.
So this was when he started to gain a little bit of national attention. And the teachers here, not the teachers, the moderators are like your classic sort of mean, old school, Harry Potter-like teachers that we've all had.
Oh,
right?
They want you to fail. They don't want you to win the spelling bee.
They look like mean teachers. They sound like them. It's the ones that all kids rail against, correct?
Yes, they're the ones that are made fun of all the time when you leave the classroom. I'm so happy I just got out of that class.
There's a man who was the moderator, and then a woman who comments on everything that I'm sure makes the kids very angry. But this was Zaki, the 13-year-old, when he got one wrong, thus allowing others back into the competition late in the game.
We'll have
gets it right, he'll get another word for the championship. If he misses either, those two young men go right back in.
Hi, Faison. Kamalina.
K-A-M... Oh, okay, wait. Let me think. All the information?
Oh, boy.
Kamalina. Kamalina.
Oh, shoot, okay. Whatever. Just bring it. I'm sorry.
He knows he said the wrong first letter once he heard the actual word.
Kamalina is a kind of plant. It's spelled C-O-M-M.
C-O-M-M-E-L-I-N-A, yeah.
Okay, so now you know what happens,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
So that means
That was
Sarvadnya and Sar come right back.
That was the scolding teacher saying, all right, now you know what happens.
Now you know you got to go
know
back to your place because you got the word spelled
Now
wrong,
you
Sonny.
have to
Come
go
on.
out and sit in the hallway. Yes,
That's
that
5
was her.
minutes.
She pointed out the obvious there, and he was like, yeah, whatever, just ring the bell. That's
Just
what he
ring the
said.
bell.
He said, yeah, whatever, ring the bell. And then it came to this, Limits. And this word, I wouldn't even try to pronounce, even after hearing it. I won't pronounce this word. But he won it right here.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Hi, Faison. So if you spell this next word correctly, we will declare you the champion
Here
of the
is your
historic
next
100th
word,
year of the
Faison.
Scripps National Spelling
The
Bee.
100th year.
Now, let's
The NHL
all
has
of
100
us take a
teams.
deep breath.
How about that
And
last?
That did not help at all.
Smile.
Well, a certain pacing would help to follow.
Yeah.
Okay. Your word is éclaircissement.
Éclaircissement. E-C-L-A-I-R-C-I-S-S-E-M-E-N-T. Éclaircissement.
That is correct.
What does that
Unbelievable.
mean?
And then he dropped to the floor like Kevin Garnett when they won the championship, and his dad called him the GOAT. His dad called him
Anything's
the GOAT.
possible. Anything's possible.
Éclaircissement, I guess. I don't know what it was. Is that a type of dessert? I don't know. I don't know what it is, Limits, but it leads to us who are not nearly as smart as him, and he's
No.
only 13.
I don't even know what any of those two words mean.
Nobody does. I
What?
don't. How do you get that word and just know it off the top of your head? There's no way to study the whole dictionary, is there?
No, I mean, I don't know if they do or not, but do they give them like a list of like 2,000 words to study, maybe?
Yeah, but there's endless words in the dictionary, right? Including incrinculant.
Right.
Right?
Is it in the dictionary? Did it make it?
It made it to the Urban Dictionary. I saw it in there.
Ooh.
50-minute mark on the fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. So it's you against me, me against you. We've dummied this down to a sports spelling bee. And here's the rules. I'm going to give you a sports name. You have to spell it correctly, first and last name, and we'll add them up after 4 rounds.
All right.
You have to do one pirate, one Steeler, and one Penguin, and then one at-large sports figure from history, okay?
All righty.
Do you want to go first or second?
I will go first because I feel like we are not going to get any correct.
So as soon as somebody gets it wrong, they're done. One letter wrong, they're done. Do you have a buzzer by any chance? Limits?
Yes, I do have a buzzer.
If you could find, okay, so you'll know obviously when I get one wrong.
Right.
When I raise my left hand like this, it means you're done. So buzz yourself out.
All right, sounds good.
All right, you going first?
Yes, I will go first. I have a really bad feeling about this. I think I might have made it too hard.
Okay.
But we will see. Joe.
Yes.
This Pirates pitcher.
Yep.
Played for the Buccos in the bullpen. He was actually a pretty good reliever on the 2015 98 win team.
You're in a lot of trouble here, big boy.
He was one of my.
Because my spelling is, I have to know how to spell these because I write about them.
This is one of my favorite random Pirates of all time.
Yes.
Joe, spell right-handed reliever Archimedes Caminero's name.
The Archimedes will be the tough part.
Do you remember Archimedes Caminero?
A-R-C-H. No.
Incorrect.
Tell me.
Archimedes Caminero. It's spelled A-R-Q-U-I-M-E-D.
Oh, my God.
E-S.
Forget Forget it.
Caminero. Archimedes Caminero.
Holy ostrich milk.
Yep.
There's no way I was getting that one. All right, I'll match your pirate with a pirate of my own.
All right.
A long ago pirate. In fact, Ron Cook may have covered this man. He may have had the only one-on-one interview with the great Burley Grimes.
Burley Grimes?
Yes. This is spellable limits.
I think it is. It's just depending on if it's a Y or an IE. We're going to find out.
This is gigantic.
Burley Grimes. B. E.
You blew it already.
Is it B-Y?
It's B-U. B-U-R-L-E-I-G-H. And then Grimes, G-R-I-M-E-S.
Yeah, Burley really messed me up there.
You're up.
All right, Joe, let's go to the Penguins.
Mm-hmm.
This Penguin played in the, I think late 90s and into the 2000s. He was a next-generation Penguin. Joe, spell Darius Kasparaitis.
You just lost.
Because you know how to spell his last name, don't you?
D-A-R-I-U-S.
Okay.
K-A-S-P-A-I-T-I-S.
Is that your final answer?
Yes. Yeah, baby!
You spelled Darius Kasparaitis correctly,
yeah,
Joe.
Baby!
I thought that was probably the easiest one that I had on this sheet.
You made a big mistake there,
yeah,
Lance. I covered that team, for God's sakes. I was the beat writer, as they say.
It was 20 years ago, though. I wasn't sure.
All right. I'll match you with a Penguin, if you don't mind. And this one is spellable.
Okay.
I gave you a spellable one, not a ridiculous
Is it Phil Kessel?
No.
Okay.
This was a big trade. Didn't work out. Well, he was horrible here. But it was a big trade. At the time, people were very excited that Jim Rutherford had done this.
Oh, please.
Mr. Derek Brassard.
Oh. Derek Brassard.
Yes.
D-E-R-R-I. One R? Or no, it's D-E-R-E-K.
No, it's not.
It's not D-E-R-R-I-C-K?
Stop. You're burying yourself in a bigger hole. It's D-E-R-I-C-K-B-R-A-S-S-A-R-D. Yeah.
I had too many R's.
Yes. That's another Mulsey fault, is when he makes a mistake, he wants you to know that he knows what the mistake was and that he could have corrected it, and now he will.
Well, good for Mulsey. And good for me.
What do you got next?
Joe, if you get this one...
Are we going Steeler now?
We're going Steeler now.
All right.
Joe, if you get this one, I will concede the game to you.
Okay.
Joe, spell Chris Fuamatsu Ma'afala.
Oh, boy. All right. It's C-H-R-I-S.
Uh-huh.
F. I'm sorry about this, Limits. F-U.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
F-U. Okay. F-U. I just want to repeat that.
Thank you.
A-M-A-T-U M-A-F-A-L-A.
That is incorrect.
What is it?
F-U-A-M-A-T-U dash M-A apostrophe A-F-A-L-A.
Wait, I spelled the name right.
Ma'afala.
I spelled it right.
You said F-U-A-M-T. And just like in the spelling bee, if you get one letter wrong, you said T before the A.
But I corrected that.
Well, it doesn't matter. The kid tried to correct it too, but he had already said it.
Wait a second.
The kid tried to correct it too, but he already said it.
Well, why didn't you give me the buzzer then? But on the end, I spelled it correctly on the last round?
You said M-A apostrophe A-F-A-L-A?
I don't know what the hell
Regardless,
I said.
you got
This is unbelievable that you've done this, Limits.
Wrong.
All right. This man, I could spell that, by the way, if I was writing it. I think I could. This man made one of the most horrific turnovers in Steeler history this side of Richard Mendenhall.
Oh, boy.
It happened in Denver against a late-stage Peyton Manning who faked a sack in that game, I might add. And the Steelers lose in Denver in a game they could have won. His name,
Fitz Toussaint.
His name, oh, little Limits, is Fitzgerald Toussaint.
Oh, boy.
Let's go, big boy.
See, I told you, I'm terrible at spelling. Awful.
Just give me Fitzgerald at least.
Fitzgerald.
Very good. You're halfway home.
Toussaint. T-O-U.
Oh, my God.
S.
Yes.
Toussaint. T-O-U. Okay. S. A-U-N-T?
No.
A-I-N-T?
Yes, but another S. Give yourself a buzzer. T-O-U-S-S-A-N-T. Toussaint.
2 S's.
I'm sorry.
I knew I wouldn't get
I
one.
feel horrible for you.
That's okay.
All right, give me an at-large. You can still tie this thing and send it to penalty
This is why
kicks.
spell check and typing on a computer has become so good for me.
You're going to lose a closer race than Nicholas Callis for the Green Tree Council, right?
I know. It'll be a 1-0 defeat because I gave you Darius Kasparaitis, who you covered.
All right.
All right, Joe. This is a...
I can't believe you did that. Of all the Penguins in history, you give me a guy that I wrote about daily.
I can't believe I didn't get Derek Brassard. I had
That's
two
a hard.
R's.
No, that's a hard one.
No,
the both names are hard. Derek and Brassard. It's not a normal.
Hard, but Derek.
Yes, it is.
Derek is spelled different ways. Derek Shelton is D-E-R-E-K. Derek Brassard is 1 R.
I know, Mulsey. Let's move on.
I know other Jareds or Dareds or whatever.
Yep.
Jared is where I'm going with the next one. In 2013, this catcher played for the Red Sox. His name is Jared Saltalamacchia. Can you spell Jared Saltalamacchia's name?
Probably not. J-A-R-E-D?
Nope.
Oh, for God's sake.
J-A-R-R-O-D.
That's ridiculous.
That's how I spelled Jared.
All right. You think you got me on that
one?
one?
Can you spell Saltalamacchia? Can you want to try?
S-A-L-T-A Salta La L-A-M-A-C-H-I-A.
Oh, very close. There are 2 C's.
Okay.
Very close.
You think you got me there? My at-large sports figure is TJ Who's Your Mama. TJ Hushmanzada.
Not a chance.
Go Limits. You're going to spell TJ, right?
TJ. Are there periods in between? Are we counting that?
Yes, I'm not counting punctuation. Very good so far.
Yep, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hushmanzada.
Yep.
H-O-U.
So far, so good.
Z.
No. H-O-U-S-H-M-A-N-D-Z-A-D-E-H. Do you think that kid for the Scripps who won the Scripps could spell that?
Probably.
He would sound it out and somehow spell it. I'll give you a bonus and a chance to get back in the game. You ready for this, Limits?
All right, sounds good.
Another guy I covered on the 90s Penguins, he was Jaromir Jagr's line mate, and he was a guy that Jagr once berated during a practice in Boston. I wrote about it. Jagr confronted me in Toronto on the next road trip in the hallway of a hotel and said, "Did you write about me yelling at Yanni?" I said, "Yes, I did." He said, "You shouldn't have wrote that. They're crucifying me back in Czech. They're saying that I hit the players." I said, "What? I certainly didn't report that you hit anybody. Maybe they're embellishing, but I was at the practice and saw you berating the guy, so I wrote about it." Anyway, that's beside the point. Jan Hrdina.
Jan Hrdina.
Mm-hmm.
J-A-N.
So far, so good.
Hrdina. H-E-R-D-I-N-A.
You missed it by a blank in letter, Limits. There's no vowel. It's H-R-D-I-N-A. I'll give you another one. This is like I'll give you. This is like horse. You get 2 shots to get back in the game. Would you prefer? I'll give you 2 Pirates, and this will be your chance.
Can you give me Bryce Wilson?
Chris Jakubowskis?
No.
Or Yoshi?
Yoshi Tsutsugo.
Yes.
Oh, I might
you got it. Let's do it. Take it.
Yoshi Tsutsugo.
Okay.
Y-O-S-H-I.
You're right again, big boy. If only this were a first name competition.
I know, I'd be doing well. Yoshi Tsutsugo.
Right. Tsugio.
T.
Yes.
S.
Yes.
Oh man, I'm gonna act like I'm writing it up on the table.
I don't think you're allowed to do that, Limits. You're disqualified.
T-S-T.
No. T-S-U.
S-U-G-O.
No. T-S-U-T-S. U-G-O. I'll give you one more.
Did I put too many T's in there?
I'll give you one more just to see if you can spell one right. And believe me, this is tough.
This is
Pokey Reese.
P-O-K-I-E.
Limits. Limits. It's P-O-K. It's P-O-K-E-Y. Reese. Pokey Reese. For God's sakes. Do you want to take Chris Jacoboskis just for the hell of it and see if you can get back in the ball game?
No, I don't.
What did you have as your extra inning plays for me?
Andrew Filipponi.
That's a great one, actually.
Can you spell Pony's last name?
I don't think I can.
I want to see you try.
A-N-D-R-E-W.
Yep.
F. Oh, my God. F-I-L. See, is it like Philip Rivers with one L, or does he go with the twos? I mean, come on. We've known him as Pony his whole life.
Right. But what's his name?
F.
You call me Limits. Can you spell my last name?
Yeah. B-E-C-H-T-O-L-D.
Very good.
I mean, the only question here is, does Filipponi take one L or two? He takes a lot of them, actually, but one L or two.
Whoa! Shots fired at Pony.
Let me see here. It's two. It's F-I-L-L-I-P-O-N-Y. What?
There are two P's in Andrew Filipponi's last name.
Why?
You ask him. I don't know.
Then spell his name for me.
Ask his grandfather. Ask his grandmother.
Spell it.
Ask his great-great-grandmother. Andrew Filipponi. A-N-D-R-E-W-F-I-L-L-I-P-P-O-N-I.
I honestly
Filipponi.
never knew. Honest to God, I never knew. What
15
else?
years and
I want another one. I want to keep going. It feels like nobody is listening, which might be the case by this point.
Probably
but
not.
Once I get into it, this is like Trivial Pursuit. I just want to keep going.
Can you spell Yancey Thigpen?
Yes. Y-A-N-C-E-Y-T-H-I-G-P-E-N.
Very good.
Thank you, Limits.
Wonderful job.
And I want one more, just because I'm an addict.
Can you spell Walter Abercrombie?
Yeah. W-A-L-T-E-R-A-B-E-R-C-R-O-M-B-I-E. I'm doing rather well, Limits, aren't I?
Very well.
Nice game.
Texter, this might be the worst radio in fan history. Showing how idiotic Limits is not being able to spell. Thank you, spell check. Thank you, Google Docs, when I type in those.
Obviously, he didn't hear the first segment of the show, did he?
No.
I thought that was fun, Limits. I don't care what anyone else thinks. And I picture people in their homes and cars all over Western Pennsylvania trying to spell these names. I think it did big ratings.
One texter says, Joe, can you spell the NBA player Luke Richard Mbamute?
No. That's the end of the game, Limits. Who's next?
Texter, I'll bet Limits can't spell Key Brian Hayes. Or that he can spell Key Brian Hayes. I read it wrong.
The Noah Constrictor.
Yes, the Noah Constrictor.
Let's talk a little trade with him. Who's the first significant Pirate that's going to be dealt this season? Has Henry Davis earned the first base job? Will Joey Bart platoon at any point? And where is Bubba Chandler? The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Rain expected at 2 o'clock with a high of Jaromir Jagr. He keeps coming up today, doesn't he? 68. You might need your umbrella. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. The Noah Constrictor next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are in San Diego. First of three against the Padres is tonight at 9:40. Our coverage on the Fan will begin at 8:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. With Mitch Keller on the mound, Nick Pivetta goes for the Padres. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
Do you call in and try to prove you know more than us?
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7.
Breaking news, and this one is almost ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Moon Beer and Pop for less for all your summer needs. Coors Light and Icy Light 30-pack just $22.99. Corona and Modelo 18-packs $19.99. And a big selection of Surfside and High Noon vodka seltzers. Across from Robert Morris University in Moon Township.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Jalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're Jonas here from the Gateway Clipper. Your destination for live music starts aboard the all-new Clipper Concert Series. Sailing select Sundays this summer. Reggae, rock, jazz, and more. For full concert lineup, visit gatewayclipper.com. Must be over 21.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's your good boy? Oh, who's what? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platform.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start the first of a 3-game series tonight in San Diego against the Padres. It's a 9:40 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zing really begins tonight at 8:45. Also listen on your Odyssey app as Mitch Keller goes to the mound, still looking for his first win since the very beginning of the season. 3.66 ERA this year for Keller, 55 strikeouts in 64 innings. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Noah Hiles joins us next.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Speaking of Bob, intern Dom is in for Donnie today. He'll be producing the PM show. Do you feel like he took you off the hook? You called one of Bob's opinions ridiculous, but intern Dom actually called Bob a moron.
Yeah, I think I'm completely off the hook for that. Dom took it a huge step forward because I was talking about one of Bob's opinions, Dom was taking a direct shot at Bob. That's a huge level up. That's not one level up. That's like 4 levels up.
Right. I mean, he didn't directly call him that, but
he doubled down when he found out that it was Bob. He said, well, then Bob doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well,
that's doubling down.
To be fair, we were talking about Shohei Ohtani, the greatest athlete ever. And Dom said, what about Tiger Woods? And I said, some people think Jack Nicklaus is better than Tiger Woods even in golf. Just golf. Forget about greatest athlete ever. And Dom said, anyone who thinks that is a moron. And I said, Bob thinks that. And then Bob came in the room and Dom doubled down. So it was still sort of indirect, but it's sort of hard to deny at this point, isn't it?
I insult Bob. Well, whoever says that is a moron.
See?
That's what he said.
Well, whoever says that is a moron.
Right. And then
I insult Bob. I insult Bob. I insult Bob.
That was a shot, intern Dom.
That was great. All right, let's go to the Noah Constrictor. Noah Hiles, Shelty's old friend. Have you spoken with Shelty since the firing, Noah? Did you text him, good luck, that type of thing?
Yeah, I sent him a text. I waited a day after, and I got a nice reply. Yeah, so that's all I've talked to him. So just one text and got one reply, and I think that's the end of it.
I imagine Shelty back in Florida, and I imagine he'll get another job in baseball. I don't think as a manager, but I think maybe as a hitting instructor, coach, that type of thing. Is that the way you feel?
Yeah, I think that, he's a pretty well-respected guy within the baseball community. I think he'll probably get another, bench coach job or instructor of some sort. Yeah, he's got a lot more jobs ahead of him.
The Pirates are playing well under the new manager. 6-3 in their last 9. 9-10 overall isn't great, but compared to what they were doing, it's the 27 Yankees. What has changed, and how much does Don Kelly have to do with the change?
I think they're playing a lot looser. I've talked to some guys in the clubhouse, and they just said, when it feels like your manager is about to lose his job, you play tight. I think even entering this year, there were some guys who anticipated that Shelty was on the hot seat, and that puts pressure on everyone. And now they're playing a little bit looser. They're playing a little bit more relaxed, and they can actually just do their thing. They can play their game. I think another key component of it is they're giving the right guys more playing time. His team's been better when Alexander Canarios played left field. His team's been better when Henry Davis has been in the lineup as of late, both defensively and now over the last week offensively. Shelton got a lot of criticism for his lineup construction, the inconsistencies of it, maybe not having the best 9, the hottest 9 in the lineup every day. And now guys are getting consistent opportunities, and you're seeing better results.
Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So, Noah, it seems to me, and I wrote this yesterday, I think, that Henry Davis should be your starting catcher, and that there's an obvious platoon that's just begging to happen here, but only if Joey Bart can play a little bit of first base. And God knows they've tried other guys at first base without much practice. He crushes left-handed pitching. Spencer Horwitz hits right-handed pitching. Is there any chance that Joey Bart could move to first sometimes and catch sometimes?
Maybe. I don't think so, just because, how many times have we seen them trot someone else out there at first base and it go incredibly poorly? It hasn't worked with a lot of guys they tried that with throughout spring training and even in the regular season. I think maybe if we do see it, it comes with the mentality of, hey, we've got to look big picture here, not 2025. And if you can find a way to include Joey Bart in the future plans, if Henry Davis ends up panning out and being your everyday catcher, then you have to do that. So I don't think it's a realistic possibility just yet. But as we move forward, and if Henry checks his boxes, it might be something they consider.
What do you do with Joey Bart then? And well, they may very well think he's still their starting catcher. So I guess the question is, what are they going to do with Joey Bart when he comes back? Will he still be that guy? And if he's not, what are the options with him?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it depends on how Henry Davis plays. I agree with you that, I mean, Henry Davis should be your number one catcher until he gives you another reason not to be the number one catcher. You've got to play him with the bulk of playing time, give him the bulk of the reps, and see what he does. And if he continues to play like he has over the last couple of weeks, that's the best thing you could hope for, really, in this 2025 season for what remains. So after you get that answer, then you have to figure out what you do with Joey Bart. I mean, if Henry doesn't perform, then I think it's like, okay, well, Joey's still the primary catcher. But if Henry plays well, especially hits well, because I think his defense is already a lot better than Bart's, then you have to figure it out. You have to figure out what you want to do with Endy Rodriguez, because you mentioned the platoon factor there. I mean, Endy's a switch hitter and has played first base, so he could be that platoon option. And maybe you think about moving Joey Bart, a guy who you gave next to nothing away to get from the Giants. Do you think about maybe just trading him at the deadline, an above-average bat who could be a backup catcher, a pinch hitter, a guy who could be a platoon player potentially for a playoff team? Or do you try to move him around and find him a new position so he can be an everyday contributor here still?
Limits, the thought of leaving you out of this conversation is positively abhorrent.
Noah, Joe and I earlier in the show kicked around Ke'Bryan Hayes and what should happen with him moving forward. The Pirates should trade him, or I'm of the opinion that his defense is just so solid at third. If they can have a good enough, competent lineup around him, he can just bat ninth and kind of hide in the lineup. Where do you fall on Hayes and what his future might eventually look like?
It's very similar to what they have with Triolo, where they have two very valuable defensive gloves, but defensive tool-only players don't really allow you to maximize their value when they play on a team that's lacking on offense. If these guys were playing for a team like the Red Sox, who's fifth in the league in slugging and has the second worst fielding percentage, they give you more value there. They make your lineup better, and they make your bench better. But for Ke'Bryan, it's tough because you have a little bit of a commitment. I think some teams would want him, but what are you going to necessarily get? And is it going to equate the value that you would get if Ke'Bryan were to remain here and potentially just become a league average hitter, something he has not done since 2023? So I think they're going to probably stick it out with him for the remainder of this year, just see what happens. Just see if he could stay healthy for a full year. I mean, we haven't had any health scares from him yet, knock on wood, as we enter June. But I think you have to stand pat and just give him a full year and see how he looks at the end of that year, and then maybe explore a move in the offseason if you feel like you can get something better at third base as far as an offensive producer.
Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. When are we going to play golf again, Noah?
Whenever I get back, Joe. It's been a busy time here. I know you're a busy guy, but I would love to get out with you on the golf course.
When are we going to see Bubba Chandler?
Probably after you and I play golf. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to answer because I thought he'd be here by now. I thought there were a couple of times that made a lot of sense for him to get here. You would think that this upcoming homestand makes all the sense in the world. They have 9 games, so he could potentially make 2 starts at PNC Park if it lined up properly. But I don't know if it's ever – I mean, I'm sure it's going to happen at some point, but I don't think they're in a huge rush to get him up here because, A, the starting pitching's been good, and B, I mean, they're thinking long-term, and financially speaking, it's probably not in the organization's best interest to bring him up until you can all but guarantee he doesn't win Rookie of the Year.
So when is that? 3 weeks?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's hard, like I said, it's hard to speculate because I don't understand why he's not up here now. I mean, if you're trying to send a message to your players that, hey, we're fielding the best team possible, even if in a year where we're clearly out of it, but we want to have the best players, we want to try to develop something here, then he should be up. He's not up, so I think if he's not coming up this homestand, then probably the next one. I think still we see him sometime in June. It should be this upcoming homestand, but I don't know if it's going to be.
Is it just a matter of days for Nick Gonzalez until he returns?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the date of which his rehab assignment started in front of me, but you only get 20 days for a rehab assignment, and I feel like that clock is ticking. I know he had a little bit of a setback. He got hit on the hand by a pitch when it started, but they said it didn't add any injury to him, but it did keep him on the bench for a game or two, I believe. So I think they're going to ride that rehab assignment out until the 20-day max hits. So if you want to really try to figure it out, just look at when that started. I believe it was. I think it was the same weekend when Horwitz joined the team. So that would have been 2 weekends ago when they were in Philly. So do the math. From that point on, he has 20 days.
Noah, we have the draft coming up. I believe the Pirates pick 6th. Any interesting stories surrounding that? They're going to go with a high school kid. Who and what are people talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting part of it is there aren't a lot of college bats in this year's draft. It's very heavy on the pitching side, which, as we all know, one, the Pirates developed pretty well, and two, the Pirates already have a lot of. So you could see them potentially draft a guy like another Connor Griffin type, which, in theory, if you could guarantee that your first round pick ends up looking like Connor Griffin has been looking in his first year as a pro, then you would make that move. But you're gambling when you take a high school bat, especially in an org that has kind of struggled at developing them. And if there's a college arm that you could draft and get big league ready in 2 to 3 seasons, that becomes a valuable trade asset for you and something that you could flip if it remains healthy for probably something that could help your lineup on a day-to-day basis.
Man, it's something to look at, the Ben Cherington regime here, because it's not just all the high first-round picks. Like, I'm looking at this year's draft order, and of all the draft-eligible players in all the lands that they're available, they take 6th. Then they take 50th, so 2 of the top 50 players. And then they have a competitive balance pick, 3 of the top 73. Then they come back at 82, 4 of the top 82. Like, it's not just every year they pick high. That means you pick high in every round, let alone the competitive balance picks. My God, where are all these guys? Or any of these guys who aren't the obvious ones?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the biggest story for this regime right now, right? It's just they've traded away some players at the beginning of this rebuild that are still playing Major League Baseball, a lot of them playing for teams competing for the postseason. So they had some value attached to them, yet the returns weren't good on those trades. And then they've had high draft picks. I think they've picked inside the top 10, I believe, every year, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of those picks have been on hitters. Obviously, Skeens was one of them, and they've had, I think, another pitcher in the first round as well. But for the most part, it's been all position players. And you look at the lineup, I mean, Davis is here now, Gonzalez is here now, but they don't have that matching production that they've got on the pitching side. That's been the story here, and it's not just showing in the major leagues, it's in the minor leagues. When you look, who's on the way? Oh, it's more pitchers. Well, where are your hitters? Where are your guys that you took with those competitive balance picks in the 2nd through 5th round? And they're all looking right now to be average to slightly above average minor leaguers at best.
Yeah, man. One of the interesting storylines the rest of the year for me are some of these guys going to save Ben Cherington's job? Like, I think Henry Davis, Nick Gonzalez, Canario, those guys could literally save his job if they're around a 500 team the rest of the way, and some of these guys advance. Like, that could make the difference for Cherington staying or going. Which side are you leaning with right now? Is he going to be back next year?
I'm right there with you, where it really comes down to the names that you mentioned. I'll even throw in a couple more. Like, you would have to assume IKF gets traded in the next couple of months. If Figueroa can come back and prove to look like an everyday big leaguer in the final couple months of the season, if Jack Sawinski ever returns, if Spencer Horwitz ends up looking like, hey, that wasn't actually that bad of a trade, and this team plays better, it might save Cherington's job, because then he can make the argument, look, like when this team was at full health and when it got Bubba Chandler and the hitters that I've drafted and acquired, and the lineup was how we designed it to be, they played above average baseball. And you can blame it on injuries. You can blame it on the manager. You can blame it on a couple of other factors. And I know Nutting doesn't want to do a rebuild. So if he's going to fire the general manager, he's got to find someone to come in here, work with the budget that we all know exists, and try to make something better. That's a tough task. So if this team plays good baseball and it's 100-plus remaining games, it might just make more sense to the Pirates. I'm not saying I agree with it, to keep what they have going and say, look, we ended on a high note. Let's try to build and add a little bit more moving forward into 2026.
What do you think their confidence level is in Cherington, especially for this upcoming draft?
I mean, the draft is I think the biggest misconception is how much of an impact the general manager actually has in the draft. The general manager hires people to make these draft decisions, but there's a whole department dedicated to the draft. And last year, Justin Horowitz took over as the amateur scouting guy, and he had a good draft last year, it looks like. I mean, with what they've brought in, they've used 2 of those draft picks to bring in major league players already. They traded their 17th round pick for Valdez, which looks like a pretty good deal, all things considered. I don't think that 17th rounder was going to be better than Emmanuel Valdez, who isn't amazing, but still is a big leaguer. And then they traded, I believe it was Hartle. I think he was like a 6th or 7th round pick. He was part of the Horwitz deal. So they've helped use 2 of those draft picks already to bring in major league talent. One of those picks is Connor Griffin, and there are a couple of other really high-rated high school players. So that's who's making these draft decisions. It's not like Ben Cherington is just sitting here and choosing who to pick all by himself. So, I mean, if Cherington's here, if he's not here, those are the people that are going to make decisions regardless. So is there pressure on him? I don't know, because at the end of the day, it's going to be the same people making those decisions. I mean, he makes the final decision, but every GM pretty much relies strictly on what their amateur scouting department says, and they go with the guy that they recommend. And that's how it's worked. That's how it works for all baseball teams, and that's how it's going to work for this one.
Right. So it still comes back on him, though, because he's doing the hiring.
I mean, yeah. And like I said, he just hired a new guy who, in his last job, helped build Boston's farm system. Look at what that looks like right now. And now he's here, and 1 year in, he had a really good draft last year, I think. So let's see what he does this year.
Noah, we appreciate the time. Enjoy yourself out in San Diego. I imagine the weather's pretty good, yes?
I am in Arizona at the airport right now, about to hop on the flight there. So I'll text you and let you know.
Holy horse milk. You're not yet in San Diego. Yep. This guy's all over the place, Limits.
Yep, Mr. Worldwide, baby.
Are you a good traveler, Noah? Are you polite to people? Do you get cranky in the mornings? Are you cranky at airports? Sometimes I was when I was a beat writer.
The only time it really gets to me is when I'm middle of the plane and people stand up as soon as the flight lands and try to just rush down the aisle, or when there's limited cabin or cabin head space.
Yeah.
And there's backpacks there, and I just need to put my carry-on up there, and people refuse to move their backpacks, and I have to stand there with my carry-on until someone who works on the flight can say that. I only get mad when people don't know what they're doing. If everyone can just act accordingly, you got no problems from Noah Hiles.
Now, do you huff and puff or say something? Is it visibly clear that you're angry, or do you keep it all inside?
Or is it the Bechtold sigh?
I just give them a look. What are we doing? And sometimes I will stand there and just stare at them. I'll ask them, is this your bag? And they'll say no. And then I'll just say a little louder. I'm like, is this anyone's bag? And then I just try to find one person who won't look me in the eye. And then I'll be like, hey, you, is this your bag? And they'll say no. And then I just wait to see who the liar is. I wait to find out. And it's always fun when that happens.
Yeah, I openly snapped on a flight to Florida about, a month and a half ago when they were blatantly lying to us on delays and were circling the airport, and they're telling us, we'll be on the ground in 15 minutes. I reached the point where they would say that, and I would blurt out for the whole plane to hear, yeah, sure we will. We'll be on the ground in 15 minutes. My wife and daughter were mortified. So once in a while I do snap, Noah, on the airplane. Is he still there, Limits? I hope everything's okay.
We lost Noah.
He's gone. Yeah, I snapped on that flight. They diverted us because of something in Fort Myers. So we wound up in Sarasota. had to get on another plane, and I understand that things happen and I want to be safe, but they kept misleading us. They kept telling us things that weren't happening, and finally, when we got back on the plane to Fort Myers and were circling and circling, they were simply not telling us the truth, and my anxiety of circling in the air combined with everything else, including being hangry at the time, just made me snap, much to my wife's mortification and my daughter.
Yeah, and it's not good when you snap.
No, it wasn't
You can
good.
get into a huge outrage.
Yeah, you've seen it.
Not a pleasant sight.
Not a pleasant sight.
Not pleasant.
What do you think of Noah so far? Nice man?
Great man. You know that I met Noah my freshman year in college. I've known Noah for a while.
Wonderful patriot, isn't he?
Very good man.
I don't know, why wouldn't he already be in San Diego?
I don't know. I was surprised by that, too.
You like people who help people. What do you mean he helps people? What has he done?
Well, I mean, when I was a freshman and a couple of us, we all went to dinner with Noah, and he just passed along some advice and stuff like that. Yeah, it was really nice of him to do that.
He is a nice man. I golfed with him once.
When are you going to golf with him again?
Apparently after Bubba Chandler signs or gets promoted. All right, Limits, tell us what's ahead in the Limitless Express, but not until I tell people they can get their Fan 5-Alarm T-shirt available online. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt. A portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. We're going to be out there next week over in Upper St. Clair. I can't wait for that. That's always, well, we did it once, and it was a blast.
Very fun.
Join Pomp and Joe as we broadcast from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Wexford on Monday from 10 until 2. Enjoy a Caribbean barbecue lunch. Make a $20 donation. Get a Fan 5-Alarm T-shirt while supplies last. Or make any donation to help out the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Last year, Bob Walk came over and said hello. His son was running one of the food things that were happening. I guess a food truck, a food stand. His son was running that thing, Limits. And then we had a wiffle ball game. You should be out there on Monday.
And wiffle ball. Yeah, I that would be great. Maybe we can work that out.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Well, Joe, Pat Narduzi was with the morning show earlier today and said something pretty fascinating. Plus, we saw the report from Schefter. Jordan Schultz has another report about another weapon. Find out next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 days gone for Steelers OTAs. OTAs will return next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the Steelers. Mandatory minicamp begins on June 10th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Totter Ridge Golf Course, Drew Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, MHI Roofing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Caleb Williams admitted he had doubts about the Bears, and who could blame him? His dad called Chicago where quarterbacks go to die, and history backs that up. But to his credit, Williams owned it all. No finger-pointing, no passive-aggressive quotes, just accountability. That kind of honesty is rare and refreshing. But let's not kid ourselves. Chicago isn't suddenly drama-proof. If first-time head coach Ben Johnson stumbles early and the offense sputters, those early doubts won't stay buried for long. I'm Maggie Gray.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In a world
hearts for excitement. Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beers brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. And introducing their incredible summer cocktails. Next, the award-winning menu. Whether it's a traditional German favorite like schnitzel or bratwurst or one of the best burgers around. Now, you can get that weekend brunch in the massive outdoor beer garden along the waterfront. Hofbrau Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The eyes of the golf world are turning to Western Pennsylvania this summer, and it's time for you to get in on the game with the WPGA. The Western Pennsylvania Golf Association provides local golfers with a number of great benefits like play days, a chance to get out and play on some of the best private and public courses in the region at an affordable rate. Membership also allows players the ability to post their scores to the USGA GIN app, which gives golfers of all skill levels a handicap index, course GPS, and more. It's never been easier to connect with the West Penn golf community. To learn more, visit WPGA.org.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching,
unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Joe, I'm getting it again right now. This number calls me, and it has like the same 3 numbers on it, like right around this time, and it always says spam risk on my phone, but it keeps calling. Like every day I get a call right around this time.
I know. I get the same.
It's terrible.
Not the same number probably, but it is. For me, it's the same one every day.
Oh. Yeah,
don't answer it because then they record your voice and then all kinds of bad things can happen.
Yeah, I don't want to do
When
that.
I do answer, when I finally answer, I say, like that. So they can't take my voice and then call my dad and pretend it's me. You know what I mean?
I answered it once.
So when I answer the phone, if I do answer, it's...
I answered it once and said nothing, waiting for whatever was on the other side to say something, which was never said. So I waited like 3 seconds, nothing was said, and I hung up.
Next time you should just say...
You sound like a Pokemon.
I'm that paranoid because it happens.
Oh, I don't
they'll
want to
take your voice and then they'll use it for it. There's some weird, crazy stuff happening out there. Limits.
Yeah,
and
I don't want
you to get. I don't want you to get sucked into that.
No, I'd rather not.
Do you cry when your wiffle ball games are rained out?
So I play in 2 different leagues, and the guy that runs the South Hills League, South Hills Wiffle, is on my team in Baldwin. I get very, very, very upset in Baldwin when our games get rained out when we play. Like, we have played through rain sometimes because I'm like, we got to schedule the games. We got to get the games in. Now, today's game that we're supposed to play in South Hills against my buddy Zeke, who's the commissioner.
That ain't happening.
That's not happening. So I don't know when that game is going to be played. But, yeah, I'm upset about it, but not nearly as upset as if it was Baldwin, which we're playing a lot of games, and if that's a scheduling nightmare for the commissioner to try to figure out.
I used to stare at the sky for a long time when I was playing Little League Baseball, like 8 or 9 years old, just so pumped for the game and threatening rain. It used to be like, I think I even used to pray for no rain.
Yeah, we don't play in the rain anymore. We did like years ago, we'd have like rain games, if we needed to.
You should have rain games as long as there's no lightning. That would be fun.
Right, and safety comes into play and
of course it does,
stuff like that. So you just want to make sure, as a commissioner, that you take care of everyone, take care of your family. When you're a commissioner, all the players are your family.
Do you imagine yourself in this job, say when you're 40?
What job?
Commissioner of the Baldwin Wiffle Ball League.
I've always said that I want to make sure that we get to a decade. We want to get to 10 years. This is season 6.
Yeah.
I mean, I will go on and do it for as long as possible. I love doing it.
I'm going to go to Vermont and meet you guys at the end of August. And to commit to that, can I drive there?
We're driving.
How long?
Like 12 hours.
I'm not driving there. I'll go off.
Fly to Burlington.
Burlington.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes outside the field we play at.
All right. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to find golf courses to play out there, including Louis Tiant used to live. I think he passed, did he not?
Louis Tiant?
Yes. He lived in Maine next to a golf course So I don't know. I just thought I'd go to that golf course in tribute to the great Louis Tiant, whose pitching motion, to bring this full circle, I used to imitate in wiffle ball.
It's your 50 states, 50 rounds of golf.
Yeah, that's gone to pot.
No,
Although I could begin in Vermont, yes.
It's gone away.
Yeah. What do you got?
All right, here's the Bechtel breakdown for this Friday, May 30th, final one in May, brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating and our friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating, Jordan Schultz, yesterday, saying that the Steelers have had preliminary conversations with multiple teams about potentially adding another playmaker on offense to complement DK Metcalf. Pittsburgh is believed to be motivated to get a deal done at some point, though there's still plenty of time before the season, which means there's plenty of time for a Brandon Ayuk-like situation to play out once again.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
Everybody needs another playmaker. Yes, the Steelers, again, could probably use a number 2. Do we not think that Calvin Austin's capable of being a number 2? I guess I'd rather have someone more established, but I like what I saw from him second half of the season or so. You?
I did too. I don't know. I don't. A lot of people say, like, oh, well, you don't believe in Calvin Austin. I think Austin's a good player, but I would rather have him be my 3 than ultimately be my number 2 wide receiver, because I think he's more of a slot guy that you can utilize middle of the field, speed receiver. I still think they need to get a bigger threat on the outside to be able to complement that.
Yeah, and maybe you can find that guy once training camp start later, right before the season. Guy gets cut, like a Mike Williams type situation. I don't even remember how they acquired him. It was in a trade, wasn't it, right around the deadline?
Yeah, for I think a 5th-round pick.
Gee, how could I forget about him? He was standing in a straitjacket on the sidelines most of his Steeler career. Even after he would make a play, he would go back to the sidelines and just stand there in a jacket. You remember that?
I do. Remember his first catch was a game-winning touchdown.
Yes.
Remember that?
They never threw to him again. What a strange tenure for him. Maybe Bob Woods is the answer. I don't know.
I like Robert Woods, but I don't like him any more than as a number 3 wide receiver.
Well, then he becomes a 4 if you like Austin. And then what about Ben Skoranek?
Well,
Kabali. Do you have the Kabali clip from yesterday?
I don't think so.
He said that if you want, I want to find this clip limits before the end of the show. Because I think his exact words were, if you want to make a playoff run, you need Ben Skoranek. I think he actually said that.
You need players like Ben Skoranek on your team. Yeah, that's what he said.
No,
you
it was
agree?
even more definitive than that. At some point, you can find it in a minute. I don't want to interrupt your segment. This is your segment. It's your special time. Go ahead.
All right, Joe. Pat Narduzi was on the morning show today, and he was discussing a bunch of different things, including scheduling Penn State and West Virginia on the schedule. That seems like a yearly occasion where we end up talking about this. So after this year, there's a hiatus with West Virginia on the schedule. Now, Pitt wants to play WVU every year. Narduzzi also doesn't understand why Penn State isn't on Pitt's schedule every year, wanting the backyard brawl and Penn State every year. This take might surprise you. I am 1,000% on board with what Pat Narduzzi is saying.
Who's not? Who wouldn't be on board with that? What do you mean, surprise me?
Now, there's a lot of Penn State people that are like, you don't have to play Pitt.
Of course,
Pitt,
Penn State people.
No,
yeah.
I mean,
okay, I'm sorry.
Pitt. No, play Pitt.
I didn't realize you were coming at it from the Penn State perspective.
I was looking at it from both perspectives. Like, Pitt should want to play them. Pitt has a lot to gain from playing them. And, look, Penn State has some stuff to gain, too. That's a good out-of-conference game. Here's the thing for me with that. There are 4 reasons for this. You have the expanded
playoff. 4 of them? We have to sit through 4 reasons now?
Very quick reasons.
All right.
Bullet points, if you will. The expanded playoffs. So Penn State played Pitt a couple of years ago, lost in a season that they could have ultimately made it to the playoffs. If you lose this game against Pitt, it means something, but it doesn't nearly hurt you as much because there's 12 teams maybe going to 16. Michigan and Ohio State are scheduling big out-of-conference games.
Are you still on the first point?
This is the second point.
Okay.
Ohio State is playing Texas this year. That is a huge out-of-conference game that's going to help their resume when you get to seeding everybody. It's great for the area. And it's also very good for Pitt if they win that game. Huge for ramifications for the playoffs, especially if this is an at-large bid. And it's good on Penn State to increase their non-conference games.
I can't talk about this anymore.
Nevada.
I know.
I'll be at that game. I don't want to see Nevada. I want to see Pitt.
Nobody does. I've been talking about this for decades. I can't do it anymore. Of course they should play Penn State, and of course Penn State should play Pitt. And if you ask the thousands and thousands of Penn State alums around here, If they want to play Pitt or they want to play the teams that you mentioned in their non-conference, they want to play Pitt. It's a fun game for the state. It is.
It's wonderful for the state. I mean, do you really want to play Nevada on your schedule? That's the first game of the year. Here's the other non-conference games. FIU, Florida International.
Buffalo, Temple next year, Marshall, Ball State, UMass. Come on.
Villanova.
What are we doing here?
Like, they're going to beat Villanova probably 73-3.
Well, what they're doing
Is that good
here,
for Philly? I mean, who cares?
What they're doing here is the Indiana plan. I guess if you play a crap schedule and never lose, although the playoff's so expanded right now, Penn State will get in no matter what.
Oh,
just play Pitt.
Indiana schedule. Well, that's part of my point. Like, you're likely still going to be able to get in. Indiana football schedule for their non-conference is absolutely horrendous. Did you see their
non-conference?
No,
let's hear it. Hey, it worked for them last year.
Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State, the Sycamores, where Larry Bird went to college.
Right.
I didn't even know they had a football team.
They'll have plenty of people defending them again next year. The idea is not to lose. So, good for them, I say.
Well, I just give credit to the Ohio States and the Michigans of the world. Who did Michigan play last year? Was it Texas? Ohio State's playing Texas this year? Good on those teams. Like, they should get an upper hand when it comes to the end of the seedings because they scheduled actual quality non-conference games. It's kind of like how, remember Pitt was knocked for the NCAA tournament? Well, you didn't schedule anybody non-conference, and West Virginia didn't have a good year, and Missouri was bad.
I don't remember that. Now I'm depressed. Go to the next topic.
All right. Alexander Canario is a different player under Donnie Kelly. 16 games with Derek Shelton. He hit 122, and he slugged 195. With Donnie Kelly, 18 games, 67 at-bats. He's playing a lot more. He's batting .313 under Donnie Kelly. 2 homers, 5 RBIs, and OPS of .839.
Yeah, who knows if it'll work out, but there's only one way to find out, and that's always the point. And having spoken to many, many professional athletes over the years, I often wonder which guys would have made it if only they had been in a place where they'd gotten an opportunity. Like, I was thinking about this watching the Indy game the other night, the Pirates AAA affiliate. Like, how many of these guys were just an opportunity away from making it? And how many are just forgotten forever if they never get that opportunity? So many examples I could use. Brandon Moss is one. You know, he was in and out here and looked like, a guy who would just be forgotten. And then he goes to Oakland and he gets an opportunity.
Slugger.
And he becomes a slugger. And there's guys like him in AAA. I don't know, is Matt Gorski that guy? If somebody said to Matt Gorski, you're going to play, we're going to give you 500 at-bats, and we're going to see what you can do. Relax. You go I think we said this yesterday. You go 1 for 17, you're going to get an 18th at-bat or 19th at-bat. Just play. Just relax. And I like that Donnie Kelly did that with Canario. And I want him to do that with Henry Davis.
And one thing with that, with Gorski and also with Davis, like, analytics have taken over so substantially. You got to remember these are people, man. Like, they have emotions. And if you don't give somebody an extended run, they're probably pacing in their hotel rooms. They're thinking about, is this the last game I have? A little bit of self-doubt creeps in. Like,
of course,
is this the last game I have before I go back down? So that affects people.
And it's also pro sports. So from the team side, especially if you're a team that wins every year, you just can't go telling a guy, oh, yeah, you're going to get 500 at-bats here. We're going to see if you sink or swim. Sometimes, you got to get it going when it's your chance immediately. That's just the way it is.
Last one for you, as the Stanley Cup Finals are now set. It is the first rematch since the 08-09 Penguins and Red Wings. And on this day yesterday in 2017, Jake Gensel scored the game-winning goal for the Penguins against the Nashville Predators in Game 1, 2017 Stanley Cup Final. I miss those memories. I don't really like seeing it being a rematch.
You can't miss a memory limit. You just have them.
I miss those moments, I should say. And I wish we could get those memories again. But what do you think of the Stanley Cup rematch? Do you think that this is finally the time that McDavid gets it done?
No, I think Florida's the better team. I think this is going to be one of those stories where it's a team that's just flat out not good enough and runs into a nemesis all the time. Many of those in sports history, too. Charles Barkley was pretty good, but he ran into Michael Jordan at least once in the finals. Dominique Wilkins was very good. He ran into Jordan a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I don't think they're going to win. I think Florida's the better team. Do you?
You know who's been really good?
Who?
Brad Marchand.
Yeah,
He's
he has.
a plus 11, 4 goals, 14 points in 17 games in the playoffs.
I know. Great trade. Great trade.
It was risky.
Don't ever say a deadline trade doesn't put teams over the top, because a lot of times it can.
Jerome McGinley did not, but multiple others for the Penguins helped too. And this trade for Marchand, I mean, that made a great team dominant. I mean, Carolina didn't have much of a fight against them. I agree with you.
Do you want McDavid to win a cup?
Honestly, no.
Why? That's very
I don't know.
cruel of you.
I don't know. Like, for the longest time, I didn't want Ovechkin to win one. But when Crosby beat him twice in a row, 16-17, and won it back-to-back, and he cemented himself as having, outside of the goal record, the better resume than Ovechkin with the cups, because I think championships matter, then I was like, you know what? I'm happy for Ovi when they won it in 2018. Like, it's his time. So I don't know if that would ever happen with McDavid, also considering that they don't play in the same conference. But I don't know. There's just a weird feeling about me that's like, I'd be completely okay if Connor McDavid never wins.
I think that's very cruel, and I want him to win
like
one.
it.
Yeah, I want him to win one. He seems like, I don't know, is he that likable of a character? He just seems to be very boring, doesn't he?
He does. Like,
it's not his fault. Seems like a nice man.
Yeah,
but when people talk about, oh, you have to market the league a little more and market your stars, some stars aren't that marketable. Sorry.
Yeah, or don't want to be marketed.
But maybe you could actually play on that. Play on that the way you would with a Belichick, and do ads where you play on his boringness. You know what I mean?
I actually have one more for you. So there was a big announcement that was made yesterday. Pete Thamel and multiple others put it out there.
Oh, no. I want to do this in the final segment of the day.
Okay.
Thank you, Limits.
You got it.
Coming up, Bob Walk. Let's talk a little bit about Skeens. Let's talk about the Pirates actually playing well, 6-3 in their last 9. Bob Walk joins us next. First, rain expected very soon here within the hour. High is 68, a high of Jaromir Jagr today. You might need your umbrella. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Limits?
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thank you, Joe. And as we mentioned, the Stanley Cup Final is set. It's a rematch of last year, Florida and Edmonton. Game 1 will be in Edmonton on Wednesday next week, June 4th at 8 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2 and made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Shopping for a Ram truck? Think south at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. This month, only a 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit southhillsauto.com for more details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Man, this has been a wild ride, these NBA playoffs, especially in the East, where we've seen huge upsets, and that trend has continued with the way the Pacers have handled the Knicks, the 4 seed, going to Madison Square Garden, winning the first 2 games of that series, and turning this thing into an incredible shot for a team to get back to the finals for the first time in 25 years. And a big part of it is that kid from Pittsburgh, TJ McConnell, and the work he's doing with them. Watch these games, bet these games on America's #1 sportsbook, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join Pony and Muller at Piata in North Fayette on Friday, May 31st from 2 to 6. The PM team will be trying to fill the boot with money to go to volunteer fire departments. The guys will also have fan 5-alarm t-shirts for sale. Make a donation of $20 or more, and you'll get a commemorative 2025 t-shirt. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich with tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. GetGo Cafe Market. Better believe it. Be a part of something new, exciting, and totally Pittsburgh. It's the inaugural Rockin' Regatta at Pittsburgh Brewing Company, June 7th and 8th. A brand new summer celebration packed with music, river racing, food, family fun, and more. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirafast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirafast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool power tool combo kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After taking 2 out of 3 from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Pirates had an off day yesterday. They begin a 3-game series in San Diego tonight against the Padres. One of the best offenses in all of baseball. A lot of power threats that Mitch Keller will try to pitch around. 3.66 ERA for Keller this year. He is just 1-6 despite having a pretty good year in 64 innings. Nick Pivetta is gonna go for San Diego. 2.72 ERA and a 1.01 WHIP for Pivetta. He's 5-2 on the season. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Zane Grilly will begin at 8:45. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Bob Loft joins us next. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, did you see where Pitt and Duquesne game is all set for noon on August 30th?
Yeah, Pitt football, Duquesne. That should be a fun one. I have a friend that plays for Duquesne that'll be playing in that game. I'm excited for that.
ACC Network. There you go. All right. Let's get to our friend and yours. Mr. Bob Walk is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, we're doing a show Monday at Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Is that what it's called? Limits? I don't have the name in front of me.
Yeah, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union.
Community Federal Credit Union. Yes, like we did last year. You came over and visited. Your son was running one of the food trucks, I believe. Will you come over and visit us Monday? You in town?
Yeah, if I'm in town, I definitely will. Right now, I'm out of town. I'm up at my cabin. I'm gonna as soon as we get done here, I'm going into the woods with my turkey call and see if I can get some food for Thanksgiving. But I should be. I'm just going to stay for the weekend, so I should be back by Monday. And yeah, you're right next to my house. You're going to be at the same one you were before, right?
As far as I know, in Wexford, yeah, Bob Pompiani will be here if that adds any incentive for you to go over there.
I definitely will come down and see you guys on Monday, as long as I am in town on Monday, and I'm planning on being there. So.
Well, let's not bury the lead. A turkey call. Do you do that with your voice, or do you have some sort of whistle that you carry with you? Could we hear what a turkey call sounds like?
Yeah, hold on a second.
This is unbelievable, Limits.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Did you hear it?
Yes, it sounds like a mouse. A mouse in the house.
There were some mice up here, too. We had to get rid of those. I'm not actually a very good turkey caller. My son will be working the caller. He's the turkey hunter of the family, my oldest son.
That is incredible.
He goes, Dad, why don't we go up? It's the last 2 days of season. Maybe I can get you a turkey. I said, okay, let's go.
I love it.
So we got up here last night, and hopefully I'll be back, and we'll have something for dinner and listen to the ball game.
That sounds great. Sounds like a great weekend. In the meantime,
great evening plan. So let's see if it works out.
Well, good luck with that. In the meantime, the Pirates are playing well, and I haven't said that, I don't think, really all year, Bob. They're 6-3 in their last 9 games. I think 9-10 overall under Don Kelly, which is worlds better than what they were doing. What's been the difference here, and how much difference does a manager make?
You know, I've always been of the camp that it's like, you know, the manager, yeah, he has an effect, but, you know, if he's a bad manager, it's way more of an effect than if he's a good manager. And it's always it's about the players. How good are the players? You know, and that has been the way I've always been. But right here early on, this is kind of challenging, that thought. If they do well in San Diego, when Donnie gets back, I'm going to his office. I'm saying, what the hell are you doing? This is pretty impressive. It's, you know, I really, well, the thing is they're scoring runs now. I mean, it's not like rocket science. You can't see what they're doing. But why all of a sudden are they scoring runs? That's a question I have. Now, there's been, you know, little differences in the lineup. Different guys are getting more playing time. I almost feel like it has to be more than that, but that's the only thing you can really put your finger on at this point is you got some different guys that are getting some more at-bats, and they're coming through. And we'll see if that keeps happening. I mean, that's where we're at right now. I don't think, you know, we've got such a big hole. You know, even with the real good starting pitching, I don't know if we can dig ourselves out of it, but you know, playing better, watching the offense. Are we starting to see, you know, some of these guys do better than we thought they had in them? You know, Henry Davis now will get a lot more playing time. I think we talked about this last week. You know, where can he get more playing time? Well, now with the injury to Bart, at least for, you know, a week, 10 days, you would think that Davis will be, you know, quote unquote, the everyday catcher and get a lot of that playing time. It'll be interesting to see if the hitting continues because his bat is come alive much more than we've ever seen it to this point. So can he keep that up? So those are the little things that, you know, I think I'm watching right now and I'll be listening tonight to see if these, you know, the hitters are really going to keep going in the way they are right now. Canario, did we get lucky and get a legitimate, you know, hitter, you know, off, you know, basically for nothing? That would be a tremendous addition if he turns out to, you know, he can continue to hit the way he's hitting, and that would be a kind of more of a middle of the lineup type guy because he's got a lot of power. I think that's what everyone said when he got here is he can hit a ball a long ways, but he just doesn't hit it often enough. Well, now he's starting to make a lot more contact. The strikeouts are coming down, and maybe the Pirates have something there. So that's why I enjoy looking at the games right now, and it's what I focus on.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Yeah, Canario is an interesting case, and I think my friend Austin Bechtold here told me that he was batting in low ones until Kelly arrived, and then Kelly started playing him every single day virtually, and he's hitting .313 under him. So my question, Bob, whether it's pitching or hitting, how much can it mean to a ball player to hear, and I don't know what their conversation was like exactly, but to hear, hey, relax, you're going to play for a while now. You go 0 for 4, you're going to be in the lineup the next day. You get shelled on the mound, you're going to take your next start. We're going to give you a long look here. What can that mean to a ball player?
I mean, it's tremendous to a young guy. I can't say what pressure you're taking off him, especially if he's a guy that battles fear of failure. And then because those are the type that are always looking over their shoulder, and it affects the way they play on the field. And if they know, hey, for the next 2 months, come hell or high water, I'm going to be in that lineup, then they can relax and hopefully become the player that they are. There's sometimes you just can't do that. If you're in a competitive situation where you're trying to win a division title, sometimes you just can't do that. Mainly, I think I see these scenarios play out, when you're got a team that's rebuilding a little bit, and you got some space to let somebody go out there and run for a while. You got to let them know, I think, my own personal, but you got to say, hey, don't be looking over your shoulder. You're going to, be my, first baseman for, to the All-Star break, and then we'll reassess, see how you're doing. Something like, or pitchers too. It's the exact same thing for pitchers. Hey, we're running you out there for 10 starts, so relax, and we're not going to be judging you every time you come off the field in the fifth inning. That we're going to want to see a body of work before we make any decisions about what your future is like. If you know that as a player, that helps out a great deal with your mental approach.
Limits, it's almost too painful to even imagine what you'd feel like if you were left out of this conversation. Please join in.
It would be very sad. And, Bob, a lot of people were saying about Skeens just a couple of starts ago, oh, well, we're not really getting the dominant Paul Skeens. Like, he's still very good, but he's not dominant. Do you think there's been something different for him over the last couple of starts where he is really honed in on, oh, yeah, that's the Paul Skeens we all know and love?
Well, he doesn't even have a full season, really in the major leagues yet, I don't believe. I don't know exactly how many games he's got to, but, as good as he is and as a generational talent, I don't think we can, go too far in our praise, but he's still got to be trying to feel his way along sometimes, and, he hears all this talk about, well, when's he going to go deeper in games? He's always got 100 pitches after 5 innings, da-da-da-da-da. Well, when he's throwing 7 or 8 pitches, striking everybody out, he throws 7 or 8 pitches, every hitter comes up there. Hard for him to go deep in games nowadays in the pitch count era. So I think there has been times where he's tried to be more efficient. Maybe, with nobody on base early on, maybe pitch to some contact and see if he can get a 6 or a 7 pitch inning and maybe now go 7 instead of 6. And, he's been trying some of those things. And if all he wanted to go out there was to go out there and see how many people he could strike out, I think you would see a lot more dominating strikeout type deals. But I think he's playing more for the long game, more for the length of the season, more for his career than, okay, every hitter that comes up there this inning, I'm going to try and strike out. Can he do that? Could he? Yeah, I think, and we're still going to see that on certain days where he goes out and maybe strikes out 10, 12 guys with no problem. But I don't think that's what he's thinking about much at all. He's trying to, be the best pitcher he can be for himself and his teammates. And sometimes that's maybe going out and getting a couple of ground balls. that's not the end of the world, and might not make him look like he's the the way we saw him a couple of times in his first season. But I truly believe any start, he could go out there in the first inning and throw 600 or 700 mile-an-hour fastballs if that was his game plan. But I just don't think that's his plan anymore.
Bob Walk on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Bob, I know a lot of numbers get thrown around, especially with Skeens. You may have heard this one. It absolutely blew me away. I'm going to read it to you. It comes from a Twitter person called Nugget Chef. We'll make of that what we will, but I think he was going through another site. Listen to this. He has started 35 games, Paul Skeens, okay? 35 career starts. And here's the earned runs allowed for other great pitchers through 35 starts. Are you ready for this, Bob?
Yeah, far away. That's a full season back in the 60s when you were throwing on a 4-man rotation occasionally and stuff like that. 35 starts. That's a good solid full season.
Yes. So listen to this. Through 35 career starts, Greg Maddux gave up 115 earned runs. Randy Johnson gave up 102 runs through his first 35 starts. Roger Clemens gave up 100. Verlander gave up 87. Kershaw 83. Pedro 81. And Paul Skeens 47. 47 earned runs through 35 career starts, Bob.
That's pretty amazing. You just got a ho from my son in the background. I could hear him.
We got a turkey call.
Yeah. He's a turkey calling back there. But yeah, that's pretty darn incredible right there that he could put up numbers like that. And I guess that's why when he gives up a couple of runs and only strikes out 6, you think, oh, what's wrong with him? Because he is so much better than anybody that's come before. But just be happy every time he goes out there knowing that if we'd come anywhere close to doing our part as far as supporting him, you got a W.
I mean, those names, it just really blew me away.
Those are the heavyweights of the last 40 years or so.
Yeah,
it's amazing how good he has been so fast, so early. That's pretty incredible. I'm surprised that Gooden's not on that list.
Yeah, I don't know how they came about it. Me too. I mean, there were a couple others I could think of. Maybe Valenzuela.
When people ask me, have you ever seen anybody, dominate like this so early in their career? And the first name that always comes to me is Gooden. But maybe he just gave up more runs than I realized. But he would strike out a ton of people.
Well, Limits, there's your homework assignment before we say goodbye to Bob.
No, I don't mean to give you limits. You don't have to do that.
I'm curious now, too. Go to baseballreference.com and go to Dwight Gooden's game log from his first, I guess season, maybe season and a half, and count up his earned runs given.
Yeah, I wonder if the chef just did not add Gooden in because his first year he was absolutely incredible.
No, you don't have to do it live here.
Well, I'll just tell you what the ERAs were.
Yeah.
260 and 153 in his first 2 years.
Yeah, Bob might have a good point here. Bob, a question off the beaten path. For some reason, because it's a good book, but I don't know why I stumbled into it again. Steve Blass's autobiography I was reading a couple days ago. So yeah. I get to the point where, and we all know, the story of how Steve's career ended, where, he couldn't find the strike zone. And it was, just a horrible way to end what was a great career. So many years later at Pirates spring training, I believe it was at a fantasy camp. He sees a guy named Richard Crowley. Steve's in his 50s by now. Richard Crowley, no relation to Adam Crowley. He's like a sports therapist type guy. And so Steve decides that he's going to go back on a mound after that and start to face live pitching in the form of these fantasy campers. And then you popped into the story here, and it's a great story because it seems to have meant so much to Steve to have been able to go back out on a mound and throw strikes and just sort of have that feeling again that at some point you spoke with him and that he would go out early every morning and sort of, just practice. What do you remember about that? And what do you remember about that whole situation where Steve sort of, maybe got rid of some demons?
Well, the only thing I really remember about it, to be honest with you, was, I can remember talking about it, and I went inside. The team's out on the field, there's nobody around, and I went out. I went inside, and I went to Roger, I guess, the clubhouse guy. Then I got a catcher's glove, and I told Steve, I said, "Come on, grab a fielder's glove, a couple of baseballs. We're going to the bullpen." And we went out there, and I made him throw to me, and he threw perfect. Even at that point, he was still, I don't know how old he was then. He was probably 60 or something. So, but he was like actually popping my glove pretty well. The sinkers were all, on his arm side, just boom, 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 boom. Sliders perfect on the glove side. Just I'm not even hardly having to move the glove, and I'm going, Steve. I go, what the hell? You're throwing maybe not quite as hard as you did before, but your control is perfect. I go, you can go out and pitch in these things and have some fun. And, I remember going and catching him, and I remember how good his control was, both with like his sinker and his slider, which were his two bread and butter pitches.
Yeah.
And I was, when he had those problems, I was still in high school, and I was growing up in California, so I don't really remember the wildness and stuff. I've just heard the stories. So I really don't know exactly what was going on at the time, but, as he got older, I never saw him have any problems at all throwing the baseball and hitting the target. So he did, as he went on in life, he got rid of whatever demons were after him and keeping him out of that strike zone.
Great story. I just love that story. Love the book. 'Cause Steve was a hell of an athlete. I remember in the old timers games, he'd be running around in the outfield making catches during games, and we all know what he did on the golf course, 2 holes in one round. Just a great athlete.
Oh, he was. I remember one of those fantasy games I was pitching, and he was playing center field, and I'm going to say one of the younger guys. I don't know. I'm just going to say that to protect me. He hit a bullet to center field long. It's not going to be out of the ballpark, but it's very deep. And there's Blass out there with his back to the infield making an over-the-shoulder Willie Mays catch, just before he got to the warning track.
Wow.
And like I said, he was probably, he was upper 50s or low 60s at the time he made that play. So he was a very good athlete. Well, he still is. He still goes out on the golf course all the time. So it's been really a pleasure knowing when it's like I was the oldest in my family, but being with Steve all these years, especially when he was coming on the road and it was with us all the time, it was like I had an older brother. That's the way I always felt with Steve.
Love it. And thanks for sharing that story, and have a great weekend, Bob, with your son up in the woods. I like that too. Thank you, Bob.
We'll see you later.
Thanks, Bob.
Bye-bye.
Limits, had you ever heard a turkey call before that?
No, I had not.
Would you hunt turkeys? I wouldn't, not for any moral reasons, but like the same thing I say about deer or anything else, I'd be afraid that the turkey had one last stand in him. That if I did actually connect on a shot, that I'd go up to the turkey and he would attack.
He would gobble you.
Yeah. That. Would you hunt turkeys?
No, I'm not a hunter. I'm one of the moral people that don't like hunting animals. I'll eat, meat, but I don't like hunting the animals. I don't want to go out there and kill the animal.
Yeah, I hear that.
Well, even if it's turkeys. There's wild turkeys that will walk around sometimes in our yard.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with hunting by and large. But it's the idea of the animal coming after me that would keep me from doing that.
Yes, kind of a real fear to have.
The people up in Brockway, my wife's family, they all laugh at me. They've had me shoot guns before where they throw the clay pigeons in the air and it has the kickback. So they laugh when I try that, and then the gun knocks me down. They wanted to take me out hunting before. I have no interest in it because of that. Plus, I don't want to wake up at 4 a.m. and go sit in a tree stand, right?
We definitely have to use that.
That one's coming back again and again. Most water rescues in our area are serviced by local volunteer fire departments. A rescue boat can cost over $50,000. That's why we're hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteers who serve our community. Donate now at 937thefan.com. Presented by Living Treasures Animal Park, Southside Plumbing and Heating, and Piata. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. All right, Limits, I have a tribute to somebody a prominent Pittsburgh sports figure who is switching jobs and sounds like won't be involved with sports anymore. And this person was as good at his job as anybody I've ever met in, what's it been, 35 years of doing sports here, something like that. I'll tell you who that is and have some thoughts next on Pump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the NBA playoffs, staying alive in the East, the Knicks and Indiana Pacers is going to Game 6. New York beats the Pacers 111-94 yesterday at Madison Square Garden. The West is determined as OKC beat Minnesota in 5 games.
Limits?
Yeah.
I can't believe that you weren't able to look up the Dwight Gooden thing. It was so easy to look up. Paul Skeens in his first 35 starts has only given up 47 earned runs. Dwight Gooden in his first 31 starts, as amazing as he was.
He gave up 63 earned runs.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And then he gave up 47 the year after.
Right. So why didn't you tell us that when we were talking to Bob?
Because I thought you wanted the number in his first 35 starts and not his first 31 starts.
Well, if in his first, forget it. He did have 270 strikeouts. I mean, he was amazing. He was amazing. And I think we can safely say he gave up probably 25 to 30 more earned runs in his first 35 starts than Skeens. If that doesn't tell you how great Paul Skeens is, we might be talking about the greatest pitcher of all time, Limits, before this is said and done. I don't feel one bit silly saying that.
And I don't think you should. I'm in full agreement with you. I can't believe Dwight Gooden as a 20-year-old had a WAR of 12.2. He was 24-4.
It's incredible.
One of
It's
the greatest
incrinculant.
seasons of all time.
It's incorrigible. It's incendiary. It's insightful.
Anyway, Saturday, which is tomorrow, is Game 6 between the Knicks and the Pacers at 8 o'clock. And my dad just sent me a picture of a wild turkey in our backyard. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The NHL offices have to be happy about the Panthers-Oilers Stanley Cup final. We've all been waiting for Edmonton star Connor McDavid to take the next step as the face of the sport and hoist the Stanley Cup. But so much else is on the line. Can Canada finally break its championship drought? Is Florida a dynasty? Could this be the second matchup in a long line of Panthers-Oilers showdowns? All great drama for hockey in what should be an amazing series. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Breaking
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby color now, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and the dry hopped Paleo IPA in better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
John Party. She's a Friday night heartbreaker. Honky Tonk Hollywood Tour. Friday, June 6th, Peterson Events Center. With special guests Corey Kent and Cassie Ashton. Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown. John Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss John Party Live.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25. Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right. Pete Thamel yesterday, well-known college football writer, tweeted out, and I quote, longtime Pitt football media relations head E.J. Borghetti is moving to a different job in the university, ending a distinguished 28-year run promoting Pitt athletics. He'll be a special assistant to the senior vice chancellor for external relations at Pitt. So go look at the comments under that. I've been doing this, working in sports in this town since 91. How long is that, oh Limitless Wonder?
A long time.
A long time. It's 25 years plus 9. It's 34 years. I don't care. I feel young. And I am still young. I pointed out to you yesterday that I'm as young as Mike Sullivan, basically. So nobody thinks of him as an old geezer. He's in the prime of his career, and so am I. But that's not the point. The point here is that EJ, in those years that I've been doing all kinds of different things here, is as good of a person and as good at his job as any single person I've met in Pittsburgh. And I mean that. And so does everybody else. Our friend Pomp here, one of the best to ever do it. Congratulations, EJ. Sports people from around the country. The same. Shelley Poe, who used to be the SID at West Virginia when I covered the Mountaineers a long time ago. Best of the best, even for a Pitt guy she threw in, which was good.
I like that.
Congrats, EJ. Just all over. Brian Batko said it well, that EJ, no matter who you were, you could be an intern showing up. He showed everybody equal amount of respect. Just a great person, honestly. And also, and this is important, Limits, like there's been many really good PR people, SIDs that I've worked with for all the teams in Pittsburgh. But some can be, combative, can be all about access journalism, things like that. EJ was always very fair And when you would ask him for his opinion of a team or of a topic you were writing about, it wouldn't be just BS. You know what I mean? He wasn't just going to give you the company line behind the scenes. You know what I mean? He was going to tell you an honest opinion. He was always an advocate for the university and their programs, but not to the point where he would insult your intelligence. You know what I mean? And he would give you, maybe a different way to look at things like that. And also, he would agree sometimes, even if it was critical. Like, yeah, you're right. And that goes a long way to, in your next interaction with that person, being like, you're on even footing and you can really respect what each other says. You know what I mean?
We do this whole thing where we say, like, so-and-so is the nicest man around. E.J. Borghetti is probably the nicest man in all of Pittsburgh sports that I've ever met. Just the way that he goes about his business with just huge professionalism. He's real. He cares. He cares not just about Pitt in every regard. He's been an incredible ambassador for the university and for Pitt athletics.
Yes.
But he is somebody who values you, even though he understands that you have a job to do if you were a sports reporter or a sports writer or a sports broadcaster, regardless. And he always did it. Lanny taught us at Waynesburg, you always want to be first class and authentic. And I don't think that there's anybody that better embodies that than EJ.
Very well said, really. And we had a lot of laughs over the years. I remember one time after 13-9, as a matter of fact. After 13-9, one of the guys to talk to was Paul Rhodes, the defensive coordinator, who had just basically, choked off the greatest offense in college football that year, just completely shut them down. And I was talking to him outside the locker room, and he was sipping on a beer, as a coach might do after a game, right? So I included that little detail in my story.
Oh, I'm sure EJ loved
in my story for the Trib. And my phone started ringing, and I remember with the phone, there was one of those old little or big cell phones, and EJ was like, please take that out of your story, except I didn't get the message until the next morning. So we had a lot of interesting interactions like that, but also just a lot of fun. There was a pizza place in New York we would go to all the time after Pitt did well almost every year in the Big East basketball tournament, and great sense of humor. Tons of laughs and tons of fun, really, over the years. And I just can't say enough good things about him. And it makes me sad, too, because here's another story. He started at Carnegie Mellon at CMU as their SID. Did you know that, Limits?
I did not.
Wrong. Yes, he did start at CMU as their guy, and I would cover games. Carnegie Mellon football games.
In the PAC? Oh, I don't know if that would have been PAC then. I don't think so.
No, their stadium that they have now up in that press box, and there was EJ. And, of course, he was setting up stories back then, and one of them was to interview Ilie Nastase, the tennis player. So in this very swank room at CMU, there I was interviewing the bad boy of tennis, Ilie Nastase. And EJ actually sent me a picture of him yesterday or this morning upon this announcement. So good luck in the next job, EJ. And again, I think everybody would agree, as good of a person and as good at his job as anybody in Pittsburgh sports over those 28 years. That's what I would honestly say about him.
I thought seeing Reese Davis, seeing all the SIDs that sent messages and quote tweets and everything yesterday, just a full embodiment of just the guy he is. And I think it's funny because there'll be times when EJ is listening to the show and he'll text in when he thinks there's like a funny moment.
Yes.
And he'll mention
him and Pat Bostic were laughing a few weeks ago when it was the day that you said Pomp's opinion was ridiculous, and we had a group therapy session. Him and Bostic were listening and laughing.
He said that they were just howling in the car, laughing at us going back and forth, and they thought it was incredible radio. So,
and the other thing with EJ was, if I had a question on Pitt history, any sport, anything, boom, ask him. I got the answer. Need somebody to talk to? Sam Clancy? I'd love to talk to. I have Sam Clancy's number. HB Blades, I have his number. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just amazing. Amazingly good at his job.
Always willing to help. We need more people in this world like EJ. And, I don't think that's us being hyperbolic at all. He's just that good of a man and that good at what he does.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And he'll still be around, which sounds like a pretty interesting job, assistant to the Senior Vice Chancellor for External Relations. He'll be promoting Pitt, and that's what he loves. His dad was a great football player at Pitt. Pitt runs, the Pitt colors run through his veins. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Who's the big loser today? Limits.
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm going to say Indiana for getting absolutely crushed for their non-conference schedule with Old Dominion, Kennesaw State,
I agree with that.
Illinois, and Indiana State. Not like Penn State's is much better, but Indiana's.
Good choice.
Come on.
What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And fan weather, rain expected any moment now with a high of Yarmir Yager, 68. You might need your umbrella. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Limits, I got a tweet from a guy named Joey Priano who said, don't you take phone calls anymore? I waited 2 hours and 45 minutes. What is happening back there? You had someone on hold for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Why didn't you tell me Joey was on the line?
I apologize to Joey. Sometimes we just get rolling and we get into a huge segment and we end up missing one. So I apologize to Joey.
You apologized to him or apologize now?
I am apologizing right now.
So am I, Joey. It may have been just as much my fault.
Joey, you will be the first call that we take on Monday.
Yeah, it was more Limit's fault. Yeah, we'll definitely take you on Monday, and I'm sorry for that because we value our callers and our listeners and our viewers, don't we?
Oh, our callers have given us some of the best moments in all of show history.
And our texters were fabulous today.
Yeah, that's the thing. We got so deep into the text line, and people, we've probably gotten, I don't even know how many texts, probably the most texts that we've gotten in a long time today. So
good luck in your wiffle ball this weekend. I'll see you and Bob Monday on location in Wexford.
All righty, Joe. Sounds good. Have a great weekend.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All righty. The Pirates will play tonight against the San Diego Padres, first of a 3-game series. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 8:45. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, as Mitch Keller will hit the mound. Nick Pivetta goes for San Diego. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And on Monday, you can join Pomp and Joe, broadcasting live from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Wexford, Monday from 10 to 2. Enjoy a Caribbean barbecue lunch. How about that? Make a $20 donation and you get a Fan 5-alarm t-shirt while supplies last. Or you can make any donation to help out the Fan 5-alarm marathon, and it's presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Have a nice weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm taking the Tigers on the money line against the Royals. Tigers are hot winners of 4 in a row entering this matchup, and Casey Mize is on the mound for Motown. He's 6-1 with a 2.45 ERA. Taking on Seth Lugo, 3-4 with a 3.02 ERA, but Lugo has allowed 18 hits in his last 3 starts. The Tigers bat should be able to get after him, so we're taking the Tigers on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text LEAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text LEAP to 321-321. That's LEAP to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're Jonas here from the Gateway Clipper. Your destination for live music starts aboard the all-new Clipper Concert Series. Sailing select Sundays this summer. Reggae, rock, jazz, and more. For full concert lineup, visit gatewayclipper.com. Must be over 21.
Get ready for live music at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. Starting May 14th, catch talented local artists every Wednesday from 7 to 9 and Fridays from 7 to 10. Bring your friends, sip on your favorite drinks, and enjoy the summer nights on our outdoor patio. Want the VIP experience? Reserve a private cabana hut for up to 15 guests. Don't miss a single beat this season at Shooters Golf. Book your cabana now at info@shootersgolf.com. That's info@shootersgolf.com.
Tee off for a good cause at the 4th annual Soon I Will Run golf outing presented by James Bear State Farm Agency, happening June 21st at 9 a.m. at Meadowink Golf Club in Murraysville. It's an 18-hole, 4-person scramble with skill prizes, a lunch banquet, and amazing auction items, all to benefit children fighting cancer. Whether you're swinging clubs or bidding on prizes, every shot helps a family in need. Spots are filling fast, so don't wait. Sign up or donate today at sooniwillrun.com. That's sooniwillrun.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beers brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. And introducing their incredible summer cocktails. Next, the award-winning menu. Whether it's a traditional German favorite like schnitzel or bratwurst or one of the best burgers around. Now, you can get that weekend brunch in the massive outdoor beer garden along the waterfront. Hofbrau Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip through their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a 3-game set in San Diego tonight. Mitch Keller will take the mound. I believe the game starts at 9:40. That means our pregame coverage begins at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from Piata in North Fayette. It's the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
This rivalry goes probably right at the top or near the top of rivalry games I've played in. You know, the people in Pittsburgh have never been to the Backyard Brawl. It is one of the best, if not the best, you know, in the country, in my opinion. You know, there's a lot of hate in this rivalry. I've been around a lot of rivalries, but the hate that West Virginia has for Pitt, you know, the disrespect, to me, that makes a rivalry. Sometimes it's not clean. You know, I know there's a lot of Pitt fans that don't want to travel down to Morgantown, you know, because of that, but it's right up there at the top. I mean, and, you know, that Penn State State, Pitt one, which I'm still trying to figure out why we don't play that game still. But, we should be playing West Virginia and Penn State every single year. I'll go on record as saying I'm ready to go right now. Let's line it up, especially these 2 extra years we have here where we're not playing anybody. So it's a big-time rivalry for sure.
All right, we are live at Piatti Italian Street Food, North Fayette, for our Fill the Boot promotion. It's kickoff to our big 5-alarm marathon Thursday at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department, where we will all be broadcasting live for over 26 hours. We just ran into a nice man named Brian who looked a lot like Will Howard, who was here picking up food. And you have come to Piatta's Aplenty because of what happened? Was it Lennox you were having, or
no,
Ace?
We just said Ace.
Ace, yeah.
Ace was when Ace was born. That was still back when you could only have 2 people basically in there. Like it was me, Alex.
That's what we did. We didn't have a whole family in there when Stella popped out.
I don't even think we were allowed to at that point because Stella was what, she's a year after Ace, right? So she's going to be 2 this July.
Yeah,
right?
and
So what we did was, though, we were in Oakland.
Do Grandma and Grandpa need to see a head pop out of a vagina?
No,
you know what I mean? But do you know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about no one could be in there, period. Even after.
I know, but the idea that there was a party in there from the very beginning is a stupid concept.
Well,
if you think about it.
I think this is where
have the baby and then bring people in a little while after. What do they call that magical hour you're supposed to have? The golden hour.
The golden hour.
Let the parents have a golden hour, Malsey.
I think the thing you're forgetting here is you weren't the one delivering the baby, and so a lot of the time the mother wants maybe her mother or her sister or support in the room.
That's fine.
You're just you're sitting there, you're going,
well,
push,
I almost passed out.
Push.
My head knocked off the light.
No. But we had gone down and we were just by ourselves, and my sister-in-law was watching Lennox.
Yep.
And I was just doing laps back and forth to Piatti, man.
Yeah.
We were in Oakland, and so I was.
Well, Brian recommends you get a Piatti, which is it seems to be an Italian burrito.
I was already very familiar with. Very good stuff. I think I ate there. We were in the hospital 2 days basically with Ace. I think I ate a Piatti.
So you're vouching for it.
3 to 4. Yes, of
personal
course
endorsement.
Personal endorsement here for the place we're at. I think I ate there 3 or 4 times, and it was damn good every time.
We have a literal firefighter's boot on this table. So I know fewer and fewer people on their own carry cash around. Come see us.
Some people we know in our building say cash is king still.
Yeah. You could stop and put a little cash in there. Could you do a gift card, or is it strictly cash?
I believe it's strictly cash situation. So if you got a little cash, we want to fill
$5,
the boot today.
$10, $20. The very rich listeners who are listening to Pat Bostic's private jet ads and thinking that's for me.
Holland Coils.
Maybe make a $100 donation.
Ooh.
And so we're here until 6. That was Pat Narduzi saying we should play Penn State every year. So this is an introduction on a summer Friday into the annual debate and discussion about the extinction of the Pitt-Penn State rivalry and how we got it back. And Penn State won 3 or 4, and now it's gone away again.
Yep.
And I'm going to say something that Penn State fans don't want to hear, but I don't care because it's true now. They are afraid to play Pitt. I don't think that was always the case, but I think they are now because of the change in college football. There are now more teams in the Big Ten, and there are better teams in the Big Ten. They got Oregon in there. Oregon was the number 1 seed in the conference football playoff last year. You got USC in there now. So they've added teams that have made Penn State's conference schedule more difficult. It's not just Ohio State and Michigan anymore. It's a bigger league with better teams.
Talent-wise, they probably have 5 teams now on their conference.
It's clearly the second best conference in college football after the SEC. No debate, no doubt about it.
They're having Oregon for their whiteout night. That's big boy ball.
So they only play 3 non-conference games in the Big Ten, and James Franklin wants to play cupcakes. He does not want to play a game against a team where he might either lose it outright and really hurt his chances of getting into the playoff, or you just gear up for a big game. It's a competitive game, and it's like an attrition thing. Like, you might not lose it, but Pitt might take a small piece out of you that, say, a Nevada or a Florida International would not do. And those are 2 of the teams they're going to play this fall, for example. So that's why it's not happening. Penn State fans could call 412-928-9370, the Austin Bechtolds of the world, and the Eric Hagmans of the world can try to make every excuse they want for Penn State. That's the real reason why they don't play him now. It is. And I dare and defy any Penn State fan or any Pitt fan to call in and tell me otherwise. They don't want to have a situation where they play not a great Pitt team. No, I'm not sitting here saying Pitt's going to challenge for the playoff or the national championship, but compared to the sisters of the poor college programs that they're playing now, Pitt is way better. Pitt's way better than Marshall and Villanova. And those are the teams that are on Penn State's non-conference schedule.
Pitt's just good enough to catch lightning in a bottle and beat them.
And they did one time, and guess what it did? It kept them out of the playoff.
Them out of the playoff. Washington played an easier schedule, went unbeaten.
They played Rutgers and a bunch of FCS schools and made it.
Well, then they just played a bunch of FCS schools, really.
Sorry, Charlie Borges out there, who's a proud Rutgers man, but you can continue.
State University of New Jersey. I mean, I thought that clip from Pat was so funny. Because I think Pat sometimes likes to try to be subtle in his digs, but then he just can't resist taking the old sledgehammer out. And
no, I wanted more. I wanted more. That was at the tail end of the interview. I would have said, we'll blow off the clock. Sorry, Craig Riley. And we got to ask follow-up questions because Pat will say more incendiary things about Penn State.
Pat will keep going.
And I find that very interesting,
but
it'll get both fan bases fired up.
But he started that clip trying to, I think, throw a dart at Penn State by talking about how much more hatred there was with West Virginia. And the stuff about Pitt fans not wanting to go there is true because the people on site are insane. But we've talked at length about how there are a decent amount of people like me who don't root for West Virginia in that game and never would, but don't have ill will towards West Virginia outside of that game.
Right.
So he's wrong,
though. It's not a better rivalry because you hate Penn State way more than you hate West Virginia.
Of course it's not. But then he could not resist taking subtlety and just smashing it by saying, by the way, I don't know why we don't play that game. I'm going to do something that'll even – you said you're going to tick off the Penn State crowd out there.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something that's going to shock them. They are wary of playing Pitt, and they are afraid to play Pitt or whatever you want to call it, and they're right to be, and they shouldn't. For their aims, playing Pitt has no purpose. College football at large, for me and you, we want to see rivalries. Most fans, casual fans, I think, do want to see the rivalry games.
So wait, if you were the Penn State athletic director, you would not play Pitt?
No. I think it's a completely defensible decision by them. They are.
Maybe you are starting to go back into the warm bosom of Penn State with your blue and white golf trip that you've got planned.
I would love to see them go 0-12 this year. Nothing would warm the cockles of my heart more. But they're right to not play Pitt. Why they have nothing gained from that game. They either get a pound of flesh taken out of them in a close win that might hurt them for a bigger opponent later, or disaster strikes. You get one of those weird, bad James Franklin games, although he doesn't have them as a heavy favorite pretty much ever.
Yep.
And Pitt just rises up out of nowhere. That's Pitt's Super Bowl. That's Pitt's college football playoff. They're not going to go there this year. They started 7-0 last year. We all got fool's gold. Like, Pitt would treat that game like the biggest game on its schedule.
Because it is.
Because it is. They would treat it like the game that they were going to let all the stops out because they aren't going to go to the college football playoff. And if they beat you, they are going to live off of that for years. Dude, I know Penn State won the next 3 games, and Pat had a very bad gaffe by kicking from the one and then having it go off
And
anywhere.
They weren't particularly close games either.
No, other than that one, it had a chance to be. And Pat, I'll just say it. I think Pat turtled in the moment there and did not go for it.
He made a mistake.
He did.
A big one.
He made a very conservative mistake and paid doubly. Guess what, though? I still have visions of Ryan Lewis in the end zone picking off that last gas McSorley pass and Pitt winning that game. And I still derive happiness from that. So, in that sense,
one of the great moments in Acrisure Stadium history for my money.
And I was in trouble because I was supposed to be doing pre and post, and I was in Vegas for a wedding. Watching the game, you bailed me out.
And I was in the stadium, and I did post for that. And
you said that was an electric atmosphere.
The stadium was shaking.
You said that was as good as it has ever been for anything.
100%. Yep.
And
I'd say Polamalu's interception obviously takes the cake, but I'd put that as a top 5 moment in that stadium.
I just am going to surprise people by saying, like, we're having this whole talk about expanding to 16 teams and Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, like refusing to commit to any sort of thing. And you know why we're having that discussion in college football? Because Bama got left out. Because they played like tougher teams or whatever you want to call it, and they didn't win enough of those games, and they got left out last year.
Yep.
So against that backdrop, if I'm thinking about this from the Penn State athletic department and the athletic director's perspective.
And James Franklin.
Right.
Who calls shots.
Because we should be calling shots. They're paying him enough money to.
Yep.
Why would I play Pitt? What benefit does it confer to my team? He clearly, on some level, he probably does
see it as like a rivalry because he would love to just beat Pat. I think
I don't think he does. He said it's like playing Akron. I don't think he really sees it as a rivalry.
He says that a lot, but I think James would derive pleasure from beating Pat like by 5 touchdowns if he could do it no strings attached.
Well, that's right, because he doesn't care for him.
Right, there's a personal animus. I think there's personal animus. I think fans still love, Penn State fans still love to beat Pitt more than they love to beat Villanova.
They wouldn't tell you that, though. They make it sound like Pitt's gum on their shoe sometimes.
I'm aware of that, but then you get the true feelings come out if the game is close and they're screaming stuff and they're like tensed up about it. There's no reason for them to play the game. I don't like that that's the case. I don't like it as a sports fan that this is where we have come to in college football. There is zero reason, zero upside, zero benefit for, frankly, this really pains me, a program that has ascended to the level Penn State is consistently at now under Franklin, to play a program that is where Pitt is.
So, with the way that the college football playoff works, you look at Penn State's schedule and you see Nevada, FIU, and Villanova, and you think, job well done. That's how they should do it.
Good business. You'll get plenty.
That is a joke, though, dude. That is embarrassing.
It is embarrassing, but they'll get plenty of what they need, and you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Quality wins. If they run through the Big Ten schedule unbeaten, they'll be just dandy.
412-928-9370. We are live at Piatta Italian Street Food, the North Fayette location here at the Point. And we've got our Fill the Boot thing going on right now. It's a kickoff to our huge Fan 5-Alarm Marathon event. We've already seen a guy who I thought was Will Howard in here.
I'm looking at the 5-Alarm schedule, just laughing again. Do I have plans for Harry Callis?
I have a big announcement on that.
I got Harry Callis plans at 10 p.m.
So there's a big announcement on what's going to go on there coming up. But we also want to get your calls in here. Narduzi said Pitt and Penn State should play every year. I said Penn State's afraid to play Pitt. Malsey said Penn State should not play Pitt. What is your opinion on this annual debate about why these two in-state college football rivals don't play each other? 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Intern Dom is standing by to take your calls. We're going to have Bob Nightingale later this hour on the Pirates. We've got James Jones next hour. Former Aaron Rodgers wide receiver on A-Rod being absent. Quick timeout. We're right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates-Padres tonight at 9:40 here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Mitch Keller versus Nick Pivetta is the starting matchup. And it all gets started with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 8:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With success comes expectations. Now the pressure is squarely on the Indiana Pacers' Tyrese Halliburton. He didn't play well in a Game 5 loss to the Knicks, but only just 8 points, in part because New York turned up the defensive intensity. If Halliburton wants to elevate his game to superstar level, this is exactly the kind of challenge he has to meet. For a guy who went to the famous Reggie Miller choke sign after Game 1 in this series, blowing a 3-1 lead to the Knicks would be a very bad look. I'm Andrew Perloff.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
John Party. She's a Friday night heartbreaker. Honky Tonk Hollywood Tour. Friday, June 6th, Peterson Events Center. With special guests Corey Kent and Cassie Ashton. John Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss John Party Live.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're live at Piat Italian Street Food, our Fill the Boot event. Stop down. We're here until 6. Grab some cash. $5, $10, $20, $100. If you're one of those big money people who listens to Pat Bostic's commercial on private flying and says, I can afford that, well, get your butt down here and give us a huge donation. We'll give you a pop on the air and congratulate you in person. Here until 6, North Point, very easy to find here in North Fayette, over near all the
So basically
stuff.
my stomping grounds.
Yeah, it really is.
I live over the hill and through the woods from here.
I used to live out this way when I first moved here.
I once gave you what you declared I did a very benevolent thing by giving you a ride to the airport at, like, what, 1
That was
in the
on
morning?
Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
That was huge of you, Mulsey. Thank you for that again.
And that was the beginning of a friendship. Truly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. I would consider you a great friend. Would you say that about Starkey?
I would consider Joe an acquaintance.
I don't think
Joe and I are friends.
I don't think I'm Cook's friend anymore because he still sends Amanda birthday texts and he doesn't send them to me anymore.
I think Cook is very old school, though, and I think I think by sending Amanda birthday texts, it is an extension of saying he still has positive feelings towards you, but I think Ron is from the old school where guys don't show their feelings to other guys.
I think Ron's mad at me because of some of the text shenanigans I used to play with him.
Like what?
Well, sometimes Ron would completely check out of shows.
No.
Yeah.
Not that Ron Cook.
True story.
Wow. Not the Ron Cook I know.
So I would invent texts that weren't actually sent to our text line that usually said things that would set him off just to try to, like, get him back into the show.
So what you were actually doing was good for the show in the sense that you were trying to re-engage
But
him.
they were completely made up. I'll be like, Bill here said
that, man, that Cook doesn't
Cook's
know
take on
anything.
Jerome Bettis is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I don't know about that, Andrew. I stand by what I said.
Scott says, Ben Roethlisberger sucks. Ron, would you like to respond to that? Let's go to the phones and hear from people on this
real callers this time.
Narduzi take on the Pitt-Penn State rivalry, starting with JT in Bethel Park. Hello, JT.
Hello.
Hi, JT. Can you hear us?
Yeah, how you doing? There is no way that Penn State fans or in the team or anyone is afraid of Pitt. The bottom line is, you know,
They are. You're wrong, but you can keep talking. You're wrong, though.
Okay, and Franklin hates Narduzi. That's the bottom line. That's why they don't want to play. It's more of a benefit for Pitt than Penn State each year, so why would he do it?
So wait a minute. If you hated somebody, you wouldn't want to, on a competitive playing field, when you come into Pittsburgh and take recruits, you wouldn't want to shove their nose in it, their face in it, and bury them?
Oh, absolutely, but he doesn't want to do it. The fans want it. It's Franklin that doesn't want the game. But there's no fear.
No, you must have misunderstood what I said. If Franklin doesn't like Pat and hates him, why wouldn't he get delight out of playing him and beating him?
He doesn't want to give them any advantage because the game is more. It means more to the Pitt players and the fans than the Penn
Well, hold
State,
on a second. If you think
alumni.
Penn State's just going to destroy Pitt, what advantage is that giving Pitt? If anything, it's creating a horrible memory and moment in their season every year.
Hurts recruiting if you get beat
Yeah.
that bad.
What are you talking about? If you think Penn State's going to blow him out and James Franklin knows that or feels that way, why wouldn't he want to play him?
Yeah, I think he doesn't even want to give them the opportunity.
JT, can I ask you something? Because I'm very confused. What side of this rivalry are you on?
Oh, I'm 100% on the Penn State side.
Okay.
100%.
You started.
Thank you, JT.
That's what I
Appreciate
assumed.
your call.
That is what I assumed. But then it got very perplexing to me.
I think I know that guy, but that's okay because when someone gives an opinion that I disagree with, I'm still going to tear them to ribbons.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because this show has take integrity above all else.
I know. I just realized that too. I'm like, oh crap! I think we have mutual friends, and this guy's going to be mad that I just ripped him. But who cares? It's sports.
Is he going to be that mad?
No,
we
he
got on
shouldn't
and we
be.
let him talk
We
for
let him
90
talk.
seconds. What are you doubting yourself for?
I don't know.
You're a doubting Andrew Thomas.
No, I'm
right
not
now.
doubting myself. I just probably could have been a little bit more respectful than to just say you're an idiot.
Did you actually say you're an idiot?
That's how I feel about his opinion on
Well,
this.
see, this is the part that you shouldn't have said because now you're letting this all out. He might have thought that was an honest-to-goodness disagreement, that you had
There's no way
malice in your heart there.
Again, the logic here is they don't want to give Pitt a game that their fans circle. I don't understand that. If James Franklin
he's trying to say it. He's trying to say it in a way that is more favorable to Penn State. Oh, we don't want to give them anything.
Give them what? If it's an ass kicking, then you should want to give it to them.
Exactly, because it's going to help you. It's going to further bury Pitt in whatever in-state recruiting is left. It's going to further Penn State's status as just like an it program and Pitt as an also-ran. I think that's a backwards way of saying like there's so much more for Penn State to lose, which is true.
Which is why you said don't play it.
That you don't want to give Pitt any chance to win.
But you're saying don't play the game because you think there's actually a chance Penn State could lose the game, right? There's
correct.
a chance.
There's a much better chance they would lose the game than losing to Villanova or Nevada or FIU.
Exactly.
Yeah. Pitt is an objectively better program
right.
by a lot than
So that's why I'm perfectly comfortable saying the word James Franklin is afraid to play Pitt for that reason because he thinks they're a better team than those three teams, period. Sam is next in the North Hills. Hello, Sam.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
So I'm on the Penn State side of this argument as well, but I wanted to try to take a stance on this that takes the fan emotion out of it. So I know your reference to being afraid to play Pitt based on our cupcake schedule coming up this year, and I just wanted to correct something on that real quick. We were supposed to have Virginia Tech on our schedule this year, but they backed out because our home game in Blacksburg against Virginia Tech got canceled when they canceled all the non-conference games in 2020. So they had to add another team that would come play us at last minute, and that's how we ended up with the 3 cupcakes in there.
Yeah, and next year it's Marshall, Temple, and Buffalo. So who backed out in 2026 that caused them to schedule nobodies?
I concede that one as well, but then you have Syracuse coming 27 and 28. So it's not necessarily a matter of all cupcake. Well, they're all the same level. They're all ACC. But where the 3 teams we've played around here lately in West Virginia, Syracuse, one at Virginia Tech, that has more of a recruiting ramifications than necessarily playing another school in your own state.
I'm sorry. I grew up there. Can you explain to me how going and playing Syracuse helps Penn State recruit?
It's part of the New York market, New Jersey market.
The New York market? What are you talking about? It's 4 hours away from New York City. It's not in the New York market. We're about as close to New York City as Syracuse is.
Did you actually know that if they play Pitt, they could get that valuable Detroit market? Because that's actually the market that we're in here in Pittsburgh. Pitt is actually
Sam,
Detroit.
you're talking about someone who went to school there and grew up nearby. That's not the New York City market.
I'm not talking about the market as in broad market. I'm talking about recruiting athletes.
Yes, thank you for the call. You're breaking up. There are not a lot of athletes up there. It's not a football hotbed. They're not going to play in Georgia or Texas or California. They're going to friggin' upstate New York. There might be one Division I college football recruit in that area every year.
I'm speechless right now. Penn State recruits.
They're playing Syracuse because they want to mine that area for recruits?
Come on. Penn State recruits at a high regional level and a national level when they really get like their hooks in. They can get kids from California. Their big area around here that's out of state has always been, in my experience, the D.C. Metro. Like when Derek Williams was the #1 recruit in the country. See, Penn State fans, I didn't ignore the team when I went there. It was a kid from Greenbelt, Maryland. That has zero to do with Syracuse.
I'm flabbergasted by that. Find me a kid from that area that's been on the Penn State team in the last 30 years.
Who's the best football player to come out of that area in your memory?
There's Latavius Murray. There's Mike Hart. There's Greg Powlis. I mean, those are like the names I can think of off the top of my head.
That's in a 15-year span or a 17-year span. You can name 3 guys.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Dorsey Levens is from up there, too, but that's
Big
like 40
Dorsey
years
Levens.
ago. Bob Nightingale next. He was in Phoenix for the Pirates and Diamondbacks talking to Pirates people about Paul Skeens and where this team goes. Is Donnie Kelly going to get a contract extension? He's going to tell us next, but first the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates Padres tonight at 9:40. San Diego swept Pittsburgh earlier this season in Pittsburgh, so the Pirates look to turn that around tonight. You can listen here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 8:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Ballsy.
Hey, thank you, Dom. I want to tell everybody about Awaken 180 weight loss for a lot of different reasons, not the least of which is, of course, the fact that I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks, and I've kept it off for almost 3 years now. You've heard about all the benefits that I have talked about it conferring. Joints feeling better, sleep a lot better, energy much higher, and I needed it because we had just had our second kid when I jumped on Awaken 180. It also opens up the old wardrobe, clothes that didn't fit, they're going to fit now. And the best part about Awaken 180 for me has been how seamlessly I've transitioned from being actively on the program to the maintenance phase. And I say it's the maintenance phase because that's technically what it's called, but it's really just going out and living your life. You make so many more healthy decisions. You're empowered to understand kind of your relationship with food a lot better. And then you still have that support from your coach that is free for life, even after you reach your goal weight. At Awaken 180, plain and simple, they are committed to you succeeding and then to your success sustaining. That's why it's the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Adventure is calling, and your Jeep is waiting. It's Employee Pricing Plus this month. South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Drive home a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport gas type. Payments starting at $299 for 48 months. See dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. We need Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We got a fun little Friday broadcast going on. Our Fill the Boot promotion, our kickoff to our Fan 5 Alarm 26-hour marathon, which takes place Thursday at the Upper St. Clair Fire Department. We're raising money for volunteer fire departments here. Bring any money you can. We're here until 6. We've got free Piata Pockets were given away here at Piata Italian Street Food in North Fayette until 6. Malsey to my right. When Ace was born, Malsey filled up on Piata Italian Street Food.
Oh, yeah.
So it has a very
Big
special
time.
place in his heart. Segment is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Fan Beer of the Month is General Braddock's Brew Gentleman, and the Charity of the Month is Irreverent Warriors. Our guest right now just watched the Pirates take 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks in somewhat shocking fashion. He's one of the greatest MLB insiders of all time. USA Today for many years. You see him on MLB Network all the time, too. I'm talking about the great Bob Nightingale, who's back with us here on The Fan. Bob, you watched Paul Skeens pitch in Phoenix on Wednesday. Just give me some of your thoughts on what it was like seeing him in person.
Yeah, just so steady. I mean, wasn't line up the scoreboard with 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, just pitching and kind of doing it methodically, really. It's one of those, I don't want to say a ho-hum performance, but you almost expect it. It wasn't, he hasn't given up more than 6 hits in the start of his career, and ERA is 2.03. He just kind of handled business. I know some hard contact and things like that, but it just it seems so effortless.
Bob, when you look at him this young, this good, you've seen a lot of great pitchers in your time covering the sport. What's his ceiling, in your opinion, based on what you've already seen?
Well, it certainly has the ceiling to be a several-time Cy Young Award winner. I mean, you look at when you guys look at a guy like Justin Verlander, who dominated those years in Detroit and Houston, and of course Max Scherzer too. Even throw in Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers. But if he stays healthy, there's no reason why he can't be, one of the 2-3 best pitchers in baseball. Him and Tarek Skubal are certainly, probably the 2 best in the game right now.
Bob, I'm sure you've seen it. A lot of your peers and colleagues have gotten into the mix here on the Skeens trade rumors. Some of them have even talked to executives and GMs about the kind of package the Pirates would get back for Skeens. What are people inside of baseball saying about the Pirates' situation with Skeens and the best way to move forward with him?
Well, I mean, the other 29 GMs all wish that the Pirates would say, you know what, you're right, let's move on and grab prospects. But, realistically, he's not going anywhere. You can't move a player like that. I mean, he's not making money, generational talent. What you're getting back is prospects. All you got to do is look at what happened with the Boston Red Sox a couple of years ago when they traded Mookie Betts, get back 3-4 prospects, and no one's there anymore. I mean, it was just a complete bust. There's so many times where stars are traded and the prospects they get back never materialize. So I don't think there's any way in the world the Pirates could trade Skeens. Not now. Maybe 3-4 years from now, but not now.
If they actually tried to do this now, Bob, would he deserve to fetch the greatest haul of prospects ever? Like, would it be a greater haul than the Juan Soto deal where the Nationals got 3 very good, potentially major leaguers out of that? Like, what would it even be? Is there a comparable trade in baseball history as far as a return that you would comp Paul Skeens for?
Yeah, it probably really isn't when you think about it. He would have been a greater package, and if Ohtani got traded there, by the Angels, and you said Soto being so young, get traded twice with a lot of prospects. But I just don't see any team, unless you put in some major league stars, be able to put a package together that would even entice Pirates from not hanging the phone up. I just think it's impossible. Plus you're talking about just what kind of person he is. He sells tickets. The perfect All-American kid type thing. So I just don't see how it's possible to ever trade a guy like that.
The other part of that would be complicated is I think it seems like Ben Cherington is on pretty tenuous footing. Bob, what, if anything, are you hearing about his job security now that the Pirates have already fired the field manager? What are you hearing about Ben Cherington moving forward?
Yeah, probably get a good sense in after September in the off season. Let's see how they play and how some of those young guys are developing. Ben's been there for a while now, and those guys have to step up. You know, they don't have a much in the farm system. You know, they got the young hitter everybody loves from Mississippi last year, but yeah, there's not much
Griffin,
in the way of. Yeah, Griffin. People love him. I think he'll be a superstar, but you know, there's nobody else people are raving about in the farm system itself. So we'll see. A lot of times teams will let the GM go through the draft and take it from there. But it's probably going to be a decision that's not made until the off season and see what they want to do.
Bob Nightingale, great MLB insider from USA Today in Phoenix, where he watched the Pirates take 2 out of 3 from the Diamondbacks. Bob, people wonder here if, because Skeens is such a star and MLB wants to promote him and showcase him as one of the faces of baseball, if there might be some behind closed doors pressure put on the Pirates from Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred potentially, to get this team to spend more money and try to win now with Skeens. Could you see a scenario like that happening?
Yeah, I could see the, especially the next collective bargaining agreement saying, wait a minute now, we need these teams to start spending money. Put that money, the revenue sharing, back in the team. I think the Pirates made, about $40 million last year, according to different owners that have seen the books and say, it's time to invest in the team and build around a guy like Skeens and that nice young pitching staff. Even I know in spring training, the Cubs guys are saying, man, that rotation is scary, what they can do. If they just had a lot of offensive help around it, who knows what would happen. And players talk. I mean, everybody kind of in the game knows that, hey, if you just, get some offense around these guys, they could be dangerous, just like they were, 10 years ago when they were in the wild card game back-to-back years.
Bob, just on the subject of some owners, like what you just said, basically saying, yeah, spend some more money. This is what the profits are. To what extent do you think there's a chance that we actually have real, tangible labor unrest in baseball when the CBA expires?
Well, I think it's certainly a strong possibility. You're hearing about it everywhere you go, whether it's union officials, owners, MLB people, saying it's going to get ugly. People are upset with the just a huge disparity between the Yankees, Mets, and Dodgers, and everybody else, particularly the Dodgers and Mets. So there's such a disparity too among in revenue as far as the TV contracts. So I know Ron Manfred's talked about teams sharing the TV revenue. I don't know how you get teams like the Yankees and Red Sox and Dodgers to do that. With the big networks they have, but no, I think it will come to a head, and I think it could get ugly, after the 2026 season.
Bob Nightingale, MLB Insider, USA Today. Bob, thank you so much. We'll talk again soon. Appreciate it.
All right, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
There you go, Bob Nightingale. Bob was a little more expansive in that interview. We used to get very short Nightingale answers.
Did you notice? Did you notice what I was doing, though? When you would ask a question, I was leaning forward, hanging on every word, ready to pounce if we got a sudden stop.
Well,
that little line about $40 million, the other owners, seeing the books.
That runs in stark contrast to what Dejan Kovacevic has reported, that they lost money last year.
I think it's important that Bob specified the other owners who are privy to these numbers.
Yes.
I want to stress that part. And the other thing is with Bob, you might know this better than I. Every time that there's a big insider in any sport, people have to wonder, is he on the side of the agents or the owners? Who talks to this guy the most, management or labor? I don't know if Bob having any, you know what I mean? Like having more sources in either side of that. He was pretty down the middle and pretty matter-of-fact and almost dispassionate about some of this.
Well, something to think about. We'll talk Pirates later in the show. Coming up next, a couple things. A Jonnu Smith update. The Ed Bouchette of Miami is going to come on and tell us about this Jonnu Smith story because Fittipaldo has now come on the fan twice and said it's not happening. So we'll see if the Miami end of things is hearing the same thing. What kind of money does Smith want? What would it take for the Steelers to get him in a trade? We are live at Piatta Italian Street Food in North Fayette at the Point, our Fill the Boot promotion, kickoff to our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. We'll take any donation, $1, $5, $10, whatever you can spare is appreciated and goes to the great volunteer fire departments in town. We also have free Piata-Pocket vouchers to give away, too, for anyone who comes down and says hello. There is a big Fan 5-Alarm Marathon announcement that I'm going to make next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. And I'm back. Thank you. Very well done there, my man, Dom, in my ear. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. It's a Friday. That means it's a first inning Friday. And this happens every week on FanDuel. Let me tell you how it works. Go to the app, and you'll see, you'll opt in. First inning, no runs or yes runs for tonight's game between the Pirates and Padres. Mitch Keller on the mound. Nick Pivetta for San Diego, who's, I think, pitched way over his head. And you predict, is a team going to score runs or not score runs? And you'll find great odds, for example, for runs. I think there will be runs in the first inning, so there's a big payout there. And you'll find special rewards like profit boost, no sweat bets, all those on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel.com/Andrew today. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know. But I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof. So I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller takes the mound against the Padres as the Pirates try to keep it rolling out west. They open up a series with San Diego, 9:40 first pitch. We'll have the leadoff show at 8:45 with Dan Zangrilli. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. It's 72 degrees and sunny in San Diego. It'll be around 63 degrees at first pitch. That is your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. We are live at Piatta Italian Street Food, North Fayette, The Point. It's our big Fill the Boot thing that we're doing to raise money for the great volunteer fire departments in the area, which is a way of introducing everyone to our second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, which is going to take place on Thursday through Friday at the Upper St. Clair Fire Department. And the schedule is out for that at 937thefan.com. I am going to be hosting with Austin Bechtold from 4 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a big announcement on what's
going to Bechtold in prime
I know.
time.
You can take that up with Craig.
Prime time Bechtold?
It's a big spot for him.
I'll say.
But there's
is he going to be like James Franklin, his favorite coach, in a big spot? Is he going to choke?
Probably. Like he did with us that time when he could only name 2 members of the 79 Pirates. But anyways, there is a big announcement for 5 o'clock on that day.
Okay.
At 5 o'clock, this was inspired by something that happened last night. A person who is a loyal listener to the station said this would be a great idea to gin up interest in the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. And I said, I'm all ears. So at 5 o'clock on Thursday evening, we will have the 93.7 The Fan producer, Pittsburgh Sports Spelling Bee.
Oh, my God.
Only producers are eligible. It is the same exact cash prize as the hot dog eating contest.
Which was?
$500 to the winner.
Put up by?
Benefactor. Yes.
We have another silent benefactor.
T-Bird is here.
He's a hot
stoned
dog
out of his
champion.
mind. That's why he's eating Italian street food here at Piatta. Taking in, I think, a pasta dish, as a matter of fact. And so he's not defending his title, per se, because he won an eating contest, which, you know, when you're stoned, it helps. It's probably a performance-enhancing ingredient or drug. But he is eligible for the spelling contest.
Now, I have a question about this, and maybe this is giving away too much info, and if it is, you can feel free to plead the fifth.
Yep.
When you say a Pittsburgh sports spelling bee, is it going to be all names of Pittsburgh athletes?
It'll all have a Pittsburgh sports tie-in.
So my point, could somebody be asked to spell, for just as an example, Sanguian?
Sure.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Oh, Callis ain't winning that one. I believe the gentleman's name is spelled Zenjulin.
Yeah. So everybody's included. Intern Dom, Donnie, Bechtold, Nelly, Callis,
so
Polk,
Borges,
Myers, Borges.
Oh, I think Myers is an early front runner.
Seth
here.
the MILF Hunter.
Seth is going to get way out over his skis confident. Bechtold, I think, cuts the most bookish, dare I even say nerdy profile. But I think he's going to psych himself out. He feels like this is finally his chance to shine, and I just wonder if he comes up small in the clutch.
And you know how the producers have, the producers definitely have like a cult following?
Oh, for sure.
On site, people who are on site, if they make a $20 or more donation, one time only, you can step in and spell
whatever
the word for them to save them. Almost like using a lifeline on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Now, wait.
That's the little spin on it.
Now, hold on. Could a bunch of listeners rise up and continue donating, like individual people, and just help one producer? Say there was a contingent of 10 people who each were willing to donate $20 to basically help Harry Callis get all the way through. That's my question.
I'm in theory, sure, I guess. But the producer has to request the help.
Okay.
So if the producer thinks he can spell the
Gotcha.
athlete or the Pittsburgh sports-related thing on his own.
So they can't try to take Harry Callis under their wing and help him? Okay.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Man.
It's the first time we're doing this, so there might be kinks we have to work out for future spelling bees.
I have a
Who do you think is, if you were setting odds for this like FanDuel?
Bechtold's like plus 150.
Wow. How about that, Dom? That's a shot at you.
Yeah, I mean,
you're the one in college right now who's used to studying for
I think
things.
Dom is like plus 225. I think he is the second favorite.
Okay.
He's the Rory McIlroy.
So you would put
Bechtold,
Dom
Scotty
and
Scheffler.
Bechtold ahead of Donnie.
Yeah,
I'm shocked by that.
I don't think Donnie. Well, wait a minute. Didn't Donnie tell us a story about being great at spelling class in Greensburg?
It's Greensburg, Chris.
Whoa.
What's up, man? Thank you.
Thank you, man. I'm divorcing myself from that statement. It's Greensburg?
Yeah, I
You
said
just
it.
might have alienated an entire county. What are you doing?
No,
you
I don't
saying
think
that they don't spell in Westmoreland?
I'm not saying no. I don't think everyone in Westmoreland County would just stick up for Greensburg here. Is what I'm saying.
You just think Hempfield people are like, I guess
Yeah, probably.
We do all our work in crayon. Come on. I am the most qualified person to be involved with this. Fourth place at the Post-Gazette Spelling Bee 1997, I believe it was.
I mean, we'll all be there. So if you want to help officiate, by all means.
Well, can I be the guy like at the actual strip spelling bee who gets really formal and has his book? He has to use it in a sentence. Catcher Manny Sanguian has a barbecue outside of PNC Park.
He hasn't been there lately.
No, he's not.
I missed that.
No,
I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, I agree. But that's going to be fun. I have big plans for Harry Callis, but I am keeping them very tightly wound under wraps. Okay? I have a very big plan for my guy Callis, probably at 11:30. So I'm going to encourage people, the late night loony crowd, that of course I made my own early in the station's history.
Yep.
If you're a late night listener, about 11:30, I think we're going to hatch something on Harry Callis and put him under the broiler.
So Armando Salguero is about to join us. He is okay. So he is synonymous with the Miami Dolphins. He now writes for Outkick. He just wrote an article on this Jonnu Smith situation for Outkick. So he's now their national football writer, but he's based in Miami. He's worked for all the big Miami outlets. He is Miami, just like Bouchette. He represents Miami for the Pro Football Hall of Fame voting. That's how tied in he is.
Big time.
He's huge. He's massive. And he joins us right now to talk about this Jonnu Smith report. Armando, did this kind of catch you off guard? Did you have a feeling this was bubbling with this tight end who put up very good numbers last year in Miami and who's not making a lot of money?
Totally off guard. And the reason for that is, number one, if the Dolphins trade Jonnu Smith, they don't have a whole lot of stuff left behind him because they lost Durham Smythe who was the number 2 tight end in free agency. And so the only way that this would make sense is trading Jonnu Smith and getting a tight end at some point back in a corresponding move. Either, I'm going to say it, a Darnell Washington, or maybe Michael Mayer from the Raiders, or maybe even Mark Andrews from the Ravens. I don't know that that's the case, but it doesn't make sense for it to be a one-move situation.
Armando, how good is Jonnu Smith at 30? I know he's coming off his best season, but how did those numbers get compiled? I know Hill was banged up, and so they had Tua banged up for a little bit. How good was he? Was he truly almost 90 catches and 900 yards good, or was there a little compiling being done there?
No. The guy scored 8 touchdowns, which is a lot of scoring for a tight end. And he did it because, like you said, there was a lot of injuries that befell the Dolphins wide receiver core, and even Tua had some issues, as he often does. And so what happened was an offense that typically has in the past looked away from the tight end spot, not really concentrated on the tight end spot, they started looking to the tight end. And lo and behold, Jonnu Smith had a career year. And it makes sense, that the Steelers would have some interest. I guess we can talk about to what degree, because of Arthur Smith, right?
Yeah.
He was the guy that was the offensive coordinator in Tennessee when the Titans went out and got Jonnu Smith and had him for 4 or 5 years. The thing that's interesting to me about this whole thing is Jonnu Smith doesn't want to be traded. He is from Miami. He went to FIU, which is Florida International University, which is in Miami. And all he expected to do was ask for either some sort of, number one, an extension, which he thought he wasn't going to get anyway, and he's not. Or number two, some sort of adjustment. Not necessarily let's rewrite the whole contract and do a whole new deal, but at least let's adjust things a little bit. And the Dolphins' answer is no, we're going to go ahead and look around. And that's where the whole, the Steelers are part of the look around.
Armando, if they're as thin to the point of it almost being non-existent behind him, and he wants to be there, how have they had such a hard time finding a happy medium here? Does the team really not value him that much despite having nothing behind him in the depth chart?
Well, so this is where you have to understand the agenda of the source, right?
Yes. Let's tell us how the sausage is getting made here. I'm very interested in this, Armando.
Right. It's coming from the Jonnu Smith camp, obviously. The Dolphins aren't discussing it. The Steelers don't want it discussed. The Steelers have tight ends, by the way, as you guys know. So the last thing they need is, hey, we're looking for tight ends, because that forces the guys that are currently on the roster to go, am I getting replaced? What's going on here? So it comes from the Smith camp, and it feels like they're trying to put pressure on the Dolphins to do something. And when it's out in the public, it looks bad for the Dolphins because of what you just said and what we just discussed. They don't have they have bodies, but they don't have accomplished players at tight end behind Jonnu Smith. If you can tell me Tanner Connor and Farrell Brown and Julian Hill are at the top, on the tip of your tongue as, tight end prospects, then you're a better man than I. But that's who the Dolphins have behind Jonnu Smith. And so, again, I just think that this is a Jonnu Smith camp thing where they want to maybe put a little pressure on the Dolphins to put this to bed and give the guy his raise.
Armando Salguero in Miami has covered the Dolphins for so long without Kick, our guest here. So at the end of the day, do you think Jonnu Smith will be traded to the Steelers? Yes or no, Armando?
No, I
No.
really don't. Now watch it happen in the next 3 minutes, right?
And then everyone is on our text line going to rip you and call you out, which happens in sports talk radio, Armando.
Trust me, it wouldn't be the first time somebody rips me and calls me out. Remember, it was my fault for years and years and years when Zach Thomas didn't make the Hall of Fame, but he made it last year finally, and it was Zach. He did great. But, look, I just don't – it doesn't make football sense, again, unless the Dolphins have a corresponding move later on. And, again, the answer to I'd like to have a raise or a contract adjustment or an extension is not often we're going to trade you.
Yeah.
That's not the next step. And especially when you're talking about a guy who's making $4.5 million a year. That's not exactly groundbreaking salary. And so that's why it just feels off.
Armando, thank you so much for enlightening us. We didn't know all of that backstory on Jonnu Smith. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming on with us today.
My pleasure, John. See ya.
There you go. My new theory on this is that Adam Schefter owes Drew Rosenhaus one.
Mm-hmm.
And Drew Rosenhaus said to him, if you gin up this interest in Jonnu Smith, I'll hit you up with the next big Tyreek Hill story or Jalen Ramsey story or something like that. That's my take.
I mean, we came up to that conclusion when we did the old agent lookup yesterday that Rosenhaus is one of the few guys with enough stroke to maybe make that request of Schefter.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money from you. We are live at Piata Italian Street Food, North Fayette. Another man who I think I recognize but forgot his name came up and made his donation a few minutes ago. You could be next, helping us support the great volunteer fire departments that are in the area, and we're going to go full bore with that at our Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department 26-hour broadcast, the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon on Thursday into Friday. All right, we have a debrief next with intern Dom, and then we have James Jones, Aaron Rodgers' former wide receiver, a man who wore a hoodie on the field and beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, sadly, and now works for Fox Sports, is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates-Padres tonight at 9:40 on the Fan. Mitch Keller gets the start for Pittsburgh. Nick Pivetta gets the start for San Diego. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show gets it all started at 8:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While most of us were focused on Pacers-Knicks last night, Braves lefty Chris Sale recorded the 2,500th strikeout of his career. Sale is the fastest ever to that milestone, needing 81 fewer innings than Randy Johnson. And Courtney Vandersloot is now the Chicago Sky's all-time leading scorer, passing her wife, Allie Quigley. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. we're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It's First Inning Friday on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, where every week FanDuel is hooking all customers up with a special offer you can use on early game MLB action. So put your baseball knowledge to the test from the very first swing with no runs and yes runs. First inning bets. Will anyone score in the game's first frame? Check each team's season stats right on the FanDuel app and make the call. Every First Inning Friday, you can expect a special reward like a profit boost. No sweat bet or more. So make sure and come back every week to take another swing. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, America's #1 sportsbook, and make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. That's sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs. For a limited time, Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Reports coming in about crews cleaning up an accident on Fort Duquesne Bridge and the Fort Pitt Bridge ramp. On the major roadways, the Parkway West outbound is starting to become congested from Technology Drive, and the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread in Pittsburgh. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Italian street food, Piata Italian street food, North Fayette, at the Point. You know where it is, easy to get to. Stop on by. We're here until 6. We're supporting volunteer fire departments. They need it. They absolutely could use our help. And this is the lead up to our big Fan 5 Alarm Marathon broadcast from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. which comes your way on Thursday. We have a nice young lady came up to us and said, is my Penn State money good here? And then Malsey had to explain to her why he hates Penn State football, even though he went to Penn State.
She was saying that she was there when like a Matt Millen, an all-time tough guy, was there, and I explained to her the basic Nebraska premise, and she just kind of smirked like.
I don't think she liked it, but she was being polite. I don't think she thought your answer was sufficient for why you don't root for Penn State.
So she was basically then mad at a 9 or 10-year-old kid because that's the Malsey that rooted for that.
Well, sure, but you didn't grow out of it, you know?
I never had that affinity. But, like, what I always am amazed by, Dom, I know you have a debrief here.
Yep.
People are just astounded that I picked a college not based on whether I like the teams or not.
Well, I don't think you should make your college decision based on that. But once you're immersed in campus life, you start rooting for that team.
Now that's
what
where
most people do.
That's where the Malsey-born contrarian part came out.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
once I got immersed in it, I turned further against it.
Well, that's because the non-Penn State people happen to think that there's some cult-like behavior that goes on up there, and you just didn't want to drink the Kool-Aid.
My buddy was resolute with me on that for the first 3 years there. My buddy Matt.
What happened to him?
Mine. He lives a normal life right now.
Married?
Yeah, successful.
Yeah, congratulations on all his success.
He gave in our senior year, and I've never been so disappointed in one of my close friends. I said, "What happened to you?" Well,
so he still roots for him?
Yeah, I was like, you used to stand for something, and he just said, I just caught the bug, and I got so disgusted.
At 3:30, James Jones, who's a media star with Fox Sports, Aaron Rodgers' former wide receiver, is going to join us. We'll get his take on what's going on with the mercurial free agent quarterback. That music in the background means it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie is off today at another wedding. There's a shocker.
I was just going to say, wow.
So intern Dom is with us, and intern Dom is taking shots at Donnie. We announced last hour that at the Fan 5 Alarm event at 5 o'clock Thursday, there will be a fan-produced Pittsburgh Sports Spelling Bee. The winner will take home a $500 cash prize. And intern Dom has said that he will spell circles around Donnie at this event.
Yeah, I will. Hate to say it.
I think, well, Donnie's
You don't hate to say it at all. You sound very excited about bragging about how much you are superior as a speller.
Donnie just texted me something. Can intern Dom spell clothesline? Because that's what he's going to get when he's trying to spell his word. He's just going to run through you like he's Bradshaw and turn it into pro wrestling. Full contact spelling.
Yeah, Donnie's stronger than me. I don't doubt that for a second. But when it comes to spelling expertise, I take the cake.
Yeah,
so
I'm actually
the strongest muscle in your body is your brain.
I'm actually on Dom's side here. Like, threatening to clothesline him does not exactly suggest predict that Donnie's going to be able to outspell him.
Here's my problem with Dom. The last time he took part in a big all-producers contest, he was all hat, no cattle.
Yeah, he talked a big game and he ate one hot dog.
He sat there and did performance art. It was so bad. He just sat there calmly eating a hot dog.
I had a medical issue during the event.
A medical issue? What are you going to claim, dyslexia when this happens?
It could happen. You never know.
Well, what is Charlie Borges going to use as an excuse? Because the last time he bowed out of a hot dog eating contest,
he
said he had a family...
a hereditary throat condition.
Yes, small throat. Is the excuse.
Hey, you and I just kind of bought that hook, line, and sinker, too. We didn't even question him.
True. What do you got for a debrief, Dom?
All right, guys. As I normally do with the debrief, I have a couple stories here to make it my own.
Yep.
Pony, 1 or 2, what story would you like first?
2.
Scott Hansen has announced, after a lot of up-in-the-air debate about whether he would return or not, that he is back with NFL Red Zone. He's apparently signed a long-term contract extension, and we are 100 days away from the return of NFL Red Zone. Do you guys watch NFL Red Zone?
I got back in. I used to be a guy who said that I don't like the Red Zone experience because I like to focus in on one game. And it's too football porn to me. Like, it's too much. Like, it's just a sensory overload.
It's mainlining football, basically.
Yeah. But on game days where the Steelers played, say, a primetime game or a Monday game, I got back into the Red Zone experience.
And you love it.
Unless, there's a big, Ravens-Bengals game or something like that, and I want to devote my full attention to that game. And, yeah, I love Scott Hansen. I think Scott Hansen is one of the most underrated sports broadcasters in America.
He's done a thing with Red Zone that I think is just really hard to do, and he's done it kind of effortlessly. He's just so made it his own thing.
Right.
Like, he's become ubiquitous with and totally associated with it without also making himself the star, if that makes sense. Like, he still lets the games take center stage, and he treats, I think, his stardom and kind of the cult following he has very humbly, which I think is a good quality to have. I will say this, though, Dom. You ask about Red Zone. I went and did the YouTube TV jump a while ago and decided to get a Sunday ticket with it because, like, the price was a little bit more reasonable.
Yep.
When you quad box 4 actual games on, like, the big Mulsey basement TV, man, and each game is basically getting its own 40-inch screen.
That's pretty sweet.
I'm sorry.
I agree with that.
That is just absolutely
I
sick.
feel like that's something that old TVs used to do, picture-in-picture, that new TVs don't do anymore.
Well, picture-in-picture used to be up in the corner. They'd have that tiny little picture.
Yeah. Or, like, we had a big screen TV, like the old box one at my dad's house growing
up. I feel like your dad's house had to have
He could split that TV right down the middle.
I feel like he had to have the cable scrambler, too, did he? Like, the one where he would get he'd be like, I know a guy who got me all the channels.
No, well, I worked at a country club where the guy who ran it, like, got busted for...
Really?
Yeah, for that whole deal. But, no, we actually paid for DirecTV and, like, legally paid for all the sports packages.
Your dad's a noble guy.
We had MLB, extra innings. We had the NBA package.
Apparently the version
we had the NHL for a couple of years, and we had Sunday ticket.
You could not have had a more different upbringing than me in that regard. We didn't even have cable till I was 17. I do know now, though, that, like, the new Brave New World on that front pony, like the 2025 equivalent of the black box cable, is apparently, like, jailbroken Fire Sticks that people use. I know people who can get, like, television, like, sports from Bulgaria on their like, just very, almost like borderline.
Well, during Craig Riley's degenerate sports betting days, that would have come in handy.
He'd have been like, Mulsey, can you quietly tell me the name of this guy? Who's got this?
Dom, did you see the Channing Crowder, Jordan Hudson story?
No, but I'm very intrigued.
So, Channing Crowder is one of the co-hosts on Ryan Clark's Pivot podcast. They had Bill Belichick on. After the interview was done, Channing Crowder, who does a show, the former he played at Florida, and then he played for the Dolphins. So that's why he's on Miami Sports Talk Radio. He does Afternoon Drive in Miami on our sister station there. And so he went on his show there after the Bill Belichick interview and peeled back the layers of the onion and said that the whole interview was choreographed by Jordan Hudson.
That they essentially allowed them to have editorial control of the interview.
That she was, like, controlling Belichick and controlling a lot of the interview. I did not go back and listen to it, but that was the abridged version that I got. Apparently, this week, he came out and apologized and said he got caught up in the narrative and that actually wasn't true. And then Ryan went on and, like, gave some spiel about how, like, they shouldn't have exaggerated this and turned this into a big thing. But here's the most interesting part of this, because we work for this company. That audio got scrubbed off of their show podcast.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So you can't even go back and, unless someone's not taken it and put it somewhere else.
Well, somebody, like, screen recorded themselves listening to it.
How about that?
See, it's stuff
that seems bad.
It's stuff like this where when people like Mark Cabali say, "Why do we care about Belichick and Jordan Hudson?" It's stuff like this that just makes it so fascinating.
I don't understand why Mark would say that. Honestly,
does Jordan Hudson, I guess, contact that station in Miami and say, you got to get rid of this?
Like threaten litigation or something? And the lawyers
I also
got
just
involved?
thought the idea that Ryan kind of let them have a lot of control over the interview. We like Ryan on this show. Ryan was very good to us. I think Ryan's done a ton in media, but, like, I thought that was a weird look for the pivot.
Well, he's got a good relationship with Belichick from doing the Inside the NFL show.
I know, but
that I think, like, there was so much negativity out there that he wanted to just, like, do Belichick a solid and, like, let's do a.
Is that? I mean,
it's a tough spot.
That means that Ryan Clark has lost all credibility.
Hey, Dom's not afraid to go there. I mean, look at what he did to Pomp the other day.
I'm just telling you, Dom.
Did you hear that? Look, he called Pomp ridiculous. And
based on some of the stuff going on with Ryan, he's got time for anybody. So, Dom, if he finds out you said that, Pony and I are backing away from that comment, and you can handle the blowback.
James Jones joins us next, 5 minutes away from the former Packers receiver and Packers Super Bowl champ, on what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. We're live at the Piata Italian Street Food in North Fayette. Come down here, get some food. We've got free Piata Pocket cards to give away that you can use whenever you want. All we're asking for is a donation for our Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. It goes to the volunteer fire departments around town. $5, $10, $20, $100, whatever you can spare. And we're here until 6. Dom has a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates-Padres tonight at 9:40 here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. San Diego swept Pittsburgh earlier this season, so the Buccos look to turn that around in this series. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show gets things started at 8:45. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
Hey, tennis fans, the stage is set for French Open action. Conquer the court with an odds boost token from BetMGM. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any French Open matchup and activate your token. Just make sure to bet up to the maximum stakes specified on the token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for the French Open. Claim your French Open odds boost token and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, they're adding more excitement to every serve and every rally. Join the action in Paris and go for the ace today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are withdrawable cash. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mark Cavalli's son's bowel movements have been a topic of much discussion on these shows. Also, Mark's youth baseball career. Those things converge now with Mark's son's baseball career. And his kid's game was rained out today, so I'm of the understanding that Mark is en route to Piatta Italian Street Food here in North Fayette to join us later in the hour for a full hour. And he was at OTAs. We'll get a full breakdown of that with him. We're still efforting James Jones. James does a show in L.A. and I think lives in Phoenix. So I think that there's a lot of travel that goes on with him after Friday shows that we might be dealing with. Oh. But he is an extremely nice guy to the point where when I tried to get him on last week and our wires got crossed up a little bit, he reached out to me to try to sort things out and get him on air. So
that's rare.
I like that.
That's rare in our
He really
business.
is a salt-of-the-earth guy, and we've seen some of those dudes come through the Steelers that we've done shows with.
Would you say he's blue-collar?
100%. Absolutely.
So how the hell do you get along with him?
Well, I'm very blue-collar. You know that. You're just saying that to try to get under my skin right now.
No, I would not. I wouldn't do that. No.
Who do you think is the nicest Steeler we did shows with, or you've been around? Bud Dupree? Because he tried to kill me?
Bud was pretty chill
well, not
with
kill me. That's an exaggeration, but threatened to beat me up.
He did threaten to beat you up. There was some other things he threatened to do, or people, I guess. Didn't he make a threat to you that he would
sleep with my mom?
Yeah, I think maybe that.
Yeah, I think something along those lines.
She probably would have chilled Bud out. She'd have been like, "Would you
like to smoke some Bud?
Would you like to smoke some Bud?" And he would have been like, "Yeah, you're pretty cool. You want to watch Scooby Doo?" When I did a show with him briefly, he was very chill. He was very nice, but he was not a polished speaker on the radio.
No.
Like, there was Bob Nightingale syndrome, among other things, some stop shorts. The nicest Steeler, Ramon was always very cool. I think
popped into my head right away.
Moats, I think, is the winner, though. Arthur Moats. I think that's the winner for me.
You know what I love about Moats? He's always in a good mood.
Yep.
But when he used to do a show with us once a week for 4 hours, I feel like I would grate on him to the point where even though he's a super nice guy and a very agreeable person, I do think he would disagree with me just to disagree with me because he didn't want to, be on my side of the argument.
I always felt like I was trying to get Arthur to gang up on you with me, like as a dynamic on the show.
Yes, I also picked up on that. That was deliberate on your part?
I thought that was good for the show. You're always.
Well, you and Donnie like to do that now.
But that's
you turn it into a handicap match.
Well, right. You're like the big show, and we're like the two smaller guys who've got to go low, go high to get you down.
You'll give an opinion, and Donnie's like, you basically stole the words right out of my mouth, Malsey.
To the point where I start to let him go first.
That happens once a week.
I let him go
first. That's never
first.
happened with him and me, by the way.
That's true. No, you know what else I'll say about Arthur, and I don't think I've ever met any other Steelers players' kids. His son, Gray.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We were at that broadcast.
We were at a broadcast in East Liberty or thereabouts.
Could not have been better behaved.
The kid was just so incredibly well behaved and polite. My jaw hit the floor because he's the age, I think, he was the age that Ace is now.
Yeah.
Ace would have been an unholy terror, and he was just the quietest, nicest little kid. And I was like, man, that again reflects incredibly well and positively on Arthur, his wife, the whole family. So Moats is my official pick.
James Conner was very respectful, but God, was he scared to death to say anything that was going to get him in trouble with us. Oh, my God.
That bummed me out for one reason.
You knew him from his pit days.
Well, I knew him from his pit days, and he was the same respectful guy, and he was easygoing, and he would give you a little more, even though he was still trying to like make sure he didn't step out of line and say anything he wasn't supposed to. But yeah, once he got to the pros, I think if you got him now in Arizona, where he's like definitely a team leader, I think if you got him on the air, you'd get a little different version of him.
Oh, when I saw Connor at the Super Bowl,
you said he was totally
he was
chill.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
he was so cool. Fan Hotline brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Our guest right now spent 8 years with the Packers, beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, sadly, has gone on to do big things in media, is now over at Fox Sports 1, co-host of the show The Facility, and he's joining us right now to talk about Aaron Rodgers, and that is one James Jones, a man who made an art form of wearing a hoodie on the field when he played football. James, we were just talking about what a good guy you are. Where does that come from? Was that your parents? Do you always get out of bed with a smile on your face? What's the story there?
Oh, man, y'all don't start the show and treat me like that, man, like I'm this. No, man, hey, you know, I guess it's just the way I grew up, man. You know, the way my mom raised me, my grandma raised me, it's kind of just the way I grew up, man. You know, always be good to people, man. That's it.
Because I didn't want to like you because you beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, but I couldn't help myself.
You know, hey, you know what? I could kind of tell. I kind of caught the drift when I first met you, my dog. You know, like, hold on, is this dude cool or not? Okay, he is cool. He just caught some passes. That's it.
James, I have a question off of that, though. Name me one teammate through your entire career who looked real mean and, like, cut a real mean profile, but as soon as you got to know him was, like, the nicest dude ever.
Oh, my goodness. That looked mean and was the nicest dude ever.
Because we've had a lot of people say if you get to know James Harrison here, like, he would put up the big front, like, I'm scary looking at all times, and then they'd say he was a real cut-up behind the scenes.
Yeah, that is true.
Hey, now that dude did look mean, man. That dude looked mean. So for him to be, you know, super cool like that, I am definitely surprised at that because he did look mean, and he did hit me a couple times too that wasn't too nice. You know, I never really had like no teammates that really looked just like angry and just was super nice, man. You know,
If they looked angry, they were angry.
Yeah, if they looked angry, man, and you met them, they was angry dudes. That's just how they live. I don't know about being nice.
James, what is your take? You talk about it all the time on your show. And you got to know him for a very long time. He was your quarterback. You won a championship with him. What's your take on the holdup here on why Aaron Rodgers isn't signed with the Steelers?
You know, to be honest with you, when you get later in your career, man, it could be a bunch of thoughts that you're thinking and a bunch of things that's going on in your life that you could be thinking about, man. And, you know, with Aaron Rodgers, for playing so long at a very high level, for being in one spot to where you knew exactly how everything was going to go, you know exactly when you had to come in, you knew all of that, to going to the Jets, and then now you're moving again, possibly moving again. At some point, I think you sit there and you're like, you know what, is it worth it? Do I want to play? You know, do I still love this game? I think you're kind of dealing with a lot of that, you know. And so I think Aaron Rodgers some days, man, to be honest with you, will wake up and be like, man, I am ready to go. I want to do this. I want to chase another year, chase another championship. And some days could be like, man, you know what? Is it worth it moving again? You know, so I think he's kind of juggling a lot right now because I know that's why I retired. I went from the Green Bay Packers to the Raiders, and then I went back to the Packers for a year, and then I found myself in training camp for the San Diego Chargers, and I was like, you know what? I'm done. I ain't moving the family no more. I'm done. So I think he could be juggling a lot right now, but for him not to officially announce his retirement lets me know that he wants to play. So, you know, and I believe Pittsburgh is the best place for him to go play. And he's walking in there, the day one starter, and the Pittsburgh Steelers got better.
All right, so you kind of, with the last thing you said there, James, you took my next question away because I was going to say the old saying goes, if you're thinking about retirement, you probably just should retire because that's probably what you want to do. But if you don't think that's the case with Rodgers and he's just kicking this around, how important is it for him to get there sooner rather than later just to develop a rapport with the guys he's going to be throwing the football to?
I mean, that's huge, man. You know, I think that's the main thing that I kind of wish he was there already because, you know, being able to build that chemistry with the guy, Sorry, man. I'm over here coaching my sons in the weight room as I'm trying to talk to y'all.
What happened? The squat form wasn't good. I know something about that.
I know y'all probably thinking like, man, this dude on TV, he keep pausing and all that. He know what he's talking about. No, so playing with Aaron Rodgers, man, chemistry is everything, man. And not only that, Aaron is such a perfectionist in practice too, to where he wants it perfect in practice. He wants the chemistry to be perfect in practice. When you watch the film with him, he's like, hey, man, this is the way, certain ways we're going to run routes this week compared to the way we ran it last week, especially just speaking on the back shoulder. Sometimes he'll be like, hey, DK Metcalf, hey, don't look back this week. I'm throwing this ball down the field. Then he could be like, hey, man, we're playing Jalen Ramsey this week, man. If Jalen Ramsey beside you, man, 10 to 15 yards down the field, if you have a go ball, look back because the ball could be coming. That's the stuff that they're kind of missing out on right now, chemistry-wise, because Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest to ever throw the football, and he could put the football in any spot that he wants to put the spot in. But for the receivers, they need to kind of know what he's thinking in certain routes and things like that. So I think that's a big piece of what they're missing right now, that chemistry. And the longer it goes, the less time they get to build that.
Former Packers receiver, Aaron Rodgers' teammate, James Jones, a Super Bowl champion, our guest here. Let me ask you this one, James. There's all kinds of conversation about Rodgers' personality. He goes on Joe Rogan. He brings up UFOs and fog embryos and stuff like that.
What?
Yeah, he did.
What are fog embryos?
I don't know.
I don't even know.
Go Google it. Maybe James knows. Maybe it was a big conversation in the meeting rooms. Was he like that when you played with him? I mean, there are guys that are all about ball, but would he bring up like crazy things that you're like, damn, I didn't know that he had an opinion on this?
Maybe the other teammates, but to me, no. Because I ain't really too into UFOs and all that type of stuff. So Aaron is one of those dudes to where in the locker room, he has relationships with everybody. So I'm assuming some of them teammates he possibly had some of those conversations with. But with me, it was about rap music. It was about being from California. It was about the wife and kids. You know what I'm saying? And we would chop it up about certain things like that. Obviously, as he got to know me, I'm like, hey, bro, I like country music and all that stuff too. You know what I mean? So you start talking about little stuff like that, but it wasn't necessarily UFOs and all that stuff with me. Now, with some of the other teammates, possibly, because he had relationships with everybody. But with me, no. I never talked to him about any of that stuff. It really was ball. It really was family. It really was some rap music, stuff that really was going on in the football world.
Who was the rapper he would always cite as his favorite back then?
Well, so me and him, we got a little Warren G connection, man. Me and him got a little Warren G connection. So, I used to kind of bring up some Warren G songs to him, you know what I mean? And we kind of used to, build a little chemistry off them Warren G. I'll still send him a couple Warren G songs every now and then. Regulators was a big one,
of course.
Get at it, yep.
Pony, can you name one other Warren G song besides Regulate?
I cannot, but I'm not a North California guy, so I don't think I'm obligated to know.
It's all right, Pony. I'm going to get you up on game, man. Once we get off, I'm going to send you a couple.
James, let me ask you this. I want to make sure we get your opinion in on this. There's a thought here that when Aaron Rodgers comes to the Steelers, it's no longer Arthur Smith's offense. It becomes Aaron Rodgers' offense. He's going to put in the terminology he wants. He's going to put in the plays that he wants. It's really going to be about what he wants out of an offense. Do you agree with that?
I think it's going to be a little bit of both. I definitely don't think Aaron Rodgers is coming in here, and these dudes have been in OTAs and they've been in, IPWs and all that, and Aaron's going to come in here and he's going to totally change the offense. I do not think that's going to happen. Now, what will happen is to be like, hey, Arthur, these are some of the things that I'd like to do. Can we implement? But it's not going to be a whole new offense. Absolutely not. We've been teaching the kids and all these dudes our offense, Arthur Smith's offense. I think it'll be a little mixture of some of the stuff Aaron Rodgers likes to do. Maybe, if we go up tempo and we go a little no huddle, these are some of the plays that I like to get to. Can we toss these in? So I think it'll be a little bit of that. But, no, I think it'll be a lot of Arthur Smith's offense. But I think Arthur Smith, knowing the type of quarterback he has, the offense will possibly look different with Aaron Rodgers anyway because you know what type of passer you have. But I don't see him changing a bunch of the offense.
James, I think his reputation at times has been adversarial with coaches, or like Andrew just asked you, like, is he going to make it be all about what he wants to do? How was he with the coaches when you were his teammate?
It's so crazy, man, because that is not Aaron at all, man. Like, we used to get frustrated with Aaron Rodgers. Like, go tell Coach Mike McCarthy we want to do this. He like, nah, man. Like, that's what Mike wants. This is what we going to do. We like, dang, bro, you got all the power to change all this. You ain't going to. And he always like, nah, man, this is going to do. Now, he would come to us during the week like, hey, I meet with Mike tomorrow on Wednesday. What's some of the plays that you guys love? You know what I'm saying? And we'll be like, hey, man, we love Tampa, love Knight. We love these play calls in the game. And so he'll go tell Coach Mike those is what the plays we love that we're really comfortable with. But he was never a guy to, like, really just try to step on people's toes. Now, as he got more advanced in the offense, Coach McCarthy gave him more freedom. So he was able to change a lot more plays at the line of scrimmage. You know what I mean? He was able to get us into the right plays, but it still was Coach Mike's offense with just a little spin of Aaron Rodgers because he was so smart. So that's why when people say, oh, he's going to come in and change, no, he's not. Now, he may come in just like Tom Brady may come in. When Tom Brady, LaShawn McCoy talks about it all the time. When Tom Brady came to Tampa, they ran Tampa Bay's offense, but it was a lot of nuggets that Tom Brady loves to do from New England, too, that we're going to add. That's any superstar quarterback. So Aaron will come in there and he'll be like, hey, Arthur, man, hey, can we toss this in? But he is far from just like a selfish dude, like it's my way or the highway, we running my offense. He's not like that at all.
James, great job giving Mike McCarthy some love. No doubt McCarthy friends and relatives are listening to this show right now. So we appreciate that.
Coach Mike is my guy, man. Coach Mike, there's still a lot of stuff Coach Mike taught me that I still use this day, not only for my kids, not only for my wife, my family.
In that weight room right now. Some big Mike tricks, I bet.
In the weight room right now, shoot. I probably yell a couple things Coach Mike taught me, man, Quit reading your press clippings and all that type of stuff.
Did you ever have to ask him twice what he was saying because his Pittsburgh accent was so thick?
No, man, there's nothing Coach Mike can say. Coach Mike knows I speak his lingo.
Hey, James, you're awesome. You're the best. So happy that we were able to get you on. Good luck with everything. We'll be in touch, okay?
Not a problem, man. Appreciate it.
There you go. James Jones.
We had a vote for, even though they were ships passing in the night, the mean guy who was actually nice once you got to know him. They didn't play at the same time. They were separated in Green Bay by 2 years, but we got a submission from Martellus Bennett.
Ooh.
As like a super scowling guy, but when Marty Bennett was very funny dude when he would talk.
I remember he told me at the Super Bowl that they still have their reunions for that team that beat the Steelers. And he's like, none of us can find B.J. Raji. He's just gone off the grid.
Do you respect it? How do they not have a cell phone number?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have a cell phone anymore. Maybe it's like I know. Actually, Lambert does have a cell phone.
Lambert prefers to communicate via sarcastic handwritten letter to Joe Stark.
Lambert leaves Larry Richert like
lengthy
voicemails where he busts his balls and calls him out. It's crazy. He's played something.
It's just insane to me that Larry, this is Jack Lambert.
Yeah, true.
It's just so random. It's so random.
I mean, it's a pretty huge flex.
What did he write to Starkey? Starkey will text me if he's listening. He basically said nice column, sweetheart, or something.
I mean, it's
sarcastic.
It's an unbelievable flex for Larry that he can just pull up a voicemail that Jack Lambert left him.
Oh, when he wrote the not snarky, but the obviously sarcastic letter back to Joe rightly took it as a point of pride that he had gotten on Jack's radar.
Yeah.
He's up there in Katanning or whatever?
Yep.
Do you think he has a smartphone, though? You can send a voice. You can leave a voicemail.
I know what you're saying.
Via flip phone.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say he does.
For Candy Crush. I'm just addicted to this Candy Crush game.
I love TikTok. All right.
Wait, Jack Lambert sounds like Eric Agnew.
I don't know why I did that voice. Kabali coming up in a few minutes. I believe Mark's going to join us here. He has everything on OTAs. He has thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. I got a text about something Kabali just said about Aaron Rodgers. I want to see if it's true or if it's a game of telephone.
Oh, boy.
We're live at Piata Italian Street Food, North Fayette. Come on down, our Fill the Boot promotion. $5, $10, $20, whatever you can spare to help out the volunteer fire departments in the area. And this is our big kickoff for our 26-hour fan marathon, 5-alarm marathon event that's going to take place Thursday at the Upper St. Clair Fire Department.
This is all interconnected, too. Marissa, who's the marketing coordinator for Piata, she is a volunteer firefighter herself at Penn Hills.
Richie Hills.
Shout out to Marissa.
She's
here.
keeping Richie Walsh. She's keeping Richie Walsh safe.
Dude, I'm on fire. Not just my hair.
Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment with Mark, but first a message from Malzy.
Thank you, Pony. It is about the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app, and there's still pro basketball playoffs. There's still pro hockey playoffs going on, and there is, of course, Bucks baseball happening later tonight. So much to do with pro basketball. You can bet on player points, assists, rebounds, and much more. With Bucks baseball all season long, you can bet the pitcher's number of strikeouts. How about hits, home runs, RBI, and more? Live betting, it's just better on the Bet Parks app. The Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app has you covered, and whether your favorite team wins or not, there's always another way to win with Bet Parks. You can play your favorite casino games right in the palm of your hand with live dealers, games like blackjack, poker, craps, and more, plus hot online slots. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com and download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for Bet Parks. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Knicks force it back to the Hoosier State. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. John Mellencamp doesn't want Pat McAfee anywhere near a mic for Game 6 between the Pacers and Knicks. Indiana has scored at least 129 points following their other 3 playoff losses. Expect another bounce back. Indy -3.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, Kenny Chesney fans, Verizon is giving you and a guest a chance to win a trip to see Kenny Chesney play at the Sphere in Las Vegas on June 21st. That's you and a guest under the spectacular dome of the Sphere watching Kenny Chesney perform live. Plus, there's never been a better time to visit Verizon. Come check out their huge selection of phones, home internet, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. Kick off summer the right way with Verizon and Kenny Chesney. One winner and a guest will win airfare, hotel, and tickets to see this unforgettable concert experience. Hurry to select Pittsburgh Verizon locations before June 11th for your chance to enter. Plus, learn more about our great deals on our best phones and plans for the entire family.
No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. Must be a legal U.S. resident of Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania, age 21 years or older to enter. Enter now through June 11th. Void where prohibited. Sponsored by Verizon. For official rules and full details or to enter, visit Odyssey.com/sphere.
Expect a steady rain through early evening, then cloudy skies with occasional showers through the overnight, a low of 55 with northwest winds around 5 to 10 miles per hour. On Saturday, periods of rain showers through noon, then mostly cloudy, cool and windy, a high of 63 with northwest winds 15 to 20, occasionally gusting to 30 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway West inbound is backed up to Green Tree Hill. 28 inbound is slow past the 40th Street Bridge, and the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Two Men and a Junk Truck are the big job specialists. We're happy to give you an estimate on that large cleanout and take care of it right away.
Wow!
Two Men. Book us online at junkTruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates begin another series out west with the Padres tonight at 9:40 on the Fan. 8:45 lead-off show with Dan Zangrilli. Mitch Keller on the mound. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Friday PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Boney and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. 62 degrees, a game-time temp for the Pirates in San Diego tonight. That's your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. We were just joined by a legend in Green Bay, James Jones, on Aaron Rodgers. And now we're joined by a legend in Bell Vernon.
GBBV.
Mark Cavalli with us here on site, Piata Italian Street Food in North Fayette. And we have our big Fill the Boot promotion going on to help benefit the volunteer fire departments in the area. Drop off as much money as you can. We know that a lot of people don't carry cash, so maybe make a stop. $5, $10, $15, you name it. And we've got Piata Pocket cards to give away. So let me actually pass one down to Mark right now. Here you go, Mark. Here's a couple of these.
Here's two. A free Piata Pocket.
Yeah, it's an Italian burrito, Mark.
And they have quite an appealing look to them. You eat with your eyes.
Mark, you made another one of those faces that you make when you don't mean to, when you're interviewing somebody, where it looks like you're constipated when you were reading that.
Can you hear me? Hold on.
We need to turn his levels up here,
Yeah.
T-Bird. Come on.
Come on, T-Bird.
There it is, better.
See, he's shy.
No, he's not.
T-Bird immediately passes the buck to Cavalli by telling the biggest lie I've ever heard about Mark. He's shy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I have a small head, too.
Yeah, speaking of shy, I was going to start off the whole segment by saying that face was made because I really got to use the bathroom right now.
Has anything ever been more on brand in the history of this show?
Well, it's
What was the deal with? We're going to get completely off topic right off the bat.
There's a shock.
How can you get off topic if you're not on topic to
True.
begin with?
What was the thing with J.J. Watt and taking a dump that required 100 wipes?
Oh, that was a long time ago.
So what's the story there?
I think it might have started with Hawker. AJ said that he
AJ Hawk.
Yeah, I don't know who.
He's Hawker.
Yeah,
it's
to
Hawker.
Mark.
Yeah.
He's
Hawk,
great
guy.
friends with.
I hear the
great
word
guy.
Hawker and I think, you know, Luke.
Great guy.
Yep.
I don't know which one it started with, and they brought up that subject, and he said 100 different wipes. And I guess JJ agreed with him. Then, of course, they called me and asked me, and I had no clue. Once again, absolutely no clue what they're talking about.
Expert. Like, what is it really? How does that resonate with you?
But I don't really care. That's cool.
Hey, let's go to our man. Let's go to our man on the street.
I think it's cool that I'm the guy they call when someone tells a story about taking a crap.
Let's talk to our.
By the way, a guy
it's
looks just like Jesus is walking in here right now. Look
he
at this.
does. Yeah, you're right. 100%.
I forget what I was saying.
No, but I was
the
going
wipe
to say,
story.
like, it's like, but it would be like you're getting called in, like the news calls up, like when something happens, it's like local scatological expert Mark Caballi.
Well, it's sort of like when the wing prices went up and the first one they called was Donnie. It made sense.
Well, who's the guy that the dude that when it came to JFK and OJ in Pittsburgh, they'd always call?
Cyril Wecht.
Yeah, you're like the Cyril Wecht of crap.
He was like the celebrity corner for the whole country.
Oh, I know that.
Like,
yeah.
Cyril Wecht was the.
But Mark is basically that if he's on McAfee and ESPN, whenever someone talks about taking
How are
a dump.
you not sponsored by American Standard, by the way?
Or by a wipe
Ferguson.
company? How about Dude Wipes
I
or
want to
something
name
like
the kid
that?
Ferguson. Maybe I was a
Is that
precursor.
a toilet brand?
Yeah.
Oh, I only know American Standard or Kohler. I mean, that's all I got.
No, Ferguson came from the great sitcom Al Bundy, Married with Children. He always referred to his toilet as Ferguson because that was the name of the brand.
Ah, okay.
Gotcha.
So they call you up. They call you up out of the blue, and I have no idea what they're talking about, so I have to assume I know what they're talking about. And I jumped in, and I said something like 50 or something like that. I thought they meant individual wipes, not as many times as you did it.
Oh.
Sometimes, you
yeah,
this is not a good place to have this conversation. You're like 8 feet from food.
Yeah. I'll try to get to Aaron Rodgers then.
All right.
So, did you go on a show and say it's a done deal? I got a text from someone who said Caballi is now claiming it's a done deal.
I didn't say it was a done deal. It was on the fabulous podcast of mine and Chris Max where I said it will be done by 6 to 7 days.
June 10th.
What I'm saying is I always put that date on minicamp. So
Yeah.
it's not
June
like
10th. He'll be here by June 10th.
Pelissero went on with Rich Eisen and said this: Aaron Rodgers has not affirmatively told the Steelers that he's even coming today. So do you buy?
Who said this?
Pelissero said that.
I believe him. Other than maybe some other reporters out there with some.
So you agree or believe that you think that is very plausible that he has not told them anything affirmatively? That
I don't think he's. I don't know if he's told him anything. I think they've been in contact. He's not going to go on record and say I'm coming on this date, and this date.
Who's his principal point of contact? You think with the team when he's talking to somebody with the Steelers? Who's he talking to?
Probably Tomlin.
And his agent's talking to Omar.
I don't even know who's agent.
David Dunn.
David Dunn. Yeah, I don't know if there's much information out there.
Isn't that Bruce Willis' character in a movie?
Wasn't he a wide receiver for the Raiders back in the day?
It's actually interesting. He's been in NFL Network shows and stuff about Aaron Rodgers. He comes off as a very down-to-earth guy. Wears flannel. Like you would not expect.
flannel.
Yeah, you would not expect him to be.
I can't believe I was actually right about the Unbreakable thing. David Dunn, the agent, huh?
Yeah.
What do you think their reaction was to the Bradshaw stuff?
The Steelers?
Yeah.
Well, probably you remember what Tomlin said.
He was a Hollywood Henderson fan.
Yeah. So I don't know how well those two get along.
They don't.
So, I mean, the whole point of that.
One guy says the other's a cheerleader coach. The other says I'm a Hollywood Henderson
Yeah. How can
fan.
you really like him? Or if you're the Steelers or Mike Tomlin, I think they're really just indifferent about what Terry says right now. Terry brought a lot of this on himself of some of the local hate with the not showing up to the Chiefs' funeral, not showing up to Chuck Noll's funeral, being a guy that's
not liking Chuck Noll or having harsh words for Chuck Noll.
Yeah, I mean, even when everybody else from those teams would come and celebrate the championships, he wouldn't. And you know as well as I do, if you're in Pittsburgh, that's things they hold a grudge.
Well, they don't
Pittsburgh fans
want
hold
to think
grudges
that
on
one of the
something
most
like that.
important players from those teams is on bad terms and they blame it on him. Do you think – here's my theory. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. They don't give 12 out. It's unofficially retired, but it's not formally retired.
There's a bunch of those.
Right, there's a bunch of those. But the formal retirement's the big honor. Franco and Joe Green and then Ernie Stautner, we all know. Do you think that they might wait until Terry passes to do it? Like there's some part of them as an organization, Mark, that understands that he should have his number retired on merit, but they're not going to give him sort of the satisfaction of the honor. Yeah, they intended to do that with Franco, and then obviously tragedy struck.
Yeah. I think Art was asked that question or something similar to that when they did retire Franco's, and his basic statement was, we're not really just going to hand these out willy-nilly. I mean, it's going to be a while.
Who deserves it more? Of those two, though, if it was Franco or Bradshaw, to me, the quarterback position was even still back then important enough you could say Terry warranted it more.
But he's the only Hall of Fame quarterback to spend 10 years or more with a team that does not have his jersey number officially retired. That's crazy.
That's some crazy stats there. But you look back on it, and it's all the family history. What did the Chiefs say about Franco? Nothing but winning. Nothing but losing before, nothing but winning afterwards. I would think that had something to do with why Franco was chosen.
Sure, but they don't have. First off, Franco got into enough of a dispute that we have the pictures. You can always find of him wearing a Seahawks uniform.
Franco who?
Right.
And?
Two. Well, hold on. I'm going to say this about Terry. I can pretty confidently state they don't have 4 Super Bowls in that 70s run without Terry playing big game football in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but those first, when you think of those 70s teams.
The first Super Bowl is a defense and running game. But the
second half,
the last two are Terry Bradshaw balling out in big games.
He won Super Bowl MVPs both years.
Yes. That's, I guess I'm saying that there's some real inconsistency, Mark, from my perspective on the team's part. And this is human nature, so it's understandable. That just is obviously personal on some level there.
Could be. But, the Chief, I mean, if you talk to him before he passed away, the one thing he regretted was Franco in the Seattle uniform. Yeah. And you look and you put that down to people like Hines Ward and now even T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward and why that's the case. That's a lot. I mean, a lot of stuff that Art does right now is based off of what his dad set standards to. They might not be.
Are you wearing the TJ hat because of TJ Watt? That just occurred to me.
My neighbor's head coach of the Thomas Jefferson baseball team, and he gave me a TJ hat, so I take it.
Is that like being the head coach of the football team at Duke when Krzyzewski was there?
That's a good point.
No, they're actually pretty good. They actually won 13, 14 games each of the last
That's my point,
couple
though.
years.
Duke could go 10-2, and as long as Krzyzewski was there, it was who's Duke football? What?
They got a good player that's going to University of Cincinnati on a scholarship.
Josh Harrison.
And Ian Happ.
Had to get me there.
Do you look at that situation as a nothing burger?
What's that?
TJ.
Yeah.
You do.
I'm.
Have they handled this correctly? If it's a nothing burger.
There is an offer on the table. The offer is considered good, but obviously it's not as good as what TJ's looking for. I mean, what
are they
going to
blink again?
No, it's just going to be how it's structured. If I'm TJ Watt, I'm not assuming that I am getting a 5-year deal or at least one that's guaranteed. If I'm TJ, I want all my money, just like my previous contract, guaranteed through the first 2 years, and we'll deal with it after that. Now, maybe the Steelers aren't willing to go 2 years, and that's the hold-up right now. If I'm TJ, I'm not worried about $40 million a year. I'm not worried about the Rappaport number that comes out after this. I'm worried about what money's guaranteed to me in those first 2 years. And I don't know why JJ is so wound up about,
Go on.
He could have avoided this if this. I mean, the situation. You can agree with it or not. You know the situation that's not what they do. They doesn't do it to quarterbacks, and they meandered something around Antonio Brown when he was unhappy to add some money to him. But that's just the way it goes. I mean, it might be archaic, but that's the way they go about it.
His point, as much as I think sometimes the Watt brothers, like especially JJ stumping for his brother, it gets kind of tiresome to me. I thought he was pretty on point. It would have been cheaper to do it earlier. It is always just business when the team does it to the player, and when the player wants it to be a certain way, it's how dare that guy possibly go against the logo. So it was one of the few times I found myself more or less completely in agreement and on the same side of J.J. Watt. Having said that, you know where I really stand. I'd have been looking to trade the guy.
And that's when you pulled the John C. Reilly gif out on Chris when he says that.
Yeah, I do that for everything, though. So, yeah, I don't trade T.J. Watt. I mean, I just don't do it. I think he has at least 2 more potential 20-sack seasons left in him. I know the age. He has been relatively healthy. I mean, we're talking about, 10 games in 7 years he's missed? That's nothing.
He's been dinged up. He's had lingering injuries that have kept him in games, but he hasn't been 100%.
Do you want to know something about him, though, that makes me wonder about aging gracefully? It's sort of a boxing analogy where they say for an older fighter, the last thing to go is the power, like the raw strength, but the reflexes, you get a little slower. I know he's a large, very strong human being, but among other very large, strong human beings at edge rusher, I think he's more of a speed and technique guy. I don't love the way potentially the guy who's a speed and technique player might age. Like you think of a Julius Peppers who played till he was 1,000,000 years old. He's a big
Bruce Smith.
Yeah, big strong dudes.
That's where.
And it was a strength-based pass rush, and I don't think TJ's ever been that way. So I do have questions about how he'll age.
I think that's where he needs help at now. He just can't be that guy that lines up and gets the chip, has the number 1 tackle, have something else, have people slide to his side. He needs the help. That's why you hear a lot of talk of him moving around. He's probably at the point of his career where that would benefit him the most. He's not going to be that 27-year-old TJ anymore. He needs to be able to be put in situations to succeed rather than just dominate.
At 4:11, time to start your weekend off right with Mark Cavalli's friends at Archie's Famous Wings. We're live at Piata Italian Street Food in North Fayette. We've got our Fill the Boot thing going on as you get off from work. Come on by. We've got free food cards for you here. Make a donation, $5, $10, $15, $20 to our great volunteer fire departments in here. I think people heard that, Mark. You have to pee. Go ahead, go pee. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Intern Dom has an update, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates-Padres tonight at 9:40. Mitch Keller versus Nick Pivetta. Pretty good pitching matchup tonight, and you can listen to it here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli is at 8:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, thanks, Intern Dom. So let me tell you right now about DriveBox. So cool. You got a day like today. The weather stinks outside. Maybe you were planning on having a big event, and it was supposed to be like golf outdoors somewhere. No, well, weather waylays you. Doesn't have to with DriveBox. DriveBox is a mobile golf simulator. It's weatherproof, built-in climate control, totally turnkey. They've got the clubs, everything else. It is an awesome experience. Mobile golf simulator. I have seen DriveBox in action. Perfect for any event, big or small. You have a big neighborhood party or a corporate event. You got to check out DriveBox on social media at DriveBox Pittsburgh. That's Drive with a Y, DriveBox Pittsburgh.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. There's a lot of reasons the New York Knicks dominated the Indiana Pacers and forced a Game 6 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Jalen Brunson was phenomenal. That Knicks defense finally showed what it should be under Tom Thibodeau. But it's also true that the Pacers flinched in the face of a closeout game. Those are difficult, and their ability to seize that moment at home will determine who goes to the finals. I'm Bill Ryder.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
First day was a work in progress. I didn't feel great about my first day, just coming off the field, but it was a good learning experience for me, and I wasn't expecting to be perfect on my first day. I'm not going to be perfect. That's the thing, you got to learn. You got to, especially me being young, you got to be able to roll with the punches and know that you're going to make some mistakes, especially being a rookie. It's how you learn from it and come back from it and don't get affected by that. I felt like day one, was a little bit, just wasn't really comfortable yet. Didn't really know where my feet were. Was a little off timing. And then day 2 and 3, I think I've been a lot better.
That's Will Howard on his performance at the first week of OTAs. We are live at Piatta Italian Street Food in North Fayette. Contrary to popular belief, there's actually human beings out there who like Mulsey. And he just shook a man's hand, and it looked like you made a nice business deal there potentially.
So I know that gentleman, but the thing was, the last time I saw him was a long time ago, and he looked a little different. I just think maybe he had lost 10 pounds or something like that, but he looked different enough that I was like, you ever do the terrified scan through your memory banks? And luckily, the person I thought it was that person.
Did you remember his name?
No, I did, but no.
T-Bird, we got to get his
Hold on, we
mic
got
back on here,
mic
T-Bird.
here. Go, Kabali. No, you're on the wrong mic. You put the wrong headset on, Kabali. This is unbelievable.
Mark Cabali's here from the Pat McAfee
There's
Show.
literally 2 mics here. How in the world would I know?
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Chris.
Anyway, no, but he came by, and I was like, when he threw his, because I did not have his number.
Yep.
And when he threw his name and number in there, I was like, thank God that is exactly who I thought I was speaking to.
Now he's listening to you on the radio.
Well, no, I mean, I think the last time I ran into the guy was more than 5 years ago. It was a long time back.
You know who was brutal with names? Bouchette.
Hey, guy, does he do the
One
hey
of the
guy,
worst
hey
ever.
buddy?
Wait till you get older. All of a sudden, you'll be like, yeah, that guy from Michigan. I do that a lot now. I can't remember, draft prospects' names. Yeah, that kid from Michigan.
Well, I think Tomlin does that with numbers sometimes.
I think Tomlin does that with me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you feel like that? I mean, that's kind of disrespectful. He should know by now.
Remember when Keith Butler thought that Tyler Eifert was still playing? That was a bad one, Mark.
Wasn't good.
Well,
wasn't
I
good.
could tell you what really happened, but I don't think that's appropriate for air.
Oh,
Here
man,
we go.
you can't tease us
Here we
like
go.
that.
I've got this great
Why?
story for you guys, but
Come on, the statute of limitations
I
have
don't
run out
want
of
to
that.
throw anybody under the bus.
Mark just
Yeah, you are saying that. You don't want to throw – you're the king of that.
Maybe I'm afraid of this guy who I'm going to out here.
No. You're doing this equivalent of the old fishing line tied to a $100 bill on the street. You drop it down to the sidewalk, and as soon as we reach down to pick it up, you yank it out of the way and make us look stupid.
So we're here at Piatta Italian Street Food until 6. You can stop by, make a donation to our volunteer fire department cause. The Fan 5 Alarm Marathon is next week at the Upper St. Clair Fire Department. At 5 o'clock on Thursday, it'll be the 93.7 The Fan producer Pittsburgh Sports Spelling Bee. Winner gets $500. Who did you declare the favorite, Malsey?
Bechtold, actually.
Bechtold.
Yeah. I said he's plus 125.
Wow. Well, even if Bechtold would get something wrong, he wouldn't admit it, right? Wow.
He would try to do the immediate. Well, I actually thought I was using the alternate spelling as done by Random House's dictionary. Yeah, he would absolutely Webster's actually has a secondary spelling.
But here's
that
the
is
thing:
acceptable.
these are not Webster. These are people's names potentially.
Better yet is who would finish last.
If it was a Hispanic player, he would say.
Ooh.
Actually, he forgot the accent mark.
Did you hear that?
Who's finishing last?
Actually, no, not Callus.
Whoa there, Mosey.
Well, T-Bird, even though he won our hot dog eating contest, I don't think spelling is his
Well, how
strength.
many did T-Bird eat?
Sativa. 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 He like 7 hot dogs, but they
Mark,
were like
you should have seen how big these
They
things
should have
were.
been double. If you double digit, you
Yeah.
get eliminated.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
they were the size of 2 hot dogs. So like he ate really about 12 to 14.
They were thick.
Didn't Donnie eat like 7 burgers or something from
He ate a bunch of Wendy's
He did
double
the Andrew
stacks.
Whitworth challenge.
He did the Whitworth challenge. He said he hasn't had one of those types of burgers, that piece of food, ever since. He said he was done on it at that point.
Mark, which quarterback has looked more impressive in practice, Howard or Rudolph, and why?
Wow, Rudolph.
Why do you have that?
Wow, come on. What are we talking about here?
That's like, Chris, do you like Big Ben? What do you say about Big Ben?
But you've also said, man, Howard is a football lover. We love.
Yeah,
this guy's
I
gonna
do
be
like. I just
very popular here.
He knows what to say. He has that mentality. He has that. I almost like to call people like that fake nice, because nobody in the world can be that nice all the time. But I do believe Will Howard is.
What about Jerry DePaula?
No, I've seen Jerry DePaula snap a couple times, so don't believe everything you see there.
Wow.
But I don't believe that. I think Will Howard is a genuinely nice guy.
Do you feel like they got a steal?
That's way too early.
Thank
to say.
you. Hold on.
All right.
Usually I like to just kind of tweak you and give you a hard time. Thank you. Because there has been this weird undercurrent of like...
Undercurrent? It's been out there.
It's an overcurrent. You've contributed a little bit to it, but I'm not even going to blame you. This has been all over the place, and I'm not even going to blame like the leader of our lunatic fringe, Johnny the Barber, the big Ohio State, Barber football focus. People have started to talk, and I think it's patently unfair to Will Howard. They're starting to talk about him like they just got Tom Brady 2.0 because the measurables look good. He played at a big school. He played in big, high-pressure games.
More Josh Allen 2.0 because that's his playing style.
Right, and because he's literally the same height and weight within like a pound. And people, Mark, have talked about this like they got some steal. And I keep wanting to be like the jerk who says, guys, 184 players got picked before this guy, and he also plays the position that always gets pushed up the board, not down, because of its overstated importance or its understood importance. Like, let's pump the brakes here, but there's been none of that. It does feel like this weird fever dream is taking hold.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with what he was able to accomplish in such a small amount of time at Ohio State, and everybody watched those games, and everybody saw the 4 games of the Bowl Championship Series or whatever it's called now. What is it called?
The College Football Playoff.
Whatever.
The Bowl Coalition Bowl?
I don't know. Maybe that's Division
the Bowl
2.
Championship.
Or maybe that's the Division 2.
No, that's what it was called just 15 years ago.
Everybody saw those 4 games where he was just a stud. Ohio State guy, once again, speaks very well, has the size, maybe not quite the arm, and more than anything else, there's a need for the position, so you're just dying for any sort of hope.
Who has looked like a steal?
Rookie-wise?
Yeah.
See, it's hard because the linemen you really can't judge right now. I mean, Jack Sawyer's just the real deal. I mean, he'll bite a head off a chicken if you give him a chance, type of guy. He's that type of guy you don't want to mess with.
That sounds like something one of those scouts in Moneyball would say. Oh, you put a chicken in front of this guy's going to bite that head clear off.
He'll drink the blood, too. I mean, this is a guy you just love in short yardage. Yeah.
What did he say? Who's Fabio? That's it. Who's Fabio?
Oh, there's
a shortstop from Seattle.
There's a bunch of lines from that scouts table that we can't repeat right now, but there's some truly great ones.
So you're a Sawyer guy then?
Well, I'm thinking who else was potential. I mean, I almost look at Roman Wilson as a rookie because he didn't do much.
Well, you said he was going to look fabulous.
I knew he was going to.
He's the other guy who, came in, best shape of his life, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, speaking of that, this is a serious one because I'm very pot committed on this particular player. Broderick Jones, I'm of like 2 minds of what I've heard. The first is, it's good. He lost 20 pounds from last year.
So I can eat more.
But then it's, no. But then it's like, wait, it's bad. He was 20 pounds overweight. It's hard to tell with some of those guys. And so how much better does he look physically?
He does look good physically, but his theory was, I'll lose the weight now, so once the season comes, I can start eating.
Yeah, he did say that, Chris.
That's kind of interesting. But, man,
But at that position, I guess you wouldn't want to be super light as you go into the season. You need just bulk.
The thing is with Arthur Smith, how they want to run that offense is they want the the speedy, athletic offensive linemen can run that outside
Does he
zone.
look that way? Does he look more like that guy? Does he look more comfortable playing the side they initially drafted him to play?
I mean, it's only been 3 days, but he does.
Oh, come on. Give me something here. We always talk about
only
big snap judgments after 3 days.
Well, with certain positions.
Does he look more fluid? Because I don't think he ever looked comfortable on the
thought
right
he
side.
always did look fluid and athletic. I just think his problem always has been was between the ears. And that could be because he might be more comfortable on the left side, even though I'm not a big firm believer that they should make that much of a difference. But, hey, a lot of
come on, guys talk about your kick
know.
step and all that stuff, like the way that you.
Dan Moore said he couldn't play right tackle for that reason.
They catered to a guy who was a mediocre left tackle because he couldn't play right.
Did he say he couldn't play? Or he wouldn't play because now he got $84 million by staying at left tackle.
I'm pretty sure he didn't have to. I'm pretty sure he didn't have to say he wouldn't play because I'm pretty sure they were on the record as acknowledging he couldn't do it.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We are at Piata Italian Street Food, North Fayette. Our Fill the Boot promotion going on. Come over here. Bring some money. We've got free Piata street food gift cards to give away for a free pocket here, which looks amazing. It's like an Italian burrito. Hanging out here until 6. More with Mark, including his thoughts on the Jonnu Smith report from Adam Schefter. We'll see if he agrees with our theory on it. Timeout, and we're right back. Here's an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates Padres tonight, 9:40 here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. San Diego swept Pittsburgh earlier this season, so Buccos look to have a different outcome in this series. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 8:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. Great place to watch sports and have a beer in Pittsburgh. 80 rotating taps of the great local craft beers here. A lot of summer beers are out now being made right here in Pittsburgh. They got them all at Mike's on tap. Hundreds of beers from around the world. We've got our Fan Beer of the Month, which when you get that, portion of the money goes to a great cause in town. Mike's a very charitable guy. All the games are on. You want to watch the basketball playoffs tonight, the hockey playoffs when they get going again next week, or the baseball game tonight, the Buccos in San Diego. Go to Mike's and watch it all there and drink the great beer. Meet me at Mike's.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials security package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Join Pony and Muller at Piata in North Fayette on Friday, May 31st from 2 to 6. The PM team will be trying to fill the boot with money to go to volunteer fire departments. The guys will also have Fan 5-alarm t-shirts for sale. Make a donation of $20 or more, and you'll get a commemorative 2025 t-shirt. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich with tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Be a part of something new, exciting, and totally Pittsburgh. It's the inaugural Rockin' Regatta at Pittsburgh Brewing Company, June 7th and 8th. A brand new summer celebration packed with music, river racing, food, family fun, and more. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Congestion all throughout the city this rush hour. Getting reports for a closure on Route 8 through Etna and Glenshaw. Also, another report for a collision on the 100 block of the Liberty Tunnel. And crews are still cleaning up an earlier accident on Fort Duquesne Boulevard and the Convention Center, causing a ramp restriction. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We're live here at the Piata Italian Street Food in North Fayette, helping out a great cause, the volunteer fire departments in the area. And we've got Piata Pocket cards to give away for free, so you can get some free grub here from the great Piata Italian Street Food. And just a few dollars benefits an awesome cause. We'll be there Thursday for our Fan 5-alarm marathon at Upper St. Clair Fire Department, 26 hours. On the air, some interesting combos will be a part of that. The Jason Mackey, Jack Hillgrove, 4 to 6 a.m. hour, or 2 hours.
You know what?
It's been widely discussed.
You guys should have put together Bechtold and Hillgrove, because I've been told that they had some sort of high school beef.
They had
high school volleyball.
They had
beef.
high school volleyball.
Did you hear the whole story?
And Jack Hillgrove called, what was his nickname for Austin, Mark?
I don't know.
Stuart
Am I allowed
Little.
to say that?
Stuart Little.
Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I
little
told
mouse character.
Bechtold, like, honestly here, the guy who looks like a clown there is Jack.
Why is that?
Jack is a junior jockeying for playing time or whatever with Bechtold, a freshman.
Wait,
That
it was
doesn't
like a
speak-
Roethlisberger-Rudolph situation?
I think they were fighting for the same. There was 2 dogs, 1 bone. Jack's a junior. That doesn't say much for him.
Could you imagine how small Bechtold was back in 10th grade?
Have you ever seen that picture of T.J. McConnell as a freshman at Char Valley? Imagine that, but skinnier. By the way, did you see somebody, Pittsburgh Clothing Company memed that up? They put that picture of T.J. weighing like $120.
Yep.
And then they had, like, how it started, how it's going, and it was him clapping and taunting Timothy Chalamet. What is it, Kendall or Kylie Jenner?
Yeah, I think
Kylie Jenner. And, like,
Kylie Jenner.
all these beautiful people sitting front row, and he's just taunting them right to the face.
Is that Jenner the rich one, the billionaire, or not?
She is. She's the
Wow.
as independently as you can be from her family. She's the one who made her little empire, yeah.
Yes, I would probably Timothy Chalamet is probably over kicking his coverage here with the billionaire.
Did you see what she put out on, like, social media? She goes, it was like a clip from Sex and the City, and it said, "I only have sex tonight if the Knicks win."
Oh.
And she said, "Come on, Knicks." What a flex for Chalamet.
Yeah, great
This
point.
guy's living the all-time life.
Mark Caballi with us here from the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, what do you make of the Jonnu Smith stuff?
I don't make much of it. I think it's made up. And
Why would Schefter stoop to that level? I've got my theory. I said it's a Drew Rosenhaus trade. He puts this out there, and Rosenhaus gives him a bigger story.
Tit for tat.
You agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, that was pretty much, I was told that within minutes of this breaking of this was not, they're not interested
So basically
at all.
everybody in the industry has to pretend like this is a real thing because Adam's doing Drew a favor.
Yeah, honestly, and there's a lot of insiders out there now that are.
Well, Jordan Schultz tweeted out what was it?
Oh my God! It was the most generic tweet of all time.
It was the least breaking news
Fowler
tweet
special.
that I have. Oh God, that's some shots. I wouldn't even say shots fired. You emptied the clip.
Hold on, I DM'd Jordan about it to bust his balls.
The Jordan Schultz tweet just.
The Steelers have had preliminary conversations with multiple teams about potentially adding another playmaker.
If you have that many adverbs in one breaking news sentence, like you don't have much there of anything.
Well, something could get done unless it doesn't. No, the Jonnu Smith thing is, trust me, Omar is he actually likes Drew Rosenhaus. He's a fan of him, but he knows he's not a dummy. He knows what's going on right here, and then if you got to use their name to get your client a couple more bucks, that's all it is. I mean, it makes sense too, and that's what makes you think a little bit, hey, could this be true? Is because when you line up all the pieces and the Steelers need offensive weapons, drafting Jonnu Smith, trading for Jonnu Smith, Arthur Smith, all the Smiths possible, you're like, hey, there could be some truth in this. No.
Do you think that they're still looking for a wide receiver too?
They better be.
Is it going to be Alan Lazard?
I don't know who it's going to be.
Let me make this bet with you. Alan Lazard or the field, as far as another wideout that they sign or that they acquire, because Lazard's still got a year left, Pony.
Yeah, they'd have to trade.
So
for him.
but they have $1 million draft picks next year, so they have the capital to do it. I'm sorry. So acquire Alan Lazard or acquire the field for wide receivers.
Oh, you always take the field, right?
Do you?
I do.
Pony, how would you answer that? Acquire Alan Lazard or acquire literally any other player?
I'd probably go field, but I get why you're putting it that way.
You don't sound that confident.
I don't feel amazing about it because I think that they will kowtow to Rodgers.
Regardless of how well Roman's looking, and he's looking good, Calvin Austin's looking good.
Isn't there real wide receiver two, Pat Freiermuth, on this team at the moment?
You know what? They have been. I hate you to bring that out there. They have been thrown across the middle a lot in the first three practices.
Yeah, but
I don't know if I can read much into that.
That doesn't matter because we can't read too much into Broderick, so we can't read too much into where they're.
I don't read much into it, but regardless of how those guys play, you have to learn from what happened last year. I mean, I don't want to bring up Ayuk at the goal line or anything, especially right now. But
I don't want to bring up this.
They can't put themselves in that position of thinking these Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin is going to be that wide receiver too. Then by the time they realize they're not, it's too late.
All right,
Are they going to have a really quick question? I know Pony has something he wants to get to. Do you think at least this year, even if Rodgers is there and he's putting his own stamp, that they will have some identity, more consistent identity on offense of what they want to be? Because last year it was a tale of two quarterbacks. It was we're going to play conservative, and then it was when Russ took over, it was go ball special on third down and cross your fingers.
You didn't see the full Arthur Smith playbook, what he wanted to do. I've heard that from multiple people. He pretty much had to dial it back to what was available to him at the time, if it was a younger offensive line, if it was a quarterback situation, if it was the lack of wide receivers.
How about Tomlin trying to put his
I
conservative
think that
spin
was
on it?
saying, hey, we can't do this, so you better find something else that works. So I think they are at least more suited right now to let Arthur Smith do his what he wants to do, all the stuff he wants to do, the outside zones, some of the deep balls, some of the across-the-middle stuff.
Appreciate that. Denny's here. He's a nice man.
Threw down 20.
He was
so T-shirts for 20s or more.
He was lamenting about how the state of Pittsburgh sports has really went downhill in his lifetime. As a man who lived through the 70s, he was telling me off the air.
Well, I mean, what did the 70s yield? 6 total championships? 2 baseball?
7 if you count Pitt in 76.
Okay, 7. I know technically the Steelers closed down the last of the 4 Super Bowls in 1980.
That's the 79
Let's not get pedantic here about it. You know what I mean. The 20 aughts had 3. The 90s had 2.
Yeah. Hard times right now.
Oh, hard times,
Go ahead.
Pony.
Go ahead, do it. Do the dusty.
Hard times, they give you a gold watch.
All right.
Kick in the fanny. A computer took your job.
Before Mark runs, we got to get his take on the Dunlap wrestling tweet. Did you see it?
I did not.
So I guess
Fill him in, Mulsey.
I'm going to give you the Cliff's Notes because I feel dumb even saying this. But I guess people have been trolling him because he's getting into it with somebody on Twitter, and they keep saying he's 5'2". And so he finally.
That's bothering him, I bet.
Well, it's like a very weird thing because it's obviously false. Anyone that's ever seen the guy knows he's like a more or less completely normal height. So somebody said, this dude's only 5'2", and he's so tiny stature, he's so insecure. He wrote, I'm 5'10", 192. I don't understand why you continue to say I'm 5'2". It's such an odd thing. Also, want to wrestle? Folk style or freestyle, you call it. Beat me, I'll give you $10,000. Wow. I beat you.
My man Will Howard just stepped
You
up
just
with
give
$20.
me $1. $20 from him. He can have a shirt if he wants it. Give the man a shirt. Give the man a shirt.
Who, Will Howard?
It's like Will Howard Jr. Anyway, so he's given height and weight. What is folk style wrestling? He said, folk style or freestyle, you call it. Beat me, I'll give you $10,000. I beat you, you give me $1.
I think you found the new your fan. What do you call that now? The fireman's thing.
The 5-alarm.
The 5-alarm thing. I think you found a new one to do. Have somebody challenge Dunlap.
But he doesn't work for the fan.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Mark, would you book? I would book that match. That would be tremendous.
You know what? That's up
Dunlap
there.
gets out there in a singlet.
What is singlet? It's still not as good as Undefeated in the Streets. I still put that ahead of Let's Wrestle.
I just want to wrestle is just as
Well, the preceding sentence is, it's such an odd thing that you're doing this, and then he just hits him with the even odder thing of also want to wrestle.
Yeah.
And also, how many? I had to look it up. I do know what folk style is. It's where like you start in a controlled position. Freestyle, you're both standing up. Neutral position. I had to learn all these terms. Who out there, other than like
Cal Sanderson?
Well, no. I guess to the wrestling audience, it's a wrestling crazed area of the country, even at the scholastic level. I guess they all probably know, but I had never heard the term folk style wrestling in my life.
I plead ignorance on that.
Johnny the Barber has already vowed he would take that match with Dunlap, but he didn't challenge Johnny the Barber.
No, who's this guy? Jim Jahan Azadi did on Twitter.
You know, on the Pump Show when they put those photos out afterwards, there's this one particular guy would always Photoshop Dunlap into a really tiny guy. You ever see those ones?
Oh, God.
I mean, it was like almost normal size, and then make him like 3'2".
That would make him look like Vern Troyer.
Yes, it was very odd that somebody would take that much time to do that.
It is amazing how
also
these people...
want to wrestle is just an.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't get past also want to wrestle.
Here's what's happening here. These people are getting under Colin's skin.
Yeah,
and
smelling blood.
Colin gets fed up that people can call you out on social media and there's no accountability. So he challenges them to fights. That's what he's doing here.
Can you imagine them getting on like a high school wrestling mat and there's a referee awarding points?
That would be tremendous.
Also, the danger here would be, what if this person, and it's always very unlikely, but what if you happen to say this to a person,
wrong guy,
who was actually
always worried
a
about
state
that
wrestling champion?
That's why I don't do it.
The scariest thing that happens there to him is an instant reply of done, when and where, because that means that person knows they can take you.
Well, that's a good point. What if the guy did say that?
Just
then
done, when and where?
It was like Zach Frazier.
Because you just put yourself out there.
Benton.
But you just put yourself out there for $10,000 if the person beats you. If you have like Troy Letters from Shaler or something,
and I would hold Colin to that. He held me to the bowling bet, and I paid him.
Right. What did you owe him?
I owed him $100.
And he had $10,000 on the line again, didn't he?
He had to bowl 300.
Yeah, and he never even tried. I mean, that was easy money for Dunlap. That's his whole thing. I could have done it. I could have been a contender.
But I had a kid.
Yeah.
All right.
Couldn't practice
Mark,
bowling
thanks for
anymore.
coming out today, man. We appreciate it.
Let's see you guys.
He'll be on with Bechtold at sometime very soon, I guess.
Yeah.
We're live at Piata, Italian street food in North Fayette. We're here for another hour and change. Plenty of people have stopped by on their way home from work to get something to eat. And also, if you donate $20, you get one of our Fan 5 alarm shirts. We also have cards here to get free food. So why not stop by and pick something up? Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We're live here on 93.7 The Fan, and I'm here. Thank you, intern Don, to talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Official betting partner of the NBA. We've got more games tonight. Actually, wait a minute. Yes, we do. We've got a game in – wait, do we? No, we got a game tomorrow night. Sorry. In Indiana between the Pacers and Knicks, Game 6 of this series as the scene shifts back to Indiana. Pacers are a small favorite, 3.5 in this game. I like them to win it, and I like them to cover and get to the NBA Finals and set up a matchup with Oklahoma City. Tons of ways you can bet the game. Same game parlays there for when the game starts. And when you sign up on FanDuel, you get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins, so 5 to get 200. That's a great deal. FanDuel.com/Andrew, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
John Party. She's a Friday night heartbreaker.
Honky Tonk Hollywood Tour. Friday, June 6th, Peterson Events Center. With special guests Corey Kent and Cassie Ashton. John Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss John Party Live.
Taylor, during your Jeep Up Pittsburgh employee pricing plus event, what's the difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new or pre-owned Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fourniers, Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platform.
Make this Father's Day one to remember with a David Yurman bracelet from Lewis Anthony Jewelers.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Periods of rain tonight, the low 52.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up Oscar!
The DQ sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the sauced and tossed chicken strip basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is slow from Technology Drive. The Parkway West inbound is congested from Green Tree Hill, and 28 inbound from the 40th Street Bridge. Route 8 will also be closed on Butler Street until 10 p.m. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates are in San Diego to open up a series with the Fathers tonight at 9:40. Leadoff show with Zane Grilli is at 8:45. Mitch Keller on the mound. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Let's see if they can get a win for Mrs. Iriddy tonight, those Buccos. All right, we're live at Piatta Italian Street Food. We'll be right back as the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Yeah.
My bus